Part 2. The Blade Calls. Torment awaits us. The void opens its jaw to consume us, teeth dripping with the blood of those already slain. And still we squabble. Still we fight among ourselves, as if power, as if glory, as if love itself are powerful enough to stop fate. Through it all, oblivion sits patiently, arms folded, smiling as we destroy ourselves. We are condemned. Wake up. Weep, for you are condemned. Rion Krot, circa 1253 post-imprisonment. Chapter 14. Rain and Regret. I am tired of this. It is something I cannot afford to confess. My men look to me for reassurance. They have fought this foe for a few decades at most, while I have fought it for 2 eons. They think this gives me an edge. In terms of skill, I suppose it does. But I am tired. I do not know how much longer I can hold on anymore. This frightens me as, for the first time, I begin to understand the enemy. Ied Okron, circa 2100 post-fall of Meridian. Icy rain pattered against Ryla Magala's carbon fiber battlesuit as she descended onto the cement ground of the launch pad. Lightning flashed in the distance. A pause, then thunder. After that, the louder roar of an engine as a massive carrier took off, thrusters sending smoke billowing over the waiting crowd. All around Ryla, mechanics and soldiers and passengers alike cursed and coughed, shoving their noses into the sleeves of their rain-covered coats. Ryla shielded her own nose with her hand, though she burned ever to push the smoke away from herself. Strange how reflexively she did that these days. Before training with Larsh, she nearly had a panic attack every time she'd used the ethereal energy. That was before learning that her memory burning would not, in fact, drive her insane. As if in response to her thoughts, she saw a red line of light flicker in the air beside her. She shivered, continuing forward. How did one appear while I'm infused with Ever? Larsh swore you can't see the afterlife while wielding another power. Well, it wouldn't be the first time Larsh had been wrong. Eyes followed her as she made her way through the crowd, though many of the departing passengers also wore taller uniforms. With a bladed wheel emblazoned on her chest, she still stood out. Whispers followed her too, none of them loud enough she could have heard them with her natural senses. Being a memory burner, though, had its perks, and she caught every word they said and more. Voidling, one woman thought, strutting around here of all places. Look, it's the anti-war activist, an older man muttered, wearing her battle uniform. Hypocrite. Hypocrite? She tried to show no visible reaction to the man's words, but they still stung. All she'd done, and this was the thanks she got? They don't know my plans, she reminded herself. Things will change soon. Very soon, if I can manage it. She pushed those thoughts away, too. There wasn't time for her plans, not now. Right now, she needed to catch her brother before he got himself killed. Smoke billowed again as another massive carrier, the size of a small skyscraper, lifted off nearby. As it did, a young girl nearby burst into tears, burying her head into the leg of a man who stared wistfully at the ship as it soared upward. Her father, probably. Though perhaps not, it may very well be the girl's father who was on that ship. How many families were torn apart today, Ryla thought, just so Larsh can start another invasion. Her fist tightened in anger. Another flicker of ethereal red light warped the air beside her. She cursed under her breath. It didn't take long for her to spot her destination. A terminal where hundreds of young soldiers, in newly commissioned purple uniforms, were filing into line, waiting for the cruiser that would take them away to Grahala. That cruiser would also take Ryla's brother to Grahala. She swept her eyes over the crowd, then, realizing there were too many people to pick out her brother normally, she stepped away, closing her eyes and drawing on her memory sense. Her mind expanded, thoughts rushing through her, an overwhelming amount of them. Enough she had to lean over and grip her knees just to remain coherent. But Larsh, for all her faults, was a competent teacher, and within moments Ryla picked out her brother's mind. He was sitting and chatting with a shorter man next to him, wringing his hands in anticipation for his squad to be called. Lighting up with Ever, Ryla soared into the air, an act that drew even more eyes and whispers, then shot over to her brother. She didn't do a great job slowing her descent, and her knees strained as she struck the cement. I'll have to work on that. Her brother looked away from his conversation as she landed, eyes widening, then narrowing as he saw Ryla. His cheeks tightened, and he cursed softly under his breath, rising from the bench. "Ryla, what are you doing here?" Behind him, the other soldier cleared his throat, shifting uncomfortably. Kai, might not be best to upset the noble." Ryla's brother, Kyrus, raised a hand. "Long story," he said. "I'll tell you later." He met Ryla's eyes. "Why are you here?" Ryla could feel his thoughts, even though she tried not to. Akron, if she's here to turn me in. So he was trying that foolish plan of his. Idiot. Why? "We need to talk," she said. She glanced toward the other soldier. "In private." Kyrus snorted. "We're in the middle of a spaceport. There's nowhere private to go." Ryla closed her eyes, burning thoughts, letting her flesh fill with Ever until she was blazing with blue light. Then she waved her hand, and both she and her brother began to hover. Kyrus's eyes widened. "Ryla, I don't think this is a good idea. I'm your sister. Doing things you don't approve of is my job." Kyrus groaned, but he didn't have another chance to protest before Ryla burned more Ever to send them rocketing into the sky. She was careful not to accelerate them too quickly. Pushing two objects at once took extra focus, but they still went fast enough that Kyrus's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Ryla smiled deviously. "Good view, eh?" "Put me down," Kyrus yelped. Ryla's grin widened, and she let Kyrus's acceleration slow, just enough that he would experience a moment of weightlessness. He yelped again, louder this time. All right, stop!" Ryla laughed, letting them both slow to a constant hover above the spaceport. "I'm not going to drop you." "You sure made me think you would," Kyrus muttered. But, slowly, he relaxed. "I suppose this is one way to have a conversation alone. The best way." Ryla paused, eyes turning downward, a part of her not wanting to ruin this moment. The view really was astounding. You could see the city sprawling out in every direction, rolling over hills, twisting through canyons, covering every plot of land it could. Her brother hovered silently beside her. Did she really have to ruin this moment with more talk of war? Sadly, she knew the answer. "Why?" she asked. "It took a lot of effort to get you out of the draft, Kai, and then you sign up anyway?" Kyrus frowned. He was silent for a moment, and Ryla had to resist the urge to read his thoughts. It was better, she'd found, to have a proper conversation, especially when you were talking with someone you cared about. "People are dying," he said finally. "I can't just stand aside." "Isn't that what Uncle would do? Going to war only results in more death." "No." Kyrus's voice was firm. "Uncle got himself out of the draft, yes, but only so he could stay and pressure Larsh through the court. You weren't old enough to remember, but he actually hated doing it. Kept saying he was sending his men to die while he lounged at home." Kyrus sighed. "It was the right decision for him, but not for me. Not with father in the way." Ryla shifted. "That does sound like him, I guess. But, Kai, this war is brutal." "You would know," Kyrus muttered. Ryla winced. "You know I don't have a choice." Kyrus pursed his lips. "You do, you just don't want to admit it." Ryla stiffened. "If I run, Larsh kills me." "And?" Kyrus smiled sadly. "I know you can read my thoughts, Ryla. You know what I'm actually doing here." "Deserting," Ryla whispered. She trembled. "They'll kill you." She closed her eyes, as if the darkness could somehow make the truth go away. "Just like they did Uncle. Only if I'm caught." There was a question in his tone, and in his thoughts. "Are you going to turn me in?" "I won't tell on you. I'm not Mother. You don't have to worry about that. I want to know why." There was a long pause. Ryla's Ever was running low, and while her eyes were still closed, she reached for more thoughts, pulling them from the people below. A mother ran her hands through her hair as she watched her son's carrier rise into the atmosphere. His father had died on Ethia 14 years ago. Now she would lose him, too, she was sure of it. A young man limped on crutches to his wife. They embraced. The hug didn't last long, for they both knew the cost of healing his leg would crush them. And that little girl Ryla had seen earlier. The poor little girl who didn't understand why her papa was going away. As she opened her eyes and returned to reality, she knew what Kyrus would say. "We're the bad guys, Ryla. Larsh is the bad guy. And those who follow her?" Ryla raised an eyebrow. "What are you suggesting?" Kyrus raised a placating hand. "I understand you don't see it the same way. I understand that you have plans, and I do hope they work. But I can't keep sitting at home, supporting a war machine just by my presence." He met her eyes again. "And I think, if you look at your actions hard enough, you'll realize you can't justify them either." Ryla tensed. "I'm doing what I have to, Kai, to make a better galaxy." "Oh? And where are you headed after this?" "Shal'Alai challenged me. I have to take care of that. By pummeling him into the dirt? He killed Uncle." "Oh? And what choice did he have?" with Larsh breathing over his shoulder. "You hate him, but can't you see yourself in him?" He grunted, shaking his head. "We've already had this argument a dozen times. If you're not going to turn me in, let me down." Ryla paused. A part of her was tempted to turn Kyrus in. At least, if he were in prison, he wouldn't be dying in a mutiny. But then, as she studied Kyrus's fiery, determined expression, she realized even that wouldn't stop him from getting himself killed. He's stubborn. Like me, like Mother, like Uncle. Tears threatened to well up in her eyes, but she pushed them backward. He'll be fine. No need to cry. Burning ever, she drifted toward him, wrapping her arms around him in an embrace. He hesitated, then hugged her back. She felt tension drain from his muscles as he did. "I'm sorry," he said. "That might have been a bit too blunt." "It's fine. You resist Larsh your way." She let go, forcing herself to smile. Forcing herself to pretend like everything was fine. "I'll resist her my way. And, well, one day it'll all work out." Kyrus smiled too, though there was a distinct sadness to the gesture. "One day." He paused. "Take care of Aris for me. Kid's in way more trouble than he realizes." One day. Endowed, Ryla thought. I wish I actually believed that. "I will," she said softly. They hovered in silence for a moment. An instant Ryla wished could last an eternity. Then, straightening, she waved her hand, and they descended back to the ground. Soldiers swarmed Kyrus as they touched down, and Ryla gave him one last goodbye, then returned to the sky. She was already almost late to the arena. "Serialai, for challenging me today of all days." She shot one final glance back at the spaceport. A third ship was taking off. She knew rationally that her brother wasn't on it. He still had an hour before his battlecruiser left, but it seemed to her a sign. For a moment, the tears threatened to surface again, but she twisted the emotion into a simmering rage instead. "Things will change, Larsh. I will stop you. Whatever it takes." Chapter 15. Sand and Swords. "Oh, torment, what have I done?" Nathazar Vorsex, circa 1302 post-fall of Meridian. Ryla swung the door to her dressing room open, panting as she strode inside. She'd sped the rest of the way to the arena with Ever, and though that hadn't required any physical exertion, using Ever never did, jogging her way through the winding hallways of the stadium had taken more out of her than she'd thought it would. "You're late." The words came from Nidi, one of her servants, who stood with arms folded and a sly, almost playful smile on her face. She was blonde-haired, with a slight blue tint to her skin, a classical Darian look. "I had things to attend to," Ryla said. Nidi rolled her eyes. "You always do. Can we just get the armor on? The duel's about to start." Nidi snorted, but she and the other attendants, who, as always, remained perfectly silent, stepped up to her, each bearing several pieces of white titrite. Faces shielded by cloth veils, they still looked ominous to Ryla, even after years of working with them. "I thought I told them to stop wearing those." Granted, she'd ordered them to talk to her, too, and they hadn't done that, either. They'd obey orders, of course, just not orders that contradicted the Talar servants' code. She shifted uncomfortably as her attendants latched the armor onto her skin. She'd forgotten how heavy the stuff was. She preferred to fight without it. Larsh had insisted she wear it today, though, and there was no disobeying Larsh. At least, not yet. Things will be different soon. "How's your day been?" she asked Nidi. She tried not to read her friend's thoughts, though it was difficult. "Fine," Nidi said. There was a tartness to her voice, though. Ryla glared at the other servants. "Are they treating you all right?" "It's fine, Ryla," Nidi said. "But it's fine." Ryla scowled, but let herself fall silent. "Sear it," Nidi cursed a moment later. Ryla frowned. "What's wrong?" "Thing won't fit," Nidi grumbled. She wiped sweat from her brow. I forget how stubborn this is when you aren't controlling it. Don't worry too much, Ryla said. Not like I want to wear it anyway. She smirked. I'm the one who has to do the worrying today. Nighty cringed. Yeah, that's fair. I think you'll be fine, though. He's been a void burner for what, 2 years? Longer than I've been training with Larsh, Ryla said quietly. Yeah, but you've been connected longer. You've got him. Nighty finally finished the leg plate she'd been working on, and she stood, folding her arms, inspecting the armor. Does it feel tight enough? Plenty, Ryla said. She forced a smile. Don't worry too much. I rarely fight in this stuff anyway. Still, Nighty said, frowning, I don't think I could forgive myself if he gets a hit in. She leaned in close, inspecting the joints closer, then sighed. But this is the best I know how to do. She straightened, meeting Ryla's eyes. Got your good luck charm? Ryla tapped the dagger on her belt with her free arm. The other was still being strapped into a gauntlet by one of the other servants. Yup. And you haven't used Ever at all today? Well... Nighty's frown deepened. How much? Just a little, Ryla said hastily, to get here. Nighty hesitated, then sighed. Good enough. Said your prayers? Ryla rolled her eyes. Yes. Nighty relaxed. Well, Akron be with you, then. Already is. Ever is her thing, isn't it? I'll be fine, Nighty. Seriously, don't worry. Oh, trust me, I'll worry, Nighty said, but thanks anyway. She sucked in another deep breath, then stepped away as the other servant finished with the gauntlet, the last piece of armor that needed to be strapped on. Another servant handed her a gleaming white helm, which had been fitted to her head earlier. She slid it into place, tapping a button on the side to activate the goggles on its front, then strode forward out of the dressing room and through the hallway toward the arena. None of the other servants said anything as she left. They never did. I'm going to have to drill their silence out of them. Forcing herself to focus, Ryla stretched her hands and limbs, checking to make sure her armor moved properly, then reached to her hip and drew her blade. She checked to make certain the surge in its hilt was full of blue light, then strode forward through the final gateway and onto the arena sands. Odd, she noted, how she didn't feel nervous. A touch apprehensive and a touch annoyed by the behavior of the servants, but not nervous. Just numb. The arena itself was built much like the testing arena on Sheridan. Or, rather, Ryla suspected that the testing arena on Sheridan had been modeled after the taller arenas. A sandy pit covered the floor, and grains of gravel shifted beneath Ryla's feet as she stepped forward. Giant poles stretched from the ground into the sky, and curved metal bridges arced between the poles. There were even spherical drones today, hovering and darting between platforms, simulating the busy traffic of a city street. The Talar liked their duels to feel as true to a battlefield as possible. All around, Shalar High nobles, Helder High tradesmen, and even Sar High low citizens crowded into the seats of the cylindrical shelves surrounding the sand. It was an incredible sight, a testament to Talar grit. This, Ryla thought, is who we should be. Tough, determined warriors instead of savages. And speaking of savages... She lowered her eyes to her opponent, who waited across from her. He was barely a speck from this distance, though Ryla knew his face well. She'd spent the weeks since he'd challenged her studying his fighting patterns. I will win this. For Nighty, for Kairos, for Uncle. Hate raged in her chest. A loud voice boomed over the speakers. The time has come. Are the contestants ready? Ready, Ryla said, forcing herself to grin as she raised her blade to the sky, indicating a positive response to the watching referees. Shal Alai, covered in his own titrite armor, raised his sword, which bore a glimmering white purity surge in its hilt. That was standard practice for duels. Most of them weren't to the death, and having a purity surge would allow its wielder to surrender and heal if they had to. Incidents requiring that weren't uncommon either. Though titrite could block a lot, the suit Ryla wore wouldn't be half as effective as an actual atom burner set. There was a good chance Ryla's choice to use an Ever Surge, rather than a purity one, would lead to her demise. She didn't regret it, though. She was going to win this duel, whatever it took, and she was far better with Ever than she was with purity. Besides, Shal Alai was a void burner, not an atom burner, which meant he couldn't use his surge unless he let go of his natural powers. That gave Ryla an advantage, if only a slight one. "We shall review the terms, then," the voice over the intercom continued. "Shal Irasalai has challenged Shal Ryla Magala for her seat as apprentice to House Cunning One. Should he win, Shal Magala will be expelled from her apprenticeship, Shal Alai taking it in her stead. Should Shal Magala win, Shal Alai forfeits every surge his house possesses. As he is sole proprietor of House Alai right now, he can make this forfeit should he lose. Do both sides agree to this arrangement?" Ryla raised her blade again in agreement. Alai did as well. Murmurs ran through the crowd. "Then the council approves this challenge," the voice said. "The duel begins in 3, 2, 1, a heck." The crowd cheered, and the fight began. Alai immediately stepped back, and a moment later red light began leaking through his armor, the glow of void. Ryla stepped back herself, closing her eyes. Thoughts ran through her mind as she reached. A baker sucked in a breath, trying to forget about the bills due later this week, and the taxes with them. A former soldier caressed the stump that was his leg, cursing softly under his breath. Why did that searing limb always feel like it was still there? A woman watched numbly, sipping wine from her cup, hoping that wine would somehow erase the image of her son's mangled body, laying on that funeral altar as they prepared the pyre. Stress, grief, pain, all caused by this war. All caused by Larsh. Her eyes flashed open, and her skin lit aglow with Ever, as much of it as she could fit in her flesh. The crowd roared. The Ryla felt their thoughts. For most, this spectacle was just a temporary distraction from greater worries. One day, though, they would look back and realize it had been much more. All she had to do was win. Burning Ever, she shot into the air, twisting between two of the drones to land in a crouch atop one of the pillars. Echoes danced in her mind, images, sounds, smells, pricks of feeling. With her mind heightened by the first power, though, she could ignore all of it. She'd been using her power since she was 3 years old, even before burning had been legal in Talar, and the cacophony of the echoes was nothing new. This was, though, the first time she'd fought a Voidburner one-on-one. She tried not to think too hard about that as Alai summoned tendrils of red, which lashed out, gripping the pillars and hoisting him into the air. So he's not powerful enough to awaken the whole pole. Either that or he's faking. The former was more likely, though she couldn't yet draw conclusions. She relaxed a little, raising her hand and burning Ever to shoot a spray of plasma toward her opponent. Not much of it, just enough to test his defenses. The air shimmered as the plasma shot through it, warping to push the blasts off course. It shimmered red as it did, reanimated by Alai's use of Void. That was what Void did, allowing the user to pull spirits from torment and use them to turn objects into imitations of living things. It was, by far, the most versatile of the 3 powers. Doesn't make it right to use it, Ryla thought, anger and fear mixing in her chest. She shivered as her mother's eyes, glowing crimson, flashed through her mind, tensed as she remembered tendrils slamming into her back, over and over. She cursed as a tendril shot past her, barely pushing herself out of the way. Focus. Alai killed your uncle. Do you really want him to ruin your plans? Him, of all people. Her opponent landed atop her pillar. The top of each was a good 5 yards wide, and she growled, deflecting 2 more tendril attacks with bursts of plasma, then leaping into the air, burning Ever to hover above even the poles. She couldn't go upward too much further. There was a boundary to how far the contestants could go without being disqualified. But that boundary was still several dozen feet above the poles, and there was nothing else to grip onto for Alai to rise further. He could still animate the air, of course, but Ryla's trick had earned her an advantage. She pressed that advantage with a fury, burning almost all of her Ever to send a torrent of fiery plasma shrieking into the pole. Alai yelped, barely summoning a shield of animated air, the flames lapping against his armor even through that shield. Smoke billowed as the pole sizzled. It was built of dense lead to prevent it from being destroyed by a memory burner, but even the lead was melting from the sheer heat. Alai was forced to stretch his other hand behind him, summoning a tendril and swinging over to the next pole. Ryla followed him, though she stopped attacking, instead closing her eyes and refreshing her Ever with thoughts from the crowd. Her mind raced, sped up by the Ever, but also straining to hold that Ever within her body. Memories flashed through her mind. Some were memories of those in the crowd. But most of them were Ryla's. One specific memory most of all. Of a whip, coming down again and again, her mother holding her back as she sobbed. A lie held that whip. "I hope you remember me, voidling," she thought. "I want to see you squirm when I beat you. I want you to be afraid like my uncle was." The memories faded, and again she let a glow as Ever spread from her forehead, through her veins, and back out into her skin. Her eyes flashed open, and she soared toward Ally. He summoned tendrils in the air again, trying to stop her, but she blew them apart with flares of plasma, then burned half of her Ever to send a single bolt of superheated air roaring into his chest. He grunted as it threw him backward, to the edge of the pole, his breastplate cracking. For half a moment he knelt, stunned. Then, growling, he slammed his fist into the pole and burned all of his void at once. Ryla cursed. So he was faking. Sure enough, an instant later the pole trembled, rising into the air. Red light began steaming off of it, and she could see something writhing within the metal. The unlucky spirit of someone long dead, pulled back into the physical realm to animate the pole. The crowd gasped, and the lead groaned as the structure ripped free of the ground. Ally leaped off of it, summoning a tendril to swing back to the first pole. He was barely glowing at all now, and his breastplate fell to the ground as he swung, too damaged to hold together. He was vulnerable. Unfortunately, before Ryla could press her attack, the pole swung through the air toward her. She barely wove to the side as the lead began breaking apart, forming into a swirling vortex, 2 red eyes blazing to life at its center. Eyes that seemed to bore into the very fabric of Ryla's soul. Even as adrenaline pumped through her veins, Ryla shivered. Fortunately, Larsh had trained her to fight such constructs. Those red eyes weren't actually eyes, they were the focal points of the reanimated creature's power, and she targeted them with a spray of fiery plasma bolts. The metal fragments swirled inward, blocking most of the attacks, but one of them struck home, burning into the right focal point. It flickered, and the lead hung weightless in the air for a moment before its power returned. Ryla took advantage of that, pushing herself inward, expertly dodging between the larger chunks of flying debris, batting away smaller bits with her blade. Few memory burners would dare attack a void construct head-on, and even Ryla might not have attempted it were it not for her titrite, but she was far more skilled at flying than most of her peers. She was nearly to the creature's center before it started folding in on itself, desperately throwing everything it could at her to stop her from reaching the focal points. She burned Ever to summon a field of force around her, pushing the debris backward, before finally arriving at the 2 red, blazing lights. She slammed her fists into them, one for each, letting the Ever in her flesh sizzle against the void powering the creature. The spirit inside shrieked, then fell silent, and the red light blinked out. The metal immediately crashed back downward, no longer held in place by the 3rd power, and Ryla had to burn most of her Ever to keep it from crushing her as it tumbled down to the sands. She was running dangerously low by the time she burst out of the cloud of debris, and she was forced to close her eyes immediately, refreshing her Ever so she could stay afloat. Just as she reopened them, blue light blazing to life in her veins, Ally pounced. Ryla cursed as he dove towards her, latching onto a piece of falling debris with a tendril and swinging right for her, slashing at her chest. She barely blocked the blow, then kicked Ally in the face. He sputtered, falling, but then summoned a tendril that lashed around Ryla's leg. They both began to fall. Ryla was only burning enough Ever to support herself, not both of them. An idea forming, Ryla stopped pushing herself upward, instead reversing her Ever to throw herself downward, accelerating their descent. Ally's eyes widened as Ryla, blocking another swing of his blade, shifted so that she was standing atop him. They hit the sand at incredible velocity, and though Ally's titrite backplate absorbed the force, as Ryla had anticipated, doing so shattered it. Ally yelped as shards of it dug into his back, and blood stained the sand below. Desperately, he let go of Void, reaching for the purity in his surge, but Ryla slammed her gauntleted fist around his neck as he did. He fell deathly still, and no white glow surrounded him. "I yield," he whispered. It was not loud enough the crowd could hear, but they seemed to see enough to understand, for a hushed murmur ran through them. Ryla's fist, however, only tightened, squeezing against the neckplate, which was already cracked from the fall. It broke into pieces as she did, and more shards dug into Ally's skin. I yield, he hissed. Ryla paused for a moment, hesitating, knowing what she wanted to do, knowing, too, what her uncle would want her to do. But her uncle was dead, because of a lie. She burned a trace of Ever, and using a trick she'd learned long before training with Larsh, she forced her memories into a lie's mind. They ran through her mind, too, vivid as always. Her uncle, gripping her shoulder as he met her eyes and gave her one last talk for comfort. Virus, placing himself in front of her as she tried to crane her neck to see them dragging him away. And then, when it was over, a body laying in tatters on the crimson-covered cobblestones. When it was done, a lie spoke again. You. His voice was high-pitched, and filled to the brim with fear. Yes, Ryla said, voice deathly cold. Me. Immediately, a lie reached, then burned all of his void in a massive burst, throwing tendril after tendril toward her. Ryla parried each blow with a small flicker of plasma, burning away the attacks with ease. Her hand remained firmly on Eli's neck as he ran out of void. Please, he wheezed. I yield! I yield! His voice was high-pitched, fast, the voice of a coward exposed. Akron, she wanted to snap his neck so badly. She hesitated. Why? She hissed. Why did you kill him? Larsh was there, he pleaded. She threatened me. What would you have done? What would I have done? She growled. I would have done better. For a moment her hand squeezed tighter, and Eli gasped for breath. Torment, it would be so easy. And yet, I would have done better. Slowly, she let go of him. The motion felt almost physically painful, but as she gritted her teeth, her hand slipped loose, and he dropped to the sands. Immediately, he pulled in Purity, then began chuckling. It was a hysterical laugh, the laugh of a man driven insane by oblivion. She glanced back, hesitating again, listening to the laughs as they went on far longer than they should have. Then she sighed, turning and striding away, ripping her helm off her head, unstrapping her other armor pieces and letting them drop to the sand. No one protested her departure. Everyone had heard Eli yield. Most of the crowd was already filing out of the pews. She had won. And yet she still felt numb. Not victorious, just numb. She'd solved one problem, but Larsh still reigned. Her mother was still insane. Her brother was still heading off to war. Her uncle was still dead. Eli deserved death, she muttered to herself. Filth deserved it. I should have... She closed her eyes, wincing. I don't know what I should have done. She paused, standing still on the edge between the sand and the hallway. Red lines began dancing around her. She closed her eyes, cursing. I don't know what I'm doing. Thaws, She shook her head, catching herself. Torment, I'm going insane now, too. She unhooked the last piece of her armor, then forced herself forward, back through the hallways. She gave Nighty only a curt nod as she left, and the other servants she gave even less. They could talk later. Right now, she just wanted to go home and rest. However, a figure was waiting for her as she exited her dressing room. One she recognized. She tensed as she saw him, then forced herself to relax. Staying calm was the best way to deal with Tragus. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his face taut and grim. He smiled as he saw her, though. Ryla, congratulations on the victory. I must say I was nervous for you for a moment, but you pulled through. Ryla sighed. What do you want? No greeting, I see. Why would I greet you? Tragus paused, then shrugged. Fair enough. He inspected her, gaze considering. What do you want? Ryla repeated. You know what I want, Tragus said softly. Cyril and I's offer is still on the table. Ryla paled. No. We have the same goal. No. Ryla, no. She leaned forward. Cyril is a void burner, Tragus. A searing void burner. And? Ryla shook her head in disgust. If you don't know why that's a problem, then you're already hopeless. The answer is no. She forced herself to relax again. Though Tragus was good at appearing to be a calm man, she knew firsthand her uncle was as dangerous as Larsh if you pushed past that facade. Thaws, I wish he had died and Uncle Dyrus had lived. I'm tired. Can I leave? Tragus paused for a long moment, then shrugged, stepping to the side. So be it, but be aware, niece, things are about to change, sooner than you realize. Ryla just walked past him. She didn't have the energy to deal with this. Not now. Maybe never. She made her way outside, pushing through the crowd, ignoring the questions and stares they gave her. Finally, when there was no ceiling above her, she drew in Ever again, then shot into the sky, soaring deeper into the cloudy metropolis of Meredith and toward her home. 4 hours after the duel, Ryla sat in her parents' dining room, slowly picking at a slab of sauce-covered meat on her plate, fingering the hilt of a dagger in her other hand. Her good luck charm, as Nighty liked to call it. It had been her uncle's, one of the few possessions of his they hadn't sold after his death, partly because of Ryla's insistence on keeping it, and partly because it wasn't actually worth anything. Her uncle had loved forging, but he'd never had the time to actually become good at it. Even her brother wondered why she kept it. The handle had already begun to bend, and parts of the blade were rusting. Yet she cherished it still. Flawed as it was, that only made it the perfect symbol of how her uncle had viewed the galaxy. Imperfect, yet beautiful. Take care of them for me, will you? Keep loving them for me. I'm sorry, Ryla. Sear you, Larsh, she whispered. Sear you for taking him from me. She wasn't sure if she was referring to her uncle or her brother. Perhaps both. It didn't matter. A door creaked open. Ryla tensed, reflexively reaching for the properly forged sword at her belt, then relaxed as her father shuffled through the entryway. Other nobles routinely called Civis Magala an embarrassment to his house. Though Ryla tried her best not to let herself agree with them, she could certainly see their logic. Though he was not soul-cursed like Ryla's mother, he was short, pasty, thin, and generally looked like someone dying of a disease, despite the fact that, as a noble, he had access to purity surges to get rid of any such malady. As usual, he had a flask in his hand. Probably empty. The only reason he would have left his room was to fill it. Sure enough, he barely gave Ryla a nod of acknowledgement before he opened a pantry door, revealing several shelves stocked full of wine bottles. He perused them for a moment, then selected one, poured some of it into his flask, then set it aside. He began walking away, then stopped. You won, didn't you? I did. Barely. He nodded. Good. He paused a moment longer, then walked back through the door, toward his own quarters. Ryla's eyes lingered on the empty doorway for a moment, and she frowned. How in torment is that man Uncle Dyrus's brother? But then, that man was her father, so perhaps it wasn't a genetic thing. Sighing, she stuffed her uncle's dagger back on her belt and began eating more vigorously. Best to get done quickly, before... The door opened again, and Ryla's mother entered the room. Before that, Ryla thought bitterly. Ryla's mother, Nithla Magala, was not what one usually pictured when one thought of a soul-cursed. She was tan-skinned and distinctly muscular, with short black hair and narrow, imperious eyes, which, as always, were accented with black makeup. She wore a flowing black dress, decorated with red rubies running across several of the larger seams. She walked into the room with a confident, almost arrogant gait, and her hawkish gaze fixed immediately on Ryla. Her eyes were glowing a soft red. Thaws. That was never a good sign. Ryla, you're back. I am. Ryla hesitated, glancing down at her plate, then decided it would be better to throw the food away than to stay. She rose. I have some things I need to get done. Nithla raised an eyebrow, and Ryla noticed her fists clenching. No, there would be no escaping this. Did you win? Yes. The word came out too high-pitched. Red mist was rising off her mother's skin. Panic rose in Ryla's chest, and she had to focus to keep the crystal plate within her grip. Relax, she told herself. She's just a soul-cursed. You're a memory burner. You can beat her in a fight now. It was sound logic, yet it did nothing to reassure her racing heart. Did you kill him? Ryla paused. No. Nithla sneered. Why? I specifically told you he was to die. She strode toward Ryla, eyes still alight with red light. With void. with the power of the god of death. The fear was too much. The plate slipped from her grip, exploding into glass shards as it struck the tile floor. Ryla turned toward her mother, raising one hand in warding, the other reaching for the hilt of her sword. "No closer," she hissed. Nithla snorted. "You're my daughter. I can do what I want." She shook her head. "I want you to find him tonight. The filth deserves death. Do you want me to get arrested? You're of House Cunning One now. You have power. You're supposed to be using that power to further our house interests." "And if I have power," Ryla said, "why are you giving me orders?" A smile crossed Nithla's face. "Because you're my daughter." She stepped forward, and Ryla instinctively stepped back, tensing. Nithla's grin widened. Her teeth were well cleaned, nearly pure white, but to Ryla it seemed a wicked color. "And because you're afraid of me. Mostly because of that." Nithla shook her head. "Coward." "I'm not a coward," Ryla snapped. "Oh? Then why is Kyrus gone? I know you visited him before he left. You could have brought him back. He wanted to go." Nithla snorted. "He wants a lot of things. Most of them are foolish. Most of the things you want are foolish too." "I'm not going to kill a lie," Ryla said firmly. "I already made that decision." Nithla sneered again, and the red light in her eyes grew brighter. Ryla stepped back further, bracing herself. For a moment, Nithla waited, face frozen, hand twitching. Then, as she always did, she lost control. A tendril of red light lashed toward Ryla. She batted it away with a burst of Ever from the surge in her blade. A second tendril lashed at her face from the other side. This one she didn't catch in time. Blood dripped down her cheek as a gash opened there. Nithla stepped even closer to Ryla, reaching out her hands. Ryla growled, burning more Ever and hurling one of the dining room chairs toward Nithla. It collided solidly with her mother's chest, throwing her backward, the chair shattering into wood splinters. Nithla tried to rise, but Ryla slammed the wood splinters downward with another burst of Ever, holding her in place, until Ryla herself laid a boot on her mother's chest. Nithla struggled, sparks of red alighting the air around her, until Ryla drew her surge blade, placing it at Nithla's neck. "Stop!" Nithla hissed, a guttural, animalistic sound. "I said stop!" Nithla spat at her. Ryla growled. "Let go of it." She raised her hand, summoning plasma in her palm. Nithla paused. And then, finally, the red light faded. Nithla's sneer dissipated. Her eyes turned to their normal green color. Tension fled, replaced by confusion. Where am I?" Her eyes closed and her breathing steadied. Ryla stayed atop her for a moment, checking to ensure the void was truly gone, then slowly stepped off of her. She burned more Ever to push the wood splinters away, sucked in a deep breath, then turned to leave. The door to the dining room opened again as she did. Her father, holding his flask again. He paused, blinking. "You're bleeding," he muttered. "Yeah," Ryla said angrily. "I am." She pushed past him. A part of her wanted to scream at him, remind him why he couldn't let Nithla out when she was having a day like this. Most of her just didn't care anymore. Nithla was taken care of. Sure, the kitchen floor wasn't the best place to sleep, but Ryla wasn't going to bother giving her anything else. She stormed down the hallways of the manor until she arrived at her bedroom, then slammed the door behind her. She was still panting, still shaking. The rest of her Ever had fled, her mind too taxed to hold it, and she hadn't even noticed. She sank down against the door, holding her head in her hands, trying not to panic, trying above all not to cry. "Why?" she whispered. "Why did everything have to go wrong? It was so right before." She was rambling. She sucked in deep breaths, then, trembling, forced herself to lie down on her bed and close her eyes. Even with her eyes closed, she still saw those cursed lines of red light writhing around her. It took her a long time to finally settle down enough to sleep. Chapter 16. Alive. 6 times we marched. 6 times we proclaimed immortal as our god, and 6 times we paid the price. 6 times we attacked Morgul, and Torment, and Oblivion himself. Oblivion. If only Oblivion had been our end. Men seek the endowed still. Fools. 6 times we marched, 6 times we failed. If there is one thing mankind can depend on, it is that the prophecy will disappoint them. Zython de Varro, circa 200 post-imprisonment. Ithrey was alive. Her veins still felt like they would burst, and her muscles burned like the core of a white star, but she was alive. That might not last long. As the Ethian surge wielder had promised, she was still in Talar captivity, surrounded by half a dozen armed soldiers, all of whom looked far less exhausted than she. Her surge had been confiscated, and she now huddled in the corner of an enemy carrier, ascending through the sky towards the wormhole. The Ethian was with them. Unlike the other soldiers, he did not stand at attention, instead leaning against the wall of the carrier, eyes closed, twisting his laser tip in his hand. He was muttering to himself, though Ithrey couldn't tell what he was saying. She'd thought the man had defied orders in sparing her. There was no way he hadn't at least considered killing her, with the way he'd fought. She shivered as she remembered him standing over her, laser tip ready to strike, a grim expression on his face. His remaining eye had seemed to glow with fiery orange light as he'd stared impassively downward. The eye of a killer. Like the eyes of her father that night, all those years ago, planted on the face of a different man. And then he'd stopped, the killer's glint puffing away like smoke. Muttered to himself as he did now. Then, against all reason, spared her. He'd almost seemed protective of her when he delivered her to the Talar guards, insisting that Larsh wanted her alive and not to harm her. Such a strange man. Though she probably should have suspected that, judging by his uniform. No sane Ethian would fight for the Talar, not after what the Voidlings had done to that poor planet. She forced her gaze away from the man. Whatever his intentions, he was in her way. Mirador had fallen, but she was alive. That meant she hadn't failed Alarin, not yet. She still had a chance. It was wonderful. And terrifying. She'd known the Talar victory was coming, and she'd known it would be a tragedy for the people she served, but she hadn't had any time to think about what the nation's defeat would mean for her. In a way, it hadn't mattered. Not until she'd received that message from Alarin, informing her he'd found the Endowed. The Endowed. Found after millennia of searching. Most would be skeptical of anyone who made such a claim, but Ithrey knew her brother. He barely believed in the Tower of Foreseeing at all, let alone the prophecy. Yet he thought this girl was it. For Ithrey, that spoke volumes. And the fact that Alarin didn't think he could save the girl alone said even more. So, a plan. She needed a plan. She steadied her hands, which she hadn't realized were still trembling, and forced herself to breathe in deeply. Her mind still felt slow, taxed to the limit from the fighting and especially from her use of Ever, but she did her best to clear it. They hit the wormhole just as she closed her eyes, and her concentration was momentarily broken by the gut-wrenching sensation of teleportation. It quickly faded, though, and she relaxed. A plan. If Alarin were in her position, he'd make a plan first. Then he'd adapt as need be. And to make a plan, she needed to analyze her current situation. It wasn't promising. She had no surge now, and barely any information on what would happen next. The Ethian had claimed Larsh wanted to meet with them both, but heavens only knew if the man was sane. Even if he was right, she couldn't think of any reason Larsh would want her, save for an execution. She winced as she thought of the noose slipping around her neck. No time to worry about your own life, she chided herself. Too much is at stake. Her biggest asset, she decided, would be her connections. If she could contact the rest of the Seekers, perhaps they could assist her. Ithrey might not know what to do herself, but Iedra certainly would. She opened her eyes, craning her neck to stare out the carrier window toward their destination. She recognized it immediately, a planet with an atmosphere so full of green clouds it looked more like a gas giant than anything habitable. Shilia, capital of Talar, as the Ethian had said. Perhaps he wasn't insane after all. As they approached the planet's surface, the soldiers began handing out thick metal face masks. Though Ithrey had never visited the planet, she knew Shilia's surface was rife with poison gas. The Ethian handed her one, and she slipped it over her face, trying not to meet his gaze. Make sure you tighten it, he muttered. Any leaks and you're dead. I know how poison works, Ithrey replied. I'll be fine. The Ethian hesitated a moment, then nodded. I guess the poison isn't the real danger, she heard him whisper as he walked off. They landed a few minutes later. The doors slid open to reveal a landing pad shrouded by wisps of green fog. An entrance to a tall black tower waited at the end of it, though through the fog she could not see any farther. One of the Talar soldiers checked each of the passengers' masks one last time, and then the door slid open and they made their way out. The air outside licked hungrily at Ithrey's skin. She could feel it drying out. She let out a relieved breath as they reached the entrance, where a pneumatic door snapped open and admitted them into a hallway, where a second door held off the outside air from the rest of the building. The first door snapped closed, and there was a loud whine as a filter sucked away the green mist. A moment later, the second door popped open, and the soldiers stepped into a bustling hallway. Several of those escorting Ithrey took off their masks as they entered the chaos. The Ethian, notably, did not, instead fastening it tighter and sweeping his eyes over the hallway, expression hawkish. They proceeded to the nearest lift, where, strangely, the taller guards moved away, leaving Ithrey alone with the Ethian. As the door sealed behind them, Ithrey cleared her throat. What is this? I told you, we're going to see Larsh. Ithrey frowned. I see. I thought you were joking. Deep down, she'd been hoping he'd been insane. It would certainly make things easier if he were. It didn't seem likely anymore, though. Why would I joke about that? Ithrey was silent. No need to give this man more information than he needed. Eventually, after many minutes of tense quiet, he grunted. Well, she wants to see us. His tone softened. Don't give her what she wants. The worst she can do is kill you, and I don't think that's avoidable anyway. How comforting. Wasn't meant to be comforting. They fell into silence, and the Ethian slowly closed his eyes again, leaning against the wall. The lift continued to whirl, headed strangely downward rather than upward. They had to be almost below ground at this point, didn't they? Did Chilia have an undercity? The Ethian had a dagger out now, and was scraping the flat of the blade against his arm, breathing fast. Ithrey twitched uncomfortably. What are you doing? The Ethian cracked open an eye, sighing. You're a talkative one. I'm too exhausted to care what you think. Put the knife down. You'll have plenty of opportunities to stab me later. If I wanted you dead, I would have killed you by now, the Ethian muttered. But he obeyed, sheathing the blade. Beneath their feet, the lift slowed to a stop. The door slid open to reveal a short hallway, unoccupied, that ended in a single door. A symbol had been painted on that door, a deep purple-bladed wheel, the seal of the Cunning One, leader of Talar. The Ethian immediately snapped into posture, and his hand shook again as he stepped out into the hallway. Don't let her intimidate you, he muttered. The worst she can do is kill you. You already said that. I'm not talking to you. The whole interaction, combined with his strange uniform and bright white hair, raised a host of questions, but Ithrey had to quiet those as the second door popped open, revealing a small, almost cozy office behind it, with a small oak desk and shelves covered in data tablets. A window covered a large portion of the far wall, though Ithrey could see nothing but rocky blackness beyond it. The more important thing, though, was the woman standing in the doorway. She was tall, with dark hair and purple eyes, and skin that had clearly been smothered with white makeup. She wore black-painted titrite armor, though the armor was surrounded by a decorative violet skirt. She gave the Ethian a brief nod, then beckoned toward Ithrey, her expression growing dark. Ithrey Vallejo, come, we have much to discuss. It did not take long for Perelor to realize that Ithrey was far better at handling a visit with Larsh than he was. He could tell she was nervous, and who wouldn't be, but she handled herself with a cool confidence that masked it well, gliding into the room with her arms clasped behind her back, somehow regal despite her tattered uniform. The crying desperation she'd shown when he'd almost killed her would be unthinkable if you saw her now. Perelor tried to stay outside, but Larsh glared pointedly at him, and he shivered, forcing his feet forward and into the little office. As always, when he was around Larsh, he felt as if he were moving through liquid rather than air, and he kept his eyes away from her face as much as he could. That face brought too many memories to the surface. He drew his dagger again, sliding it across his arm, not cutting, but reminding himself that he could cope with this, later. Ithrey shot him another nervous glance as he did, but he didn't care. She could think him unstable all she wanted. She'd be right, just not in the way she thought. You did almost kill her, a part of him noted, so she's not wrong to be scared of you. He wasn't sure if that was the right choice now. It had all come upon him so fast, emotions he hadn't realized how much he'd suppressed. They were gone now, burrowed back into the deeper parts of his soul since the danger had disappeared. And so he was left in a strange clarity, wondering. His sister was the endowed. Strangely, he felt more sure of that now than he had just hours before. In the grand scheme of things, she was far more important than any small planet general could ever be. It was horrible, but it was the truth. On most days, his emotions would have cooperated with his earlier decision to kill Ithrey. After all, he'd sworn an oath. And yet, somehow, he didn't regret his decision. He questioned it, yes. Loathed himself more than a little for breaking his promise yet again. But he didn't regret it. Even if the woman was searing annoying. Larsh let the silence hang for a long while, staring out the window, though there was nothing beyond it but solid black rock. Finally, she turned. Ithrey Vallejo, High Commander of the Miradorn forces, yes? Ithrey hesitated, and Larsh rolled her eyes. Anything I ask of you is only a formality, girl. I can read your thoughts. Speak clearly, though, and you may earn my respect, if not my mercy. Ithrey winced, but cleared her throat. I am? Your capital has been captured. I personally slit the throats of every member of the Miradorn Assembly. Ithrey's face grew pale. I see. Larsh raised an eyebrow. I am not a kind woman, Vallejo. Surely you have seen enough to know that. I would also have you know that every member of that group offered their secret allegiance to me at one point or another, all before the capital had fallen. I elected not to use their services, as I have no need for spies, nor for cowards. Ithrey swallowed, but nodded. I see. Larsh smiled. You are afraid. Good. It means I am doing my job. She leaned forward, hands on her desk. I had Krot capture you rather than kill you so I could negotiate surrender. I assumed, based on your reputation, that you would be more sympathetic to the plight of your people than the assemblymen. Was I wrong? Ithrey hesitated, and for a moment Perelor wondered if she actually was as confident as she'd appeared earlier. Then she straightened, the hesitation fading. I am willing to talk peace, she said. Though, with the government in shambles, I cannot promise any agreement I make will be honored by the remaining Mirador forces. Not peace, Larsh corrected. Surrender. And that is fine. I have plenty of experience quashing rebellions. I simply want this formalized, for my representatives on Sheridan. Ithrey nodded. What are your terms, then? Perelor felt his interest in the conversation fade as they began talking politics. Had Larsh really only asked him to bring Ithrey in for this? And why have him stand in during the negotiation? It wasn't as if she needed a searing bodyguard. Ryla knew Ithrey too, he realized, to the point where she was willing to defy orders to have me get rid of her. Why? He considered for a moment, then pushed the thoughts away. It was all probably some strange political maneuver. After all, Ryla had also implied she was working on overthrowing Larsh. Her and every other noble in the 6 houses. Okron, this entire thing was reminding him just how much he hated these games. His father's diplomatic skill was one of the few things he'd never managed to understand about the man. Eventually, the negotiations slowed to a stop, if you could even call it a negotiation. Perelor only caught a small amount of the conversation, but it seemed to consist mostly of Larsh demanding things from Ithrey, and Ithrey conceding, though repeatedly informing Larsh just how little control she had over the remaining Miradorn forces. The red-haired woman's shoulders slumped down further and further as Larsh continued listing her expectations. But, eventually, the taller leader was satisfied, and she turned back to the window. That settles it, then. She cleared her throat. Now, for what I really brought you here for. Ithrey grew visibly paler. Larsh turned, lips pursed. You know what I want already, don't you? I can feel your emotions. You are afraid. Terrified, even. I assure you, though, I have no intent to harm your master. Not as long as she assists me where she is needed. That was a lie. Perelor knew from experience that Larsh tortured anyone who didn't serve her. That was how he'd ended up in the slave squadrons. Larsh had, rightly, assumed that the bloodshed there would drive him further and further toward the breaking point. Surprisingly, though, Ithrey relaxed. Aedra has no interest in assisting you. Our goals are the same, Larsh said. Your goals are the same in word only. Aedra condemns you for your war. She says it is war not only against other nations, but against the fabric of morality itself. Perelor frowned. Who is Aedra? Some higher-up on Mirador? She just said she killed all those. Larsh began pacing. You assume much, she said, voice quiet, about your master's intentions. She has lived far longer than either of us, and I do not think either of us are capable of predicting her. Maybe not, Ithrey said, her expression tightening, but I do know myself. You will get nothing from me. Larsh snorted, then closed her eyes. I, she said, can get whatever I want. Perelor winced. This was a classic memory burner interrogation tactic. Get someone thinking about a subject, then use your connection to the first power to read their thoughts. No matter how mindful you were, there wasn't any getting around a trick like that. Larsh's eyes snapped open a moment later, though, and she growled angrily. Identity wards, she snapped. Fool, I should have expected this. Her fists tightened, and she closed her eyes again, this time forcing herself to relax. Your master is skilled. I had hoped not to resort to brutality, but understand that, should you not speak, torture is my only remaining method to loosen your tongue. Ithrey straightened. I will endure what I must. Oh, it will not be physical torture, girl. I know when someone will go mad before they break. However, there are other forms of torment. Much, much worse forms. She glanced at Perelor, who felt his stomach sink as he realized what she was going to do. I have researched you, she continued. You are friends with many of your infantrymen. You may be willing to die for this, but they have not made any commitment. Nevertheless, their fate will be decided by you. She waved to Perelor. From this moment on, you are under Captain Krot's command. I have filled the empty spots in his squadron with Miradorans. They will die there. If you question that fact, you can ask Krot himself. For every one that dies, I will send you a holoscreen with the respective footage. Ithrey blanched. You tyrant, she hissed. Larsh's face was impassive. She wasn't smiling, nor was she regretful. She just gestured toward the door. You are dismissed. You won't kill my friends, Ithrey seethed. I won't let you. I'm sure you won't. You are dismissed, girl. Ithrey's face was red with anger, but her eyes drifted down to Larsh's surge, and some of the color drained away as she turned and left. Perelor made to leave behind her, but Larsh held up a hand. You will stay. Valea will wait outside, but we have more to discuss. Perelor swallowed, but nodded, shutting the door behind Ithrey, then straightening. Larsh let silence hang in the air for several minutes. They felt like hours. Images flashed through Perelor's mind, memories. His father's charred-out eyes, Creeling, fully aglow with Ever, thrown aside like litter. And flames spilling in a fountain from her hands, blood spilled by a flick of her wrist, dripping from corpses Perelor had once loved. He longed for their screams, for at least then they wouldn't be silent. And rubble. There was only rubble when she was gone, and Eliel with her. Rubble and a blade he so desperately wanted to thrust through himself. His mind went blank, and he let out a relieved breath. Larsh finally spoke. Cyrla ordered you to disobey me. Yes, she spoke of a mutiny. I was already aware of that. She has not acted directly enough to warrant any retribution, but she has laid the groundwork for an usurpation. I am not particularly concerned. Precautions are long since in place. That's good, I guess. Perelor couldn't actually decide if Cyrla or Larsh would make a better leader, though he didn't care to give the matter more thought. The more concerning thing to me is how sorely tempted you were to actually go through with it, Larsh said. You were wise not to, of course. You could have covered up any physical evidence, but the mind does not forget, and I would have found out eventually. I am sorry. You do not need to apologize. You did not act on her offer, and your weakness is not an offense, merely concerning. She paused. You still seek your sister. Curious. Is it wrong to want to be with my family? Perelor asked, not completely able to suppress the ice in his tone. The only family member you haven't killed? Larsh was silent for a long time. Strangely long. But eventually she spoke. No, it is not. But it is curious. She met his eyes, and she stared into them for a long time, her own eyes narrowing. Very curious. She sighed. But that is not relevant. I merely wanted to assign you the duty of keeping Vallejo alive. I want her to see the slave squadrons firsthand, but she cannot give me what I need from torment. And between you and your surge-wielder friend, I do not think keeping her alive will be too difficult. I will give her a healing surge, I think. Less potent than yours, but with the same strings attached. My only real concern is Cirla, but I think I can keep her in check. I think I can do that, as long as you really do give her a healing surge. He felt a weight he hadn't realized he'd been carrying rise off his back. He knew Ithrey's name, but he wouldn't have to watch her die. Not yet. Once she gives in, though, her death will be even worse. He forced himself not to think that far ahead. Is that all? Yes, I think that is all. Her voice softened. Thank you for not betraying me. I do understand how much reason you have to want me dead. His father's smiling face flashed through his mind, then another image, a charred version of that same face. It wasn't for you. No, Larsh whispered. I suppose it was not. She straightened. You are dismissed. Relaxing a bit, Perelor turned to leave. Just as Perelor reached to open the door, though, he felt a soft force push his hand back. Larsh sighed audibly, and Perelor turned. One last thing, she said. I already know the answer, but I must ask it anyway. I won't join you, Perelor hissed. We will need memory burners, Perelor. Perhaps not for the conquering, but when we fight Oblivion. My powers don't even work, Perelor thought. Larsh cocked an eyebrow. They do, she said softly. You simply have to remember. Once you reignite them, they may be even stronger than before. You could be a great asset to the cause. The cause? What cause? Perelor snapped. I know you can read my thoughts, so I'll be straight with you. I've watched you burn children alive. I watched you burn my father alive. And no matter how much you pretend to regret that, I can see in those violet eyes that you don't. So let me say it again. I will never serve you. He balled his hands into fists, and his arms yearned to twist backward and unsheathe his laser tip. This woman, this searing monster, had taken everything from him. Everything. How dare she even suggest he join her? How dare she stand unharmed with those pursed lips, analyzing everything but feeling nothing, watching his men die, making them die? He hated her. And Okron, he hated that anger. The fire of it felt too much like the warmth of hope. Slowly, he forced his hands back open. That might have been too much. Larsh was already growing impatient. He shouldn't have pushed her. If he died, Eliel's hope for rescue died with him. To his surprise, though, Larsh actually smiled. She almost looked wistful as she stared at him, tapping her finger against her desk. You're more like Rion than you realize, she said, tone perfectly level. The tone she used when she was about to do something horrifying. It is why I keep you alive, I think. One last reminder of my humanity, even as I do what I must. She waved her hand, and the door snapped open. Your answer is understood. You're dismissed. Though I do warn you, Krot. There is very little mercy left in me anymore. Tempt me too much longer, and one day I will stop asking for your loyalty. On that day, you will fear as your father did. Something about the way she delivered those words sent chills running up Perelor's spine, and though defiance still burned in his chest, he felt only relief as she turned and stared out the window again. She remained silent as he walked away and shut the door behind him. Chapter 17. Who are you? I wish I could say confidently that we were right. That Nathazar will, as prophesied, destroy Oblivion once and for all. As we prepare for our assault on the tomb, the people look to me for affirmation of his divinity. I cannot give them what they seek. The truth is, I do not know. No man can, save the tower give him the knowledge. I worry, though, that we give him too much credit. He has ambition, and he is clever, and his heart is good, but I worry still. Avinyanka, circa 1300 post-fall of Meridian. Ryla drifted in the realm of souls. Her body was sound asleep in the real world, and only a small piece of her was here, manifesting as a tangled mess of ribbons of green light, vaguely humanoid, with a face and appendages that were clearly supposed to be limbs. Fear gripped her chest, stronger in this place, as she took in her surroundings. She was hovering a few feet above the peak of a jagged basalt mountain. On almost all sides of her, more mountains rose, some taller than hers, some shorter, but all weaving into each other to form a tapestry of waving hills that stretched farther than the eye could see. In one direction, the slope cut down sharply into a caldera-shaped valley. The valley itself was mostly barren, full of smoldering rock, but in its center stood a glistening castle-like fortress, made of pure stone, 1,000 red lights shining out into the cold night air. The Tomb of Souls, it was called. Dareth Gur, the stronghold of oblivion. She found herself drifting down toward the highest tower of the structure. She fought against whatever force pulled her, thrashing, cursing, but it did no good. Within moments she found herself sucked through the window, then deposited into a stone chamber. The room was larger than it seemed it should have been from the outside. In fact, as Ryla turned back to where she had come, she found the window gone, replaced by a solid wall, and behind her the chamber extended into what seemed to be an endless hallway. The floor was made of slick stone, stained a dirty crimson. The walls were made of metal, though it had a rough, sporadic texture, as if the substance had been melted into a sludge and splattered outward to solidify. There was no ceiling, only hovering dark mist, though pillars of human skulls held up the mist, plastered together with tar. Shivering, she turned to face forward again, and found what she always found. A man sat on a spiked throne, which itself sat several feet higher than Ryla, elevated by a set of circular stairs. Men and women, half made of flesh, half made of red mist, knelt before the throne, bowing repeatedly in moaning cries that sounded like pleas for mercy, but whose words were unintelligible. Upon the throne was Oblivion himself, his eyes closed, his head laid back, perfectly still save for the rise and fall of his chest. Slowly, his eyes opened as Ryla stepped back. "You are here. Good. Sirla is loyal, but much has been lost since the imprisonment. I worried she would not be able to pull you through as Tragus has in the past." Ryla stepped back, whimpering. Oblivion rose from his chair. He waved a hand, and the people worshipping him puffed away, screaming as they did. He strode toward Ryla, and as she tried to retreat backward, she felt a force clamp down on her shoulders, locking her in place. The dark god continued until he was directly in front of Ryla's face, as if he were about to kiss her, though his expression was grim as he stared deep into her barely formed eyes, his own glowing with a deep, fiery light. "The tower insists it cannot see your fate," he whispered, as if to himself. "It has lied before, but in this I think it has been truthful. It sees the effects of your choices on others, but it cannot see you, and neither can I. I would be less concerned by this, but I have seen that you will cross paths with Shannala soon. Very soon." He leaned forward. "I have tortured you in the past, hoping to make you my servant. I see now that this is the wrong tactic." He stepped back, then seized Ryla's head. "You will not break, I think, not yet. But all men can be predicted if you know them well enough. Know who they are, and you know how they will act." He smiled, and Ryla felt a subtle pain begin to pound in her skull. Not just here, but in the physical realm, too. Oblivion smiled. "Do not worry, this will not hurt. You will not remember any of this when you return. But I must know, Ryla Magala. Who are you?" Ryla awoke with a start, sweat pouring down her forehead. She bolted upright, shaking, almost instinctively snapping her eyes shut and reaching for Ever. In her panic, the thoughts proved to be too much, and she failed to relive them, her eyes flashing back open, her heart rate increasing. She swept her gaze over her room and found nothing. Slowly, she forced her breathing to steady, and her pounding pulse slowed. Shaking her head, she swung her legs over the side of her mattress, wiping the sweat off her forehead with her hand. What was that? There had been a dream involved, she was sure of that. It had been about Been about... She frowned, then shrugged. It didn't matter. She rose from her bed, walking over to her wardrobe, then slipped back into one of her many taller military uniforms, carefully straightening the wrinkles in the carbon fiber. Once that was done, she retrieved her holoscreen from atop a dresser. A message waited on it. To Grahala, meet me on the Dawnslayer, now. She sighed, but the message was from Larsh, so there was no way out of it. She strapped her blade and dagger onto her belt, then immediately left to go take her personal cruiser to Grahala. A few hours later, Ryla waited in the observatory of Larsh's flagship, aptly named Dawnslayer, watching a battle for a heavily shielded refinery unfold in the wheat field below. Talar men dropped by the dozens, sniped time after time by entrenched Grahalans, but they were gaining ground, if slowly, and if only through sheer force of numbers. Ryla itched to light up with Ever and join the fray, but Larsh had expressly forbidden her. So she waited, glancing nervously at the clock on her holoscreen. Larsh was late. A man in a general's uniform stood beside her, dictating orders to lesser officers who sat behind him in rows, relaying commands and other information to one another, to the general, and out through comms channels to those in the field. No one seemed to notice Ryla standing there, even when she closed her eyes to light up her skin with trace amounts of Ever. An explosion rocked the field below. Bodies went flying. Flames roared, consuming crops all around the refinery, burning away enough food to feed dozens of families. I will stop this, Ryla thought, hands tightening into fists, her heart pounding fast. I need to stop this. Kairos will not die here. Pneumatics hissed, and she turned around to see Larsh stepping into the room. Finally. The officers did acknowledge her, eyes drifting toward the false scar on her forehead, and several bowed. Arakasala, they whispered. Praise the endowed. Larsh ignored their prayers, walking straight to Ryla and the general. The general, too, turned, and the two exchanged words about a potential strike force making its way through tunnels below the refinery. Larsh shot down the idea immediately, noting that a few well-placed grenades could cave the entire mine in. I don't want to incentivize them to damage the refinery in any way. They'll likely try it even if we don't encourage them. Keep pushing forward. Their line will break eventually. The general nodded. It shall be as you say, cunning one. He turned back to the battle, as Larsh turned to Ryla, lips pursed. She studied Ryla with a critical eye. It took everything Ryla had not to wilt before that imperious gaze. Finally, Larsh turned, then gestured toward the battle below. Thoughts? Ryla pursed her lips. Well, we should be fighting with them. A memory burner cannot always be fighting, Larsh said, though Ryla had not so much as dueled an infantryman the entire day. Besides, you need to learn tactics, yes? Ryla hesitated, then sighed. Fine. She frowned. I don't know why we aren't caving in those tunnels, frankly. If we hit them hard enough, wouldn't the whole refinery collapse? It would. So, why not? It's an easy victory. And one that doesn't cost any of our men their lives. The barest hint of a smile crossed Larsh's lips. I suspect you know why, and it makes you uncomfortable. Ryla felt a chill run up her spine. Not an uncommon feeling when talking with her warlord master. We want the refinery, she said softly. It's more valuable than our men. Indeed. Larsh cocked an eyebrow. You're not protesting. Ryla bit the inside of her lip angrily, restraining a retort. He wouldn't listen no matter what I say. It is good that you care about the men, Larsh said, but caring for someone will not produce results, even results for their well-being. The best way you can truly care for someone, Ryla, is to sacrifice. For a relationship between two individuals, that can mean time, or money, or emotional connection. For the galaxy at large, though, the cost of caring is often paid in blood. Ryla forced herself to keep silent. She'd heard this lecture 1,000 times. Each time it went the same. You are to be my heir, Larsh continued. I have no children and no house. When I have finished my work, I will let myself die, Ryla. It will be your job to make certain what I have crafted remains. That is why I teach you politics, philosophy, tactics, rather than just memory burning. I know, Ryla said, and I won't be anything like you. That I promise. Larsh glanced over at her, and Ryla cursed beneath her breath. She hadn't been infused with any Ever in that moment. A foolish lapse, one that could have cost her far too much. Larsh frowned. It is good you do not think the way I do. If all goes to plan, you will not have to make such choices when you are cunning one. But I cannot guarantee such fortune. You must be willing to make the hard decisions, Ryla. Choices between tradition and humanity, between safety and achievement. You have dodged these things for too long. She straightened. You have been doing well in your memory burner training. You excel well above your peers, and you have almost mastered the first power. She turned, meeting Ryla's eyes, and Ryla felt a sinking pit open in her stomach as she realized what was coming next. There is only one logical way to continue your instruction. You are connected to the third power, yet you do not use that capability. It is time we remedy that. Ryla growled, and this time she didn't force her anger back. I told you no. I've told you no every time, and you still... Her mouth slammed closed, and she noticed that Larsh was glowing with blue light now. Filth. How did Larsh reach so well without closing her eyes? She shook with anger, but the Ever held her in place, and facing Larsh's glowing figure, she couldn't muster enough boldness to light up with power herself. This is not up for debate. I understand your reservations, and they are valid. As evidenced by your unfortunate encounters with your mother, Void is incredibly dangerous if not handled properly. But your mother is an unsupervised soul-cursed, while I am a soul-burner with years of experience. I will give you 2 more days to prepare yourself before we begin. After that, we train. The hold on her mouth loosened, and Ryla let out a hiss. And what will you do if I don't let you? A distant expression came over Larsh's face. Your brother is in the army, she said softly. Should you disobey, there will be consequences for him. Ryla paled. You wouldn't. I think that, based on our previous conversation, that you know that I most certainly would. Ryla shivered, and Larsh seemed to notice the gesture, her eyes twinkling darkly. Yes, this will be a good way to teach you this lesson. Your moral code demands that you avoid using the third power. But you also feel for your brother. Will you inflict pain on him to uphold your own sense of justice? Larsh nodded grimly. A perfect way to teach this indeed. I won't give in, Ryla hissed. Using Void is always wrong, no matter how it benefits the war. The ends don't justify the means. Then your brother will suffer. Larsh met Ryla's eyes. And in allowing it, you put the ends above the means, too. She waved a hand. You are dismissed. Tragus is waiting for you. You're on duty today. I have nothing further to say. I'm not going to. You are dismissed, child. Don't make me question crowning you my heir. She waved. 2 guards, equipped with toxin staves, stepped between her and Ryla. Ryla hesitated a moment, then turned and left, heart pounding. Void. She shivered, hand drifting up to her cheek, where the cut from her scuffle earlier remained. Red lines writhed around her, and no amount of focus dispelled them. You still have 2 days, she reminded herself, to find a way out of this. She threw the hood of her cloak over her head, and raced away to her ship, trying to conceal the raw panic plastered across her face. She'd been afraid this day would come. It was time to set plans in motion. Chapter 18. The Naming. 14 years ago. The grand shrine of Ethia was a sight built to astonish. The dome that contained it was 10 stories tall, constructed of interlocking gold, bronze, and metallic teal plates. From the outside, they looked almost like Perelor imagined the scales of the star drake from his father's story. The dome was held up by a building made of gleaming granite, with swirling marble pillars inlaid into the structure, framing hundreds of stained glass windows. The building itself was in turn framed by a courtyard several times its size, full of ferns and flowers and fountains and people, and statues. Hundreds of them, more detailed than any others Perelor had seen, depicting scenes from events as long gone as the fall of Meridian, and as recent as Perelor's father's battles against the Talar. As they strode into the courtyard, Perelor couldn't help but notice his father stiffening as they passed the statues depicting the more recent war. His father had led the Ethians against the Talar, joining with Harion armies and pushing the enemy back, but he spoke little of those days. Some speculated it was because he didn't want to offend Jadis Larsh, the new Talar leader, who hadn't yet started any wars, and was, in fact, opening trade lines with several systems. Others said it was because he didn't want to give Darad Rith, the leader of Artentia, any support in his own conquests. Perelor, though, didn't think any of them were right. The way his father tensed whenever the war came up, the way he always isolated himself after conversations surrounding it, and the amount he leaned on Yonka to make decisions about the military told Perelor a different story. His father had despised fighting. He'd done it because it had been necessary, but the pain remained. Post-traumatic stress, his sister called it. Eliel claimed it had gotten even worse when their mother had died, though Perelor had little memory of those times. They drew eyes as they got closer to the building. Some of it was the usual attention the family got during a naming, people nodding and bowing to Perelor's father, who would officially bestow Eliel the name they together had agreed on. Some of it, though, came from the hateful eyes of the more orthodox members of the church, who still regularly complained at Rion's appointment to High Minister of Foreign Affairs. Though Perelor's father did not meet the gaze of his detractors, Perelor made certain to shoot them glares as he passed. Ochron, he wished he could get some of those fat old voidlings in a dueling ring. They arrived at the doorway, where 2 guards, one male, one female, stood dressed in heavy steel armor. It was incredibly impractical. Even the cheapest suits used a titanium steel alloy these days. But then it wasn't designed to be practical. The armor was painted navy blue, with silver trim, and had dozens of runes inscribed in various spots on the shoulders, chest, and legs. Supposedly, it was of a style from long before even Meridian, when mankind had lived on one planet, and had just barely begun traversing the stars. Perelor had trouble believing that. How could mankind have even survived without more than one world? Even nations like Ethia depended on imports for food, and that was after ancient Meridian had heavily terraformed their planet. Rion nodded to the guards, and they stepped inside to a dome-shaped dressing room, the floor covered in ornate tile, the walls made of solid granite. Perelor's sister Eliel waited in that room, clad in a long, white silk dress that looked almost like the wedding gowns worn on Artentia. The blue stripes along her waist made it distinguishable from those. Her white hair was done up in a bun, teal, gold, and bronze jewels inlaid into it. She smiled as their father approached, hugging him. "You're late," she said. "You can blame Perelor for that," Rion chuckled. "It's a sword day at his school." "Ah, we wouldn't ever want Perelor to miss out on a chance to stab someone." Perelor folded his arms. "Hey, we're not that late. The ceremony's still going to start on time, right?" Eliel pulled herself away from Rion. "As long as you don't slap the priest." Perelor snorted. "If I do, he deserves it." "I'm sure he will." Eliel inspected Perelor. "No suit," she noted. "I came straight from practice. Haven't had a chance to change yet." He wrinkled his nose. "Besides, those uniforms are uncomfortable." "Military uniforms aren't meant to be comfortable, son," his father said. "They're meant to keep you alive. Besides, you'd best get used to wearing them if you're still planning on taking the calling of the Protector." Yeah, I know," Perelor sighed. He frowned. "You never told me what calling you were going to take, El." The naming, in addition to being a religious ceremony that initiated one into adulthood, was also when most teens declared their calling, which would determine their educational path from then on. Unlike the name Eliel would be granted, the calling decision could be changed, but it was still a big part of the ceremony. Eliel's smile fell. "You'll see," she whispered. Perelor frowned. "Is everything all right?" "You'll see," she repeated. "El, if you need help deciding." His father rested his hand on Perelor's shoulder. "Not now," he said. "There will be time to discuss things later." Perelor turned, frowning, but as he met his father's weary eyes, he nodded. If his father knew what was going on, then it was best to let him handle it. A knock came at the door, which had closed behind them. Perelor's father's expression grew grim. "Let them in," he shouted. The door opened and 2 men entered. The first was Captain Avin Yonka, head of the governor's guard and one of the leaders of Ethia's military training program. He gave Perelor a curt nod as he entered. Recently, Yonka had begun giving Perelor sword lessons to prepare him for his own naming, which would happen in a year and a half. He was dressed in a crisp Ethian military uniform. The man beside him was not, at least not a crisp one. The top button of his carbon fiber shirt was unbound, revealing a hairy chest beneath. He had a beard, or at least a scraggly attempt at one, and he hadn't even bothered to dye his hair white today. Still, Perelor knew not to underestimate the man. Dramidius Scant didn't care for Ethian traditions, but he was more intelligent than anyone Perelor knew, except maybe his father. "So," Dramidius said, "today's the day, then." He unclasped a vial from his belt, full of murky white liquid, an Adrelian shot. It wasn't a drug, or at least it didn't muddle one's mind, though Dramidius used it so often Perelor wondered if it had become an addiction. "It is," Perelor's father said. Yonka pursed his lips. "I still do not think this is a good idea, Rion. I will support you, of course, if you persist, but I will not pretend that I agree with your logic." "I am aware of your objections," Perelor's father noted. Eliel cleared her throat. "We don't really have time for more debate." "Girl's right. Decision's made," Dramidius said. "No use discussing things until after it's done." Perelor's frown deepened. "Again, what are you talking about?" Perelor's father hesitated, then cringed. "Seer I should have told you earlier." Yonka cleared his throat. "You made the right choice, Rion. He will find out soon enough." Perelor's father looked at him, face conflicted, then back at Yonka, then sighed. "I don't know if you're right, but it is too late now." "Dad?" Perelor pressed. "Why won't you tell me what's going on?" "If I explain now, you'll end up even more confused," Rion said. "I'm sorry. I should have told you earlier. But Dramidius is right. We only have a few minutes before the naming starts, and we won't have a better opportunity than today." He straightened. "We will talk later, son, I promise. For now, go get dressed and sit down. Everything will be clear in a few minutes." Perelor paused, glancing between the faces of the others in the room. Dramidius, for once, looked serious. His father had fear on his face, an emotion Perelor couldn't remember ever seeing there. Yonka, as always, looked grim, though even he was more intense today. Eliel had her eyes closed, and she was muttering to herself. What in torment? He wanted to keep questioning them, but whatever they were hiding, they were right about one thing. The ceremony was only a few minutes away. Collecting himself, he nodded. "All right, we'll talk later." He exited out the other side of the room to go change. For once, Perelor was grateful for the itchy uniform. It kept him from thinking too hard about the strange conversation he'd stood through earlier. Their words had been so vague that he didn't have any clue what they could be talking about, though their tones had clearly shown that, whatever it was important. There was also the ominous story, and warning, his father had given him as they'd driven here. Combine it all, and the itch was a welcome distraction from his racing veins. The room for the naming was small. Though Rion had a high enough profile in Ethian society that this event would be televised, there were hundreds of namings this temple would have to perform today, so only a few were allowed to attend in person. Only a few of those were from the Krot family. Instead, most of the audience members were political figures. Perelor spotted the High Minister of Trade, the current High Minister of the Militia, and the High Minister of Law Enforcement among them. All men who hated his father. In fact, Perelor only spotted a few people here who didn't hate his father, Yonka and Dramidius notably among them. Perelor couldn't help but notice that the guard captain's eyes were continually fixed on him, narrow and annoyed. For reasons Perelor didn't understand, Yonka had always disliked him, even if the swordsman had proved an excellent teacher. At the head of the room, in front of the pews where the watching crowd sat, an altar waited in between three massive statues of swords. One for Akron, goddess of courage, one for Ithrey, goddess of mercy, and one for Vertros, god of wisdom. A priest from the Church of Meridian stood in front of the altar, reciting scripture from the Book of Eternity, or maybe it was the Book of Ever or the Book of Purity. Seer it if Perelor cared. He'd been droning on for a solid 30 minutes now. Even the more orthodox among the politicians had begun shifting uncomfortably, bored out of their mind. They couldn't do this all the time, could they? Must have something to do with this naming being televised. Rion and Eliel stood behind the priest, waiting. A shawl rested on the altar, one that had the Krot family name embroidered onto it, along with a host of other runes Perelor didn't recognize. Eliel herself had sewn that shawl, just as Perelor would when his time came. That particular aspect of the ceremony was not something he looked forward to. Sear him if he had to spend hours on sewing, of all things. His sister did seem nervous. In fact, though Perelor had noticed his father lean in and whisper to her multiple times throughout the priest's speech, she only seemed more nervous after he did. Her hands shook, not enough that the rest of the crowd could tell, but enough that Perelor certainly could. He tensed. Now would not be a good time for an episode. Not that Eliel could control those. Eventually, finally, the priest stopped his blabbering and started into the actual ceremony. "We are gathered here today," he said, "to herald Eliel Crot as an adult among the Ethian branch of our religion. As all from your nation are, she will be given a calling to guide her actions, and, most importantly, a name to guide her very being." He nodded to Perelor's father. "Rion Crot, you have been selected as her bestower. You may now grant her her tapestry and announce her calling." Eliel paled, but stepped forward, closing her eyes, then opening them a moment later. Perelor's father grabbed the shawl, then hesitated for a long time. Long enough that it actually drew whispers from the audience. Eventually, though, Rion's expression steeled, and he placed the shawl on Eliel's shoulders. "Eliel Crot," he said, "chooses the calling of the Protector." This earned a few murmurs from the crowd, and Perelor too frowned. The calling of the Protector? That, of all things? Eliel sometimes wished she could fight, but he'd always thought that was just her trying to prove she could function despite her soul curse. Eliel was far too timid a soul to ever hold a sword. Plus, she had so many other talents. She excelled in academics, she sculpted bronze for fun, and she got along incredibly well with everyone around her. Being a protector was probably the only thing she couldn't do well. The murmurs died down, though, and Perelor relaxed. Eliel had chosen this calling herself, and one's calling was changeable. Things would work out. Perelor's father stepped to the center of the three massive stone swords, and Eliel followed. They turned to face each other. Eliel was shaking violently. Was she sure her soul curse wasn't affecting her today? His father gave her a reassuring smile, though strangely his face had tension in it too. He turned, raising his voice as he addressed the crowd, Eliel kneeling in front of him. "The day has come for the naming of Eliel Crot," he said. "She is my daughter. I have known her all her life, and loved her just as long, and she has chosen me as her bestower. This name shall guide you through your life. It shall be your compass, till the day of the silver dawn, when all evil shall be vanquished. Know it deeply, and cherish it." He turned and met Eliel's eyes again, and paused for a long moment. Then he raised his voice even louder. "Eliel Crot, I name you Arakasala, endowed by the powers. Rise, Arakasala!" There was silence. Deathly, utter silence. Then an instant of realization, as people took in what had just been said. The governor's face grew white. Captain Yaka closed his eyes with an expression of resignation. Dermitius smiled broadly. People all around Perelor moved from impassive to shocked and angry and joyful. Then the shouts began. "The day has come! Our savior is here at last! Your family is unworthy! How dare you! 6 times! 6 times mankind has tried this! Would you lead us astray again?" And on and on and on. Perelor's muscles locked, his grip now tight on the armrests of his seat, his expression frozen in disbelief. Eliel thought she was the endowed? And his father agreed with her? He must be dreaming. This had to be a dream, one of the nightmares he got sometimes, where oblivion would appear out of nowhere. Those were strangely vivid now and then. But the shouting just kept going. People standing, people kneeling, people stumbling away, whispering the news as they went. The sounds slowly became sharper to Perelor, the cushy fabric on the armrests growing distinctly uncomfortable. Somehow, he admitted, this was no fabrication from the void. As he realized that, he found himself unable to think. How did one face something like this? What would happen? He only knew 2 things, he decided. First, that his entire life would be different. and second, that he had no idea what those differences would look like. Some of the angrier audience members began rushing toward Eliel. The priest, eyes now wide, tried to hold them back, but they quickly shoved him aside. Before they arrived, Eliel closed her eyes and raised her hand. For a sliver of a second, nothing happened. Then blue light exploded outward, intense, blinding, radiant. Perelor averted his gaze, but even the light's reflection on the tile was glaring. He squinted, trembling. The crowd grew deathly quiet, the shouts of anger turning to whispers of disbelief. "Memory burner," a woman nearby Perelor breathed. "A powerful one." Those who had rushed toward Eliel stepped back, raising their hands in surrender. Rion, shielding his own eyes, stepped in front of Eliel. "Dear," he said, "would you mind showing them some purity?" Eliel nodded, and the blue light faded, though it was quickly replaced by an equally intense burst of white light. Perelor's father smiled. "She can do the third power, too," he said, raising his voice, "but I think we'd all prefer it if she didn't, yes?" A few audience members mumbled their agreement. Eyes adjusting to the brightness, Perelor took in the crowd. The reactions were as diverse as they could be. Some wore faces creased with doubt, others had their mouths hanging open in awe, still others had grimly pursed lips, and many more appeared confused and afraid. The priest was one of the latter. He stood pressed against the wall, hands clenched tightly into fists, eyes wide, muttering to himself. Absently, Perelor wondered how the rest of the church would respond to this. "I understand this is galaxy-shattering news to many of you," Rion said. "All of you, I think." He chuckled, though the laugh came out forced. "I also understand the historical context of your apprehension. Mankind has mistrusted 6 different people, and 6 different times we have paid the price. I assure you that neither I nor my daughter has any desire to lead the nations of the galaxy into a war we cannot win. I also assure you that, though my family line has been involved in unnecessary wars in the past, this has no bearing on my decision here." His voice grew haunted. "I have experienced the horrors of wasteful conflicts myself. You may not trust me, but you can trust this. I will not let any life be lost without cause. In truth, I wish I was not called to bear this burden. But the signs of Eliel's calling have become impossible to ignore. But back to you. You will have questions. What effect will this have on the government? What is my plan to meet the demands of the testing? And many more. I do not have all the answers, but I will answer what I can. My daughter and I plan on being here until day's end. Until then, ask what you will." He stepped back, and Eliel lowered her hand. Her glow faded, the room returning to its normal hues. For a precious few moments there was silence. Then the questions began, people swarming toward Eliel and Rion, speaking and stepping over each other. Perelor just sat, stunned, until some of the audience members realized that he was Rion's son. Then a smaller portion of them swarmed toward him, asking the same questions, their eyes frantic or angry or full of worship. Even as they swarmed him, he was still silent, the numbness of shock overtaking him. Finally, his hands shook him. He ran. The crowd parted before him, still shouting their questions, but he clamped his hands over his ears and continued onward, bursting out of the shrine, racing into the courtyard, weaving between people who stared at him with confusion, not yet aware of what had transpired. He ran as far as he could, out of the gardens and into the streets, until finally, in a back alley, he found himself alone, and he collapsed, laying down beside a wall, hands still clamped over his ears, for even the low thrum of hovercar traffic was too much. He sat there for hours, with barely a thought crossing his mind, hoping this had been a dream, even though he knew it wasn't. Trying to think, but realizing every time that there was only one thing he actually knew. His old life was gone. In its place was chaos. Chapter 19. Repercussions. I'm afraid. I tell them this, and they stare at me with blank eyes, then laugh, and continue their chants of praise. I understand why they ignore me, even if I hate it. I've burned unity from Dawnbreaker. I've mastered veracity. I slew Vorsix at the tower. Yet, whenever I think of facing the enemy, The true enemy and the endless pit that is his soul, I tremble. I know, deep down, that I am not the endowed, not yet. And I know, deep down, that I have only a little more time to become what I must become. Vithala Megalis, circa 1700 post-fallen meridian. Ithrey took in shaky breaths, trying not to lose control as the Ethian, Perelor, talked with Larsh. She knew what the slave squadrons were. She suspected that, with all the broadcasts, everyone in Deltai knew them better than they'd like to. But it was one thing to watch something you were afraid of, and it was another to face that same fear head-on. The fear of death was overlaid with another fear. Fear for Alarin and the Endowed. She'd foolishly let herself believe, when Perelor had spared her, that she was now in a position to work toward helping them. But after the meeting with Larsh, she couldn't deny the truth anymore. She was in a terrible position. Her breaths grew more frantic as she considered plan after plan and realized time after time that those plans wouldn't work. In truth, she only had one actual idea: rebellion. Escape on her own would be impossible. She'd heard enough about Talar security to know that. But a mass mutiny, that might work. Perelor was certainly a good fighter. There might be others, too. Warriors forged by the harsh reality of battle with no armor. There had to be at least a few men who consistently survived, right? The bigger problem, she suspected, would be actually getting said warriors to turn on their masters. Something told her that Perelor wouldn't do so easily. And if the others reacted to slavery anything like him, she'd have a lot of very disgruntled, unstable men on her hands. Larsh did assign my men to my squad, though. She hated that they were being put in such danger because of her. Part of her wanted desperately to crack. Yet she trusted Iadra, so she wouldn't. Besides, having men she knew in her squad could help with the rebellion. She was contemplating how to press that advantage when the door swung open and Perelor stepped out. He looked disturbed, though it was hard to read him between his eye patch and the way he seemed to suppress any expression from coming onto his face. He closed the door behind him and stood silent for a long moment, his breathing heavy. Then, shaking his head, he turned to Ithrey. "So, you're part of my squad now." Ithrey hesitated. "Yes, I suppose I am. Though I should make you aware that I do not relish the idea of fighting for the Talar." Perelor snorted. "I've yet to meet someone who does. Even Aris isn't that much of a patriot." He glanced back at the closed door, then shivered. "We should leave." "On that much we agree," Ithrey said softly. They stepped into the elevator and began ascending back toward the landing pad they'd arrived at. Perelor swung his mask back on, carefully fastening it to his face. Ithrey followed him. At first, she just thought he was being paranoid, but the longer she spent on Shilia, the more she realized it might be just as dangerous a place as the Ethian thought it was. They rode in silence for a good minute before Perelor spoke. "So, who is this Iadra?" Ithrey raised an eyebrow. "So that's what Larsh was talking to you about, getting the secret out of me." "Yes," Perelor admitted, "though that's not why I'm asking. I would, however, like to know why this is so important. And why should I tell you? I'm no friend of Larsh's. Didn't stop you from bringing me in." Perelor winced. Fair. But if it hadn't been me, it would have been someone else." True enough, Ithrey supposed. But there was also no way in torment she was telling this man about the Seekers of the Light. Besides, she didn't intend to give up the one bargaining chip she had with Larsh. The Talar leader could read her mind to discern anything else, but the careful wards Iadra had put in place would keep Larsh from learning anything important about the Seekers. So, she remained silent. Perelor grunted. "I see." More quiet followed. Then Perelor spoke again. "So, Mirador in general. Commanding a losing army isn't a very typical career choice." Ithrey rolled her eyes. "If you're trying to make conversation, you're doing a terrible job." Perelor shrugged. "I'm not paid to talk." "From what I understand," Ithrey sighed, "neither of us are actually paid to do anything." "If you don't want to have a conversation, then tell me and I'll stay quiet. No need to be dramatic about it." Ithrey hesitated. "He is a potential ally." Though that depended on how loyal he really was to Larsh. Even if he only obeyed the Talar leader out of fear, he still might betray her. Frankly, even her own men might turn on her, if the right threats were put in place. It was one thing for soldiers surrounded by allies to stay true. It was another when those same soldiers were placed behind enemy lines. She was going to have to be very, very careful about this. "I apologize," she said finally, "but I cannot tell you anything about Iedra. Even if you don't give that information to Larsh directly, she'll take it from you." "I see. But I'm also not opposed to working with you. I will need to escape, I think." That was a simplification of the truth, if a bold one, but she suspected that he knew as much already. What slave didn't dream of escaping? His face turned grim at the words, and he said nothing for a long time. The elevator began slowing to a stop. "If you think that's possible," he said finally, "just don't get any of my men killed when you try it." My men, Ithrey thought, not yours. The doors slid open before she could reply, and they stepped into the bustling hallways of the main Shilia complex. Perelor pulled out a buzzing holoscreen, glanced at it, then waved for Ithrey to follow him. "Come, let's get you that purity surge." Ryla drifted through the air, carefully burning trace amounts of Ever to counteract gravity as she hovered over 100 feet above the bulk of the 52nd Talar Army Division. Nighty floated beside her, also held up by a steel plate in Ryla's use of Ever. For a less experienced memory burner, lifting 2 people at once would be a challenge, but Ryla had been trained by the best. Larsh might not be a good person, but she was an extraordinary burner. Larsh. Ryla frowned, anger building in her chest, almost more than she could contain. How dare she ask Ryla to burn Void? After promising she'd let Ryla choose for so long, after swearing over and over she wouldn't force Ryla to become her mother, she'd finally broken that oath. Ryla wasn't surprised, but she was furious, and she needed a way out. "Sirla and I's offer is still on the table." "Great view from up here," Nighty noted. "I don't know why we don't do this more often." Ryla shrugged. "Looks just like a lot of dusty plains to me." "Yeah, but interesting dusty plains. Look at all the red swirls over there, and the purple lines to the east." Nighty pointed toward a patch of ground that looked like it had a little coloring, though not much. Still, Ryla let her ramble. It was a welcome distraction compared to the other things on her mind. Is it worth it to work with a void burner so I don't have to become one myself? Her holoscreen buzzed. She opened it to find a message from Tragus. She and Nighty would both fight under his command today. "The battle has begun. I want you to cover the south side. Sirla will be there." "Of course she will be," Ryla muttered, "as if I need more confusion today." But then, if Sirla was there, the slave squadrons would be there too. That meant she could protect Aris if it came to it, and it wasn't uncommon that her cousin needed protection. "What was that?" Nighty asked. "Nothing," Ryla said. "Just our orders." She slowly began lowering them to the ground. "Let's get this over with." An hour later, Perelor fastened his mask as he and Ithrey strode out into the toxic Shillian air toward a waiting cruiser. They were swarmed by guards now, including 2 wielding Ever surges. Now that Ithrey had her own surge, it seemed Perelor's supervision alone was no longer enough. She had taken easily to that surge, barely wincing as the doctors had implanted it into the back of her neck. Glancing over at her, he didn't even see any scarring. Fortunate for her, really. He'd been sick for days after his own operation. He tried not to think about what her new abilities meant for his squadron. If she tried to escape... Flames, blood, screams, rubble. And that blade. He shivered, reminding himself that if he and Aris didn't take part in the rebellion, they would be fine. Still, the feeling did not leave him. He'd seen several such attempts in his time as a captain. All had ended brutally. The Talar ensured that being caught in a mutiny resulted in a far more painful death than simply falling in a raid. They stepped into the cruiser, and the door shut behind them as the ship immediately took off. Cursing, Perelor had to reach out and snatch one of the handholds on the walls before the cruiser's gravity stabilizers took effect. Ithrey nearly toppled to the floor, but barely maintained her balance. After that, though, there was a long silence. Ithrey kept glancing toward Perelor, but the guards around them seemed to keep her from speaking. Finally, as they neared the wormhole, the pilot's intercom broke the quiet. "Teleporting in 20. Destination, Grohala." Ithrey's expression immediately shifted, her eyes widening, and for just a moment a smile seemed to touch her lips. Then she looked toward Perelor again, and the moment ended as quickly as it had begun. Perelor frowned, turning to the nearest guard. "My squad's been transferred?" The guard nodded. "Orders came in just after you left. The rest of the men have already moved there." Perelor sighed. "Lovely. Well, hopefully Aris had kept everyone in line. When's the next battle?" "As soon as we get there," the guard said. His voice was softer than before. He hesitated before continuing. "Be ready, kid. Larsh wants to draw out an enemy memory burner." Perelor studied the man's face. He couldn't be older than 25. He had no right to call Perelor kid. But his eyes had the haunted look of a soldier walking into an impossible battle. Glancing around, Perelor could tell the others were worried too. That did not bode well for his own men. "At least we have another surge wielder now, if she cooperates." They struck the wormhole, and a few moments later they were soaring toward Grohala, escorted by a pair of fighters. All around them, other carriers, large and small, also descended toward the planet. Asking around, Perelor quickly found out that the ground assault here had just begun a couple of days ago. It seemed that, with the imminent fall of the Miradorn capital, Larsh had decided to start mobilizing ground troops here. She had led the charge herself just hours before, crushing several Confederacy weapons depots with the assistance of her elite memory burners. Grohala, unlike Mirador, was a planet that had clearly been terraformed. There were no continents or scraggly borders between bodies of water and land. Instead, square lakes sat evenly spaced in a grid around the planet, with massive wheat fields surrounding those lakes. Even the poles had been carefully put to use, housing the planet's two major cities. Though some carriers broke off toward the equator, Perelor's ship twisted toward the South Pole as they drew nearer to the surface. As they entered the atmosphere, he saw the telltale signs of war. Smoke was everywhere, ashy, thick smoke, pulsing as it drifted through the air. More Talar fighters soared in beside them, forming up in a protective sphere around Perelor's carrier. When they broke through the cloud line, Perelor could see camps set up in the wheat fields below, fields dotted with burned-out sections, like scars on the skin of the ground. On the horizon, Perelor could see a Grohalan city, half in shadow, half in the dim light of dusk. The smoke was pouring from there, though the dancing spots of fighters in the sky told Perelor that the city had not yet fallen. They pulled away from the city, heading toward an open patch of ground where several other carriers sat dormant. Their fighter escorts moved back into the sky, and they landed a few moments later, weeds crunching beneath them as they hit the ground. The doors opened, and Perelor and Ithrey stepped out, followed by their ever-watchful guards. The air was humid, even despite the smoke. Definitely terraformed, Perelor thought. His father would have been in the three heavens here. He'd always loved studying ancient technology, even if most of the knowledge had long since been lost. "Grohala," Ithrey whispered beside him. "We're actually here. Akron be praised." She sounded almost in awe, her eyes staring at the smoky clouds, as if they were a brilliant painted tapestry. Perelor raised an eyebrow, snorting. "Akron be praised, huh? I wouldn't say that just yet." She pursed her lips. "No," she said. "You're right. Not yet." She shook her head. "Not yet." She straightened, her expression returning to that same paranoid look she'd worn all day. Such a strange woman. Granted, he'd almost killed her, so he couldn't complain too much about her behavior. The guards prodded them forward, toward where a few small campfires had been set up next to a grid of cots. Talar soldiers, wielding long shock rods, swarmed around the slaves who waited there. Perelor noted their uniforms were clean and crisp. That meant a recording was coming soon. The Talar replaced the clothing just before each battle. Unfortunately, he didn't have much time to think about that. for his eyes caught hold of someone staring at him. Someone he had desperately hoped would not be here. She folded her arms, nodding for Perelor to join her, her expression tight. "Sirla," he muttered. "Torment." Well, he'd known it would come to this when he'd made his decision. He tapped Ithrey on the shoulder. She jumped when he touched her, but quickly relaxed. "Lay low for a bit," Perelor said. "There are some people who don't like you here." Ithrey frowned, then seemed to see Sirla. Her eyes widened, and she nodded. "I think you're right." "Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Hopefully." He turned away from her, then strode toward Sirla. Her frown deepened as he approached. "You have forced my hand, Crot." Perelor did not miss the crimson glow that spread across her veins and into her skin as she spoke. Fainter than it would have been if she were going to attack, but enough to cast a red shadow around him. Fear spiked in his chest, but he forced himself to stand tall, drawing in some purity from his surge. "I disobeyed you. No denying it, then? I'm not here to play games. Not even games where the prize is my sister." He winced, wavering as he remembered her. Did Sirla actually know where she was? Had he turned down an opportunity to fulfill his oath? But no, he couldn't win that way. Not by becoming someone his sister would hate. Sirla was silent for a moment, meeting his gaze, those terrible red eyes seeming to bore straight through the false uniform he wore and into the wretch inside. Then she nodded. "Eliel is not prize enough, I see. Either that or you doubt my power to deliver." "I reported you to Larsh," Perelor found himself saying. "She'll deal with you. There's nothing you can do to me or Ithrey." Sirla laughed. "I can deal with Larsh, Crot, and there is plenty I can do to you. Like I said, you have forced my hand." Her frown turned to a smile, and she pulled a holoscreen from her pocket. "I wasn't going to send your men on another raid so soon, you know. It has only been a few hours, and they are tired, and the fighting here is fresh and fierce. But," she twisted the holoscreen in her hand, "my mind has been changed, though it can be changed again." Perelor froze. Sirla's grin widened. "How many lives are you willing to spend for her, Crot? Your own life, perhaps, but will you throw away the lives of others?" Perelor tensed, cursing. "What do you want?" "The same as before. Kill her. Now." "I can't do that." "Can't you? From what I've heard, you already bested her once." "You know what I mean, voidling. Larsh would have me hanged in a heartbeat. Both of us." "I told you I can deal with Larsh. She already knew of my intentions, you know. She has no power over me. Only the one true God has any power over me." The one true God? Perelor shivered, realizing what she meant as he took in her red glow again. What have I gotten myself into? "She is a member of an organization called the Seekers of the Light," Sirla said, as if she could hear his unspoken question. "She has not told you this, I assume?" He was silent in reply, though that was answer enough, it seemed, for she continued. "She will make you a puppet if she lives. I have dealt with her kind before, always playing in the shadows, pulling strings." Her glow intensified, and she stepped closer, leaning in, her breath against his ear. "But we don't have to play in darkness, Perelor, do we? The offer is still on the table. Your sister for a woman who lied to you." For a moment he wavered, his sister's tears raging in his mind, her cries, as she'd been dragged away screaming at him, condemning him. But then he saw Ithrey's tears, too. "I won't," he hissed. "I will retain my honor." "You think you have honor left?" He wavered again. "I do," he said finally. "Or at least, I want to believe I do." Sirla was quiet again, her eyes searching him. Then, pursing her lips, she nodded, then clicked a button on her holoscreen. All around Perelor, alarm bells rang, and the slaves stirred. The grin returned to Sirla's face. "So be it, Perelor. You have forced my hand." She whipped around and walked away before he could say another word. Chapter 20. Wax to a Thruster. I am afraid to close my eyes, for every time I reopen them, I am haunted by a nightmare I cannot remember. Arth Drawley, circa 2900 post-fall of Meridian. Grins spread across the faces of Captain Virus's soldiers as Ryla stepped inside a rusted troop carrier, followed shortly by Nighty. Nighty grimaced as she stepped inside, wrinkling her nose. This place was filthy. Rust spots dotted the floors, the smell of sweat permeated the air, and as Ryla gripped a stabilizer rod, she felt grease squelch beneath her fingers. There were certainly more sanitary places to be, even on a battlefield. Any disgust Ryla felt melted as Captain Virus strode up to her. He was a tall, muscular man, with buzzed hair and a face matted with so many scars she could hardly tell which cuts were fresh. His uniform, scuffed with dozens of char marks from plasma bolts, was hardly purple at all. The paint was peeling badly. His appearance would make most think he was a hard man. Ryla knew better. Her uncle had befriended Captain Virus for a reason. She smiled as he entered the troop hold, his helmet tucked underneath his armpit, and he smiled back. Shal Magala. He always called her by her formal title, even though she told him not to. He nodded respectfully to Nighty. And Lady Avar, nice of you to join us today. Yes, Nighty muttered, studying the grease on her hands with obvious distaste. I definitely wasn't forced to. Virus just shook his head fondly. Weren't we all, Lady Avar? Weren't we all? He turned back to Ryla. My men tell me you won a duel yesterday. Ryla shrugged. Wasn't too hard. Virus's eyes twinkled. That's not what they said, eh, Havis? Another of the soldiers, Havis, nodded. Fought a Voidburner, I heard. Was up on the holochannels. Quite a close one, if you ask me. Ryla shrugged again. He challenged me. I couldn't afford to lose. Still, quite impressive, lass. Virus shook his head. I'll never understand why you avoid the war front so. We could use your help. I think I can help better in other places, Ryla said. Ice crept into her voice, even as she tried to keep it out. Virus frowned. Perhaps. War is hard to end. Harder than you realize, I think. He was silent for a moment, but then his characteristic grin returned. Should be an easy one today. Things were bad earlier, but the Grahallans have mostly evacuated now. We'll have to deal with those soldiers later, I think, but I'll take the lazy days when I get them. Aye, another soldier called out behind him. Lazy days, Ryla thought. We're going to ransack a city, burn buildings to the ground, and leave thousands dead, and it's a lazy day. Thaws, but I hate this. She paused, mind drifting to Sirla again, to her and Tragis's offer. Okron, she hated the idea of working with that woman. That filth. And yet, wouldn't it be selfish of her not to? Sure, Sirla wasn't a good woman by any measure, but Ryla's attempts to overthrow Larsh on her own had been fruitless. She was lucky she hadn't been caught yet. And I'm heir. Once Larsh is dead, all it would take is a wave of my hand and Sirla dies. Dangerous thoughts. Perhaps traitorous thoughts. Or perhaps thoughts that would pave the way to these men's salvation. She wasn't sure if this path was the right one or not. That was what scared her most. Shomagala, are you all right? Ryla blinked. What? She's fine, Nighty sighed. She still seemed disgruntled. She hated combat even more than Ryla did. Just lost in thought. Sorry, Ryla said, realizing Virus had continued to speak to her, even as she'd been musing. What were you saying? Oh, just that we've taken off, and to be ready. Ryla nodded. Yes, the engine was humming now, and as she focused she could also hear the soft shriek of the wind against the hull. The battle would begin soon. Men would die soon. Maybe even her brother. Kyrus probably isn't in this battle, she reminded herself. He's barely done basic training. Yet it was still possible. Larsh's army was stretched thin these days, and she patched the holes with whatever and whoever she could find, no matter who it harmed. It was necessary, she said, so she did it. Necessity. Could Ryla forge an alliance of necessity and nothing else, with someone she despised? I need your help, Uncle. Now more than ever. I don't know what to do. There was silence, save for the distant thud of explosions as they drew closer to the enemy city, and the battle began. Dust and ash sprayed out from under Perelor's feet as he dashed back to the slave camp, muttering every curse he knew. The shrieks of the raid alarms rang out around him, accompanied by the yells of Talar guards as they bullied the slaves to their feet. He could hear Sela's shouts within the cacophony, high and shrill, though he could only spare a brief glance toward her, now waiting on the edge of the grid of cots. Stumbling into camp, he shoved past a couple of slaves, then stopped, realizing that, in his panic, he had forgotten where he was going. My squad. I need to get to my squad. He realized he didn't remember most of the survivors' faces. He hadn't bothered to memorize them before being sent to face Ithrey. That, and he'd have new men, the ones Larsh had sent from Ithrey's captive soldiers. Find Aris, he'll know what's going on. Forcing his breathing to steady, he paced around the bustling camp, trying to find his friend and trying not to think about Sirla's veiled threats. I'll be fine, I have a surge. He still glanced back at her blazing figure, stomach twisting. He turned his eyes back to the crowd, sweeping them through the chaotic blend of faces. Around him, guards continued to shout, forming a circle as they pushed the scrambling slaves toward empty carriers waiting nearby. Finally, Perelor found Aris standing next to Ithrey. She was flanked by a pack of men in Miradorn uniforms. She had her arms crossed, and Aris's brow was scrunched upward in confusion, though he lit up as Perelor approached. Hey, you're here. I was beginning to worry Larsh had killed you. Perelor forced a quick smile, though his stomach churned at the mention of Larsh. I'm fine, but this surprise recording, do you have the details? I do. Perelor, there's not going to be a fighter escort. Perelor tensed. They haven't done that in years. Are you sure? Yes. Are you sure, Aris? I checked 3 times. It's been years. Please be wrong. I know. It's random, but the orders are there. No, it's not random, Perelor thought. This is exactly what Sirla was threatening. Without a fighter escort, their ship would be vulnerable to enemy cannons, meaning it was possible they'd get shot down, the entire squadron killed. Including Perelor, depending on how fast his surge could heal him. It wasn't something the Talar did often, not with the slave squadrons. A flash of light, accompanied by screams, wasn't gruesome enough a death for their propaganda. But for Sirla, who seemed only to be looking to kill Ithrey without sullying her own hands, I've been outmaneuvered. Badly. Ithrey cleared her throat, and Aris wilted. The other problem, he muttered, is her. Sorry, Perelor, I did try to tell her. Perelor frowned. Tell her what? I intend to take command of the squadron, Ithrey said. Perelor paused, then snorted. They won't allow that. I won't allow that. End of story. He waved to the men behind her. Grab your laser tips, it's time to load up. And time to make a plan for dealing with Sirla, he added to himself. Was there some way to appease her without killing anyone? He turned away, mind racing, too caught up in the chaos to truly absorb what Ithrey had said. Hopefully she wouldn't be stubborn. No, Captain, I'm afraid that is not the end of the story. Well, maybe just hoping wouldn't work. He turned, glaring. We don't have time for this. We don't, but I cannot fail to address it either. From this moment onward, I have no intention of following your orders. I will try not to anger the Talar any more than I have to, but if I have to, I will. I cannot yet explain why. Aris winced. Sorry, I tried to tell her, I really did. Seeker of the light, Perelor thought, remembering Sirla's words from earlier. Has motives of her own. He'd guessed that much, though he'd never heard that name before, and he had no idea what it meant. Whatever her goals were, though, he would not let her start a mutiny. He glanced at the uniformed Miradorns behind Ithrey. Soldiers, or at least they carried themselves like soldiers. They certainly knew how to hold their laser tips. And you fools are following her, I take it? The men nodded. Hesitantly, but they nodded. Perelor cursed silently, as he noticed more men in Miradorn uniforms gathering nearby. He also saw several Talar guards' helms swiveling towards their conversation. Though he wasn't sure how to deal with Ithrey, let alone her followers, he knew one thing. He did not want those men hearing anything about treason. Fine, he said. For now, at least, we have the same goal. Survive. I hope you plan to do at least that. Ithrey smiled. Tar and flames, Perelor wanted to slap that grin off her face. I do. Then I'm your best chance. So for now you follow my lead and we'll talk later. The smile faded, thank Okron, and Ithrey hesitated a moment, then, seeming to notice the surrounding chaos, she nodded. That is acceptable. With her lips still pursed and her arms still folded, she did not look as if she were actually going to back down, but before Perelor could argue further, a taller guard pushed toward them, shouting, No more chat. We're moving out in minutes, Brett. Minutes, not hours. He shoved Aris forward, then paused as he saw Perelor, his eyes widening as he took in the surge on the back of Perelor's neck. The look of fear was quickly replaced by a scowl, though. Move, now. The guard left before Perelor could reply, but he found his hand tightening on his laser tip. That guard had been new. He didn't know the Talar's names, but he recognized their faces. Usually they carried a certain solemn reverence as they did their duty, not sparing the slaves, but not relishing in the cruelty of it. Larsh kept them that way deliberately. That guard, though, was enjoying himself. You could see it in his eyes, the sickening light in them. Is Sirla somehow changing out the guards, trying to keep Larsh's eyes off her? But no, she couldn't have done so this fast. He was jumping at shadows. Cursing, he realized he'd been standing still as Aris and the others began marching toward their carrier. He hastened to the front of his still-forming squadron. As usual, there were only a few hollow-eyed survivors from the previous raid, many bearing wounds that would certainly doom them in the coming battle. The rest, though, were as Larsh had promised. Miradorans, all with the same muscular build and hardened expressions of soldiers. Dressed in their now-conquered home planet's uniforms, they almost looked like an army of their own, if one that was being swallowed up by a sea of Talar purple and gray. Most slave captains would have given half a limb to have a group of well-trained, well-coordinated men under their command, Perelor realized. But not him. Not now, with Ithrey threatening mutiny and Sirla threatening executions. Laser tips are outside the carrier, Perelor yelled. His voice was barely audible over the still blaring alarms. Inside, there's an 8x5 array on the floor. Stand where your number is. Faster, let's move. There was a long pause. Too long. These men were still questioning whether to obey him or Ithrey. Seer Larsh and her games. After a moment, though, Ithrey moved to her spot. A place in the front, Perelor noted, and the other Miradorans followed. Perelor let out a relieved breath as he and Aris stepped inside the carrier, shutting the door behind them. Stomach-wrenching fear quickly replaced relief as the engine hummed, and he remembered that there would be no escort this time, no way to control whether his men lived or died. His eyes drifted toward them, injured, beaten, eyes wide, limbs shaking. Even the Miradorans didn't know what they were stepping into. He could feel their echoes, fast, chaotic, dreading what was to come. He saw their families and friends flash through their memory, heard the words of regret and love and sorrow that ran through their minds as they faced the end. Beside him, Aris cleared his throat, and Perelor realized the man had been speaking, though he had hardly noticed through the haze of the echoes. Fool, this is why you don't learn their names. They're all going to die. So, Aris said, she has a surge? What happened while you were gone? Perelor hesitated, eyes drifting toward Ithrey. She was assigned to the front, but had moved away from her allotted number, and was chatting with another man, her hand on his shoulder. Chatting. He shook his head angrily. Chatting, when they were all about to die. He cleared his throat, then shouted again. For once he had no difficulty making himself heard. Men, he said, you are going to die. Don't let anyone, he glared at Ithrey, anyone deceive you. Talar or otherwise. There is no escape. Trying to save yourselves will only kill you faster. There is no chance. No choice. The way he practically growled the words surprised him. He was supposed to be calming these men down, not riling them further. Mutinies came from fear just as often as they came from anger. Perhaps Sirla had unnerved him more than he'd thought. Not just Sirla, Sirit. All of this. I spared one woman and now everything's falling apart. Everything falling apart. In a way, it felt just like the day Ethia had been conquered, so many years ago. He realized he'd been standing silent again, and the whole squadron was staring. Snorting, he lowered his voice, though he still shouted his orders. To your posts and stay there. I don't want any complaints. I don't want any talk. Understand? It was harsh. Too harsh. But they fell quiet, especially as the engine thrummed louder and they lifted off. Aris twitched uncomfortably beside Perelor, and Perelor didn't think it was just because of the way he'd snapped at the slaves. Indeed, as his friend had said, Perelor didn't see fighters soaring beside them as they gunned the boosters and sailed toward the burning city. This is bad, Aris muttered. Very, very bad. He craned his neck to stare out the hold window. Don't tell anyone I said that, though. Perelor nodded. It would be even worse if the slaves were panicking. If they weren't already. Is your surge ready? Yeah. Aris met his eyes. I can only do so much with it, Perelor. I'm worried. Well, it'll have to be enough. Perelor tried not to think about what would happen if it were not enough. He also tried to ignore Ithrey staring daggers at his back. It seemed she had not appreciated his speech, though, thankfully, she didn't seem to be starting her rebellion just yet. She was glowing with purity, enough that it was easily visible, drawing the eyes of both the mage-turned slaves and the slaves who had been here before today. There was awe in their gazes. Perelor pulled in his own purity as much as he could hold. This woman would not outdo him. He would not watch men die for nothing again. This has nothing to do with them, a part of him whispered, and everything to do with what happened to Eliel. He ignored that part of him. It should not exist, for the rest of him could not face the memory of that day, no matter what he did. They were above the city now, fighters dueling in the air all around them. A plasma bolt missed them by only a few feet, and Perelor noticed Aris's glow visibly diminish as it did. The tall Artine was still staring intently out the window. Perelor shivered as he thought of what would have happened had Aris not been there. He'll die if they hit the ship, he realized. The thought made him sick to the stomach. The others he could live with losing, but Aris. I should never have learned his name, because he will die one day. They all will, Perelor. That last part was spoken in a hissing voice in his mind, and he tensed, eyes darting about. The last time he'd heard a voice like that, well, it had not been a day to be caught idle. He swept his eyes over the cruiser, searching for any sign of void, finding only the usual red lights on the inside of the ship. He forced himself to relax. Jumping at shadows again. He winced as he turned back to the hold window to see a fighter whizzing past them, guns ablaze. Heat and color burst in a wave outside the ship, as the carrier's shield barely absorbed the blows. Aris's glow was almost gone, and he was sweating, his usually jovial eyes laser-focused. They widened as he pointed toward a nearby building. At first, Perelor had to squint to spot them, but once he did, he could not unsee them. Surge wielders. Aglow with the blue light of Ever, hovering in the air in a tight formation. Their silhouettes were growing larger, and there were at least 10 of them. Perhaps more. With his heart beating fast in his chest, Perelor could not summon enough concentration to count. Thaws, he swore. Thaws, thaws, thaws. It was an incredibly risky maneuver on the part of the Grahallans. No amount of Ever would save you if you were hit by a plasma cannon, and then the enemy would have the very object you'd try to use against them. However, though they had little defensive power, a well-trained surge wielder could often weave about and bring down dozens of ships before their opponent could land a lucky shot. It was risky. Ships were easier to replace than surges. But then, it wasn't as if Grahalla could win this war without risk. Today it would pay off. The surge wielders were headed straight for Perelor's carrier, and nothing Aris or the shields could do would stop them. He tried to think of some way out, anything, but he found himself standing still, heart pounding, remembering a day, 5 years ago, when he had also stood frozen in shock, watching as his sister was taken away, unable to think fast enough. Suddenly, a blazing streak of blue shot through the sky toward their enemies. Of course you had to get yourself into this, Aris. Of course you did. Warm, humid air whipped against Ryla's face as she swung the door to the troop carrier open, then leaped outward, closing her eyes to reach as she fell. The tug of weightlessness in her gut made it more difficult to focus, but after a couple of moments she found enough stillness within the wind to call on the first power. To reach, as other memory burners like to call it. Though she used it too, she found the term silly. It wasn't as simple as just extending your arm and grabbing something. Maybe if you were using a surge, but not if you were truly memory burning. It was more like taking hold of a great weight and hoisting it into the air, except the strain was in your mind and not your muscles. That weight took hold as echoes flooded her. Not the barely audible echoes from before. She had to concentrate to hear those. No, these were far, far stronger. Men's panicked, rushed thoughts as they tried to follow orders. Flashes of their vision as they fought through clouds of smoke and hordes of enemies. Snippets of memory, as they recalled events they did not even realize they were remembering, for the first power knew even a man's subconscious. Time slowed, sped up, blurred. Where using a surge felt like drawing water from a trickling stream, this was like blowing apart a dam and spreading your arms outward to catch it all. It was no wonder to Ryla that so many burners lost their sanity long before they mastered their powers. Ryla was not insane. Tired, angry, and confused, but not insane. Mentally pushing with all the willpower she could muster, she burned the echoes, letting them flow over her, somehow standing firm as the dam broke. As they raced through her mind, then faded into whispers, she opened her eyes, finding herself back in reality. Though it had seemed like days to her, no time had passed here, and she was still plummeting downward, the wind of her fall threatening to push her pinned-up hair out of its restraints. Her veins were now glowing. Light and energy spread rapidly outward from the center of her forehead, through her blood, then out into her skin, all of it happening so fast that to an outsider it appeared as if she'd abruptly lit ablaze with the radiance of an azure star. Were it not for special contact lenses she'd placed in her eyes before the battle, even Ryla would have been blinded by the sheer intensity of her aura. She pushed herself back upward, then shoved herself toward the surge wielders, continuing to burn ever and accelerate until she was rocketing at them like a comet. Her mind quickened, a rusty machine suddenly greased. She counted the enemies as fast as she could flick her eyes over them. 16 in total, all glowing with the blue light of Ever. She felt their echoes, and while connected to the first power, she could focus on them easily. They were desperate. The entire planet was desperate, but these soldiers especially. She could tell by the way they held themselves in the air that they were untrained. This'll be easy then. She felt sickening guilt wash over her. 16 surges was a fortune. They'd likely thrown all of them against the taller line in hopes of buying time to further their evacuation. As she looked past the figures, Ryla could still see dots rising in the distance. Ships holding civilians. Many of them would die because of what Ryla was about to do. But then, if it weren't Ryla, it would be someone else. I'm sorry, she thought. Then she attacked. Burning the smallest pinch of her newfound reservoir of Ever, she directed herself toward 3 of the surge wielders who had clumped together in a pack. They tightened their formation as she approached, an unwise move. They should have raced forward, rushing toward Ryla and engaging her on their terms. Instead, they allowed her to crash into them, spewing bursts of heat and flame as she struck them down. They did not defend themselves properly, and no amount of Ever could heal their wounds. Ryla felt their rushed, almost incoherent thoughts as they died. With her perception quickened, it seemed to take an eternity for them to fall, their auras fading as the Ever they had wielded puffed away. She saw their frightened eyes, their burned chests and faces, and for just a moment she let herself feel ashamed. I'm sorry, she thought again. At least she had killed them quickly. It was the only mercy she could grant. Her uncle would have despised this. He'd always insisted war was never necessary. He would have been shocked to learn that his niece had entered the war at all. But he'd been wrong, and Kairos was wrong with him. The luxury of refusing to fight was just that, a luxury. Like all pacifists, he now lay in an early grave. She shivered as she realized that when she learned Void, she might hear his voice screaming in torment. The other Void burners always said they heard those shrieks. She burned Ever to turn herself upright, hovering in the air. She drew her blade from her belt, a simple steel blade, no ornamentation, no surge. A traditional Talar sword. Almost immediately, bolts of flame and plasma soared toward her, along with two of the other surge wielders, their own blades bared. Instinct taking over, she let the nerve-wracking thrill of battle consume her, her expanded mind drifting involuntarily toward the decision she faced. How far am I willing to go to get out of this? How far can I go to end this war, while still keeping my humanity? Metal clanged as she parried a swinging sword from a nearby surge wielder, a tan-skinned woman with long, blue-dyed hair. She saw light in her peripheral, and only by reflex twisted away from a bolt of plasma that whizzed past her and almost hit the blue-haired woman. Even if I have to use Void, I probably won't become Mother. Larsh says there is some level of self-control to it. Heavens, Larsh manages it better than Mother seems to. And yet, she couldn't banish the image of Nithla's crimson eyes, staring at her as she prepared to lash out again. She batted aside another attack from the second surge wielder, then burned Ever to flip in the air and kick a third man who had flown in for a melee strike. He grunted as he was knocked back, then groaned as Ryla sent a bolt of plasma into his neck. Green mist poured from his mouth as his glow faded, and he fell, eyes wide. For a moment, the shame returned. Could she really stop herself, when tempted by the will of a dark god? Unable to answer her own question, she continued to fight, swooping between enemies, her legs pulled in tight, only lashing out with her arms to cut down one of her opponents. It wasn't an easy contest, but it wasn't hard either. In a sickening way, that was perfect for today. It required just enough of her that she could release her pent-up tension, while still using her quickened mind to ponder her new course of action. Insanity or working with someone insane? A terrible choice. Yet, when had she ever had the choices she wished for? She ran another surge wielder through the chest, then ripped it free and let the body fall. These men could have overwhelmed her if they were more skilled. She suspected few of these soldiers had used their surges for more than a week. A memory burner, according to Larsh, was worth about 4.5 average surges in raw power. Ryla wasn't sure exactly how Larsh had calculated that, but she acted as if she'd gotten a precise number, and it seemed about right. It was something the Talar leader always cited to them, reminding them just how much they were worth to her, just how easily they could be replaced if she wanted them gone. But I can't let myself be replaced. I'm the only one willing to end this war. Larsh. It always came back to Larsh. Every time Ryla tried to break free of that string, it only lashed around her tighter. She'd tried to avoid going to war at first, and Larsh had talked her into it. She'd tried to avoid learning under Sirla, and Larsh had forced her to anyway. She'd tried to use her pay to free Aris, and Larsh had forbidden her. She'd approached dozens of assassins, and they'd all told her it couldn't be done. Her own plans to overthrow the warlord didn't amount to much. Endowed, she hated that woman. Growling, she let her hatred out on the surge wielders, downing 2 more with bursts of fiery plasma. Shame blossomed yet again as they plummeted. Thaz, I can't even control myself without Void. Larsh and Void. She had to get free of both somehow. Running away wouldn't work. She knew too much. Larsh had flatly threatened to kill her if she even tried. Ryla couldn't beat Larsh in a duel, even with surprise, and the assassins she had hired were all dead now. Sirla and I's offer is still on the table. Which choice was worse? Her brother's face flashed in her mind, a vision of him lying dead on a battlefield. She shivered, then steeled herself, focusing and finishing the last of the surge wielders off. Now that enough of them had fallen, they fell to her as easily as infantrymen would to them. A blast of plasma there, a careful sword stroke here, and soon they were all dropping to the city floor below. She did not bother to recover the surges. The infantry would see to that, and she had Aris to protect. Her foes defeated, she hovered alone in the air for too long, considering, adrenaline still pounding through her veins, Ever still sharpening her mind. None of it helped. This decision was not something that could be simply puzzled out, Nor was it one that should be made on impulse, no matter how much she wanted to lash out right now. She would talk to Cirla, she finally decided. Just talk to her. The final choice could wait. If only because she wished she didn't have to choose at all. Perelor had to shield his eyes as the flying girl's figure grew brighter, a meteor ripping through the air toward the surge wielders. 2 of them fell immediately, bolts of fiery white plasma tearing into their chests before they could react. The memory burner, for it could not be a mere surge wielder, not with that glow, twisted in the air, then wove through the surge wielders as they moved to attack her, spinning to and fro with uncanny grace. Whoever this was, they were as skilled as Creeling had been. Perhaps more. 2 of the Grahalan surge wielders shot glances toward the carrier, but as more of their peers fell, they too swooped down to join the fight against their new opponent. Aris relaxed as the ship veered away from the surge wielders, though his eyes still followed the taller memory burner intently. Perelor let out a relieved breath, though his chest quickly corded back into a knot as he felt the ship descend. We got lucky. That doesn't mean we'll get lucky again. He knew it was just superstition, but he wondered if Ruthless, god of fate, would ensure something particularly bad happened on the ground as payment for interfering here. He turned to Aris. What's our objective? It didn't matter, really. They were only here to die, but perhaps it would calm his nerves if he knew. They didn't say, Aris replied, voice deathly quiet. The orders just said to fight until we tell you to hold. He met Perelor's eyes, his own eyes wide, and suddenly Perelor remembered that, for all his bravado, Aris was only 17. What's going on, Perelor? Perelor hesitated, debating lying, then spoke. Cirla's trying to kill us. Ithrey specifically, but we're collateral damage. Why? I don't know. You don't know anything? Aris pressed. Not enough, at least. Just be careful and keep that surge of yours charged. Okran, please don't let me lose Aris. As if the universe had heard his plea and thought to taunt him, the ship immediately descended onto the ground below a city hover lane, grinding against the asphalt as the engine slowly cut out. Aris's pocket buzzed, and as he stared at it, his face turned white. What is it? Perelor asked. He had to ask, even if he did not want to know. It's a timer, Aris whispered. An hour, Perelor. A full hour. Perelor felt the blood drain from his cheeks. What? Aris closed his eyes, his face taut with concern. Do what you can, he muttered to himself. Let the endowed handle the rest. It was a Talar prayer, and Perelor ignored it. An hour? Are you sure you read it right? Aris only responded by handing him the holoscreen. Sure enough, the only thing it displayed was a not-yet-started timer. The softly glowing 1, trailed by 2 zeros, was the most haunting thing Perelor had seen in days. An hour. Most battles lasted 15 minutes. There would be no survivors to speak of otherwise. An hour. These men would all be dead within that time, he realized. Even Aris. No, he said. No. He extended his laser tip, gripping it furiously as he stepped to the hull doors, which hissed, preparing to open. He would not let his friends die. Not like this. The Talar might not have valor, but he did. He would save him. The door snapped open, revealing a half-dozen Grahalan troops, rifles already aimed at the carrier hold, and Perelor's courage melted like wax held up to a thruster. Chapter 21. Voidling Attack. They say I am a gift to mankind, their savior. Yet, if I am their savior, their gift, who is it that can save me? Vithala Megalas, circa 1700 post-fall of Meridian. Cirla swallowed as the voidling raked its rotten skeletal hand across her neck. She had been assured it would not harm her, a promise made by Oblivion's own voice. Words still felt hollow when staring into the eyes of a thing from legend. The creature was fully formed right now, at least as fully formed as this one could be, but she knew that, if it decided to, it could break itself into a swirling cloud of atoms, held together by glowing black strands of corruption, able to be destroyed only by someone wielding the powers. Voidlings were dangerous things. Beasts created by Oblivion himself, using the departed souls of his most devoted servants. Cyrla might end up as one of them someday. It was at least 2 heads taller than her, and it towered nearly to the ceiling of the makeshift tent they stood in. Its eyes were 2 glowing red void surges, the rest of its body a dull black and gray, like oily tar. Its limbs were the appendages of a man starved, though Cyrla knew full well that Voidling's muscles were as strong as atom burners. Stronger, sometimes. According to the songs and stories, Voidlings were all locked on Morgal, slain during the Imperial Age and bound with the Avatar of Oblivion where they could not reincarnate. Before, the songs had been correct. But 14 years ago, Torvik Vallejo had found and defeated one of the formless seals on Oblivion's prison. And now, though they were rare and secretive, Voidlings walked the planets once more. Cyrla was one of the very, very few who knew that. Still, she had not expected to see one in person, not now. It made her nervous, even though she knew it shouldn't. The Voidling's fingers, which burned like a hot iron as they touched her, though they left no visible mark, finally lifted off her neck. "You have potential," it hissed. Its voice was harsh and metallic. It echoed not through the air, but directly into Cyrla's soul. No one but her could hear it, unless the Voidling willed it otherwise. "Oblivion was wise to choose you." The tone made Cyrla shiver, though a part of her beamed inside. Recognition, finally. She straightened, forcing down her disgust. The creature was here to assist her. She had nothing to fear and everything to gain. "I'm glad you arrived without trouble. I need you to—" The Voidling chuckled, a sound like metal screeching against thick glass. "I know why I am here. I will attack Krot, as you have been told, and drive him further toward breaking. And neither he nor Vallejo will die, just as Oblivion commands." Cyrla swallowed, though her fists tightened at the mention of Vallejo. Here she'd thought she could finally dispose of the woman, and Oblivion himself ordered her to spare her? The girl and her cursed brother had almost prevented Torvik from breaking that seal in the first place. And why send Krot to kill her at all, if Cyrla wasn't to finish where he had failed? There were layers here. Oblivion claimed he wanted Krot as a servant, something he had not told her before today, but she had suspected for a long time. Yet still, why spare Vallejo? Yes, there were layers. Plans Cyrla could not pretend to understand. But God understands. You will have your victory. Give it time. She let herself relax. "Good," she said, realizing the Voidling had been staring at her as she thought. "You should go then. There is no reason to wait, I think. I look forward to seeing the results. I'll just have to wait to find out what Oblivion is planning." The Voidling hissed. "You do not give me orders. He has not given you that power, not yet." But it left anyway, dissolving into black mist that shrieked out of the tent and toward the waiting city. Cyrla did not watch it go, instead turning to face the metal plate wall of the tent, tapping her foot impatiently against the tightly packed soil of the Grahallan surface. Layers. There were always layers to these things. Plans underneath plans. In time, the truth would become clear. Sometimes she just wished time would pass a little faster. Aris threw his hand forward, burning ever and summoning a shield as fast as he could, but it was not fast enough. A man to Perelor's side yelped as plasma slammed into his thigh, doubling over in pain. Another bolt struck Perelor in the chest, and he gagged as blood rose in his throat. As always, the wound quickly healed, his body shifting back to its original shape. No one else was hurt, as far as he could tell. Somehow no one else died. He still froze, panic temporarily overtaking him, gunfire rattling steadily against Aris's shield. If he didn't have that surge, they'd all be gone already. He'll eventually run out of charge. Torment, they're going to kill us all. He shook. Then Ithrey yelled out a command. "Forward!" The shout ripped him from his stupor. "Fool, you've done this before." "Forward!" he cried. Hopefully, if he too gave the order, it wouldn't look like he was obeying the woman. So much for no mutiny. The Miradorans in front executed the command with expert skill, stepping forward so they were just next to Aris's plasma shield, then shoving the tip, and only the tip, of their laser tips through the blue dome of energy, allowing them to fire back at the riflemen while still maintaining their own protection. A classic and simple formation, but effective. In seconds, the Groholians lay dead on the pavement, and without another casualty on the slave's side. Perelor paused, for a moment more impressed than he was angry. That was surprisingly easy. I wonder if I could train the other slaves to do that. The moment passed as Ithrey shouted out another order. File out. Oris, shift your shield into a dome surrounding the entire squad. Everyone stay inside that shield, always. It was smart. Too smart. The Talar would punish them for using such a tactic. It ruined the footage. It wasn't against the codes to be clever, but they would punish the slaves anyway. He knew it, for he'd tried it before. But he could think of no rebuttal, no other way out, and as hastily as the men obeyed Ithrey's orders, he doubted he could have stopped them from following her. Other Groholians fired at them as they formed up, but Ithrey's Miradorans responded with icy, trained calm. They filed out so that they each stood behind a portion of Aris's curved shield, then stuck out their laser tips and fired precise blasts to fell any Groholians who harassed them. Ithrey stood at the center of that formation, as did the other slaves, who actually seemed to relax. One of them, per another of Ithrey's orders, was propping up the man who had been hit in the leg. Standing beside Aris, Perelor could faintly hear the slaves' echoes, could hear the words of their hopeful thoughts. Thaws, 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 thaws. The shield wouldn't last an hour, he realized. It couldn't. Aris didn't have a strong enough surge. Instinctively, he pulled in more purity. He didn't need it, but he had developed a habit of summoning more whenever he was nervous. He turned, shooting a glare at Ithrey. Ithrey met him with her own defiant stare, but turned away before he did, calmly ordering a pair of golden white-clad women to defend Aris. The women hesitated, glancing toward Perelor. Growling, Perelor stalked toward Ithrey. I thought you said I was in command. Ithrey raised a bemused eyebrow. That almost sounds like you're asking me permission, Captain. Perelor sniffed. You know what I mean, woman. I won't have a mutiny midway through a battle. And you won't, Ithrey said, waving a dismissive hand. If you think what I'm doing is wrong, you can contradict it. I have no interest in infighting either. But tell me, Captain, how well do you know these men? For that matter, how well do you know tactics? Your men certainly seem confused by my orders. Perelor hesitated. She set up a good formation, he noted. Maybe it will buy us some time. She seems to know what she's doing. And no one is dying. Could this change things? He'd never thought to try formations with his slaves. They didn't last long enough to train them. Yet maybe, if he could get around that problem, he could save them. If she tries to escape, though, it all goes to ruin, he reminded himself. She's a seeker of the light. She has her own motives. I don't want a mutiny, he repeated finally. You keep saying that, Ithrey said, exasperation finally seeming to enter her voice. Yet so far I have done nothing of the sort. We both want to survive. I ask you to trust me. He paused again, the crackle of plasma against the shield loud in his ears. He certainly couldn't trust the woman. He knew that much. But if he protested now, the squad would split. That would only cause chaos and get his men killed. The very thing he was afraid a mutiny would do. No, he couldn't confront her now, not if he cared about keeping people alive, and not while Ithrey's strategies were working, no matter how nervous the idea of escape made him. He swallowed. Fine. He nodded to the two Artentian slaves, who had been watching their conversation with wide eyes. Go guard Aris. Her orders were good. The slightest trace of a grin crossed Ithrey's face as the slaves walked away. So, you can be reasoned with. Perelor ignored the comment. Aris can't hold the shield for an entire hour, and that's if the Talar don't tire of this before then. Ithrey's eyes twinkled. I don't think that'll be an issue, Captain. I took the liberty of cutting the ship's antenna, you see. Perelor paled. You what? I cut the antenna, Ithrey said, shaking her head. You need to get your ears checked, Captain. With all the plasma, you can't seem to hear a word I say. Do you know how upset they'll be if they find out? Perelor hissed. I don't, but I suspect I have a good enough idea of what will happen. She met his eyes, the grin fading to pursed lips. This will not be the first time I defy the Talar. I will not cause mayhem while we are on a battlefield, but things will change here, Captain. That I can assure you. He opened his mouth to reply, but the ice in her stare forced his lips to close. He swept his eyes back over the battlefield. Gunfire still rang out all around them, but it was eerily still on this street. The few Grohollans who had still tried to oppose them, after Ithrey had set up her formation, had either fallen or fled. The shield's brightness had reduced notably. Aurus must be trying to conserve his ever while there were no enemies in sight. "The shield," he said finally. "It'll break, and they might send melee fighters towards us. They won't let a pack of Talar sit in the middle of a street forever." "We shouldn't need forever," Ithrey noted. "Just an hour. But you are right." She glanced out at the street, then pointed toward a nearby set of shops. "We should take cover in there. The Talar cannot give us orders, so they cannot protest if we do not move forward, yes?" Perelor honestly wasn't sure how well the Talar would respond to that logic, but he could see from Ithrey's expression that there would be no talking her out of it. He nodded. "Good enough, I guess." He turned to shout the orders, then froze, then cursed, as he saw something approaching on the street. "Scatter!" It was too late. A bolt of plasma rushed down the empty hover lanes. Then, blazing as bright as the sun in the sky, it slammed into Aurus's Evershield. The blue dome folded like powder to a sledgehammer. A wave of heat rushed over Perelor, and he yelped as he was thrown backward, skidding against the pavement. Blessedly, he maintained enough presence of mind to keep hold of his laser tip. He lay dazed, for just an instant, before he swore and rose to his feet, twisting his laser tip up toward the source of the bolt and firing rapidly. The smoke around him cleared as he shot, and he could see clearly what had happened. A pack of Grohollan soldiers had set up a massive shield-buster cannon, usually reserved for tanks, on top of a nearby building. Perelor's attacks caught the cannon's operator in the head, and 2 more of the Grohollans fell before they had the sense to retreat. A last shot down the barrel of the enemy weapon struck its power cells, and it blew apart violently. Perelor averted his eyes as the explosion flashed, and wished he could shut his ears to the thunderous roar as ash fell from the sky. He felt a brief spike of relief as the sound faded, then felt panic stab his stomach as he looked back downward. Most of the slaves had only been thrown to the ground, and the Miradoran soldiers had risen as quickly as Perelor had. Most of them. The ones in the front had taken the brunt of the blow, and they were burned. Badly. Perelor would not have recognized Aurus's face, were it not for the ripped Talar robes on him. He reached out to Perelor with skeletal hands, eyes wide, mouth too burned to move. Screaming, Perelor ran and knelt beside his friend, hoisting him into his arms. Desperately, he ripped off a part of his uniform. A tourniquet. He needed a tourniquet. That could save Aurus. It had to. His hands fell limp as he felt his friend trembling in his arms. He wasn't bleeding, just burned. A tourniquet would do no good. There wasn't a medicine on the planet that would do any good. There was only one thing that could save him. Perelor hesitated, heart pounding, his own body trembling as violently as Aurus's. He had to heal the boy. He couldn't lose him. Ithrey had shot the antenna, so there would be no footage to incriminate him. Except, if they found out, they'd slit his throat, and the others' throats. It was akin to escape to them. Escape. That was what Ithrey wanted. Flames, so many flames, and not just flames of heat. Flames of time, slowly burning all he loved to ash, burning him to ash. And then the blade, calling to him as he twisted it toward his chest. "I can't," he croaked. "I can't. A hand pressed against Aurus's head. White light flowed from it, lighting Aurus's veins ablaze, twisting toward his neck. As it struck his neck, it bounded back outward, spreading into his skin, the burns melting away like stains before water. Aurus gasped as his cracked lips healed, his eyes nearly popping out of his skull. He shook for a moment longer, and then he relaxed, his breathing steadying. Blinking, he hoisted himself from Perelor's arms. Perelor's eyes snapped up to see Ithrey standing above them. She frowned at him, but when she spoke, it was not of his failure to heal Aurus. "I was able to heal the critical wounds." She cringed. 2 of us died in the blast, but I don't think I could have stopped that. She turned to Aris. Can you get that shield back up? Aris nodded, scrambling to find his surge blade, which had been thrown a few yards away. One of the Miradorans had his hand on the blade, though he handed the weapon to Aris as the boy approached. Holding a surge, healing with a surge. Treason. If those cameras did record, they're both dead. If I can't keep this secret safe, Aris dies. He rose to his feet, anger slowly replacing the fear. Anger at Ithrey for waltzing in and causing this mess. Anger at the Talar for being the voidlings they were. Anger at himself for not knowing how to handle this. His thoughts were interrupted as Aris burst aglow with Ever. Less of it, this time, he noticed, and put the shield back up. Ithrey shouted, and the slaves, following Aris, marched toward the shops she had motioned toward earlier. They didn't even glance at Perelor this time. It's all falling apart. Cursing, he turned and strode forward to find Ithrey. She had to know that what she'd just done was illegal. She had to know what would happen if she were fool enough to try this escape. He would not lose Aris. Is that what this is about? His father said in his mind. Or is this about your own fear? He swore at the voice, pushing it back. Echoes swirled in his mind, more than he'd sensed in a long time, and he stumbled over one of the 2 fallen slaves as he tried to make his way to Ithrey. He could see Grahallan soldiers gathering farther down the street. The explosion must have attracted them. It was hard to make out their numbers from so far away, but there had to be several dozen. It's been, 5 minutes? And they might make us stay longer if they learn what Ithrey did. Torment, we're doomed. He found himself at the door to one of the shops, and, still fighting through the haze of echoes and thought, he clumsily pushed it open. He was the last one inside, and a Miradoran soldier slammed it behind him, then stepped back, 2 other Miradorans falling into line beside him, aiming their laser tips at the entryway. Other Miradorans lay crouched beside each window, ready to skewer anyone who tried to bust their way through. "Hold position!" Ithrey yelled. She knelt behind the ragtag line of men, placing a comforting hand on a nearby slave, a girl who was shaking. One of the Artentians, whom they'd sent to guard Aris earlier. She had been healed, but the rips in her charred uniform told Perelor she'd been near Aris when the explosion had hit. He notably didn't see the other Artentian beside her. "I don't intend to lose any more of us in this battle." Ithrey's voice rang out through the entire building, echoing almost unnaturally loudly, though she couldn't have any Ever to amplify it. "If I get my way, I don't intend to lose a single man ever again. Things will change here." The speech was met with silence, though Perelor did not think it was the silence of disagreement. Simply the silence of men who did not believe it was possible. Because it's not. She's just going to get them all killed faster. Escape never works. Never. He moved toward Ithrey, opening his mouth to protest. Yet, as he did, other words rang through the cavern, in a harsh, metallic voice that was not Perelor's own.
"Valeo, daughter of Torvik, traitor."
Ithrey's eyes widened, and she immediately stumbled backward. "Scatter! Scatter, now!" Perelor's mouth snapped closed, and he, too, stumbled back. That had sounded almost like... But no, it couldn't be. Strangely, the other slaves only blinked in confusion as Ithrey shouted, only a few rising to move toward the door. "I've lost it. It's too much, and I've snapped." As if the universe felt to declare him wrong, black mist poured into the room. Perelor's eyes too widened, though he did not shout. Only a single quiet word escaped his lips. "Voidling." Before he could react any further, the black mist coalesced into a tendril in front of him, which then snapped forward, slamming into his stomach. He wheezed as the air was forced from his lungs, and he flew back, ribs snapping, then popping back into place, then snapping from the other side as he crashed into a cement wall. He winced, cursed, then stepped forward, chest mending again as he hobbled, then ran toward the exit, throwing it open. More mist poured in through the windows, and screams and shouts rang out as tendrils lashed out at random, with ferocious speed that threw and killed every victim they touched. An elderly Darien man struck the ceiling, falling limp as his spine snapped. The Artentian girl was thrown all the way to the shop's back. soaring over tables Perelor hadn't even noticed, and crashing headfirst into a metal oven. 2 Miradorans rammed into the wall just beside Perelor, sliding to the floor in crumpled heaps as they fell unconscious. At least, Perelor hoped they were unconscious. Growling, he aimed his laser tip and shot, but the tendrils were too small to hit. His shot flew past its target, nearly slamming into Aris, then sizzling into the wall. In an odd twist of fortune, though, that seemed to snap Aris to his senses. Shouting a war cry Perelor did not recognize, he let Ever run into his veins, then lashed out with a burst of heavenly power, burning most of the tendrils away. The flying bodies stopped. Yet the black mist did not stop pouring through the window, and now it twisted toward Ithrey, forming into the shape of a person, skeletal black arms stretching toward her neck, 2 red surges blazing out from a featureless face. Ithrey, to Perelor's surprise, seemed to know how to fight the creature. She did not sweep her laser tip toward it. Voidlings were made of mist, and only became solid when they wanted to, so slashing them with a blade did no good. Instead, she moved her purity into her hand, then stretched her blazing fist into the mist. The voidling screeched, its incorporeal body sizzling as Ithrey's glow faded, the purity destroying whatever energy it was that powered the demon. It drifted backward, legs not yet formed, and Ithrey attacked with her laser tip, firing rapidly toward the mist. The plasma, like Aris's earlier blast, made contact, and though it did not do as much damage as the purity had, the cloud of midnight gas still visibly diminished. "Run!" Perelor yelled, throwing the door open even farther, then forcing courage into his veins and striding into the room. The slaves were still dazed. Even the ones who had been soldiers had likely never faced one of these. Perelor himself had only fought a voidling once, and that had been over a decade ago. It was mostly luck that had saved him that time. He had only the few bits of knowledge Creeling had randomly sprinkled into their memory-burning training sessions. One thing he remembered, though. You didn't fight a voidling in close quarters. And you certainly didn't fight it if you didn't have a surge. They were legends, animated beasts from torment that mankind had not fought for 12 centuries. Every one of them was supposed to be sealed up with the Crimson Blade, trapped on Morgul until the coming of the Endowed. He did not know how this creature had escaped its prison. He suspected why it was here, though. How does Sirla have access to one of these? It had to be hers, but he didn't have time to think further, for as he shouted again for the slaves to run, the voidling surged back toward Ithrey. She threw her hand forward again, but this time the voidling was not surprised, and it had access to far more power than a single surge could handle. It snatched her by the neck, then threw her to the floor, hard enough Perelor could hear the crunch of her chest, even over the din of battle. She gasped and rolled, her remaining purity healing her, but the voidling formed an oily black leg, pinning her to the ground. Time stood still. The doorway was behind him, the voidling in front. This creature had the power to kill even him, but if he ran, he could still make it out. Can you really do that, son? Would Eliel really forgive you if she knew you'd left? For honor, he shouted. An Ethian war cry, one his father had hated, but one familiar to Perelor after training so long with Yonka. Strange, he'd almost forgotten about that. Old memories filled his mind, and he almost didn't notice his feet pounding against the tile floor until he leaped, soaring through the air and onto the voidling's half-formed back. The creature's body was only partially solid, and it burst apart as Perelor hit, as if he were diving into a pool rather than jumping atop someone. Mist covered his vision, and he swatted it with his free hand, letting the purity in his skin burn it away, though retaining enough of it he could heal himself. With his other hand he swung his laser tip, trying to find the 2 eye-like void surges within the chaos. That's the best way to take down a voidling, Creeling had said. Go for the mist, and they'll always have just a little left over you didn't catch, and they'll come back. Hit both of the surges, though, and they're dead. The surges power their reincarnation. But this creature was smart. Just as he found the void surges, they pulled back, just out of his reach, and he stumbled and cursed as his swing hit nothing. The wild attack threw him off balance. A second later, a midnight-colored tendril, thinner and smaller than the first, but still solid as metal, struck him on his left, sending him spinning across a nearby table. His vision swam, but in his peripheral he could see Aris, firing bolts of plasma at the mist, and guarding the door as slaves, finally coming to their senses, scrambled back into the streets.
There's Grahallans out there,
Perelor realized.
They'll die if they leave.
But then they would die anyway. Besides, he had the voidling to deal with. His limbs ached as he stood up on the table, then he yelped as another tendril swept them back out from under him. A third struck him in the chest, and he careened through the air again, farther this time, crashing through the glass of a window. Shards dug into his skin, opening gashes across every part of him. He felt each heartbeat as he tumbled onto the ground, felt the pulse of blood squeezing its way out of him. Desperately, he reached for more purity, healing the wounds as fast as he could. His legs had broken from the impact, and he had to wait as they knit themselves back together. It couldn't have taken longer than a couple of seconds, but it seemed an eternity.
I can't do this.
A heartbeat, blood flowing down him.
Too much is changing.
It's all falling apart,
like when Ethia fell.
A heartbeat, more blood.
Is there no mercy? Must I suffer again?
Another heartbeat. No blood, this time. His leg wound finished sealing. He stumbled to his feet just as Aris flew out the door, punched in the gut by another tendril. Ithrey tumbled through another window a second later, rolling almost to the other side of the wide street before stopping. Her purity was almost spent. Perelor could barely see her glow. His own surge was dangerously low.
No mercy.
This is how it ends, isn't it? One last humiliation before torment. Black mist poured through the windows, forming into a body again. Perelor was the only surge wielder still standing, and the voidling's red eyes fixed on him.
Perelor Crot. Cirla warned me of you. It seems her warning was exaggerated.
Trembling and too tired, too beaten to reply, Perelor lowered his laser tip toward it, then cursed, realizing the weapon would do no good. There was only one thing that could. He hesitated, as he always did before reaching, ever since his sister had been taken from him. Then, as the voidling's fingers swatted his laser tip away and clasped his throat, he closed his eyes and attempted, for the first time in years, to connect to the Everrealm. Immediately, the memories came. Mud and dirt sprang into the air. Kreelang summoning a shield to block the strikes from above as they ran across the launch pad. Him desperately swinging his sword to fight back the snakes of void extending from Larsh's hands. Eliel, her eyes wide, a laser tip held to her face as she was torn from him. She screamed, so desperate yet so hopeful. She believed he could save her. When she was gone, there was only the blade he wished he could use to kill himself.
No,
he gasped. The words didn't come out with the fingers around his neck, but he tried anyway.
No, that didn't happen. No.
His eyes flashed open. His powers failed. The voidling crushed his neck, then released it. Desperately, Perelor healed it. The voidling crushed it again. Again, Perelor healed it. Again, the voidling crushed it. He was almost out of purity. A fireball of blue crashed into the creature. Perelor saw only azure as he tumbled back to the ground, his neck healing one last time, and consuming the very last of his purity. He heard an intense sizzle, a roar of flames, and then a shrill, metallic shriek. "Get away!" someone yelled behind him, "and tell your master I'm coming for them." His vision slowly cleared, the blue light still consuming most of it, but he could make out more details now. Coughing, he rose to his knees. His legs were too tired to do anything more. In front of him stood a young woman, probably in her late teens, wearing the crisp violet uniform of a Shalar High Noble. Her short hair was neatly tied back into a bun, and she gripped a long titanium blade in her hand. Not a surge blade, but beautiful regardless. She was a memory burner. There was no other explanation for it. No surge could produce the intensity of that glorious blue glow. There was no voidling behind her, though one of the two void surges lay on the ground near her. One, not two, Perelor noted. The voidling might be crippled, but it wasn't dead. She inspected Perelor with angry eyes, gave him a curt nod, then walked toward Aris. His breathing heavy, Perelor spared a glance for Aris, and let his muscles relax a little when he saw the man was still alive. One of his arms was broken, but maybe Ithrey could heal that. She shouldn't, with a memory burner around, but she would anyway. Ithrey. He felt bile rise in his throat. He should never have spared that woman. She had caused all of this. It was irrational, and he knew it, but he believed it. He turned to find her wandering toward him, and he shouted as she approached, "Stay away from me." She stopped, dazed, face glazed over with shock. Stay away." She stepped back, raising her hands in surrender. "I'm sorry. What are you so—" "I am commander of this squad," Perelor snapped, rising to his feet. "I give the orders. I protect them, not you. I don't need you meddling. I don't want your agenda getting in the way. And I certainly don't want you to get more of us killed. Do you understand?" She only blinked, stepping back further, her eyes wide. Perelor felt the anger seep away. There had only been enough of it to last a moment. Aching weariness replaced it, and he felt tears roll down his face. It had been too much. The changes, the voidling, the reaching especially. He hated that reminder of how he couldn't use Ever anymore. Ever, the thing that had given him the power to help the people he loved. Ever, the one joy he thought he'd always have. He'd thought he'd always have his sister, too. He'd been wrong. Whipping away from Ithrey, struggling to restrain it all, he ran, ducking around a corner until they couldn't see him, screaming for them not to follow, until finally he slumped against the wall of the building, tears flowing freely as gunfire rang out all around. Chapter 22. Alarin. I told them I saw myself standing over Oblivion's corpse. I spoke of a green horizon, blazing to life and turning torment to paradise. I lied. All I see is a throne of pure fire, and me kneeling before it. I cannot decide if my lies are a mercy, or yet another sign of my coming failure. Terrell Deveroth, circa 2300 post-fall of Meridian. Shannala awoke, but her mind didn't. That was the only way she could explain it. A fog rested over her thoughts, though even that was not a perfect analogy. It was not merely blocking the flow of her mind, it was actively strangling it, as if a soul burner had infused the spirits of the dead into the fog, and now the air lashed against her neck, trying to snap it. Impulses rang like drums in the night, coming from all directions, never strong enough to actually make her move, but enough to keep her distracted. The chaos of it all was so intense it took her almost an hour after awakening to realize that she was inside a metal room, strapped down to a chair. Slowly, she gained control of her eyes, forcing them to sweep around the room rather than fix on the blue light bulb above her. The room was empty. A door waited behind her, made of thick metal and sealed from the inside. Other than that, there was nothing but her, the chairs, and clean white walls. "I'm in Rayrock," she realized. "After all that, they captured me anyway. I gave myself to Oblivion, and he lied." She screamed, or at least tried to. Through the mental haze, it came out as more of a grunt. Then, closing her eyes and steeling herself, she reached for Ever. She found nothing. Panic rose in her chest. She pushed harder, but still there was just nothing. Except a voice, muffled and distant. She couldn't tell what it was saying, but she recognized the timbre of it. Oblivion was still in her mind. Shivering, she reached for purity. Again, nothing. She hesitated. Then, shaking, she reached for void. A sliver of something, this time. The voice, growing louder, though it was still barely more than a whisper. "He will lie to you, Shannala. He wants you for your powers to help him fulfill his foolish little prophecy. Give yourself to me again, and you will have freedom. He will lie." The voice stopped abruptly as the door to Shannala's cell snapped open. A moment later, a man stepped inside. He wore a red suit with silver trim, cleanly pressed, a general's lapel on his left breast. His beard was short and well-trimmed, and a surge blade rested at his side, the hilt embedded with a glowing blue jewel. Shannala's eyes drifted involuntarily toward that jewel. Strangely, though she could not feel her powers, she could feel the surge, a pulsing rhythm in her mind. If she could just draw on it. "He will lie," Oblivion whispered. "He has no power to save you, Shannala. He will lie." She hesitated, and the man spoke before she could decide what to do next. "Shannala, you're awake." He waved a hand, and the door shut behind him. Then he circled around to face her directly, clasping his hands behind his back. He leaned in close, inspecting her face, then nodded. Your eyes look like they've been through torment, so the drugging seems to have worked. I would apologize for that, but I don't feel I have much to apologize for after you tried to kill me. Shannala blinked. Tried to kill him? She had no recollection of this man. Unless he was referring to the battle in the Undercity. That terrible moment when she lost control. I'm a murderer now. I let my weakness own me and lost control. She closed her eyes. I'm sorry, she whispered. She cut off, not knowing what else to say. If this man had been on the drone copters, then he'd been trying to kill her. Did he really deserve her apology? Still, she could remember the thoughts of those dying men, clearly now, without Oblivion's influence on her mind. Their terror condemned her. Your regret is acknowledged, the man said, though it will not solve any of your problems. You're lucky you have the scar, honestly. Anyone under Oblivion's influence this strongly is a danger I'd usually ensure the galaxy doesn't have to deal with. Shannala winced. I was weak. I lost control. I'm sorry. Please don't kill me. I know I'm a burner, but surely the Confederacy can find some use for me. I can summon surges or something. She wilted, realizing how pathetic her plea sounded. The man frowned. Interesting, he muttered. Then he raised his voice again. You're not in Confederacy territory, my friend. You have nothing to fear there. I'm a memory burner myself. Shannala hesitated. Mine still slowed from the drug, though she was getting better at fighting through that. I'm not on Sheridan? The man snorted. No, thankfully. We might be under siege, but I'd still rather be here than in that hive of char-cursed cowards. Where am I then? Who are you? You are on Grahala. My name is Alarin Vallejo. Before you ask anything more, though, I have some questions for you. Namely, I'd like to know how you ended up under the control of a god I happen to rather dislike. Shannala hid nothing from Alarin. She tried, but she couldn't. He proved early in their conversation that he was, as he said, a memory burner, and called her out every time she tried to avoid telling something. Without her powers, there was no way to conceal her thoughts, so she had no choice but to spill it all. The testing, her father's demotion, the betrayal, the fight, the giving in. Everything. Alarin continued to press her to reveal why she tried to kill him. When she insisted she didn't remember anything of the sort, he claimed he believed her, but pressed on anyway, recalling details from his side of the story in an attempt to jog her memory. Nothing came of it. Where he remembered her attacking in the night, ablaze with void, she remembered nothing. He seemed so sure it had happened, though Shannala still doubted. Yes, Oblivion had taken more control than she had expected, but there was still a chance this man was lying. She didn't know what he'd have to gain from it, but whether or not he was being honest, he certainly had some ulterior motive. His eyes kept glancing hungrily toward her scar as they talked. Her arm had been rolled up to reveal it while she was strapped down. Strange, Alarin said finally, just after finishing asking a host of questions about her father. He frowned. I almost sympathize with you. Never thought I'd be able to find common ground with a Shaddai, but here we are. I'm not a Shaddai, Shannala said softly. Whatever that is, I'm not it. It seemed the right thing to say, or at least the thing Alarin wanted to hear. Alarin snorted. You don't trust me. Well, that was apparent enough, even without your echoes. I cannot say I trust you either. Though you are right on one thing, I suppose. You aren't a Shaddai, I misspoke. You are potentially something more dangerous, a pure servant of Oblivion. Shannala felt heat rise in her stomach, and when she spoke it wasn't just to please Alarin this time. No, I don't serve him. I gave in one time when he caught me off guard, but he lied. He didn't free me, he chained me, and I will never make that mistake again. Your conscious mind may not, Alarin agreed. But I fear that, when you say he chained you, you are more right than you think. Oblivion has seared his way into something called your identity, Shannala. Long story short, he has full control over you, and at least partial control over your connections to the powers. That, I think, is why you do not remember trying to kill me. The part of you that is not controlled by him, the part of you that is in control now, was not active during your attempt on my life. You were nothing more than machine then, controlled completely by the void. Shannala tensed. You mean he can just... She stared down at her muscles, beginning to tremble. No, No, I'm free. I got away. I got away. Alarin pursed his lips. You have left the heat of the battle only to enter the fires of torment, I fear. He shook his head. You should have known better than to give in to oblivion. Well, it is done. And there is still hope, I think. I hope there is hope. I'm not possessed right now, Shannala thought. He has to be wrong. He has to be. She looked up at Alarin. You're lying. Alarin raised an eyebrow. I'm not. You're lying. He had to be. Just like her father. Just like every searing person who had ever pretended to care. She reached again. This time she felt something. Distant, but there. A light shining in a void of darkness. She willed herself toward it. The darkness twisted around the light, snuffing it out. A voice rumbled in her mind, soft and oh so terribly inviting. He has suppressed your abilities. You will need me. She almost gave in to the voice again. She would have, if given enough time, but for just a moment she hesitated. As she did, a bright flash of blue erupted before her, and Shannala slammed backward against her restraints, an invisible force pushing her down. As her eyes adjusted to the burst of light, she made out Alarin, glowing like a beacon of old, a sword of pure, glowing azure crystal in his hand. He leveled it at Shannala. You will not reach, he said firmly. If you try to access the powers, I will kill you, scar or not. You don't control me, Shannala mumbled. With him towering over her, she could not bring herself to do more than mumble. No, and I do not wish to, no matter what lies the enemy may whisper. But I will not risk creating an unchecked servant of oblivion by sparing you. He relaxed. The only reason he isn't controlling you right now is me, Shannala. I risked my life to create a ward around your mind, even as you tried to slit my throat, so you could have a chance of regaining your sanity. Do not make me regret that decision. Shannala still felt the fire of anger rushing through her veins, somehow far stronger than she had ever felt it, but she restrained herself. She knew how to be angry without being brash. She knew how to hate the world, but not expose herself, instead plotting for years and years for a coup against it. A coup that would never come. The thought turned anger to grief, and she felt her muscles relax in defeat. No coup, no new life, no freedom. It was all a lie. It always had been. Yes, Shannala knew how to restrain anger. She had been angry with her father her whole life, but because she loved him, she had ignored it. She had hated him, but it had been his pup, licking at his feet and begging for water. No longer, she decided. I'm in this for me now, no one else. I survive, no matter the cost. I apologize. I do not wish to intimidate you. There is simply too much at stake for me to be vague. He let out a shaky breath. But as I said, I believe there is still hope. I don't want your hope, Shannala said. I want to be free. A sad smile crossed Alarin's face, and the crystal blade dissipated into blue mist. That is true for all of us, I believe. We forget sometimes that hope is the precursor to freedom. He paused, face contemplative, then continued. I can't cast oblivion out from you completely. Not alone, but that must be our goal. Do you agree? He is trying to use you, Oblivion said. Look at the way he stares at your scar. I don't want to be the endowed, Shannala said. I just don't. You shouldn't, Alarin said. It is a terrible burden, but you are, regardless of your preferences. Just because I have the scar doesn't mean I'm the endowed. No, not necessarily. But you can wield all three powers. Oblivion speaks in your mind. He's targeted you specifically, and it's likely he's been manipulating your father, too. The Shaddai grow closer to freeing him, as the prophecies say they will when the endowed comes. So maybe you're not the endowed, but I believe the chances are slim. I'm not. Maybe. But if you are, you will face much harder than this, young friend. The tower is clear on that much, and it is never wrong. Shannala felt tears rising in her eyes, accompanied by a thick layer of despair from oblivion within her. I just wanted to be done. She found her voice breaking. I thought I could stop worrying for once, and then... You're weak. You always have been. And then your father betrayed you, Alarin said. His voice was soft, gentle, the way her father's should have been, but wasn't. For a moment, she almost thought she could trust him. Only for a moment. I know what that feels like, he continued. Too well, all too well. He met her eyes. I can help you, if you like. I can teach you how to resist oblivion and how to cope with what has happened to you. How to be free. But I cannot do it if you do not let me help you. So, what do you say?" Shannala held his gaze, staring into his eyes. One part of her trying to find the deception she knew had to be there. Another part of her praying that maybe, just maybe, this man was the first person she'd ever met who wasn't a liar. Oblivion, for once, was silent, though he pressed hard on her emotions, flooding her with irrational fear that made her hands tighten within her restraints. "What if I don't?" she asked. "What if I can't?" Alarin's face fell. "I do not know." His voice grew distant, as if he were speaking only to himself. "I cannot let Oblivion have another tool, yet he already has such an upper hand it almost doesn't matter." He shook his head, straightening. "The tower does not lie. I must be strong. I will give you time, Shannala Erdor, to decide. You will be accompanied by guards, and I will be close, but for one day I can afford to release you from your bands. At sundown tomorrow I will have more answers for you." He bowed to her. "It has been good to meet you, the real you, for once. I hope I can help you find the freedom you desire." "He didn't answer my question," Shannala noted. "That means he probably will kill me if I don't tell him yes." He left, though he glanced back as he did, eyes full of concern as the door shut behind him. The terrible fear from oblivion subsided, though it still throbbed in her chest. Shannala rested her head against her restraints, closing her eyes, twitching her finger, wishing she could run away, knowing that she couldn't. Chapter 23. Choices to be made. I have seen my fate. I have felt it. I know why I will do what I will do. But torment, why must I do it? Terrell Deveroth, circa 2300 post-fall of Meridian. Ryla watched as the strange Ethian slave, Perelor she assumed, ran, ducking into a narrow alleyway. She shook her head. Coward. She'd saved him and his men 2 times today, and all he could do was cry. Turning, she swept her eyes over the street, making sure no snipers waited for her. She was steadily burning Ever, creating a field around her that would push against any unexpected plasma attack, but it never hurt to be careful. Fortunately, there was no one. She'd taken care of the nearby Grahalan force earlier. In fact, most of the enemy resistance in this area had been quashed. Once the Surge Wielders had fallen to Ryla, and Virus's men had recovered their weapons, the Grahalans hadn't stood a chance. This should have been an easy battle for Aris. Yet, there had been the Voidling, and Aris, though alive, was badly injured. She made her way over to him, hoisting him to sit beside the wall of a nearby building. He winced as she moved him, but no groan or murmur escaped his lips, despite clear fractures in an arm and both his legs. Her cousin was a far braver person than he gave himself credit for. "Ryla," he gasped as she began inspecting the wounds. "Good timing." "Good eyes," Ryla corrected. "I've been watching you since I got done dealing with the Surge Wielders." She met Aris's eyes, forcing a playful smile onto her lips. "Hiding in a building, huh?" "New girl's idea," Aris chuckled. "Backfired awful quick when that thing came, though." He frowned. "Are you all right?" Sear him, asking her if she was all right when he was the one with the broken leg. "I'm fine," she lied. In truth, her mind was still racing, clawing toward any way out of Larsh's ultimatum. But right now her cousin needed her, one of the few family members who had ever cared. She stood. "Where'd your captain run off to?" Supposedly, Perelor had a healing surge. Aris frowned. "Oh, where is Perelor?" At that moment, another slave approached, a red-haired Harryon woman in black and orange Miradoran robes. She was unscathed, but the faint glow of purity on her skin told Ryla she likely had not been moments before. She gestured to Aris. "May I?" Ryla stepped aside, letting out a relieved breath as the woman knelt beside Aris and healed him. Well, mostly. She managed to get the fractures, but the cuts and bruises remained, her purity spent before she could fix the more minor details. She rose to her feet at the same time as Aris, then stepped away, muttering to herself. Ryla caught something about a plan, but nothing else. The woman's eyes were wide and she was trembling. Ryla couldn't help but wonder if the battle had taken her sanity along with her captain's. Also, how did she have a healing surge? If she remembered correctly, only Aris and Perelor were allowed surges here. No matter, she was just here for her cousin. The rest, well, there was nothing she could do. Yet. If you ally with Sirla, you could get Aris out of this hole faster. She ignored the thought, turning to Aris. Hunker down. You've done enough today. Aris winced, trying to rise. Shall Sirla said, I'll take care of Sirla. The words came out as a snap, and Ryla forced herself to relax. Sorry. That wasn't because of you. It's just been a long day. Aris chuckled dryly. That it has. He reached out, giving her a hug. I'm going to help the others and find Perelor. Thank you. Ryla squeezed him back, then let go, but her eyes followed him as he wandered off towards the mangled corpses of those fallen to the voidling. He was a good man. She wished he wasn't so insistent on staying here, rather than swearing to her as a slave to House Larsh. But then, his persistence was what made him a good man. When Larsh is overthrown, she noted, you could dissolve these squadrons with a wave of your hand. Aris would never have to bleed a drop again. That thought, and the thought of her brother, drove her forward. She turned, lit up with more ever, then shot into the sky. It was time to meet with Sirla. He had lost Eliel, lost her to the screams. The blade called to him, saying of a home of blackness and silence. How desperately he wanted to embrace it. Perelor's hand twitched toward the dagger on his belt. The dagger he'd never once given up, even when Talar guards had tried to yank it from his beaten hands. Even when Larsh had ordered him to stop using it, he had defied her. It was the one time he'd ever gotten her to cave. Yes, even when he so desperately wished he could throw that dagger as far away from him as he could, he kept it on his belt, never more than an arm's length away, in case he needed it. He needed it now. His hand kept twitching toward it as he trembled, his back against a cement wall, his eyes closed. He prayed no one had followed him, prayed no one could see the tears streaming down his face. If no one was watching, he could use the dagger and those tears would cease. The pit in his stomach would turn numb. Flames all around him, drowning out the screams. Rubble falling down on him, all things falling down. Memories writhed in his mind. Dina, his friend, blown to bits because in his haste he hadn't summoned a large enough shield. Aris's mother, sliding to the ground in much the same way as the blade that had just slid across her throat. His father, staring up with charred eye sockets. All dead, because Perelor was too weak. It was too much. He did not care if Ithrey herself was watching. He ripped the blade free and cut. Ithrey had seen carnage many times, and she had seen it long before the invasion on Mirador had claimed so many of her friends and so much of her peace. Yet there was something different about the wreckage caused by a voidling. It looked much the same. As she stepped into the shop, she found broken chairs, crushed tables, and, strewn among them, equally crushed and broken people. Still, shaking and shocked, she let her eyes dart about the rubble, searching for any hints of movement from the fallen. There were none. If Alarin were here, they would have lived. Her shoulders slumped. She looked behind her, at the towering buildings that flanked her on either side. She felt so small sometimes. Today more than ever. All her planning, all her knowledge, and it had barely been enough to keep her alive. No, it hadn't kept her alive. The Dalar memory burner had done that. So unbearably small. Could she actually help her brother? In the face of the wreckage, it certainly didn't seem so. Just find your way to Alarin, she reminded herself. He'll handle it from there. There was no time to worry, only time to plan. She turned away from the ravaged restaurant, folding her arms behind her back and pacing back and forth across the street. She tried to keep a careful eye on their surroundings. Who knew when an ambush could strike? But thankfully it seemed the battle had moved to other corners of the city. Slowly, her mind wandered. She couldn't decide if she'd been too brazen when she disrupted the Talar comms. She didn't like Perelor calling her out, but the man had a valid point. If she pushed Sirla too hard, she'd end with her neck in a noose. Still, she saw no other way to keep her men alive. And that did matter, whatever Crot said. Perelor. She felt indignant anger rise in her throat as she thought of him, shouting at her as if she'd committed some unforgivable sin for succeeding at something he was too afraid to attempt. They would have lived, if not for the Voidling. All of them. That was far more than he could say of his own work. She'd need to deal with him. The man couldn't have much sanity left, that outburst of his proved it. Would she have to kill him? She didn't relish the idea, but the man was effectively a Talar agent. No, I'm not that desperate. I could try appealing to honor. He is Ethian. Doesn't behave like it, but he is. Ithrey. She turned, bracing herself for more harsh words from Perelor, but to her surprise she saw the young Talar boy, the one who wielded the Ever Saga, rushing toward her. Oris. He was not wearing the blade, and he still had a nasty bruise on his forehead, but he seemed well enough that Ithrey dismissed the idea of healing him further, just in case Perelor's ranting had some truth to it. Leaving the smaller wounds might make the lack of larger ones less suspicious. His eyebrows were creased, and his hands shook, but she could see a glint in his expression, a curiosity that his superior so distinctly lacked. Perelor was concerned about this man, Ithrey noted. They seemed familiar with each other. If I can convince him, maybe the captain will follow. Hey, Oris said. His hand shook, and his cheeks kept twitching randomly, though his eyes were sharply focused on Ithrey. He extended out his hand, swallowing. Name's Oris Aral. I don't think we got a proper introduction. Ithrey took the hand, twisting it firmly, a Talar greeting. That we did not. Name's Ithrey Valeo, High General of Mirador. She winced. Well, I was. Oris seemed unimpressed by the title, letting go of her hand, his expression unchanging. Odd. Listen, he said. I want to apologize for Perelor's behavior. He's not the most stable, for one. But he's not usually like that. He smiled wryly, even if someone's trying to take over. Ithrey snorted. I'm not trying to take control. I simply want to make a more efficient... Oris raised a hand. We don't need to pretend. It's happened a couple times before. Honestly, I'm less surprised you're trying this and more surprised Perelor cares. He met her eyes. Though that brings me to my real question, he continued, voice growing softer. What happened? He was ordered to kill you. Ithrey raised an eyebrow. Would you have preferred he followed through? I'm not saying that, Oris said hastily. But, well, people have tried mutiny before, but none of them have had a healing surge. And Perelor didn't react to any of them like that, either. He twitched uncomfortably. So who are you? Much more forward than Perelor, Ithrey thought, and much more naive. The boy was actually waiting expectantly, as if she'd just tell it all simply because he'd asked. She hesitated. What do I tell him? Not everything. But he seems honest, maybe. I seek the endowed. She regretted the words the moment they slipped out of her mouth. She should have planned when to reveal that, not just spat it out. But, thankfully, Oris's eyes widened, and he perked up. So you're after Perelor's sister, then? Ithrey frowned. Who? Oh, right, he probably hasn't told you. Eliel Crot, she's Perelor's sister. She's the endowed. At least, that's what he always says. He's looking for you, do you? The boy was speaking faster than Ithrey could process, clearly caught up in his excitement, but Ithrey placed a hand on his shoulder, and he halted. Eliel who? I don't know any Eliel. His sister, Oris repeated. She declared herself the endowed. His face fell. It was a while ago, and Perelor hasn't seen her for a few years, but it has to be her. Do you know where she is? His sister declared herself the endowed. There's more to this man than I thought. I don't, Ithrey said flatly. Probably, at least. Slow down and tell me more. He shouldn't have told her anything. The boy barely knew her name. He told her everything, regardless. How Perelor's sister had declared herself, how it had resulted in Larsh attacking Ethia, and how both of the Crot siblings had been enslaved and eventually separated. He doesn't like to talk about that night, Oris finished, but he's been looking for her since, stealing data tapes and such. He blanched as he realized what he'd just said. Better don't tell anyone I said that. Don't worry, Ithrey said idly, mind racing. I, for one, won't be reporting anyone to the Talar. Is there a way to use this? And could his sister actually be the endowed? She suspected the answer to the second question was no. According to R.S., Perelor's sister was older than the man himself was, and Perelor couldn't be younger than 25. Alaran had spoke of the endowed as a young girl. The rest of his description had been vague, so it was possible they were the same person, but not likely. Yet, regardless, the answer to the first question was a resounding yes. I think, she said to Aris, that I need to talk to Captain Krot. A plan was brewing in her mind, one she dreaded, but one she feared was necessary to implement. Ryla's eyes drifted toward the fighting on the far side of the city, well away from her, but tempting nonetheless. She wished she could lose herself in the contest, rather than do what she now had to. Red lines of light kept flickering around her, too many to ignore, and she shivered. Allying with a void burner, so I can get away from using void. What has the galaxy come to? What have I come to? A mess, she knew. She'd have to make compromises to fix both the galaxy and herself. It was something she'd always known, even if she hadn't wanted to admit it. She turned her gaze away from the fighting and back toward the Talar encampments on the other side of the city. Burning ever, she raced toward them, the wind whipping against her face. The Talar ships headed toward the fighting steered well clear of her, and within moments she was falling toward the ground, burning more ever to gradually slow her descent, until her feet sank softly into the loose ground. It did not take her long to find Sirla. The woman kept a giant flag with her house runes flying over her hut. She noticed most of the nearby tents were empty. It seemed the other slave squadrons were also recording. Do I really want this? She hesitated, then steeled herself. If she went through with this, she'd just have to kill Sirla too. It wouldn't be hard, after she had control of the rest of the nation. If she went through with it. She arrived at Sirla's makeshift hut, hesitated again, then, scowling, knocked. There was a hasty clatter inside, and then the door cracked open. Sirla blinked in surprise. Her expression quickly morphed to contempt, then to an open, inviting smile, all fast enough Ryla barely caught it. Filthy politicians. Dealing with Sirla would be a nightmare. Shal Magala, I did not expect you. She stepped out of the hut, slamming the door shut behind her. What brings you here? She smiled again, and, her gut sinking, Ryla realized the woman knew exactly why Ryla was here. Well, best to get right to it, then. She cleared her throat. I am here to discuss your offer. Sirla raised an eyebrow. Oh? I'm not saying I'll take it, Ryla said. I just want to talk. That's it. I see, Sirla said, her smile not falling one bit. Well, we can talk, then. What is it you wish to know? How? Excuse me? How do you plan to get rid of Larsh? How exactly do you think you could pull that off? I've been trying for years, she added silently, and nothing has worked. Nothing will work. Nothing, at least, that I can do on my own. That, Sirla said, is not information I can give you unless you join us. Us. So there's more than just you. She already knew about Tragus, but it occurred to her at that moment there could be even more than the two of them. A few more, yes. Ryla studied the other woman's face. Who? That is another thing I can't tell you. Sirla shook her head, still smiling, but clearly annoyed. You really should just commit, my friend. There is very little else I can tell you. What I have told you is risky enough. I'm not committing yet, Ryla growled. I told you that. You did. Sirla snorted. But you've decided already. I see it in your eyes. She leaned in close, closer than Ryla would have usually felt comfortable with, studying Ryla. She asked you to start studying Void, didn't she? Ryla paled. How? She hissed. You wear your emotions more flippantly than you realize, Sirla said simply. That stupid grin still sat plastered on her face. I don't even need my powers to read you. She turned away. When you are ready to admit defeat, tell me. I, of all people, understand why one would want to avoid wielding the third power. She opened the door, slid inside, then shut it, all before Ryla could respond. Ryla stood gawking at the door for a long moment, then huffed. That hadn't helped anything. How was she supposed to back a mutiny if she didn't even know what the plan was? It was always a risk, she reminded herself. This is just a little more of a chance. Was. She was thinking as if she'd already made the decision, she realized. That filth Searle was actually right about her. Akron. She hated the woman. Waltzing about, wielding void was bad enough, but she had to go about wearing that insufferable smile, always reminding everyone of her power. She's my only way out of this, though. Growling, she turned away, mind still racing. To overthrow Larsh, or obey her and risk insanity? Akron, why couldn't she just decide? Usually she was excellent at being impulsive. Yet today, with both options terrible as they were, she was freezing up. There was one other place that might help her, though. She hated it, but it always gave her a sense of clarity. She closed her eyes, refreshing her supply of Ever with the thoughts of nearby soldiers, then rose back into the sky to find her personal cruiser. The tiny reserve of purity in Perelor's surge ran out, and he dropped the blade, burning the last of it to seal the wound on his arm. At least, part of it. Dozens of smaller cuts still dripped blood onto his uniform. He hadn't bothered to try and keep the cloth clean. It was already soaked from the fight with the voidling. He leaned back against the wall, closing his eyes. He'd stopped sobbing, finally. That was good. He'd already made a fool of himself, but at least they hadn't caught him crying. If he waited long enough for his surge to recharge, he could heal his wounds, apologize to Ithrey, and pretend this never happened. It won't work, though. That voidling is still out there. That much he was sure of. The creature would be weakened, but not dead, and even a weakened voidling would kill him easily, now that he couldn't memory burn. Not that he didn't deserve death. Pitiful wretch he was. Hands still trembling, he groaned, hauling himself to his feet, steadying himself with one palm against the wall, until his legs felt still enough he could stand. He crouched, picked up the dagger on the floor, dropped it, then stilled his hands enough he got the weapon back into its sheath. A bit of his purity had replenished, and he used it to seal the gashes that were bleeding the worst. His head still swam from the blood he'd already lost, but at least the problem wouldn't get much worse now. He could find some dirt, or some other source of carbon, and use his surge to make more blood later. He sucked in a deep breath, then started walking toward the others, then stopped abruptly as Ithrey rounded the corner. He didn't recognize her at first, in her ruffled black and orange uniform, and instinctively his hand snapped to his side, ripping the dagger back out of its sheath, the blade still dripping with his own blood. He held it out in a trembling hand, then, realizing who it was, he cursed and stuffed it back on his belt. A moment later, Aris stepped out behind Ithrey, wringing his hands behind his back, something the boy often did when he was nervous. "You," Perelor grunted. "What do you want now?" Part of him knew he should apologize, but he was startled enough he didn't care. "Ithrey has a proposition for you," Aris said. "For the both of you," Ithrey corrected, though Aris has already accepted. She met Perelor's eyes. "I want you to help me, help all of us, escape." Perelor growled. "I told you, woman." Ithrey raised a hand, interrupting him, eyes ablaze. "I'm not doing this for my own sake, and I'm not doing it for you either. I'm doing it because I have been tasked with saving the endowed. She's trapped here on Grohala with my brother." Perelor had already opened his mouth to shout another angry retort, but as Ithrey's words set in, his anger died on his lips. "The endowed. Did you say a she?" "It can't be. I've waited too long. It's never going to happen. Don't get your hopes up. My brother describes her as a young girl," Ithrey said. "I don't know how young he meant, in truth, but he said it was a girl, with the scar." "It might be your sister," Ara said. "It really might be, Perelor." Perelor tensed, heart pounding. Are you sure?" "I am." Perelor seized Ithrey's shoulder. "Your brother," he said. "Do you trust him? Is my sister safe with him?" Ithrey shook his hand aside. "I trust my brother more than anyone I've ever known. I'd trust him to keep her safe more than even myself." Her voice softened. "But I must warn you, this girl may not be your sister. I was not given a very thorough description." Perelor ignored her, eyes whipping to Aris. Is she lying? I don't think so, Aris said. I mean, I can't read echoes, but, well, she seems earnest. I really think it's her, Perelor. I can't think of anyone else it could be, at least. You said Eliel had the scar, right? Yeah, Perelor said softly. She did. She did have the scar. He stepped back, excitement mixing with shock, mixing with fear. They were telling the truth. They had to be. Aris wouldn't fake him out, not with something like this. That much Perelor knew. And Ithrey? Well, having to save the endowed was a burden Perelor could sympathize with. It would certainly explain her intensity. He had a chance. No more looking, no more uncertainty. He had a real chance. He'd prayed for this day for 5 years. Except flames bursting in tirades from Larsh's fingers. Screams, ragged, throaty cries as they battled. She won, as she always did. And so the blade called to him, whispering terrible things, yet none could be more terrible than what had just occurred. You said we needed to escape, he whispered. Yes, Ithrey replied. And the Talar would chase us, he muttered. Probably. Excitement, shock, fear. Fear most of all. Okron, he was so very broken. Would he really be able to help? Or would he just get in the way, as he had that terrible night, 5 years ago when he'd tried to escape the first time? What do you say? Aris asked. His eyes were alight, alive. More so than they'd been in years. He had hope again. Hope like Perelor had once had, all those years ago. Rubble. All was rubble. The flames had consumed all, taken all, and he was alone, so alone. Could he really risk failure? Could he really risk his sister dying, all because he'd made a mistake, like he always did? He turned away, cringing. I don't know, he said. Aris frowned. What do you mean, I don't know? He shook. Please leave. I just need a moment to myself. Please. Ithrey nodded, walking away, and Perelor did not miss the disappointed shake of her head. Aris stared at him, crestfallen for a long moment, but eventually he, too, slinked away, leaving Perelor alone. Alone to his thoughts. Such a dangerous place to be. He looked to the heavens. There was only smoke there, but he knew that beyond that smoke there were stars. And beyond the stars, his father. When did I go wrong? He asked. Did I die all at once? Or was it little by little? Chunks of me breaking off until there was only this left. Why can't I be who I want to be? There was only silence in reply. Chapter 24. Red Horizon. This time our failure must be taken as final. The prophecy is not what we thought it was. We need access to the true eye, whatever the cost. Aedra Okron, circa 3 pre-imprisonment. The Grahalan sunset was beautiful, Shannala had to admit. The red sun blazed against the black clouds as it spread across the horizon, like a drop of glowing blood splattering against the ground. The wheat fields turned a dirty gold in the dim light, pushed back by the wind that blew against Shannala's face as she leaned against a balcony, staring outward past the outskirts of the Grahalan capital city and out at the distant edge of vision. It felt strange not to see any mountains there blocking her view. It felt even stranger that she could stand here so openly, with sleeves rolled up to her elbow, her whole body visible to anyone who looked up at the tower she stood on. She was not really in the open, of course. Grahalan guards in red and silver flanked her on either side, guards Alarin had flatly told about her powers, guards who could turn her in at a moment's notice, or just slit her throat themselves. She had no power to resist. Her burning was stifled, just as Alarin had said it would be. It seemed she could never truly be free, and that was why she stood on the balcony, pondering, planning. The Talar have this planet under siege, you said? She asked the guard nearest her. She did not meet his eyes. Yes, my lady. Do you think you'll win? A long pause. I hope so, the guard finally said. So you won't. If I stay, I die. That was problem 1 with Alarin's threat. for it was a threat disguised as an offer. Problem 2. There has to be a catch if I follow him, she thought. There has to be. She already knew part of that catch. Alarin might be offering to train her, but he was, at his own admission, a seeker of the light. She still wasn't sure exactly what that meant. Alarin had been vague at best, but she knew enough to deduce that if she followed this path, and Alarin got his way, she would come face to face with oblivion. And yet she'd already fought the Dark God in a way. She'd lost, horribly, but she had fought him. She could feel him even now, murmuring in the back of her mind. Only a murmur, but there. Is there any way out of the prophecy? The tower was always right. She'd known it logically her whole life. Every child on Sheridan was told about the tower, but she'd never internalized it until she'd found herself standing here, realizing that, as hard as she'd tried to avoid facing her fate, she'd arrived at it all the same. If I do follow Alarin, he'll eventually want me to do the testing, to face my father. She felt her chest constrict with rage, and simultaneously her stomach sank at the thought of having to kill him. She still loved him, and she still hated him. Running from his physical presence had done nothing for that. She forced herself to focus. The siege. That was what mattered, not oblivion. She began fleshing out the idea forming in the back of her head, the one that might actually get her out of here alive. Young miss. Shanola shuddered as she felt a hand touch her shoulder, and instinctively she reached for Ever. Nothing came, of course, save for a deep humming within her chest, and the sound of wailing in her ears. Side effects of Oblivion's taint, according to Alarin. Cursing, she pulled back her hand into a fist, then whipped around, then relaxed. It was just one of the guards. He caught her fist even as she stopped swinging it. He was a burly man. Shanola wouldn't stand a chance against him, even if she tried to fight back. He eyed her warily. Alarin had also told the guards that Shanola was not to be trusted. "Not in full, at least," he'd said. "Not yet." "You were standing there a long time," the guard noted. "I could hardly even see you breathing. Your eyes just kept staring. I couldn't tell if you were blinking. Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Shanola snapped. She yanked her hand away from the guard. The guard grunted. Shanola winced as she turned away. She was going to have to learn to be far more diplomatic if she wanted to stay free. That was her goal, she decided. Freedom. It had always been her goal. She'd just been fool enough to think that her father could give it to her before. And now... well, now trusting anyone seemed like a bad idea. Just because someone can't be trusted doesn't mean you can't predict them, though. Another of her father's sayings. She hated thinking like he did, but in this he was right. Alarin could help her get rid of Oblivion's taint. That seemed to be all he cared about. She wasn't sure how to get away from him after that, but once she had her powers, it would become easier. That was the logical first step. "Do you really think he won't use you?" Oblivion whispered. "He is just like your father, a man looking to further his own goals with a powerful tool placed in front of him. It will be even worse when it happens again." She should have been able to ignore him, yet with him so firmly in the back of her mind, and with that delicate touch on her emotions so brilliantly subtle, she felt herself shiver. What could this man do? If he could hold back Oblivion's chains, what was there to stop him from chaining Shanola himself? "I can stop him," Oblivion whispered. "All you have to do is undo his ward." She wasn't sure if that was true. She couldn't even be confident that Alarin was telling the truth, and that he had put a ward in place. She knew nothing. What did one do when one knew nothing? If you knew something, you could at least take the next logical step. That was what her father always did. But when you had no information at all? The wind whipped against her face. In the distance, darkness crept forward, as the red sun sank into the ground. Shanola's thoughts stilled for a moment, as she stared at the sunset. It was truly strange how amazing it looked, even as the cold crept up her skin. A part of her wanted to act, right here, right now, to lash out. She'd spent her whole life waiting. Yet she needed to wait. Any path she took now led to death or worse. And the only way to buy more time was to give in to Alarin's demands. She closed her eyes. breathed out. Then, opening them, she turned and strode away from the balcony, back into the tower. The guards followed her, frowning but silent. Shinola stayed firmly ahead of them, not daring to look back, not daring to question herself, until she arrived at the door to Alarin's chambers, or at least where he'd told her they would be. Before she could hesitate, she rapped her knuckles against the wood, hard. There was a momentary pause. Then the door swung open. Glowing with blue ever, Alarin waited behind a desk, holoscreen projecting a map of Grohala in front of him. There were red splotches on the planet's surface, where the Talar had conquered. Almost half of the image was crimson already, and Alarin stared at it with circles under his eyes and a blank expression on his face. Yet another reason to do what I must. She straightened, head held high. I don't want to train with you, she said, raising her voice as much as she dared. I don't want to be the endowed, and I certainly don't want anything to do with this war. Alarin frowned, rising from his chair, but Shinola wasn't finished. But the alternatives are worse. So I will train with you. I won't like it. She met Alarin's eyes, pouring as much defiance into her expression as she knew how. And I won't trust you. If you try to make me do anything I don't want to, I'll do what I must survive. But I will train to get oblivion out of my mind, if only because I have to. She fell silent, trying not to tremble, trying not to shrivel up and hide as Alarin stared her down. Would he be angry? Her father would be furious if she'd spoken to him like that. What was she thinking? She wasn't in a position to negotiate. She should have run, should have hidden. To her surprise, a grin broke out across Alarin's face. Well then, he said, we have a place to start. When do you want to begin? Shinola hesitated. Now, she said finally. If she had to wait to reclaim her powers, she at least wanted to wait as little as possible. Alarin's grin widened, and he shut off the holoscreen, stepping around the desk. Then now it is. Shinola followed him as he stepped out of the room, and walked down a nearby flight of stairs, finally letting herself think through the final bits of her plan. It was a simple one. Get Alarin to trust her. Get him relaxed enough she could slip out of his fingers. Then she would flee to Talar. They were going to win anyway. Besides, she'd promised herself she'd survive, no matter the cost. Ryla stepped into the hold of her cruiser, sighed, then shut the door behind her. She unbuckled her blade from her hip, setting it against the wall, then sunk into one of the leather couches within the room. This ship was not only decorated, it was gravity-controlled, a luxury only people like Larsh could afford. She let herself sink further into the couch, trying to relax. Her racing mind did not calm, however, and sleep evaded her as surely as if she were trying to chase the horizon. Finally, she heard a stir, and turned to see the door opening again to admit Nighty. She was caked in ash and dust, but she already had a wet rag, and was wiping it off her face as she saw Ryla. She grinned. Oh good, we're leaving. I really didn't want to spend any more time in that blasted, dusty place. Ryla shrugged. Orders are orders. Still, I hate it. Nighty shut the door behind her, then began stripping off her carbon fiber battle armor, revealing a much more ornate orange outfit beneath. Ryla rolled her eyes, but smiled. Nighty waited in the background for the entire battle, and then it turned out she'd been secretly playing dress-up the whole time. Typical of her, really. It was both incredibly annoying and incredibly endearing. You and your fashion. Hey, I didn't grow up with any money. You were rich in your childhood. You can't complain. No, Ryla sighed. I suppose I can't. Oh, if only my childhood was as pleasant as you think it was. The ship took off a few moments later, though Ryla could barely feel it through the gravity suppression. She could hardly feel when it jumped between worlds, either. Ryla's ship was one of the few of its kind to have survived the fall of Meridian. As such, it used technology no modern surge tech could replicate. The gravity suppression was one of those pieces of tech, as was its worm drive, which allowed it to skip to a wormhole wherever it was. Perfect for spying. Larsh had often sent Ryla on missions to jump to a planet, posing as a merchant ship mid-flight. Ryla would read some important officials with her memory sense, and then jump back. How often she's used me. Kairos is right, I need to make that end. She leaned back again, falling silent. Nighty sat down beside her, clearing her throat, with a distinctly uncomfortable frown on her face. Ryla raised an eyebrow. What? Did you figure it out? Ryla snorted. Figure what out? The decision. I'm not trying to decide anything. Taz, she's not supposed to know anything. I'm not dumb. I know you. You fight when you're stressed. It's a weird coping mechanism, but that's what it is. What are you worried about? Ryla hesitated, then sighed. Larsh wants me to use Void. She's asking again? Yup. Didn't she promise not to? It's Larsh. Keeping promises isn't exactly her forte. Wow. Nighty paused, then awkwardly cleared her throat again. What are you going to do? Ryla was silent. She should have come up with a lie, but she couldn't think straight enough. Besides, she felt too strong a hate for Larsh to pretend she wasn't glad to have the woman gone. You're thinking like you've already made the choice again. You're not going to join Searlaw, are you? Nighty hissed. Ryla, she's a void burner. Not so loud, Ryla whispered. This place is bugged. Nighty cringed, then leaned forward, lowering her voice. Listen, Ryla, I know you hate Larsh, but... That whip, coming down on her uncle's back. Hate is too weak a word, Ryla muttered. Still, Nighty continued, you can't overthrow her. Heavens, that's exactly what she did that caused so much chaos. And you know Searla would be even worse. Then I'll kill Searla, too. Nighty raised her own eyebrow at that. And take the throne for yourself? Yes, Ryla said. When Nighty frowned, she rolled her eyes. It's not as if I can do any worse than the current leaders. Besides, this is all if I join her. I haven't decided, so don't worry yet. It's way too late for me not to worry, Nighty said. She took a deep breath, then sat back. Please don't. You're the only friend I have here. The last thing I want is for you to get hurt. Too late for that, Ryla said softly. Way, way too late. I'll make what decision I have to, Nighty. But I appreciate your advice. Nighty opened her mouth to protest further, then closed it, shaking her head. Well, I'm not dumb enough to argue with you. I just hope you know what you're doing. Do any of us really? Ryla thought. But she accepted the silence that followed, until they slid to a stop at their destination. Meredith, the largest city in the Talar Empire. As usual, it was raining outside, and Nighty quickly said her goodbyes to Ryla as she rushed off toward a hover tram filled with guards who would escort her back to the nearest military base. Normally, Ryla would have been with her. Today, though, she allowed the rain to soak her skin, let go of the first power, and began the long trek toward the place where her uncle had died. It was night here, and she passed only a few others as she made her way through the puddle-covered streets. She was still in her uniform, and once a hovercar stopped to offer her a ride, but she declined. It took nearly 2 hours of walking before she arrived at her destination. She realized during that time that her 2 days were almost up. She'd spent nearly the whole time awake, running on adrenaline booster shots and anxiety. Both sources were failing, and by the time she awoke, Larsh would be waiting for her. The Void would be waiting too. She stopped as she came to the place she'd been looking for, an empty square. In its center, a cement block rose just above the ground, a segmented metal whip waiting on a metal rack atop it. She was not attempting to use her soul sense. She never used it on purpose, but she felt as if she could hear her uncle moaning from torment. Red lines of light writhed around her. Slowly, she sat down on the tile ground, folding her legs beneath her. It had all happened so quickly that day. Her mother screaming as guards tried to pull her away. Her uncle shouting as he interfered. And then they'd come here, where her uncle had taken her mother's punishment, where he died. Ryla's mother was as good as dead now, too. Her uncle's sacrifice had saved the woman from the Talar, but not from her soul curse. I need help, she thought. She didn't know if her words were directed toward her uncle, the endowed, the goddesses, or all of them. She didn't care enough to decide. I don't know what to do. She sat there for a long time. For once, her mind was completely still. There were no people around to shout or scream. No gunshots in the distance. Even the echoes were easy to ignore. There was just the soft patter of the rain against the ground and her. She looked up at the dark clouds. raising a hand to shield her eyes against the falling water. Skyscrapers stretched toward those clouds on all sides, glittering with thousands of tiny lights. Each light, she knew, was a home, a person. There were so many, all different. Yet their fates might all hinge on her decision today. With her anger fading and exhaustion setting in, she felt so terribly small. "I thought I might find you here." Ryla didn't have to turn to know who was speaking. She tensed. "You tracked me. I thought you said I was free until tomorrow." "I said that you could do what you wished, not that I wouldn't watch you." As if that settled the matter, Larsh walked over, sitting down beside Ryla and staring at the cement block, at the whip, as if she were some close friend trying to comfort Ryla. "Filth. He was my only friend, not you. Filth." She said nothing, though, and kept a trace of Ever running through her skin. Now, more than ever, she did not want Larsh reading her thoughts. "I know this must be difficult for you," Larsh continued. "Know that I would not require this of you if I did not have to." "Then why do you have to?" Ryla muttered. She didn't mean for the words to come out. They did, anyway. "The destroyer comes," Larsh whispered. Then she rose. "I am sorry. I thought it would be better if I came here, but I see I was wrong. I will see you in the morning." She hesitated before adding, "I don't intend to let what is happening to your mother happen to you. There are ways to control Void properly." "Leave," Ryla said. She kept her eyes on the sky. Why, of all times, did she feel the need to pretend now? It wasn't as if she actually cared. Sure enough, Larsh slinked away a moment later, leaving Ryla alone again, save for that awful whip. As she disappeared, a decision finally came. If Larsh actually believed there was a way to control Void, then she was already deep within the clutches of Oblivion's corruption. And anyone Oblivion touched deserved to die. So, she decided she would kill Larsh, then Sirla. Then she would turn the Talar army on anyone else who dirtied themselves with the third power. Whatever the cost, she would not let another family crumble like hers had. Anger, hatred, fear surging, she stood up, retrieved her holoscreen from her pocket, and called Sirla. Her uncle might not approve, but he was dead. There was only one way to truly avenge him. Time passed. Hours, minutes, Perelor didn't care. Time was all the same since losing Eliel. Torment. His life had fallen apart so quickly after that day. Or maybe it had fallen apart before then, and the removal of that last support had simply hastened an already inevitable fall from grace. All he knew now was that once he'd cared, and that now he couldn't even if he tried. To try. To try was to fail. To fail was a sin. He sat down, resting his head in his hands, trembling. I thought all I needed was a chance to save her, that the moment she returned everything would fall back into place. And yet he had a chance now and he wasn't taking it, because to try was to fail, and this failure would be the greatest of all sins. Was that why he had spared Ithrey? Because it was easier to let her live than accepting the truth that he couldn't face his sister anymore, even if he found her? Why couldn't he just be the man he once was? Why did the scars hurt so bad, even after the wounds themselves had long since healed? He slid his fingers apart, looking up at the sky. It was growing dark again. Here at the pole of the planet, it did that fast. No stars had appeared in the blackness, but he knew they were there. I wish I had more time, he told them. He swallowed. But really, I wish I was with you already. I wish I didn't have to fight to be with you. I wish none of this had ever happened. I wish we were back on Ethia, and that Larsh had never invaded, and Father had never died, and what would he have done if none of this had ever happened? Fought pretend duels until he died and went to torment anyway? You're supposed to beat Oblivion, he whispered. End all suffering. I just don't know if anything can end mine. He let a tear drip down his face. It hurts. It hurts just to wake up sometimes. Why does it have to hurt so bad? The tear turned into multiple, and sobs racked him again. This time, though, he simply let them come. He didn't have the energy to resist them. He just sat there, crying for minutes on end. Then, as quickly as they had begun, the tears stopped. And strangely, the knots in his stomach seemed to untwist as they did. Not all the way. His heart still pounded and he still shook from blood loss, but somehow things felt a little more manageable, a little more clear. Pain or not, he realized, fear or not, there was only one way forward. Groaning, he stood up, stared at the stars for a few moments longer. Then, fixing his eyes forward, he started back toward the other slaves. The battle had moved far from here by now, and so the surviving members of the squadron had set up camp here. A small Ethium cook fire in its center, roll-up cots sprawled all around it. The bodies of the fallen lay in a pile a few blocks down. There were so many dead. Not just here, but all across the galaxy. And he realized he had a chance to help them now. If he saved Eliel, she would save the galaxy. He could not afford to believe otherwise. He found Ithrey and Aris sitting on their cots, legs folded beneath them. Ithrey was talking to him, but Aris had already seen Perelor. Perelor sucked in a deep breath, trying to stifle his worry. Flames, blood, screams, rubble. And only one way forward. He stepped up to Ithrey, who had now noticed him too. She paused mid-sentence, raising an eyebrow. Perelor cleared his throat, then spoke. If you're after the endowed, I'm yours. Chapter 25. Like Myrmidon. I do not want this burden, but for them I will take it. Arith Drawley, circa 2896 post-fall of Meridian. A grin sprouted on Aris's face immediately after Perelor spoke. Ithrey, though, leaned forward, lips pursed. And how serious are you about this, Captain? Very. Would you travel to torment itself? For this may require your life and more. I've already given my life to her, Perelor thought. But he just gave Ithrey a curt nod. At some point, she'd simply have to believe that he meant what he said. And, though she stared at him for several seconds with that critical gaze of hers, she did eventually nod back to him. Good enough. Given the circumstances, I will work with whatever I am given. She gestured for him to sit beside Aris. Perelor bristled. Okron, he'd gotten more used to giving orders than he'd thought, but knelt on the cot by his friend. I was just telling Aris, Ithrey said, that we need a plan. I've been too focused on surviving to make one, but I can't stall any longer. Perelor frowned. You don't have a searing plan? Not yet, Ithrey said, but I will soon. What I need most from you is information. I've been here only a few hours, but you've been here years. How do we escape? What are the obstacles? The security here doesn't seem particularly tight. Perelor shivered, instinctively looking about to see if any guards had noticed. There were some nearby, though they all seemed preoccupied. You're going to have to get over that fear. Escape is necessary if you're going to find her. It was something he'd known for a long time, but he still felt his heart race. The last time had gone so horribly wrong. There's kind of a lot of them, Aris said, interrupting Perelor's thoughts. The security doesn't seem tight, but that's because they like us wandering around. It reminds the soldiers where they'll go if they disobey, Perelor said bitterly. Larsh told me about it. Even when the cameras aren't running, we're meant as a display. Yeah, but the moment you try to escape, the noose tightens. I've seen it happen. Aris frowned. Even if we got to one of the carriers, I don't know of any way we could get through the wormhole. Ithrey hesitated. The wormhole is secondary, she said finally. First, we need to reach my brother on the planet's North Pole. Perhaps get a message to him. Once we've found him, he'll help us get the rest of the way. I'm sure of it. Perelor frowned. If he knows a way out, why hasn't he taken it already? Ithrey opened her mouth to respond, then shut it. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't know a way out. She frowned. Was she trembling? But I know we'll be in a far better position if we can get to him. We might not need to escape at all, actually. If we can get a signal out to him, he can rescue us. He can take down the entire Talar army? Perelor asked, raising an eyebrow. He's a memory burner, Ithrey said. She continued on as if that explained everything. Those cameras were given. Can they send a signal? They're encoded, Aris interjected, frowning. I can't send a signal anywhere but the Talar comm center. Everything runs through that. It's heavily guarded, and I can't even access the database there without a security key. He folded his arms. I wonder, though, if I disassemble the camera. They'd know, Perelor said. We can't hide a half-broken camera. No, Ithrey agreed. Not easily, at least. She seemed significantly less annoyed now. Still tense, but focused. Could we somehow get into the comms room? Perelor glanced toward Aris. You're the expert on that. Aris shrugged. Maybe? It's heavily guarded, that's for sure. We need to deal with those guards somehow. If you could get me close, I might be able to access the comms, then send out a signal. But the moment I do that, they'll know. I'd have to fry the entire system after using it to cover our tracks, and even that will only buy us a little time while their comms are down. His expression grew solemn. If we failed, we'd die, and I can't even guarantee it would work. Ithrey paused for a moment, her eyes flickering about nervously. We'd need better than that, she said finally. I can't risk failing. Too much depends on it. If we can for certain get the signal out, we should try it. Alarin can save us. But I need to be certain that we can succeed before I do anything like that. She paused, eyes darting about, then turned to Perelor. The guards. Where are the weaknesses? Weaknesses? Well, you're going to be searing disappointed if you think the Talar are just going to let us walk out, Perelor said. The words came out just a little too angry. Get used to the idea of escape. The guards are far better equipped than we are. There's at least 3 surge wielders on duty at all times, especially around me and Aris, and 24 other soldiers, all with rifles and armor. They've put trackers in your blood, too. They would have done that when you got your surge. If we get through all of that, there's still Ryla to deal with. He frowned. I can't see any way we could fight through all of that. Not unless we got the rest of the camp to fight with us. Flames fell as arrows of white and gold shot across the sky. Be quiet, he told the memories. Ithrey blinked. What was that? Nothing. Anyway, I don't see any way to slip out unnoticed. Certainly no guaranteed way. Ithrey leaned back, biting her lip, tapping her finger against her knee. This is too much, she said, low enough Perelor was sure he wasn't supposed to hear. I can't do this. I need help. Alarin needs help. Her eyes grew distant for a moment, but then she shook her head. The guards at the tower. How many are there? At least 12, Aris said, not to mention an entire army around them if they find out what we're doing. We can distract 12, Ithrey muttered. Wouldn't be easy, but I think I could cause enough of a disturbance for that. Once the signal goes through, they'll find out quickly, but as long as we can hide until Alarin arrives... She met Aris's eyes. Is there any way you can guarantee that signal goes through? The galaxy may well depend on it. Aris's brow creased for a moment. Then his eyes widened. Ryla, he whispered. Who? Ryla, the memory burner girl. She's my cousin. Perelor whirled to face Aris. Your cousin? Long story. He paused. I doubt she'd be willing to help us directly, honestly. He frowned, though that frown quickly turned to an impish grin. Her credentials will work on the comms tower, though. I'm sure of that. All I need is to get her passcode out of her. How hard would that be? Ithrey asked. Aris snorted. Easy. Ryla is gullible. We're going to trust a Talar noble to help us, Perelor asked. I don't think that's a good idea. None of this is a good idea, Ithrey noted. It's just our only chance. Her frown deepened. She'd only indirectly help us, Aris pressed. She won't even know she is, probably. She trusts me way too much. She's still part of Larsh's memory burner cohort, Perelor said. Aris, if Larsh reads her and finds out I'm planning something, anything, we're all dead. Larsh is the only reason Ryla can't just execute us here and now. I know. I'll be careful. Trust me. Trust me, Kreeling had said. We just need a good enough plan. Perelor swallowed. Be careful, please. I will. Ithrey cleared her throat. So you're saying that contacting Alarin is more viable now? I think so. I'll need a few days to get that passkey, but after that we can certainly try it. We'll need to do more than try, Ithrey said. We'll need to plan and then succeed. But a delay gives me time to scout out the camp. It should be fine. She straightened. We'll do that, then. Perelor folded his arms. And the voidling? It's not gone, you know. The memory burner, Ryla, only took out one of its 2 surges. A hush fell over the camp. I don't know if there's any way we can deal with that, Aris finally said. It could kill us all, Perelor said. Cyrla can't kill us directly, but she can have the Voidling do it. The moment it's back to full strength, we're dead. That'll take a while, Ithrey said. Weeks, probably. How do you know that? Perelor thought. But she seemed sure, and honestly, a part of him didn't want to know. Still, he said, what do we do if it tries to kill us? Or if Cyrla tries to? Torment if Larsh tries to. Silence, again. Then Ithrey spoke, voice unnervingly cold. We die. Can you accept that? Perelor asked. This plan is all we have, but it's not a foolproof one. Ithrey shivered, eyes drifting to the ground. We won't take any unnecessary risks, she said. There will still be risks, Perelor said. Risks that could end with all of us laying limp in pools of blood. Risks that would mean the end of not just us, but hope itself. Perelor, Aris interrupted. We don't have to discuss all the gritty... Perelor raised a hand. I need her to understand, he said. I need you both to understand. I've tried this before. It failed. It failed so spectacularly that a part of me still wishes I'd killed myself rather than face the consequences. So, Vallejo, do you understand the cost if this doesn't work? Ithrey hesitated, her eyes lingering on the ground a moment longer. Then she met Perelor's gaze. Yes, I'll do what I have to. Perelor studied her for a moment, then turned to Aris. And you? Aris shrugged. What choice do we have? He chuckled dryly. None, Perelor said. The worlds hang on this. My sister hangs on this. Which is why we all have to agree. He sighed, relaxing. I don't know of any better plan. This seems foolhardy, but anything we try will be, and this at least has a chance. Probably. It's settled then, Ithrey said. She stood, stretching. I'm going to go talk to the other men. I'm not familiar with all of them, but I think there are some whom we can trust. Perelor twitched uncomfortably. People sell out easily here. How confident are you they won't rat us out? They are Miradorans. We will be fine. People break here, Perelor said. Are you sure? Sure enough, Ithrey said coolly. And that should be enough for you, Captain. You said you would follow me to torment itself, did you not? Well, then you need to trust me with this. Perelor tensed, but forced himself to nod. All right. Fine. He looked away. It's been a long day. I'm going to sleep. He doubted he actually would, but he wanted this conversation to be over. Ithrey nodded. The Perelor could see her staring at him as he turned away, eyes ever analytical. Eventually she nodded. Good enough, he thought he heard her mutter. It'll have to be good enough. She gave a quick wave to Aris, then walked away. Searing woman, Perelor said when she was away. Aris frowned. I think she's all right. That's the problem, Perelor said. I want to hate her, but I can't. She's an ally. She's just an annoying one. He shook his head. So much chaos. I'm wondering if I should have just killed her at the start. Aris winced, falling silent. Perelor closed his eyes, weariness setting in even more than it had after the fight with the Voidling. He hadn't slept for what? 48 hours? And he'd been fighting most of that time. Despite his physical exhaustion, his mind still raced. Why hadn't he killed Ithrey? He hadn't known she would have information about his sister. He didn't even like the woman. Yet those tears on her face. She acted strong now, but he'd seen her on the verge of death, when the facade had all come falling down. She looked just like his sister had, young and afraid. Do you think we can do this? Perelor turned back to Aris. He'd lain down on his cot, and he was staring up at the smoky sky, tapping a finger against his chest. He paused. Hopefully, he replied. I mean, I hope we can too. But do you think we'll actually succeed? There was a long silence. Yes, Perelor said finally. It was a lie, but he said it. I mean, she's prophesied to save humankind, right? So it makes sense that we'll win. Fate is on our side. As if that's ever made a difference before. Yet, for Aris, he could lie. Aris hesitated, then snorted. You're lying, he said. I'm not, Perelor said. He felt himself pale, though, and Aris frowned. "You really are terrible at that," he sighed. He paused. "It's like Miradon, isn't it?" "Huh?" "Miradon. That story I always tell, about the Talar trapped on the RXI planet. He didn't have a chance. There's no way one fighter plane can take down an army." His frown turned upward into a smile, but he fought anyway. Died anyway, because it was right, whether or not it was the logical thing to do. "I suppose," Perelor sighed. "This mostly just feels like our only choice. I mean, we'll be slaughtered in a mutiny. We can't mess with the cameras." He shrugged. "There's a reason I haven't tried this before, but if my sister really is out there..." He could almost see her in that moment, trapped in the siege, freezing up like she always did. No, this plan didn't have a good chance of working. The guards could apprehend them, the signal could fail. Ithrey's brother might not come with enough troops to bust them out. "It's the right thing," he said finally. "I have to try. I've spent so long just waiting for the perfect moment to rise again." He sighed. "But it's never going to come, is it?" "No," Aris whispered. "I don't think it is. But we can go on anyway," Perelor said. "We have to. And maybe, just maybe, things will go right for once." "I hope so," Aris said. There was a long pause between them. A knowing pause. A pause during which the magnitude of Perelor's choice finally dawned on him. This path would end in pain, probably death. Yet, didn't all paths end in death? Aris yawned. "I'm going to try to get some sleep, I think. Good night." "Good night," Perelor said softly. Aris rolled over, and Perelor began settling into his own cot. A few moments later, though, Aris turned back over. "Thank you for caring," he said, voice soft. "I know you try not to care, and with the others you do a pretty good job of it. But thank you for caring about me, at least. It's made more of a difference than you could know." "If anything, I should thank you," Perelor said. "I don't know where I'd be without you." That, too, was a lie. He knew exactly where he'd be. Torment. He closed his eyes. "We should sleep." "Yeah." Aris rolled back over. Perelor, though, reopened his eyes. Stared at the smoke, blocking out the stars. "I wish I could believe you weren't doing this to hurt me," he whispered. "Every other chance I've been given has gone wrong." He let out a shaky breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. "But I will try. One more time. Only one more, but I will try. Keep your sister safe, son. One last try." He closed his eyes. Despite everything, sleep came. "Where do you think it came from?" The question came from the soldier sitting beside Ithrey, a man with a scraggly beard and haunted eyes. Terranot was his name. He was a good man. Ithrey had known him back when she was merely captain of the Miradorn Palace Guard. Silence swept over the others. There were only a few left, and though Ithrey knew those missing would be replaced the next day, she was still disturbed by how few remained. If she asked any of these men to help her, would they even be alive by the time Aris got that code? For that matter, how many could she let die before she couldn't take it any longer? She wouldn't let Larsh know anything about Iadra's plans, but there was always suicide, if it meant more of her men would live. "The endowed," she reminded herself. "That's more important than how you feel. Besides, it's Larsh's fault they're dying, not yours." She'd be dead soon enough anyway, if all went according to plan. "I don't know," one of the others said finally. A man with close-cut brown hair, holding a thin, crumpled picture of his wife. Iravin. Ithrey didn't know how he'd smuggled the picture in. Nobody else she'd seen had any of their possessions. He turned to meet Ithrey's eyes. "I'm not sure it matters. The real question is how we get out of here. What's your plan, General?" Ithrey hesitated. "Are you sure?" Perelor's voice echoed in her ears. "I don't have one yet," she lied. Irvan waved a hand. "It doesn't have to be all done, General. But we just saw you talking with the captain. We know you're planning something." "The captain and I were only discussing command structure," Ithrey said. "He's agreed that, though he will remain a figurehead to the Talar, I am in command." Irvan frowned. "That's good, I guess. We need to escape, though." He swept his eyes over the soldiers. "We all agree on that much, right?" Ithrey hesitated. If these men tried a mutiny, it could ruin everything she had just outlined. She cleared her throat. "We are not going to try anything just yet. I need more data on these camps before I can make an informed decision on our course of action. Understood? The men nodded, though Irvin seemed hesitant. Maybe I'll have to talk to him later, Ithrey thought. Except she hardly knew the man. She'd fought with him a few times, but not enough to trust him with something like this. In fact, as she looked over her men, she realized that was true for all of them. She knew their names, knew their faces, but she did not know them. She restrained a sigh. The life of a seeker is a lonely one. She rose from her seat, bidding the men good night. She probably should have stayed longer, but today had been unimaginably tiring, even with the added strength her purity gave her. Idly she reached back, fingering the jewel now embedded into the back of her neck. She'd wielded purity surges before, but never had one surgically implanted. It felt strange, uncomfortable, but then so did slavery. Her mind raced, trying to patch the holes in their plan. It was possible it would work, but only possible. She needed better than possible. She needed guarantees. Behind her, the men were talking about their families back home, calmly pretending as if they were fine, acting as if they hadn't just walked into a death trap. Yet they would die all the same. Akron, she was beginning to understand Perelor's worry. She sat down on her designated cot, trembling. She stared down at her feet, trying not to see the insectoid helms of the Talar guards, gleaming in the light of the cook fires. In the distance, though, she could hear plasma fire, never-ending shrieks, just like on Mirador during the invasion. How long since she'd had a moment of quiet? Too long. She placed her head in her hands, rubbing her face, pulling herself together. Now, of all time, she could not afford to be weak. For she had made a choice during that meeting. A terrible choice, but one that was necessary. She couldn't help Alarn herself, nor could Alarn actually bust her out of here. He was powerful, but he didn't have the forces to take on the entire army. Yet, before Larsh killed her, Ithrey could perform one final service. With Aris's, and perhaps Perelor's help, she would fight her way to the camp comms tower. She would send a message there, but not to Alarn. Instead, she would broadcast to the entire galaxy his plight, in the hope that someone would come to his aid. She had lied to the others, of course. With Aris's naivety and Perelor's fixation on his sister, it had been easier than she'd thought. They would die because of her lies by the time this was through. That gnawed at her. But it was necessary. If this girl was the endowed, their sacrifice would mean more than they would ever know. The life of a seeker is a lonely one, she whispered. An old saying from Iedra. A cold saying, but true. She laid on her back and closed her eyes, but did not sleep. She didn't even try to sleep. The suffering of exhaustion seemed the only penance she could give for what she was about to do. Chapter 26. Oblivion's Touch. I killed a man today. Burned him to a crisp before the eyes of his subjects, all because he spoke a word out of turn. Iedra assures me this was just. I hate her for being right. Arith Drawley, circa 2898 post-fall of Meridian. Shinola tried to keep her eyes from drifting as she followed Alarin through the halls of the Grahalan military headquarters and out onto a gravel-covered training ground. She could not afford to let Alarin think she would try anything. She couldn't even afford to be tempted to try anything. Her thoughts had to be as far from her plan as possible, or Alarin would catch her with his memory sense. He might catch her anyway, but she had to try. The guards, 2 men in red and silver who were both laying with their backs to the wall, snapped their eyes open and scrambled to their feet as Alarin approached, saluting. "Sir," one said. "Sorry, sir. Didn't mean to." Alarin waved a hand, smiling. "No harm done." His voice grew quiet. "We're all tired these days. Just don't sleep while you're on duty at the cannons. You may leave." "Understood, sir." The man who had spoken gave another salute, then walked away, gesturing for his companion to follow. When they were both gone, Alarin turned to Shinola, hands clasped behind his back. "You're afraid of me. I don't have soul sense, but I can tell that much." Shinola snorted. "I'm not afraid." Alarin smiled again. "You're a terrible liar, my friend. It's a good quality to have." He reached for his side, unbuckling a blade that waited there. Then he tossed it to Shinola. It clattered to the floor as she yelped, stepping back instead of catching it. Alarin's grin widened. Case in point, you just thought I tried to attack you. He waved to it. I didn't, and it's yours. I figure the endowed should have a way to defend themselves. Hesitantly, Shinola knelt to the floor, picking up the blade. It was still in its sheath, and she drew it out slowly, raising an eyebrow as she saw a blue ever-surge waiting the weapon's hilt. I thought you said I couldn't use the powers. You can't, not directly. But you might be able to use the power from a surge. It's not as connected to your identity. My identity? You said that before. I don't know what it means. Everyone has 3 life forces, one connecting to each of the 3 powers. They intertwine somehow, though researchers aren't entirely sure how it all works. The short of it is that Oblivion has woven a thread of power into that web, into the very essence of what makes you yourself. That affects your burning abilities by default. Your identity is strong in all 3 powers, and that's what allows you to use them in the first place. But, depending on how deep the damage is, you might still be able to use the powers from another source. Thus, the sword. He nodded to it. Try it. Shinola shakily tapped her hand against the surge, connecting to it. She felt the usual buzz against her skin as the surge tethered itself to her. And, as it did, she heard Oblivion's voice. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Her finger jerked away from the jewel, and she almost dropped the blade. Alarin frowned. Are you all right? I'm fine, Shinola snapped. She winced, lowering her voice. I need to keep Alarin happy, at least for now. Are you sure this won't open me up to him? It won't, Alarin assured her. You might not be able to use the surge, but it won't make the problem any worse than it already is. Can you really trust him? Oblivion hissed. That surge is his own. Open yourself to it and he'll have power over you. She paused again. That was a blatant lie. She'd dealt with enough burners to know that, though surges were linked to those who had summoned them, they didn't allow mind control. Also, she noted, he summoned the thing, on his own. From what she'd heard, that required intense discipline. There was a reason the stewards of Rayrock had to torture burners to get them to do it. Alarin was clearly a dangerous man. Which was why she should obey him. So, she closed her eyes, ignored Oblivion's ranting, and reached for the Ever in the surge. Blessedly, it came. Energy lit up in her veins, not nearly as much as she was used to, yet it still felt like gorging on warm food after a long fast. She sighed in relief as her skin blazed with blue light. Feels good, doesn't it? Alarin's grin was back. Okron, she was beginning to hate the way the man smiled. That's a good sign. Oblivion hasn't gotten too far. We might be able to expel him here and now. Shinola blinked. Now? Not for certain, but it's possible. Depends on how much energy he was able to slip in between the strands of your identity. He paused. But to try, I will have to use my own strands of Ever. Well, I can't say I've ever had it done to me, but it's supposedly quite invasive. I told you, Oblivion whispered. He will seize control. Shinola swallowed, gripping the sword a little tighter. She couldn't afford to let Alarin know what she was planning, and this procedure... Well, if it involved Ever, it would likely expose her thoughts. She tensed. If she could pull in enough Ever from the surge, maybe she could stop herself from being revealed. She raised a cautious hand. Abruptly, her supply of Ever cut off. Alarin raised an eyebrow. I'm not a fool. That surge is mine, and if you use it to attack me, I will cut off your access. He sighed. But I see you're not ready for a full expulsion yet. That's understandable. Oblivion says you'll take control, Shinola blurted. Is that true? Alarin laughed. No. Not even to fulfill the prophecy? Alarin actually paused for a moment, face blank, as if he hadn't considered the possibility before. No. He shook his head. It would be tempting, I will admit, but no. That wouldn't work anyway. But you would, wouldn't you? If it did work? Another pause. Then his shoulders slumped. Yes, I would. I'd let go the moment Oblivion was defeated, but if I had the power to stop him, any sacrifice would be worth it. He met Shinola's eyes. I've given my life to that cause. I will give my life to that cause. I told you I would not lie to you, and so I won't. I intend to make you the hero of the prophecy. Not because I relish it, but because it is the only hope humankind has." There was an intensity to his voice, a level tone of pure conviction. Shannala shivered as she studied his eyes. Behind that blue glow and his lips drawn thin, she saw blood, tears, anguish, and raw, untamed determination. Perhaps even more than she'd seen in her father. "I don't want any part of that." "I know. I just want to be free." "So do all of us. That is why we must fight." Lauren relaxed, that stupid smile crossing his face again. Shannala saw through it now, though. "Have I told you about my sister?" "Why does it matter?" Alarin shrugged. "You remind me of her. At least, the way she used to be." "Ah, let me guess, she's part of your cause." "She is. If you're going to manipulate me, you'll need to do better than that." "If I were manipulating you, yes, I would." Alarin met her eyes again, and that smile was gone. "Our father abused her for years. Physical, sexual, whenever he felt like it. I tried to stop him, but I couldn't. He was a void burner, I wasn't. Finally, he tried to kill her. I snapped, and ended up connecting to the first power. I had to burn him to ashes right in front of her. She was 10. It took me months to get her to speak again. You're not the only one who's been betrayed, Shannala. Don't live your whole life alone because of something one person did. No matter what Oblivion thinks, we're not all the same." He turned away. "I think we've done enough today. All we can, at least. You can keep the Surge Blade. I can draw from it whenever I need. You can leave, if you wish." Shannala hesitated, then hastily turned away. Why had Alarin felt the need to tell her that? As if knowing about another betrayal would make her any more trusting, when in reality it was just more evidence that Alarin himself would backstab her. Yet, why did a part of her feel relieved? She shook her head, striding away. Now that she had a surge, maybe she could perform some experiments of her own. If she could expel Oblivion herself, that would solve a host of problems. She wasn't sure how Larsh would react if she showed up with such a handicap. Probably not well. Yet, they were still her only way off of this planet alive. "Shannala?" Sighing, she turned back to see Alarin, staring upward at the smoke-filled sky. "What?" "Don't let Oblivion win," he breathed. For once, his voice had no spring to it. "Please. If not for me, if not for humanity, then for yourself." He fell silent again. Shannala actually stared at him for a long moment, gazing at him as he gazed at the sunset. Then, muttering to herself, she turned away. She had work to do. There would be a crack somewhere, she was sure of it. A flaw in Alarin's defenses. She would find it. Then she would finally be free. The day after making her decision, Ryla awoke again from a nightmare she could not remember. That was becoming more common, she realized. But, calming herself, she rose and slipped a taller uniform from out of her wardrobe, then climbed into it. It was bright outside. The rain from the night before seemed to have finally cleared. The sky was a warm blue, the clouds pure white. For a moment, the weather almost made Ryla feel calm. Then she remembered what she faced today. As she did, a red line of light writhed in front of her face. It was gone a moment later, but her hands still trembled as she did up the last buttons of her uniform. She checked herself in a nearby mirror. Larsh was very picky when it came to Ryla's appearance, then straightened out the last few wrinkles, then marched upstairs. She let out a relieved breath as she arrived in the kitchen. Her mother wasn't there, and the mess of splintered wood from their scuffle before had been cleaned up. Her father sat in his chair, disheveled and unshaved, eyes distant, a goblet sitting empty in front of him. "Ryla," he said, voice slurred, "you're up." "Yes, father." "Are you staying today?" "No, father." "Ah." He said nothing further. He just stared forward with vacant eyes. Ryla ignored him. He had chips in his blood that would alert the servants if his alcohol levels grew too high. Ryla knew because she had been the one to insist on installing them. Ryla walked over and began preparing a meal of her own, with some vitamin powder. Nothing fancy, she never had time for anything fancy. "How are things, father?" She got no reply. A few moments later, though, her father grunted and rose from his seat, walking through the door and out of the kitchen. He left both the empty goblet and a plate stained with food on the table. He better not expect me to clean up after him, Ryla thought sourly. She sat down with her own food, then began shoveling it into her mouth. She didn't get far before the door slid open again, this time revealing her mother. Ryla closed her eyes mid-bite. Thaws. How does she always know where to find me? Daughter, you look tired. That's because I am, Ryla thought. She didn't look up from her food, nor did she respond. Her mother sighed. The soul curse is hardly even present today, child. You'll be fine. You always say that, Ryla thought. But she forced herself to glance at her mother. She was wearing a purple dress today, and the scars from their scuffle earlier had been healed. Wonder how much that cost. House Magala had no purity surges of their own, and other nobles often charged exorbitant amounts for use of their surges. Not that price ever stopped Nithla Magala. She does look better, though, Ryla noted. No red eyes. She hesitated, then spoke. I had a long night last night. Nithla raised an eyebrow. Larsh tells me you've been on leave for the last 24 hours. I fought before that, Ryla said defensively. Still, you should have come here earlier. We have things to discuss. Like? Ryla's mother smiled. Like how Larsh is planning to train you in Void? Ryla paled, and Nithla sighed. Yes, I know about that. It's not as much of a problem as you think it is, though. Of course you think that, Ryla snapped. Nithla glared at Ryla, but continued. Regardless, I want to speak to you about that list of challenges I sent you. Ryla paused, fork halfway to her mouth with another hunk of bread. She gave Nithla a glare of her own. No. You're a memory burner, Ryla. You could beat half of the nobility out of their titles without breaking a sweat. Larsh doesn't want me to. But she hasn't forbidden you either. Our house needs a leg up. We can't simply wait for you to be declared heir. Ryla shook her head, stuffing the last of her food into her mouth, then rose. She swallowed a moment later, then spoke. That's your problem, not mine. Torment, it's father's problem, really. I'll provide what money I can, but I'm not dueling just so you can spend more. This isn't about spending, Nithla hissed. It's about security. Your brother was almost drafted. Ryla hesitated. Kyrus made his choice. He almost didn't have one, though. Do you think your father would survive if he were drafted? Torment, he wouldn't even survive if just his servants were drafted. And that's his problem, Ryla snapped. She knew she'd gone too far, and it seemed her mother did too, for she stepped forward. Her eyes did not hold any red light, but they certainly held plenty of anger. Do not disrespect your father. Do you hear me? Ryla hesitated, then sighed. I'm sorry. If you're sorry, then do as I ask. And that's where we disagree. Ryla pushed past her mother. This discussion is over. I need to get to the training ring anyway. Ryla, don't you turn your back on... Ryla whirled, reaching for thoughts, burning them, then burning the resultant ever to freeze her mother in place, an invisible wall of force pushing in on her from all sides. I'm in control here, she said, voice deathly quiet. Not you. Nithla met Ryla's gaze. She was silent for a long time. For now, she said finally. For now. Ryla huffed, then let her mother go, and stormed out the door. Thankfully, the cursed woman did not follow. The training ring Larsh had requested was a strange one. Most dueling arenas were wide and open, filled with pillars and obstacles. This was little more than a metal floor, with occasional bumps and texturing to simulate the floor of a city. At first, Ryla questioned if she'd come to the right place, but just before she was about to leave, Larsh arrived. Any sign of remorse the Talar leader had showed the night before was gone. Her face was hard, her lips pursed, her eyes accented with heavy makeup. She was wearing full armor, a custom-forged suit, purple with gray trim, and, to Ryla's annoyance, accents of red. The Cunning One's colors. Purple and gray had always been the Talar colors, but Larsh had added in red upon taking the throne. A not-so-subtle reminder of her power as a burner. And a mockery of a once-proud tradition, one that made Ryla seethe inside. She kept her face straight, though, and maintained a constant buzz of Ever in her skin. She could not afford for Larsh to read her thoughts. Larsh swept her eyes over Ryla, nodding curtly. You came. Good. It would have been messy had you refused. She frowned. You're wearing a lightweight suit. I thought I trained you out of that. Ryla shrugged. It's more comfortable. And it's less effective. From now on, you will wear a full suit. Ryla opened her mouth to protest, then shut it. Fine. Larsh smirked. Obedience. It's about time I got some of that out of you. Ryla bristled, but followed as Larsh stepped out onto the training ring, drawing her sword from a sheath on her hip, then gesturing for Ryla to do the same. Ryla did, unsheathing a surge blade that had been delivered to her quarters on Meredith a few hours earlier. The jewel in its center glowed with red light. Even though she had not yet drawn the void in, she could hear voices whispering within it. Soft, but piercing screams. She shivered. You hear them, don't you? Larsh said. Not a question, just a statement of a fact. No, Ryla lied. Larsh smiled grimly. Yet you knew exactly what I was talking about. Ryla shivered again. I hate them. Good. The ones who don't are the ones who lose themselves. She straightened. We will begin soon. I hope you have spent the time I gave you to prepare. But before that, I want you to run through some exercises with Ever. I've not checked your progress recently. Ryla nodded. If I fumbled this, would it get me out of using Void? She met Larsh's eyes, though, and the woman's stony expression indicated otherwise. Bile rose in her throat. It's just temporary, she reminded herself, and you haven't even started yet. Don't be a coward. Basic exercises, Larsh said. Fourth movement, now. Ryla closed her eyes in response, reaching and pulling in Ever. This particular movement called for fast reaching, less than a second, and she barely got her eyes back open in time to throw her hand forward, lighting the air with a burst of heat, then step back, summoning a shield of plasma in front of her, as if blocking an attack from an enemy burner. She danced through the rest of the sequence with ease. She'd done this movement hundreds, if not thousands, of times. Larsh gave only a small grunt of satisfaction when Ryla was done. Good enough. You need to work harder on reaching, though. In a battle between burners, the first to call on the powers is often the victor, regardless of skill. But good enough. Of course I need to work harder, Ryla thought. She tensed, realizing what came next. Larsh's face, too, grew grim. You are connected to the third power, Ryla, she said gently. This would have happened eventually. At least this way I can keep you from losing yourself in the process, the way your mother did. Coming from you, Ryla hissed, that's little comfort. She didn't mean for the words to slip out, but they did. Larsh showed no reaction to them. She just continued on. Reaching for Void will be like reaching forever, at least to begin with. Once you've successfully begun touching the third power, though, you must be ready. You must have your emotions clear. The more you can keep yourself rational, the less Oblivion's taint will affect you. I'm not doing this. Ryla's heart beat fast. Those red eyes, those hands on her throat, that wild grin on her mother's face. I can't. I will tolerate disobedience from you no further, Ryla, Larsh said. Reach. Her voice grew softer. You will be fine. It's just once. It's just once. Her mother said that so often. I'll leave it behind. I just need it one more time. Just once more. Her mother never did need it. Yet Ryla couldn't refuse. She hoped that true necessity would make a difference. Closing her eyes, trembling, she reached. Not forever, but for Void. At first, it was just as Larsh had said. The usual thrum at the beginning came from her chest, rather than her forehead, but she felt energy moving closer, a heat that permeated more than just her skin. Then, it changed. The first thing she noticed was the sour taste in her mouth. It spread from there, becoming a twisting in her gut, a throbbing in her throat, a tremble in her limbs. Emotions danced freely in her chest. Other people's emotions. She felt the raw despair of a woman who had lost her child. She gasped with the ecstasy of a man nearby sucking in smoke from a pipe. And, within it all, she felt her own, raw, barely contained hatred for Larsh. It was similar to memory burning. Yet, instead of seeing and hearing, she felt. There was no logic to it, just passion. It was overwhelming beyond anything she'd ever experienced. That wasn't all, though. For as she reached, she saw the spirits. She'd known this part would come. Sirla and the other void burners Larsh employed had all mentioned peering into torment as they connected to the third power. Yet no casual words could prepare her for this. People, made of red light rather than flesh, but still people, writhed in front of her. Their mouths were open in screams of pure pain, their hands clenched to their skulls. Sweat beaded on their foreheads, and blood gushed from gashes that opened and sealed seemingly at random. Flesh burned, only to be restored, only to burn again. And the screams. She could not hear them, not directly, but she felt them, as if her chest had somehow become the instrument of her hearing. Their despair threatened to consume her. She fell to her knees, gasping, yet somehow, despite her best efforts, she could not let go of the power. It clung to her, refusing to leave. "I have you now," a voice rumbled, deep and rich. "Your future is mine." She looked up, desperately trying to push away the power, to fail rather than let it seep into her veins. Shouldn't this be easy? It was always easy to let go of Ever. Panic rose in her chest, mixing with 1,000 other emotions. Abruptly, a spirit reached for her, hands trembling. She yelped, shrinking backward. And finally, the third power was gone. She was already on her knees, but even that was too much as exhaustion overtook her. She sank to the floor, trying to resist tears. Tears of anger, tears of fear, tears of all emotions wrapped up in one. She tried to steady her breathing. It didn't work. Had that face, had it been her uncle, expression contorted in pain? But no, that was lunacy. The void had been twisting her mind. She closed her eyes as Larsh fell to her knees beside her. "It affected you strongly," she heard Larsh murmur. "A negative reaction is normal, but this, and the aura that surrounded you, strange. Very strange. But you did well, all things considered." She laid a hand on Ryla's shoulder. Ryla shook it away immediately. "Get away from me," she hissed. "Ryla, it would have happened eventually." "Don't lie to me. I would have never touched it. Never!" She knew she was going too far, but she didn't care. Adrenaline surging through her, she forced herself to roll over, closing her eyes and reaching as she did. Though her soul was tired, her mind was not, and the thoughts flew easily through her mind, as if her anger were grease to the machine of memory burning. She sprung to her feet, renewed and ablaze with Ever. Before she could stop herself, she flung her hand forward, heating the air in front of it into plasma, then shoving that plasma toward Larsh, who still knelt on the floor. Larsh's eyes widened, but she reacted as if she had not been surprised at all. A red tendril of light lashed outward, slamming into Ryla's plasma bolt. It exploded just in front of Ryla, and heat washed over her, opening up blisters across her face. She yelped, stepping back, then yelped again as a second tendril swept at her legs, knocking her feet out from under her. Her head spun as it struck the hard ground. She lay there for a long moment before she growled, attempting to rise to her feet. As she did, something pressed her back to the floor, hard. Larsh's foot. "I wouldn't try anything further if I were you." The Talar leader's voice was deathly quiet. Though her limbs still blazed with adrenaline, Ryla immediately fell still. She heard a shriek as Larsh drew her sword, then felt a sharp point come to rest against her neck. "I expected more of you than this," Larsh snapped. "I can tell void-induced actions from simply irrational ones, and that was certainly the latter. Childish, Ryla. Childish. You left me no choice." "No choice? I gave you days to prepare. Touching void will not kill you, but your disobedience might." She pressed the tip of the blade in harder. Ryla winced as she felt it nick her skin, a drop of blood beading from the cut, then dribbling down to the floor. "Consider that a warning. A last warning. I will not throw away an asset like you, but there will be measures should this behavior continue." The venom in her voice made Ryla shiver despite herself. A moment later, the foot lifted. "Leave. Our lesson here is done. But you will be back when I summon you, and we will continue precisely where we left off. Understood?" Ryla stood, rubbing her neck, and opened her mouth to protest. Then she saw Larsh's expression, lips pursed, eyes still aglow with crimson light. Red tendrils twisted around her, not yet headed for Ryla, but there were dozens of them. Far more than Ryla had seen anyone else summon. She wilted. "Fine. It is not just fine. It is necessary." She shook her hand. "We need to be better than this, Ryla. We cannot squabble. The destroyer comes." She trailed off, and her eyes grew distant for a moment. Then they snapped back into focus. "You are dismissed." Ryla stood, pausing, debating if she should strike again. Larsh raised an eyebrow. "You are dismissed, child." Ryla grunted, then turned and walked away. "At least it's over." She shivered. "Until the next session." The image of her uncle's face kept flashing through her mind, no matter what she did. She was sure it had been a trick of her mind, but apparently it was one her mind was willing to continue. Her uncle would hate her for what she had done, for what she would yet do. But he'd also hate her for having touched the third power. No matter how you put it, there was hate on all sides, and only one way out. Chapter 27. Okron be our witness. 14 years ago. It was only one evening, but to Perelor it felt half an eternity, his muscles sore, his breathing shallow and quick. He knew he should have long since risen. He knew the only way to find out what change lay ahead of him was to go and ask. Yet, as much as a part of him desired to know, desired above all else to try to fix it all, another part was afraid of the knowledge. And so the two parts melded, and he sat there, afraid, unknowing, yet completely idle. He finally let his hand slip away from his ears. The noise still bothered him, but his heartbeat was slowing. Anxiety could only be sustained so long, it seemed, before weariness took its place. So he heard the footsteps behind him, and tensed as he did, but he could not bring himself to turn around. "You all right, kid?" The voice was a heavily accented drawl. Dramidius's voice. Perelor turned to find not just Dramidius, but Yonka as well. Dramidius had his hands in the pockets of his robes, and actually looked a little nervous. Yonka had his arms folded in that usual stern fashion of his, though concern and pity creased his face as he gazed at Perelor. "We've been looking for you for forever," Yonka said. "You should not have left so suddenly. Your father was so worried he almost left the ceremony, and that would have been disastrous. Your sister has already proven she is no diplomat." "We understand how it feels, though," Dramidius cut in. "Torment I remember when I was first." He blinked, and Perelor realized Yonka was glaring at him. "Well, I shouldn't talk about that. Still, we get it. We really do." Perelor said nothing. Get it? How could they possibly understand this sinking feeling in his stomach? He turned away, the anxiety rising again. He did not want to talk to them. They were the last people he wanted to talk to. He wanted his father to be here. Slowly, he turned back. "Where's my dad?" "He is busy," Yonka said. "That is why he sent us." "You were sent. I chose." Dramidius sighed. "Sorry. Avin here has no tact." He met the other man's eyes. "Care to leave me alone with him for a moment?" Yonka bristled at the suggestion, but nodded. "Fine." He leaned in close, and Perelor knew somehow he was not meant to hear the next thing the man said. But do not do anything outside the plan, no matter how small. He stalked away, arms still folded, his expression hawkish, the bun atop the back of his head seeming to stick up too proudly into the air. Dramidius watched him go, then shook his head, snorting. "What a prude." A mischievous grin crossed his face. "What do you think we can get away with now he's gone?" The grin quickly faded as Perelor retreated backward. "Where's my dad?" he muttered again. He felt on the verge of tears. That made him feel pathetic, which in turn made the tears come even closer to spilling. Okron, he was 14. He shouldn't be crying, let alone hiding in a corner. Yet here he was. "Yonka's right on that," Dramidius said. "He is busy, at least for now. But I want to see him," Perelor insisted. "Even if I can't talk to him, please?" Dramidius hesitated, then nodded. "All right, we can talk on the way." I still don't want to, Perelor thought. But, breathing in sharply, he rose to his feet, then followed Dramidius as the old soldier began striding through the streets toward a hovercar stop. The streets were mostly empty by now, though light still streamed from that sunset ever frozen in the sky. Most had now retired to beds in shaded rooms. Those who still strode on the walkways were bleary-eyed, most looking at nothing as they went on their way, though an unusual amount walked with holoscreens in hand, distracted, barely avoiding tripping and falling. Perelor caught a look at what one of them was watching, a projection of his father, arguing with a blue-clad government official. "Have I ever told you about the first time I killed a man?" Dramidius's voice was uncharacteristically solemn, the drawl gone completely. His eyes grew distant for a moment, especially as Perelor shrunk away, taken aback by the question. Then Dramitius suddenly shook his head, snapping back into focus. You remind me a little of what I felt like that day. Your expression, at least. That's why I ask. I would never kill anyone, Perelor hissed. Dramitius only smiled sadly. I said that once too. Then I became a soldier. Father says war is wasteful. It is. I'm not arguing against that, but we're mortals. We're excellent at being wasteful. And sometimes, well, you can't possibly tell me you haven't felt it in the arena swinging that sword of yours. That's just because it's fun to compete, Perelor said, folding his arms. He was not a killer. Why were they even having this conversation? He needed to get to Father, to figure out how to process, well, everything. No, it's not, Dramitius said. Everyone says that's what it is, and maybe that's true for lesser men. But it's not the competition for us. It's the knowledge. The burden that comes from the truth that if you miss that parry, if you can't finish your opponent with a clever riposte, if you're just 1 millisecond too slow or 1 inch off, you die. Your friends die. Contest over. Your life over. You can't tell me you haven't felt that, kid. You don't get as good at swordplay as you are without feeling that. Perelor shivered. Not because Dramitius was wrong, because he was right. To most kids, the arena really was just a game. But for Perelor... His father talked little about how Perelor's mother had died, but Perelor knew. No one had ever told him outright, but he knew. Rion had been too slow. And though it wasn't his fault, he'd paid a price for his mistake as surely as his wife had. People sometimes asked Perelor if he missed his mother. He didn't. He'd been 2 when she'd died. But he still felt her loss. Every time his father locked himself in his room, an unnerving silence overtook their apartment. It took me several tries, Dramitius continued. The first time, I mean. I had him beat easy. Got him disarmed, kicked him to the floor, told him to surrender. He didn't. Just drew in more void and attacked again. I beat him again. I think I knew I had to kill him then. Didn't want to, though. Not at all. I beat him 6 times, if I remember right, before I finally ran him through. Cried all night after that. Everyone kept telling me to wash the blood from my clothes, but I didn't want to. Thought they deserved to be ruined. I did clean them eventually, though. He turned, forcefully meeting Perelor's eyes, even as he tried to avoid the old soldier's gaze. It gets easier, kid. That's what I'm trying to say. It's hard, searing hard at first, but it gets easier. The guilt and the killing. The real trick is remembering balance as it all starts feeling natural. I'm not a killer, Perelor repeated. I'm not a warrior either. Yet, if Eliel was the endowed... You're not, but you will be. There's no way out of it after what your sister just did. Dramitius's voice was soft, full of high-pitched pity. Perelor growled. He hardly even knew Dramitius. Why was the man lecturing him all of a sudden? I told you I didn't want to talk. Can we just go find my father? Dramitius smiled ruefully. I've learned when people say they don't want to talk, that's when they need it the most. But I've preached enough. We can find your father, though I make no promises he won't be busy. They walked in silence, arriving at the hovercar stop a few minutes later. A few seconds after that, Captain Yonka descended from above, holding his surge blade in his hand. He didn't seem to think it was a big deal, his expression contemplative, but people in the surrounding streets stopped to gawk. Most had seen surge blades before, but seeing Ever used in careful, controlled situations, and seeing someone use it to casually fly were 2 very different experiences. Dramitius rolled his eyes. You're always too casual with that thing. It's just a blade, Yonka muttered. The people here will see more by the time this is all done. Much, much more, I fear. Dramitius pursed his lips, and Perelor idly wondered what their cryptic conversation meant. For that matter, Dramitius had just insinuated that the first man he'd killed had been a void burner. A common soldier might kill one by chance, but disarming him? Strange talk. But it was a strange day, and he was growing tired. Still, he kept his limbs moving as they hopped into a large hovercar, designed to fit several dozen people, one of the public transit models. It was empty except for them, and Yonka tossed the woman driving it a winged silver mark as he stepped inside. That's for not letting anyone else in, he said as she gave him a puzzled look, and for keeping your ears shut. He settled down beside Dramitius, though his gaze fixed on Perelor and never moved away as the doors to the hovercar slid closed, and they took off. Dramitius shifted uncomfortably beside him. Do we really need to? He started to say, but Yonka raised a hand, and Dramitius fell silent. So, Yanka said. Your sister is the endowed, or so your father claims. Do you believe that claim? Perelor bristled. My father never lies, but well... His thoughts swam. Too much was happening. He felt a sudden nausea, and he gripped the handles of his seat tighter, though he did not think the sensation had come from being in the air. You're too direct, Dermidius muttered. He's still processing all this. Now isn't the time. This is exactly the time, Yanka snapped. I need to know how he is under pressure. He leaned forward. So, boy, do you believe your father's claims? Give me a straight answer this time. People will not listen to you if you stutter, no matter how sincere you are. I don't know, Perelor said, his own voice growing irritated. Can you leave me alone? I want to be left alone. The last part came out as a shout, and he winced. He was losing control. He needed to see his father, and then he needed to sleep. Yanka just snorted in reply. Trust me, we know you want your privacy. That's why we're here. We're trying to prepare you because you won't be getting it anymore. Dermidius cleared his throat. What Yanka is trying to say is, your father has just stepped into the political spotlight. He's been there before, yes, but this is far more significant. It's not just Ethia that will be looking at him now, and those who watch him will be looking far harder. You know those kids at school? The ones like Sekhen who hate you? Perelor swallowed. Yeah? It's going to get worse. A lot worse, I'm sorry to say. I guarantee you an ambassador has already been sent, Yanka interjected. They'll interview everyone as they decide whether or not to condemn your sister. He seemed a little calmer now, and for the first time Perelor noticed the man wasn't just looking at Perelor with the usual anger. He actually seemed afraid, his hand shaking just slightly, his eyes constantly flickering down toward Perelor's hand. Apparently, today's announcement had shaken him as much as Perelor himself. To condemn her? Perelor asked, realizing what Yanka had just said. What does that mean? He suspected it couldn't mean anything good. He was right. If a prospect for the prophecy has a legitimate claim, Dermidius said, the Confederacy will usually leave them alone, as long as they submit to the testing eventually. But if the Confederacy thinks they have no chance, they'll order the prospect executed. Claiming the right of prophecy is, well, it's serious business. They don't do it fairly either, Yanka said bitterly. Not the way it's supposed to be done. Half the time they condemn someone, it's just because they're scared it'll disrupt their plans. Dermidius winced. He's not wrong, sad to say. Not wrong at all. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket and idly began puffing on it. Perelor's heart pounded. So, they could kill Eliel? Yes, Yanka said, and anyone they think is involved in her plans. He gave Perelor a meaningful glance. And they will ask questions, boy. Many questions. You will not be alone for a few weeks at least. A very stressful few weeks. Perelor shivered, but to his surprise, he felt mostly numb to the news. Just another thing falling apart. I really need to talk to my father. You will, Dermidius said. He just might be busy. He wanted us to take care of you while he's busy taking care of Eliel. He wanted us to tell you that though this is hard on you, it will be even harder on her. Eliel. Perelor felt a warm wash of shame as he thought of his sister. He'd hardly even considered how this would be for her. She got anxious enough over simple tests at school. She was the kindest person he knew, and the most vulnerable. The only thing he did know for certain, he realized, was that she would have no idea what she was doing. And they might kill her if they don't think she's a real prospect. He felt the shame increase. He should be trying to help her, not sitting in an alley in a pool of his own self-pity. Yet there was still that fear, that nauseating dizziness as everything spun and changed. I need to talk to my father, he repeated. He just needed a few minutes anyway. His father always knew exactly what to say. As if on cue, the hovercar landed. The driver, looking pale, stood up, waving them out, trembling. Evidently, she had heard their conversation. She slammed the door shut and sped off as soon as they were out. How much coin did you give her? Dermidius asked dryly. Because if I were a betting man, I'd say we have maybe a few hours before word gets out you were talking with the endowed's brother. I gave her as much as I dared, Yanka replied. He frowned. I thought you gambled. I did. Got bored of it. Dermidius sucked in a deep breath from his Adrelian gas tube, then folded it and stuffed it into his pocket. Blasted things are smaller than they used to be, he muttered. Perelor tried his best to ignore their conversation, sweeping his eyes over the garden of the grand shrine. The crowds were gone, replaced by stoic soldiers in palace guard uniforms. They gave Yonka, their commanding officer, curt nods as the trio walked by, though Perelor did not miss the disgusted glances they shot Dromedius behind the other man's back. He didn't miss the sleek chrome ships on the landing pads nearest the shrine either. Emblazoned on them was a large, ornate glyph, a burning star with 3 intersecting rings inscribed within, a symbol of the 3 powers and the church, and twisting flowery marks in the center of the rings on the glyph told Perelor that this vehicle belonged to the highest-ranking church official in the nation. Cheria, he hissed under his breath. He vaguely remembered someone saying before the chaos that she was at another person's ceremony, deliberately snubbing them, he guessed, even after they'd tried to extend a peaceful hand by doing the naming at her shrine. Not unsurprising, not for her. Perelor could hardly imagine her fury at what had just transpired. He didn't have to imagine, though, for as they stepped inside the shrine, flanked by 2 guards Yonka had ordered to follow them, they immediately heard shouting. "Akron? You quoting Akron? I haven't seen you in a cathedral for decades. You have no right to invoke her name." Rion just snorted. "Are you actually willing to have a conversation, priestess? You seem to have come only to scream, and I have had more than enough of that today." They stood near the naming altar, Priestess Cheria with her arms folded, a posse of other priests behind her. Rion leaned one hand against the altar, fingers tapping against its surface pensively. Eliel cowered behind him, hands folded behind her back, eyes wide. "Well, that would be because there is more than enough to scream about," Cheria continued. She was a short, plump woman, hardly intimidating physically. Perelor could have fought her swordless when he was 10 years old. Yet there was something in the way she gazed at Rion, not just angry, but also hungry, waiting for him to make a misstep. The 2 other priests behind her bore no weapons, either, yet the way they held themselves was almost like that of soldiers waiting for an ambush. Cheria has a chance to get rid of us now, Perelor realized, the nausea growing, the room swimming. She would take that chance. She was more orthodox than anyone Perelor knew. She made Sekhan look casual in his beliefs. And she'd always hated the Krots most of all, the foolish politicians who refused to acknowledge their ancestors' crimes. Though his father must have realized this long ago, Perelor was far worse than his father at reading people. He only cocked an eyebrow at Cheria's outrage, his face otherwise stony calm. "I didn't say there wasn't. The endowed has been found, priestess. There will be much to debate, I fear, in the coming days, and far too little time to do it properly. Which is why I ask that you leave, if you have nothing more productive to say. I have matters to attend to." "Are you dismissing me?" Cheria snapped. "In my own shrine." "Merely dismissing myself," Rion said coolly, stepping away from the altar. "I think we can both agree this conversation has gone nowhere." He walked away, and Cheria turned, sneering. "Running away from your betters? Heretic." "At least I'm not a coward," Perelor heard Rion mutter. Cheria stiffened, waving to the other priests behind her. They, too, straightened. "Rion Krot," Cheria said, "we are placing you under official church discipline. Our orders come from the Tret herself. From now on, your entire family will be noted as heretics in our records, and Confederacy soldiers will accompany them." Her voice grew deadly soft. "Unless you recount this nonsense." Rion turned, and Perelor actually shivered. He had never seen such raw anger in his father's eyes. "You test my patience," he said. "I did not enjoy my time as a warrior, but give me enough of a reason and I can remember it. Then you do not back down? Never." Cheria raised her voice. "Then Akron be our witness that the church denounces you. May the 3 blades have mercy on your soul." Rion met her with defiant eyes. "And Akron be my witness," he said, raising his own voice, "that the 3 blades will condemn you all." He whipped around, gesturing for Perelor and the others to follow. "Come, all of you. We've all spent enough time in the presence of fools today." Perelor swallowed, but followed, as did Yonka. Dromedius hung back, gently touching Eliel's shoulder. She was shaking, likely on the verge of a soul-cursed episode. She responded to Dromedius's touch, though, and together they all trailed behind Rion out of the room. Perelor did not miss the 2 green-clad Confederacy soldiers who stalked behind them as they walked out into the gardens. Finally, Rion stopped, turning back, the anger gone, weariness replacing it. For the first time, Perelor noticed the bags under Rion's eyes, and the way those eyes darted about nervously. "I think I went too far," he heard his father mutter. Too aggressive. The Confederacy will require boldness, but I still think I went too far. He shook his head. I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted. This has been a long day. He nodded to Dramidius and Eliel. My daughter is tired too, I think. If you could escort her back to the apartment. Dramidius saluted with a hand to his chest. My pleasure, Rion. Eliel gently let Dramidius lead her away. Almost immediately, Yanka turned to Rion. This did not go as well as you planned. I'm aware. Are you truly? As aware as I can be. Stop worrying, Yanka. Believe me when I say I'm doing enough of that for all of us. Yanka nodded slowly, his eyes drifting to Perelor. He stiffened. Well, I hope that is true, because there is plenty to worry about. I must leave now, but don't tell the boy too much. He strode off, a dangerous glint in his eyes that made Perelor shiver. Perelor's father stood still for a long moment, shoulders slumped. Then, finally, he turned to Perelor, frowning. I should have told you, he said. I'm sorry. Yanka pressured me not to, but that's no excuse. It's fine, Perelor lied. But Dad, what's going to happen? There was a long pause, and Perelor felt his heart pound. He knows what to do. He has to. I don't know, Rion said eventually. I barely know what I'm doing, son. All I know is that I have to keep going. The galaxy depends on it. There was a gravity to his voice. She really is the endowed, Perelor whispered. As far as I can tell, Rion said. If I'm wrong, well, I can't afford to think about that. I have to assume I'm right. He met Perelor's eyes. You've been training with Avin in the sword, yes? Yeah, but I have a request for you then. A selfish request. Your sister is not the best with her powers, not yet. If something were to come for her... Rion shivered. I want you to promise me you'll keep your sword with you from now on, just in case your sister gets into trouble. Perelor paled. You think someone's going to try to kill her? Yes, frankly, I do. It's only a matter of when, now. He gave Perelor a sad smile. I'm sorry to thrust you into this, I really am. But can you promise me? Perelor swallowed. I don't know, Dad. Honestly, I don't know what to make of this. I know. Can you promise me anyway? Perelor hesitated. I can try, he said finally. That's good enough. Rion rubbed his face with his hand. There's so much to do. I'd hoped the Confederacy would take to this with less fuss. I shouldn't have expected Sherry to cooperate, though. He shook his head. But you needn't worry yourself with that, and I need to sleep. Let's go home. He turned and began walking away, gesturing for Perelor to follow. Perelor did, numb. Not just from the revelations about Eliel, but also from another revelation. For once, his father didn't know what to do. That, more than anything, terrified him. Chapter 28. Defiance. I will find a way. I must find a way. That is my pride and my burden. Arith Drale, circa 2899 post-fall of Meridian. Sirla paced around the confines of her makeshift command tent, muttering to herself. Oblivion had been nearly silent since the Voidling had returned, save for one message, over and over, exactly once every hour. Krot must live, for now, as must Vallejo. You will assure this. What did it mean? Oblivion was God, so it must mean something.
You worry too much, a voice hissed. It is not becoming of a servant so high in the ranks of the fold.
As if you have room to talk, Sirla snapped.
You almost had Krot turned and you lost to that pathetic girl. That pathetic girl you've chosen to work with, the Voidling mused.
Torment. Sirla hated the way it could make its hissing voice sound so sing-song. It stared at her with a smile on its face, too. The creature was trapped in a weakened form after its encounter with Ryla. It spent most of its time appearing as a human, saving its strength. Somehow that only made it more unnerving. Sirla waved a hand. An alliance of necessity. Once I've overthrown Larsh, she will become mine or die. She suspected the latter, though the former was more possible than she'd thought. Ryla had been strangely cooperative these last few days. Ryla was of no concern, though. The path to defeating Larsh was as clear as it had ever been. But Ithrey Vallejo, a seeker of the light,
Here. I have to kill the girl, she muttered to herself. I can't upset Larsh directly, not yet, but somehow I have to stage an accident. The raid hadn't worked, and had already gotten her a tongue-lashing from Larsh. The voidling hadn't worked either, and certainly wouldn't now that it was so weakened. Still, there must be a way. Oblivion forbade that. He forbade me to kill her directly. That, too, came out as a growl. Thaws, she was losing her composure. She let out a breath, then continued. I doubt he wants her alive in the end. I simply need to find out how he wants her killed. The voidling sighed. So disobedient. You should do as our master says. Keep the raids going and watch for his hand. Perhaps. Sirla continued to pace for a moment, then sighed, stopping. There is another today. Hopefully that will rid me of my problems. Hope is not a virtue of oblivion. Do not hope, only obey. Sirla turned to face the voidling again. Even in this partially human form, its eyes were solid red balls of light, boring into her. Yes, she said softly, you are right. There is no hope. Not for me, not for us. And oblivion willing not for Ithrey Vallejo either. She straightened, then strode out of the tent. She did not want to spend any more time around the voidling and its lectures. She may not be able to kill Vallejo, but she certainly wouldn't let the woman go unwatched either. The cameras, she realized. She smiled. I truly thought you would have broken by now. It is rare that I am wrong about such things. Larsh's words barely registered to Ithrey, who lay strapped to a hard titanium table, trembling as needles extended from a robotic arm and dug into her skin, sharp, cold, agonizing. Blood beaded atop her flesh. Her shaking, caused by her pain, made the suffering even worse, as the blades vibrated through her flesh. The recordings have done nothing, Larsh said. One would think you were not friends with your men to begin with. In her peripheral, Ithrey saw her leaning against the wall, arms folded. Her expression was grim, cold, distant. The life of a seeker is a lonely one, Ithrey said through gritted teeth. Larsh snorted. Lonely and painful. She frowned. This is the price we both pay to oppose oblivion. The loss of our innocence. The loss of companionship. She sighed. We could have been friends, I think, under different circumstances. Perhaps we still could be. I don't serve you, Ithrey hissed. She could feel the needles growing warmer. The worst part was almost here. But then, perhaps not, Larsh said. She waved a hand, and blue flashed as the needles injected their payload. The agony intensified, now amplified by chemicals racing through Ithrey's veins. She howled. There was no containing her pain, not now. She bucked against her restraints, muscles spasming, the needles tearing her as they did. Desperately, she tried to reach for purity, but found it too slippery to hold. Larsh had drugged her earlier. The Talar leader stepped toward her, placing a hand on her head. It will end if you tell me what you know, she said. Nod and I will stop the flow. Ithrey closed her eyes, trying to think through the agony, trying to breathe through the screams. Was there any way out of this? Some lie she could fabricate about Iadra's whereabouts? I will know if you lie, Larsh whispered. I promise that if you do, I will only make this worse. No lies, then. For a moment she teetered on the edge of giving in. Then she remembered her brother. He would never fall prey to this. He was strong. She could be, too. Larsh let out a long, exasperated breath, and the needles finally retreated. Phantom pain lingered, but Ithrey stopped screaming, falling relaxed within her restraints. Those restraints pulled away as Larsh stepped back. Another failure, then. You are strong, child. More so than you realize. She shook her head, turning away. It is a shame we must fight each other so. That's your choice, Ithrey wheezed, not mine. The Seekers welcomed you before. They did, Larsh said. But my path had diverged from theirs long before I first met Iadra. You don't have to do any of this to fight Oblivion, Ithrey said.
She didn't actually think she could convince this woman, but she had to try, if only for her own sake. He's manipulating you, using you to cause the very chaos he wants. Larsh paused for a moment, her back to Ithrey, a silent, shadowed silhouette. Then she snorted. If only it were that simple, girl. If only. She paused, then continued. My patience will not last much longer with you. You're not the only seeker in my grip, and I've no desire to keep an enemy empowered as you are. Let that be a warning to you. She left. Guards entered the room a moment later, hoisting Ithrey to her feet, then shoving her out of the torture tent and back out into camp. She made the trek back to the slave cots alone. Let that be a warning to you. Ithrey snorted as she recalled the words. I'll be dead soon enough, Larsh, she whispered. That much I assure you of. She reached into the pocket of her robe, fingering a square of metal there. A recording disc. She'd stolen it earlier. It had been surprisingly easy. There were camera parts everywhere around the slaves, due to the sheer amount of them that had to be replaced. She'd recorded her message to the galaxy on the disc. Once Aris contacted his cousin, she'd be ready. A pit opened in her stomach as she realized something. Larsh truly thought what she was doing was necessary, terrible as it was. So did Ithrey. Perhaps the Talar leader wasn't as different from her as she'd assumed. She wasn't sure how to feel about that. But then feelings didn't matter, not compared to the endowed. So, gritting her teeth, she continued onward, just like Iedra had taught her. Flames descended from the sky, a cleansing rain that left only the filth of gray ash. Blood evaporated up toward it, baked in its heat. All was screams, all was flame, all was rubble. And that sword called, so tempting, just waiting to be thrust through his chest. He reached for it. Perelor slammed his hand into the sand, burning purity. Again. Again the sand crawled up his arm, fusing itself to his skin, all the way up to his elbow. It worked almost perfectly this time, only small bits flaking to the ground, rather than the large chunks he'd had problems with earlier. It seemed visualizing his arm was just as important as Ithrey had said. Right again. At least she'd listened to him when he'd explained, once more, why healing the men in the squadron was such a bad idea. He didn't have to worry about his entire unit being executed anymore. Unless she does it anyway. But he needed to trust his allies. He hated that feeling of losing control, but he had no choice. Comrades relied on each other to have their back. He let go of purity, and the sand flaked off immediately, dropping to the dusty ground below. Stretching, Perelor turned his gaze up to the sky. The fleet was gathering above him. It was nearly time, then. Right now, the slaves stood in a wheat field that stretched as far as the eye could see, but they wouldn't be there for long. There was another recording scheduled today. That was why he was here. He knew nothing about electronics, and he had no contacts that could help them. But he did know how to stay alive, and Ithrey's unconventional tactics during the last battle had gotten him thinking. You're getting better at that. Perelor turned to see Ithrey, returned from wherever she'd been, in a crisp new Miradorn uniform. She was tapping her foot rhythmically against the dirt. She fidgeted a lot, Perelor had noticed, despite her otherwise serene composure. I hope so, Perelor grunted. This won't work if I'm not. Ithrey shrugged. You have your healing, either way. It will be fine. She sounded far more sure than Perelor felt. If she or Aris dies, it's over. I can't make that plan work by myself. I have to keep them alive. Maybe, he said. He slammed his hand into the sand, closing his eyes, envisioning the grainy substance flowing into him and across his entire forearm. He felt it stick to him, and when he opened his eyes, he saw that it covered him completely. Not even a little of it had flaked off. Finally. He grinned. Getting better indeed. Ithrey gave him a weak smile. Perelor stood, letting go of purity and shaking off the sand. He didn't have the purity for more practice, he realized. The recording was too soon, and he wanted his reserves as full as possible. How long did they say? Anywhere from a few minutes to a few hours. Ithrey scowled. They seemed like they were deliberately being vague. They probably are. I told you, Sirla wants you dead. He'd relayed everything to her, over the last few days at least, everything he needed to tell. She knew more about his sister, and about how Sirla had tried to cross Larsh in order to get her killed. In turn, she'd told him things too. More than he'd thought she would, though less than he needed to fully understand what was going on. It seemed she belonged to a secret order called the Seekers of the Light, just as Sirla had said. Their goal was to find the Endowed, as well as to keep the Void's avatar imprisoned until the prophesied hero could be found. They were noble objectives, though Perelor couldn't help but wonder where these people had been when his sister had needed them 14 years ago. Ithrey had been too young. She was 2 years Perelor's junior at 26, but it sounded like the Order had still existed at the time. Why hadn't they helped Perelor's father when he had been trying to marshal the nations together? He'd asked Ithrey this, but she hadn't been able to give any answers. He'd asked her why Sirla wanted her dead, too, and she'd deliberately avoided answering that. So many mysteries. It seemed, with Ithrey's arrival, an entire new world had opened up, and he had no idea how to navigate it. But I do know how to survive. And so he straightened his uniform, brand new as of today, and strode back toward the bulk of the slave camp. Physically, he knew it looked exactly as it had a few days ago. Only the location had changed. The cheap foam cots and small cook fires were all exactly the same. Yet it seemed smaller to him somehow. The hollow expressions of the slaves bothered him more, and he cringed as he saw the wounds still open across many of their limbs and torsos. He knew he'd been right to tell Ithrey not to heal all of them. He could not risk the Talar executing the entire squadron. Yet it was terrible all the same. His eyes drifted to the guards, whose helms also seemed fixed on him. Sirla's new guards. She'd had the old ones replaced. These were worse. Already they'd had 2 of his men beaten, one almost to death, for minor steps out of line. One had even tried to take away Perelor's laser tip. Perelor had made certain the man knew why he shouldn't try that. I can't keep them at bay forever, though. If Sirla turns the entire army against us, what then? He might be free to walk a few miles away, but there were still trackers in his blood, and thousands of soldiers surrounding the area. If he really wanted to get away, he realized, he'd not only need to get rid of the trackers, but he'd also need a ship that could slip through the wormhole unnoticed. Those things were both nearly impossible in their own right. He was beginning to understand, on a new level, just how foolish Kreeling's escape plan had been all those years ago. And here he was, ready to attempt it again. Terrified, and feeling incredibly foolish, but ready. He stopped as he saw his squadron, or really Ithrey's squadron. There were only a few now who weren't Miradorans, and they barely seemed to notice him. Aris, though, perked up, stepping away from the cook fire and toward Perelor, who motioned for them to move away. Perelor waited until they were out of earshot of anyone else, then spoke. Any luck with that noble of yours? Okron, he still hated the idea. She hasn't responded either way. You're being ignored by your own cousin? Not on purpose, I don't think, Aris protested. She's always been quick to respond before. Perelor just shook his head. How long before we tell Ithrey the plan won't work? She will respond. Perelor searched the other man's expression, then sighed. I just hope you're as right as you think you are. He paused. Have orders come in? Just a few moments ago. We have 15 more minutes before launch. Finally. Sirla had announced the raid early that morning, and it was already mid-afternoon, as if she were trying to make Perelor more anxious. Actually, that's probably exactly what she's trying to do. Sirla hadn't talked to him since the Voidling attack, but he knew it had been her. He still wasn't sure how to deal with the fact that she had access to a searing Voidling. Do we know anything else? Perelor asked. Nope. Aris tensed. Do you think... He shivered. Do you think Sirla? Yes, Perelor said. Aris shivered again. That is not what I wanted to hear. It's the truth, Perelor said. But I have a plan. Aris snorted. Great. I don't need to worry at all, then. Oh, you need to worry, just not about Sirla. Keep your surge charge and your mind ready, and I'll deal with her. If you say so. Aris turned back toward the other men, frowning. Perelor suspected he knew why. Ithrey had specifically told them not to tell the Miradorans about their quest. I only told you because I had to, she'd said. They know to obey me, but I don't want any risk of Sirla finding out about the Endowed. It was deceit that Perelor understood the reasoning for, but that he hated nonetheless. They need to know that voidling might come back, Perelor muttered. If we're going to take it down, we're going to have to be coordinated. I don't like thinking about that thing, Aris sighed, but you're right. How do we tell them? We get straight to the point, Perelor said. He strode forward, clearing his throat, then shouting, My squad, at attention! There was no response, save for uncomfortable shuffling. Some of the non-Miradorns looked at him with eyes wide, evidently unsure what his command even meant. The Miradorns, though, collectively ignored him. At attention, Perelor said, means eyes on me, and it means all of you. So, at attention. Begrudgingly, the Miradorns moved at this time, shifting their gazes to fix on him. They slouched, and they all looked exasperated, but they looked. Good enough for now, Perelor thought. Oddly, he found he didn't know exactly what to do next. He'd been a squad captain for 5 years, yet he realized he had spent most of that time doing the very basics, serving more as a force to push his men forward than as an actual leader. Now that he had to actually give his men orders, he had to pause to think. The voidling isn't dead, he said finally. Best, like he said to Aris, to be straightforward. The memory burner girl got rid of one of its surges, but it could be back with the other at any moment. We need to be prepared for that. There was another pause. Then one of the Miradorans snorted. You think we can beat that thing? Go to torment. Wasn't it you who said we were all going to die anyway? The person who had spoken, a heavy-set man with several scars on his face, turned away. Besides, if the general wanted us ready for that, she'd have said so. One by one, the other Miradorns turned away, then the other slaves after them. Perelor opened his mouth to protest, then cursed and shut it. Akron, he was no leader. Besides, what could these men do against a voidling? They'd all be slaughtered. He turned away, shaking his head. Fool. One hint about his sister, and he was denying reality as surely as he had as a child. They're not going to just follow you, I think, Ar said beside him. We'll have to get Ithrey to talk to them. Maybe, Perelor said. Yet he'd seen those eyes in men before. Hundreds of different men. He'd seen them in himself, too. Saw them even now. The eyes of utter defeat. No, Ithrey wouldn't be able to solve that. Perelor wouldn't be able to either. Not as he was now. But maybe. Alarm bells rang, and Perelor cursed again. Now, of all searing times. He reached behind his shoulder, unbuckling his laser tip from his back, as slaves and soldiers began dashing about around him. Ready or not, it was time to put on a show. The sky glowed a deep red as the sun's light scattered through the ash. The color seemed a sign. What was about to happen would require bloodshed. Perelor waited in the carrier hold as the ship shot through the sky. They were still well within the atmosphere, but the thrusters seemed at full blaze, and Perelor had to keep his legs wide and hold on to a support bar to keep from falling. With his other hand, he idly twisted his laser tip in his hand, lost in thought. It had been so long since he'd seen his sister, he realized. He'd changed so much during that time, almost none of it for the better. What if she had changed, too? What if she didn't want the new Perelor? But then, that was why he was here, why he hadn't killed Ithrey and been done with it. He let out a shaky breath. I just need a little more time. Nervous? The question came from Ithrey, who stood on his right. Aris was in the back, where Perelor had ordered him to stand this time, to put up a shield for Ithrey and the others while Perelor went forward. A bit, Perelor admitted. Good. You didn't seem nervous at all last time. It was disturbing. Perelor snorted. I was panicking last time. This time I'm just nervous. Huh. There's a difference. Yes. They stood in awkward silence, fields of grain passing underneath. Finally, Ithrey cleared her throat. Aris said you were a memory burner once. Once. What changed? Screams. His sister's screams. Rubble. Empty, lifeless rubble, filled only with cooling embers. She was gone, torn from him, and now there was only broken stone where life had been. I don't know, he lied. They just didn't work one day. Not exactly. But once my sister was taken, they faded. It only took a few weeks. That was close enough to the truth. They'd vanished immediately the night it had happened, but he hated thinking of that night. Couldn't think of that night. Even now, with his newfound second chance, he remembered only flashes. I see. She paused again. I hope you can get them working again. Perelor tensed. No, he hissed. But, no. Don't ask me to do that. I've done enough for you already. He forced himself to relax. It's not a good idea, trust me. Having a memory burner would increase our odds, Ithrey said gently. I know that's what it seems like, but it's not just gone. It's broken. I don't want to talk about it. Ah, like most things, it seems. She nodded to his arms. Those scars didn't come from rolling around on your cot. Perelor winced, but did not contradict her. Last night, well, many things had changed, but not that. I'm fine now. I hope so. Who knows what Sirla might throw at us? The ship began descending, and a bump of turbulence forced Perelor to temporarily drop his laser tip and grip with both hands. Cursing, he knelt when it was over and picked the weapon up. Whatever she does, he said, I intend to counter it. Good, Ithrey sighed. She stepped back, taking her own laser tip from off her back. She frowned at it. I hate these things. They're good weapons. They're weapons. They kill, and nothing more. Her eyes grew distant. Once I thought I could avoid that. I can't, but I thought I could. I thought I could avoid a lot of things. She shook her head. I'm rambling. Her voice grew softer. I hope you know what you're doing, Captain. The stories I've heard about these squads. She shivered. The ship's descent slowed. Perelor gave Ithrey a meaningful glance, and she nodded, turning to face the soldiers. Be ready, she shouted. Oris will be shielding us from the front as we file out, and will be in a bubble formation after that. Does everyone know what that is? The Miradorans grunted their affirmation. The other slaves were too timid, or too tired, to respond otherwise. There were only a few left, anyway. As promised by Larsh, every slave Perelor had lost in the last battle had been replaced by one of Ithrey's Miradorans. She's practically giving the woman a personal army. That can't last for long. But Larsh was only the latest in a long list of problems. Steeling himself, he stepped to the very front of the troop hold, face just inches from the door. He closed his eyes, letting the blackness, the stillness, consume him. The ship stopped. Oris raised his hand. Perelor felt the heat of the plasma lap against his nose, heard the hiss of the door as it opened, felt the camera click. But for this moment he let himself be still. He envisioned his arms and torso, hoped his preparation, limited though it was, would be enough. The moment ended. Opening his eyes, he drew in purity, more of it than he'd ever drawn at once, almost his entire supply. The resultant light shone out of the hovering troop carrier and into the smoky shadows, illuminating the faces of Grahollan men who waited behind stalks of wheat, holding metal shields and aiming pistols at Perelor's men. They opened fire, the plasma shield shrieking as the bolts hit. It was time. Ablaze with white light, he turned to Oris and nodded. A hole opened in the shield, just large enough for one person to fit through. One person only. Perelor leaped through it just before it closed. It was a simple idea that Perelor had once dismissed as foolish, because it was. While Oris shielded the men, Perelor would run forward, using the raw power of his purity surge to keep the enemy distracted. With an untrained force, he suspected the tactic would go wrong in seconds. Surge wielders were forces to be reckoned with, but they could be reckoned with, especially when outnumbered. But Ithrey's new force was trained. In theory, they could push forward in a coherent charge, making good on the chaos Perelor caused before Perelor fell. If they worked well enough as a team, they might get away with far less casualties. Might. It was a gamble, but necessity was necessity. And so, as Perelor's feet hit the ground, he forced the anxiety out of his gut and attacked by instinct. It was amazing how easily the movements came after all these years. He spun around blasts of plasma, using his purity to strengthen his muscles and move with blinding speed, running to the first soldier. He raised his makeshift metal shield to block Perelor's laser tip, but Perelor grabbed it with his free hand, throwing it aside with unnatural strength, then impaled the man with his laser tip. Twisting the man's corpse to absorb the plasma bolts that rocketed toward him, he then ran toward the next man, cutting him down. There were more men behind him, and finally they dropped their blasters, drawing daggers to attack him up close. As they did, Perelor fixed his eyes on one man in particular, a soldier wearing a metal breastplate. Ignoring the man's stab at his chest and letting his enemy's blade sink deep into his lungs, Perelor thrust his hand forward and slammed his palm against that breastplate, burning purity. Envisioning his entire body, he willed the metal, with all the focus he could muster, to become one with his skin. Time slowed. It could not have been more than a second during which nothing happened, yet to Perelor it seemed minutes, his heart frozen mid-beat, the blood from the blade in his chest drifting midway through the air. His white glow flickered, and his good eye burned with pain. Something trembled deep within him, a vibration he couldn't quite describe, but felt regardless. One he felt every time he tried to memory burn. Panic rose alongside the pain in his chest. No, this is purity. I can burn it, I can. He pushed harder, with a strength he didn't realize he could muster before that moment. And finally, the purity obeyed. Time sped back up, and the metal of the soldier's breastplate exploded with white light, then flowed away from the man, moving in a wave up Perelor's arm, forming into a brilliant, thin suit of armor around his face, then his chest, then his arms. The metal bunched up around the dagger, then violently shoved it backward, throwing the Groholian soldier back with it. The wound sealed immediately afterward, and the armor snapped into place where the weapon had been. Perelor felt his uniform bulge as the titrite spread, and the acrid smell of smoke fled as it closed around his nostrils and mouth. They could not see him grin. The armor had formed a protective seal over his lips, but he felt glee anyway as he saw the look of horror that crossed the Groholian soldiers' faces. They had thought they could handle him. They had been wrong. He spun into them. To their credit, they did not buckle, instead pressing in harder, slamming laser tips and blades against his armor. But it did no good. He lashed out with his own weapon, slamming it into a man's skull. It broke apart in a spray of shards. He slashed again. A man fell with a gaping gash in his chest. He swung the back of his laser tip upward, sending the butt of it crashing into a man's jaw. His neck snapped with a loud, sickening crunch. Blood sprayed against Perelor's armor. The camera whirred faster than it had before. Through it all, he smiled. It was not the smile of joy. It was not even the smile of purpose seized, for he knew his men would die anyway, given enough time. It was the smile that came from simply moving, from doing something after all these years of drifting along in the current of the Talar war machine. The glory of defiance. His purity was running out fast, he noticed. Ithrey had warned him of this. According to her, it took far more of the second power to add substance to one's body than it did to simply adjust the substance that was already there. He attacked with more vigor, lashing out with his gauntlet-covered freehand in addition to his laser tip. More men fell. The Groholian line buckled. A war cry sounded behind Perelor, and bolts of plasma rammed into the few soldiers who tried to hold. Some of those bolts struck Perelor too, but his armor easily absorbed them, and finally the enemy scattered before him. Abruptly, the camera stopped whirring, and that monotoned female voice Perelor hated rang in his ears. Recording complete. A few moments later, explosions rocked the ground in front of the slaves, followed immediately by Talar soldiers leaping down to fight the retreating Groholians. That was quick. He turned back to the men, to his men. Aris's shield was still up, blazing blue against the red rays of sunlight scattered through the sky. Ithrey stood at their head, sweating but smiling. And there were no corpses to be seen. He swept his eyes over them, taking a head count, not daring to believe it at first. 40 alive. He looked over them again. 40. He hadn't miscounted. Somehow they'd went through an entire battle without losing anyone. Aris stepped to the front of the squad as the fighting continued to move forward, toward the grain silos they had come here to conquer in the first place. He was wearing a grin wider than Perelor's had been during the fighting. "No one," he mouthed. "We did it." No one. The plan had worked better than Perelor had dared hope. Slowly, he forced himself to relax, letting go of the second power. The titrite peeled off his skin like crusting paint, dropping with a loud crash to the ground. Aris opened a hole in his shield, stepping forward, then spontaneously throwing his arms around Perelor. "Torment!
That was brilliant! He squeezed Perelor tighter. Shocked, Perelor pushed him away, though he felt a grin spread across his face. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. Perelor, the way you fought. I mean, I've seen you fight before, but that was amazing. He smirked. Some of the others are whispering about you being an eternal. Perelor snorted. If only that were true. But his smile did not fade. Ithrey walked up to them a moment later, folding her arms. Good work. You did better with that titrite than anyone I've ever seen. Perelor hesitated, then gave her a nod of respect. I had a good teacher. Ithrey shrugged. I've never even used titrite, but I've heard the theory. She paused. With fighting like that, we might be able to pull off a mutiny. Her eyes grew distant, her expression ponderous. Perelor shifted uncomfortably. That's still not a good idea. Not until we've tried everything else. Ithrey paused, then nodded. You're probably right. The message is our best chance. She sighed. I wish I had more time, but we do not, and so we must act. She turned to Aris. Tonight? Aris swallowed. She still hasn't responded. Call her, if you have to. As good as the battle today was, Ryla still knows I'm here. It's only a matter of time before she gets around Larsh's orders and has me killed. Ithrey's expression didn't change as she mentioned her own death, but Perelor noticed her hand shake as she talked. Not as firm as she likes to appear. He was noticing that more and more. All right. Aris straightened. Tonight. The shield dropped, and the other soldiers began swarming around them, several of them giving Perelor nods of respect, one even giving him a slap to the shoulder. Their earlier attitude of indifference was gone. Some were even smiling. Fools. This won't last. Except, what if it worked? He hadn't broken any Talar laws. He checked the codes thoroughly before even considering this. If he perfected this, could he keep them all alive? It seemed unlikely, but then finding his sister had seemed impossible just a few days ago. He heard a hiss behind him. Frowning, he turned and froze. A ship had landed behind him, one he recognized. Ryla's ship. Its door snapped open immediately after landing, and Ryla herself stepped out, accompanied by half a dozen guards, weapons already in hand. Instinctively, Perelor walked forward, placing himself between Ryla and Aris. He had broken no rules. They couldn't punish him for this. They might not be here for that, he tried to tell himself. Relax. As he saw Ryla's stony expression fix on him, he tensed anyway. Crot, she said, folding her arms and stopping in front of him. That was quite the stunt you pulled. I didn't break any rules, Perelor growled. No, you didn't, and you're not why I'm here. She gestured to the guards. You know your orders. On with it. Moving in sync, the guards stepped around the pair, aiming their blasters not at Perelor, but at the slaves behind him. Plasma shrieked. 12 of the mage-turned slaves dropped before Perelor could even react. As he turned and shouted, 7 more were slaughtered. He drew his laser tip, but a tendril of red light snapped upward from the ground, snatching the weapon from his hand. Another tendril lashed around his boot, then pulled back, and he swore as he toppled to the dust. As he scrambled to his feet, the gunfire finally ceased. Smoke billowed from the corpses, blocking his view. Aris, he shouted. He hesitated before adding, Ithrey! There was no reply, though as he scanned the corpses he could not find them, and a moment later the smoke cleared enough that he could see them, standing with their hands raised in surrender. Some of the other slaves had survived, too. 7 of them. The ones who weren't mere Dorans, he realized. Larsh's orders, Ryla said behind him. She, finally, concluded that giving Ithrey a personal guard was not as good an idea as she'd initially thought. Voidling! Perelor whipped around, anger consuming him. He reached for his belt, drawing the knife that waited there. I'll... He stopped as he saw the red glow around her. What could he do against that? The knife slipped from his fingers. Echoes danced in his mind. His eyes moved away from Ryla, toward the corpses waiting all around him. Blood, spilling from wide-eyed women and children with charred limbs, pooling below them as they screamed. It was happening again. People were dying again because Perelor was foolish enough to hope. Ryla smiled that predatory smile of hers. I wouldn't try that if I were you. though it seems you've already realized that. She moved her gaze past Perelor, fixing on Ithrey. Stop trying to game the system, Vallejo. We're not fools, and we will catch up to you. She turned back to Perelor. Titrite is illegal for Elikai now. Larsh gave a decree the moment I told her what you were doing. She stepped closer, whispering in Perelor's ear. Let me remind you, though, that I can change all of that. How many lives are you willing to sacrifice to save Vallejo's? She turned, waving to the guards. Our work is done here. Perelor, you're on corpse duty. It should be a good reminder to you, yes? You voidling, Perelor hissed. It came out so weak. Okron, what have I done? That title is a truer one than you realize, Sirla said. She walked away, and a moment later her cruiser took off, kicking up dust as it revved its thrusters and soared away. Perelor coughed, falling to his knees as ash swirled around him, as the shock of it all faded into despair. It would never happen, he realized. That elusive future of peace he'd always dreamed of, even when he'd barely dared dream. He had just performed a miracle, and they'd quashed it in moments. There was no reason to hope. Eliel can save us. I have to keep going, for her. Yet, as he remembered the burned bodies of men who had been alive just moments before, men who he had finally saved, he wondered. Chapter 29. The Right of Challenge. Yonka does not believe I am the endowed. He denies his own denial, yet drills me to the bone and screams at me to find a reason to fight. A core, he calls it. He does not understand. Why is a futile question. It can always be asked, even after an answer is given. Nor is it what he is truly asking. He wants to know what I fight for. This may seem a mere difference in semantics, but having faced the enemy, I know it to be more. Perhaps even the key to defeating him. Arith Drawley, circa 2899 post-Fall Meridian. Standing in her quarters on Shilia, Ryla fingered the mask in her hands, staring out the window at the green poison drifting through the air outside. She didn't think she'd ever get used to that view. You coming? Ryla jolted, cursing, whipping around. Naidi stood behind her, arms folded, a mischievous twinkle in her eyes. She was wearing a long, bright pink dress. Sighing, Ryla forced herself to relax. You could have not. I could have. This was funnier. Naidi waved to the hallway outside. Are you coming? Soon. Go on without me. We both know that means you're not coming. Ryla rolled her eyes. Just go, please. She turned away, though Naidi did not leave. Are you okay? You've been off these last few days. I'm fine. If it has to do with the whole void thing, I'm fine. Leave. That came out almost as a shout, and it was Naidi's turn to jump. Fine, I'll go then. She stormed off, her skirt dragging behind her. Okron, the girl couldn't go one day without dressing up, could she? Whatever. Ryla would be right behind Naidi, if only because Sirla had finally agreed to meet at tonight's forum. However, Aris had also messaged her. She still couldn't figure out how, but he had, and he wanted to speak with her over holoscreen in private. So, here she was, in as private a place as she could find. At least private before Naidi had barged in. That's not why you're mad, a part of her whispered. She was right. You're still nervous about tomorrow's training session. She shivered, pushing the thought back. So what if she could hear her uncle's moans constantly now, rather than just when she was focusing? She had her memory sense to work with. As long as she kept that on, she could avoid the screams. She wasn't going insane. She couldn't be. Her holoscreen buzzed in her pocket. About time. She walked over to the door, which Naidi had left wide open, slammed it shut, then answered Aris's call. His face spread out in a hologram before her, though she couldn't see his surroundings. Hey, you said you wanted to talk? Aris glanced behind him, then back at Ryla. His face was covered in dust, and there was a gash on his cheek. Are you alone? Yes. You're sure? Yes, I'm sure. What is this about? Aris glanced behind him again. Ithrey is going to kill me if she hears. Ah, well. He met Ryla's eyes. We found the endowed.
It took a moment for Ryla to process what Aris had said, but when she did, she snorted. In the slave squads? Sure. What did you really call about? I'm serious, Ryla. And she's not in the slave squads. She's trapped on Grahala. The endowed is a searing Grahalan? Come on, I saw through the joke. Let's move on, please. Except, as she met his eyes, she realized he was serious. She sucked in a breath. You've got to be kidding me. I've talked with her brother. She's the real deal, Ryla. You've never even met this person? Ryla set the holoscreen down on the nearby windowsill, gripping her head with her hands. Oh, Aris, she's not who you think she is. Perelor wouldn't lie. Ah, yes, Perelor. Wasn't he the filth who ran away after the Voidling attack, practically foaming at the mouth? That's not fair, and you know it. So it was him. Thaz, Aris, I've told you that you can't trust the man. Anyone who thinks their sister is the endowed has probably lost their sanity, and I seriously doubt some man in the slave squadrons is the exception to that rule. I'm not just trusting Perelor. Ithrey thinks the same thing, and the two have never met. She's a seeker of the light. A what? A seeker of the light. They fight against the void. Did she tell you that? Well, yes, she did. But she is one, I can tell. Ryla ran her hand down her cheek. Oh, Aris. Poor, innocent Aris. What is it they want from you? They always want something for their lies. They're helping me escape. Are they helping you escape, or are you helping them? Aris hesitated. Both. I can't do it without them, and they can't without me. And they'll backstab you the moment that's not true, Ryla thought. You know escape isn't possible. Larsh would hunt you until torment grows cold if you tried. That might be sooner than I'd like to think about, Aris said. And I know I'm willing to take that risk. You're going to get yourself killed. Aris shot another glance behind his back. Quieter, he hissed. And yes, I might. You don't seem to realize the consequences of that. Torment, Aris. That's the price if you're wrong. Torment is the price of living. I know what I'm getting into, Ryla. I'm not here to debate if this is a good idea. I'm here to ask for your help. My help? What in the three heavens do you think I'm going to do? You have a worm drive. She paused, then snorted as she realized what he was insinuating. So, you want me to leave everything to get chased down and killed by Larsh over a girl you haven't even met? If you don't think it's worth it, I understand. But if you could have just one conversation with Perelor or Ithrey, no. Ryla, no, and that's final. Listen, I hate your situation as much as you do, but if you leave, it will just get us both killed. She sighed. I have plans in motion that should fix this. I just need a little more time. Plans? Aris frowned. Ryla waved her hand in frustration. I can't tell you, okay? It's too fragile right now. I can't risk anything getting out. Aris's frown deepened. I see. You don't trust me. No, I do. But do you really want to be tortured? That's what would happen if they find out you know what I'm up to. Aris paused for a moment, then shook his head. I don't care about your schemes. I need help. It's the searing endowed, Ryla. This goes way beyond just us. If you're not being scammed. I'm not. But you don't trust me, so... He shook his head. Can I at least get your passcode? You're hacking into the database again? Do you have any idea how many times I've had to change that code because of you? Aris cringed. Something a little more dangerous this time. But I'll be careful, I promise. You don't seem like you're being very careful. Neither do you, whatever it is you're up to. Listen, I'll trust you to handle your plans if you trust me to handle mine. This is lunacy. Yeah, it is. Aris's voice grew quiet. But it's the only chance we have. And I'm doing this whether or not you give the code. Ryla stiffened. If he did it without her help, well, the punishment for trying to escape like that would be death. Will he actually try it, though? Ryla studied his face for a moment. Did he really think he'd found the endowed? It was impossible. People had searched and waited millennia for the prophesied hero. Whoever they ended up being, they weren't going to be some backwater girl trapped in a siege. Except there was that grim tightness to Aris's face, which was so jovial normally, and that tired solemnity in his eyes. Yes, he would try it, and Ryla couldn't just let him die. Thaw, you Aris. Why now of all times? Fine, you can have my passcode, but after that I can't do anything for you. I'm going to be busy, I think, over the next few weeks. You don't need to worry about me, Aris said coolly. That's all I need. Good, I'll send it over now, but I'm changing it in a few days like usual. Ryla opened a second screen on her device, sent it over, then closed it. Are we done here? I'm already late to the forum. Yes. Horace looked uncharacteristically angry. Well, let him be. Ryla wouldn't risk everything over a delusion. The passcode would keep him sated until he realized what was actually going on. And by then, hopefully Larsh will be long dead. I don't regret my decision to come to the slave squadrons, Horace said abruptly. I'm not asking you this because I want to back out. I'm asking because it's what must be done. I hope you learn to do what is right someday, instead of what's just convenient. He shut off the holoscreen, leaving Ryla alone. She stared at the empty space for a moment, shocked, then growled. After everything she'd done, he said that. Torment. Whoever this Ithrey was, she and Captain Perelor would regret deceiving her cousin. But there was no time to worry about Aris right now. Straightening, Ryla tucked her holoscreen into her pocket and marched off to go join Nighty at the Forum. The Forum was the perfect symbol of Talar culture. Simple and without fanfare. Though Ryla hated politics, she could tolerate the tradition. Here, there was no bureaucratic dancing about, only conviction and the lack of it. The way governments should be. The entire system had been designed as a foil to the feasts of Artentian nobility. Rather than meeting in a room with ornate tables and rare delicacies, the Talar nobles stood at plain wooden desks, no chairs, no decoration, in a room that was nothing more than a cement cube. Rather than trying to find time to talk between mouthfuls of gluttony, officials spoke to each other directly, only leaving the room to discuss classified information. It was beautifully efficient. However, today it made Ryla anxious. Cirla had insisted they meet here, but as far as she knew, there was nowhere private to gather. She had spotted Nighty. In that pink dress of hers it was easy to pick her out, and they now stood at their own desk, waiting for someone to approach. Nighty seemed transfixed by the bustling crowd, eyes darting about, but Ryla just tapped her fingers impatiently against the gray-stained wood surface. Cirla should have been here by now. Blast, Nighty said. I wish they had snacks. Not having food is the whole point, Ryla mumbled. What's the point of the point, then? Seems like snacks are more important than whatever this is. Ryla rolled her eyes. You're just hungry. That's what I've been trying to tell you the whole time. She frowned. You want to leave? No one's coming here anyway. Not now. Why? Ryla paused, unsure what to say. Waiting for someone, she said finally. Oh? Did you finally bring a date to one of these things? Ryla snorted. I wish it were that simple. No, I have an actual meeting, unfortunately. You're welcome to leave if you'd like. Nighty hesitated, then shook her head. Nah, I'll stay. She stared at Ryla with a concerned gaze. Ryla ignored her, instead continuing to tap her fingers against the desk, searching the crowd. They'd been going for almost an hour, and Ryla had been late even before that. When was the filthy woman going to show? A man stepped up to the desk, tall and muscular, with long, curly black hair. Ryla tensed. Tragus. Shol Magala, he said, nodding respectfully. The slightest smirk crossed his face. We have matters to discuss. Ryla pursed her lips, then nodded. Yes, we do. Follow me, then. Tragus turned and began walking away, and Ryla followed, winding through the bustle of nobles and generals gliding around the room, then letting out a relieved breath when they ducked through a doorway and out into an empty hallway. They wove through the corridors from there until arriving at another door nearby. Tragus stopped at the entryway, pressed his finger against a scanner beside it, then stepped inside as the door slid open. Inside was a conference room, one for minor officers if Ryla had to guess. The space was dominated by a round table with a holoscreen in its center, likely for displaying a planetary map, but it was powered off right now, so Ryla couldn't tell. 24 chairs waited around the table, one elevated and embellished with silver, a seat for the highest-ranked official. To Ryla's surprise, Seal was not sitting in that chair. Instead, she waited on the seat directly to the left of it. Tragus sat in the elevated seat, then gestured for Ryla to sit in the chair to his right. She hesitated, then did so, scanning the room to see if she recognized its other occupants. They were all nobles, of course, and she knew many of them. Shal Terelith, a thin man with a lump in his nose, was a well-known general and head of one of the 6 high houses. Shal Ryla, a portly woman with glittering jewels around her neck, had been appointed as Lady of Commerce just a few years ago. There were at least 3 of the 7 high counselors present, and several others Ryla did not recognize, though their fine clothing, often adorned with medals, showed they too were high-ranking politicians. An impressive showing. Are they all in on this? Tragus answered her question by clearing his throat, then speaking. We're all in attendance now, are we not? High Counselor Valoris wasn't able to make it, Shal Ryla said. Her voice was high and nasal, but otherwise, yes. Good. You all understand the risks associated with this meeting. A simple meeting is not a crime, mumbled Shal Terelith. No, Tragus conceded, but I work closely with Jadis, hence the forum, and not somewhere more private. If I stray too far, she'll suspect me. I do not want anyone under the illusion that she would hesitate to slit our throats if she found out what we are planning. Are all willing to give their oath of secrecy? Aye, Terelith sighed. Aye, said Irla. Her eyes were narrow, her expression hard, and her hands were balled up into fists. As Ryla took another look at the others, she saw similar looks on the others' faces. Agreed, said Cirla. The slightest hint of a smile crossed her lips. Eyes turned to Ryla suddenly, and she realized she hadn't given her own oath. She paused. Meeting in secret with politicians, a part of her whispered. Do you really think you can make it out without their filth on you? But it was better than touching that rancid taint on the third power, and certainly better than losing Kyrus. Aye, she said. Tragus stood, leaning against the table. Then let us begin. You all know the objective. How are we going to do it? Assassination is always a prudent option, said Irla. Cirla laughed. You think you can assassinate the most powerful burner in generations? Irla shrugged. Even burners have to sleep. Not Larsh, Ryla said quietly. She immediately cringed. Was she even allowed to speak here? Irla raised an eyebrow. What was that? They invited you, Ryla reminded herself. You could kill them in a moment. Don't be a coward. She can burn purity for one, Ryla said. She also uses a purity surge to keep awake. That would require an absurdly powerful surge, particularly if she uses it for other things, Terelith said, frowning. Are you sure? She does, Tragus confirmed. She swaps them out, using the surges in the tower underneath Shilia. She hasn't slept in over 2 years now. Terelith whistled softly. She's dedicated, more so than I realized. Which is precisely why she must die, Cirla snapped. Her policies are tearing this nation apart. Too much has changed, another noble agreed. One of the High Counselors, though Ryla didn't know their name. But I don't think Terelith is debating the validity of our cause, simply noting that Larsh is more dangerous than we previously believed. Which is why we must be equally dedicated, Cirla said. She swept her eyes over the nobles, expression hawkish, more so than simply attending a meeting and saying aye. Tragus raised a hand. Peace, Cirla. We are not here to bicker. He turned back to the table. Other ideas? Ryla shifted uncomfortably. They're more divided than I thought. She had no idea how to navigate those divisions. It was all she could manage to see that they were there. Okran, why did politics have to be so complicated? Cirla and I together might be able to take down Larsh, she said. I have a friend who might be able to help us, too. Cirla frowned. Naidi? Yes. Absolutely not, Cirla said. The girl is frivolous at best. She's earnest, Ryla said, heat rising in her cheeks. There's a difference. Nevertheless, Tragus said, raising his voice again, I think it would be best to avoid entangling those we cannot fully trust. Several nobles gave mumbles of agreement at that. But you would still have to face her guards. Even if you outmatched Larsh, you would fall. I am no duelist, but I know that much. He's right, Terelith said. I remember a few years ago, 3 of Larsh's burner slaves tried to kill her. They failed. I know the burners in question, Cirla said. They were untrained, and one of them could hardly be considered a burner at all. If we were to get Larsh alone, Ryla and I could best her. I'm sure of it. There is one way to get her in the dueling ring, said one of the nobles. Another High Council member. She grinned slyly. I suspect that is why so many of my colleagues are here. Irla raised an eyebrow. The right of challenge? That seems quite direct. Direct transfer of power will be necessary, Cirla said. The general public favors Larsh. This earned several glares, but Cirla snorted and continued. You know I speak the truth. Some of the commoners even believe she is the endowed. If we are to suppress a revolt, we cannot afford an outright coup. The right of challenge is hardly different, Terelith said. From a military perspective, perhaps, Tragus said slowly. From the perspective of most politicians, though, it will be legitimate. It is within the law where a coup is not, even if they are the same in spirit. For the nobility, that is important. Ryla swallowed. She knew of the right of challenge. It had allowed Ally to duel her for her position just days before. By Talar law, any high-ranking official could be challenged for their position, as long as the High Council approved the challenge. It was how the Talar kept such a well-oiled war machine. Everyone with experience had to hold their own in the dueling ring, or if they couldn't, they had to appoint a champion who could. Larsh had gained her seat as Cunning One because of the right of challenge, besting Cunning One Axis as champion, then ordering the man to the whipping platform when she'd taken the throne. Still, fighting Larsh in the arena. Well, there was a reason she had dismissed the idea before. There's no way we could win that duel. I don't think challenging is a good idea, Ryla said. She'd retaliate if we tried it. Of course she would, child, Arila snorted. Retaliation upon our failure is a given. Why did we involve the girl in this? Ryla felt red flush in her cheeks, but Cirla spoke before anyone else could. She is Larsh's heir. Irila stiffened. That is not official. Since we are behind closed doors, Tragus interrupted, I can confirm what Cirla says. It has not been announced, but the proper legislation has been passed. Larsh has no children and no living spouse, so she is elected to choose a successor. If she dies, Ryla Magala is next in line to the throne of Talar. Ryla frowned. That's done now? Yes, Tragus said. She has not told you? No, Ryla said softly. Heir. Finally. She'd been trying to secure that position for years now. Once Larsh was dead, it would enable her to end the war, to save Kyrus, to get rid of Voidburners once and for all. If she got rid of Larsh and took the throne, this might work. Well, it will be official soon, Tragus said. So, to answer your question, Shal Ryla, in addition to her abilities, that is why we involved one so young in this. When all is done, you may very well be kneeling before her. Ryla's head swam. Mother is going to have a fit when she hears. Ryla leaned back. You can't possibly think we'll be appointing her with the right of challenge. Tragus shrugged. Who else could win such a contest? Surely none of you want to go into the arena with a burner. That sent a hush over the room. Besides, killing Larsh will create a power vacuum. As much as you may not like it, Shal Ryla, the easiest solution would be to use a pre-established successor. I have accomplished far more than any of you, Ryla snapped. If I'm cooperating in this, I want the throne, or I'm backing out. Tragus turned white, but Cirla grinned, leaning forward, and for the first time Ryla noticed she was glowing with red void. How far do you want to go with your insults, Ryla? Surely you don't think threatening us is actually a good idea. Ryla met her with an icy stare. And surely you don't overstep your bounds enough to challenge me. Enough, one of the High Council members snapped. Tragus and I have spoken of this already. The High Council will support your ousting of Larsh, but not a full coup. Ryla is heir. If you kill Larsh, she will take the throne. Tragus turned to Ryla. What say you? Ryla hesitated, then nodded. I will become Cunning One. She met Ryla's eyes, and things will be different. That I promise you. Ryla met Ryla's gaze, staring at her critically, then gave the slightest nod, turning away. She wanted me to speak up, Ryla realized. She doesn't actually want the throne. She just doesn't want it to go to someone weak. Sure enough, as she read Ryla's echoes, she found that very thought buzzing around in the woman's head. I'll have to keep that in mind. She should use her powers to read the others too, she realized. It was an edge she could not afford to ignore. Tragus turned back to the table. Any other objections? No one spoke up. It's settled then. Ryla leads when this is over. Now, back to the matter at hand. We can best Larsh in a duel, but how do we get her into the ring to begin with? The right of challenge requires a unanimous vote from the High Council. The vote will not be an issue, said the female High Counselor from earlier. We simply need enough of a reason to appease the public, to prevent a more bloody sort of mutiny. We can't make her raise taxes, Ryla muttered, and that seems to be all the public cares about. No, Tragus said, to both points. We can't make her raise taxes, but there is something else the public cares about. Victory. Trelith scoffed. Good luck getting Larsh to lose a battle. That woman is a better tactician than anyone I've known. for hating Larsh, Ryla thought bitterly. Terelith does seem to praise her a lot. We cannot control Larsh, Sirla cut in, but we can outsmart her. How? Terelith asked. Sabotaging our own army? Precisely, Sirla said, grinning. Ryla shivered. The woman was still glowing with void. Couldn't she let the third power go for one moment? Terelith's eyes bulged. That's treason, he hissed. Just for show, Ryla noted. She shivered. That man's thoughts. He couldn't have cared less about his men. This entire meeting is treason, Tragus reminded him. I must admit, Sirla and I have already begun work on this phase of the plan. Larsh is brilliant, but she's stretched thin, both in troop numbers and mentally. I do not think it will be hard to trick her into a blunder. You suggest working with foreign authorities to ensure a defeat? Ryla asked. Unlike Terelith, who wore his false disgust visibly, she seemed curious. I don't like this plan, Ryla interjected. We'd be killing our own soldiers. Change costs blood, Sirla said. How could she say that with so little emotion? Besides, if we don't interfere, how many more will die in Larsh's campaigns? She may be brilliant, but she's mad if she thinks we can conquer the entire galaxy. Eventually, she will fall. We're simply accelerating the process, so that something of Tala remains when she's gone. The others nodded, faces growing grim. I don't like this, Terella said slowly. But I know logic when I see it. What have you set in motion? We've fed information on Larsh's plan of attack for Oral City to the Grohollan military, Sirla said. We have also prevented information on Grohollan troop whereabouts from reaching Larsh. They're planning to flank her when she attacks the capital, Tragus said. Frankly, they were already doing a good job without us. We just gave them an extra edge, Sirla agreed. When Larsh launches her attack there, which will only take a week or two more, she will fall right into their trap. Into our trap. And once she does, the female High Counselor said quietly, we challenge her, then kill her. Precisely, said Tragus. He paused, letting silence fall over the room. Ryla shifted uncomfortably. She didn't like the plan. Killing their own men, challenging Larsh. It all seemed far too underhanded, and far too likely to fail. Sirla was powerful, and so was Ryla, but Larsh was in a class of her own. And, if Ryla remembered the law correctly, Larsh would get to add in a second champion on her side for the duel. It just didn't add up. Yet, as she saw the eyes of everyone else in the room, she realized she was not in a position to negotiate. So, though she sat up a little straighter, she did not protest. A good plan, Terella said after a moment. Not plasma-proof, but good, and no plan is plasma-proof. He sighed. I think our discussion is over, then? Yes, Sirla said, unless you have more objections. It will work, Ryla said. She shrugged. At least, if anything can work. It shall be done, the female High Counselor said. She rose, as did the other High Counselors. When you have created your disaster, consult us again, and your challenge will not be denied. She turned to Ryla. And you. She frowned. Be ready, child. They left the room in an orderly line. A moment later, Ryla rose, sighing, and exited too. Terellith gave them a nod, then also left. Secrecy, Tragus said as they did. Remember the oath. The nobles replied with nods and frowns. As the others left, Ryla sucked in a breath and rose. I think I should go too. Not yet, Tragus said. His voice was cold. Sirla has something to give you. Ryla frowned, but wasn't able to speak before Sirla rose, sliding aside the folds of her cloak to reveal a long, jagged knife waiting at her hip. A jewel had been inlaid into the hilt, and it glowed with soft purple light. Purple. Ryla had never seen that color in a surge. She shivered, a soft voice suddenly whispering in her head. What is that? She hissed. Sirla smiled. You can sense it. I was curious about that. I've never brought this near a memory burner. She drew the dagger, gazing fondly at it with glowing red eyes. They call it Desolation. A fitting name, I think. Enough show, Tragus sighed. Tell her what it's for and be done with it. Sirla shot him a glare, but turned to Ryla, holding out the dagger. If Larsh, or any memory burner, is cut with this, their powers will vanish until the desolation in the cut runs out. It's how I intend to kill her. I don't want that, Ryla said. Was it just her, or was the air around the dagger warping? warping into faces. Sighing, Scylla pushed it farther toward Ryla. You don't have to use it until the duel. In fact, I recommend you don't. Desolation surges are incredibly scarce, and they require great care to wield. But you agreed to help us, and this is part of the cost. Ryla hesitated, glancing at Scylla, then at Tragus. Both of their faces were grim. Swallowing, she took hold of the dagger's cold metal hilt, then immediately stuffed it onto her belt, where she couldn't see it. Closing her eyes, she blocked out those strange, whispering voices. What is that? It's desolation, Scylla said. I told you. Yes, but what is desolation? Larsh never told me a purple surge was possible. It's ever infused with the pure essence of oblivion, Tragus said. Incredibly rare, as Scylla noted, but not impossible to acquire if you know the right people. No one knows how it works exactly, but it suppresses burner powers more surely than drugging ever could. He straightened. Our business here is done. We should get back to the forum, Scylla. I have other matters to attend to, she said, but you can go back to the games if you wish. Still glowing red, she stepped halfway out the door, then turned back to Ryla. Remember the oath, Ryla. You have committed now. Don't back down. You can't. She shut the door behind her, leaving Ryla alone with Tragus, who, after straightening his robes, gestured for Ryla to follow him. She did, numbly walking back through the halls and into the crowd of the forum, that dagger still whispering on her hip, her thoughts screaming that she had made the wrong decision. Yet, with Tragus's hulking figure at her side, she knew Scylla's words were true. It was too late to back down. Chapter 30. In the Dust. I wonder sometimes if there has ever been anything but war. If the crimson void that haunts me was ever green, as the Eternals say. Could it be that peace is a lie? Sometimes I wish it was. At least then I would know that fighting was useless. Nathazar Vorsix, circa 1300 post-fall meridian. Perelor knelt in the dust, trying to find the strength to rise. The Talar would hand out disposers soon, he knew, as Scylla had ordered them. He'd have to rise then, stand up and clean up the men he'd just gotten killed. For now, he just wanted to kneel. Things had gone so well these last few days, like rays of light peeking in as the door to a dark room opened. Now it felt like that door had been slammed back shut, and midnight reigned in his soul once more. Akron, he wanted to rip that door off its hinges. He wanted to bask in the light and never leave it again. He wanted it so bad. Yet he was also so exhausted. So he just knelt, numb, eyes drooping despite the purity racing in his veins. Perelor? His hands shook. His heart pounded, and still he felt on the verge of passing out. He hated how the worry and the tiredness mixed on days like today. Perelor, come on. A hand shook his shoulder, and a glimmer of awareness returned. He looked up to see Auris staring at him. You all right? I'm fine. You don't look fine. I'm fine, Perelor repeated. Slowly he stood, muscles groaning. Where's Ithrey? Piling up the corpses, Auris said, voice growing soft. Said it's her duty after getting them killed. I'm the one who got them killed, Perelor thought, not her. I should help, he said, and... He closed his eyes, cringing, and we need to plan. Auris paused, then nodded. All right. He walked through the smoke, waving it away and coughing, until they could see the pile of bodies Auris had spoken of. Ithrey was kneeling beside a fallen soldier just next to the pile. She muttered a prayer, closed the man's eyes, then, with a grunt, grabbed the body and hoisted it onto the heap. She stepped back, panting. Sweat covered her forehead. Her eyes were distant. She coughed into her elbow, stepped toward the next body, then turned before she made it there, eyes fixing on Perelor. She gave him a curt nod, frowning. You're up. Perelor swallowed. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have frozen like that. That wasn't a criticism, just an observation. Ithrey turned back to the fallen soldier, kneeling and closing the man's eyes. We all react differently to these things, she added softly. Perelor stood silent, watching her as she muttered a prayer, the words too faint for him to hear. Plasma and cannons still shrieked and boomed in the distance, and occasionally the smoke swirled as a fighter shot through the air overhead. All it would take is a minute of the battle going wrong and we'd all die, he thought. They're fools for keeping us this close to the front lines. But then their deaths were the point. The camera on his head suddenly felt heavier. "I shouldn't have tried the titrate," he muttered. "I should have known that wouldn't work." "You couldn't have predicted that?" "Yes, I could have. It's common sense that Talar don't want us to survive. They're recording our searing deaths. I've told my men that same thing hundreds of times. I was a fool for trying it myself." "And the alternative?" Perelor paused. "I don't know, but I still shouldn't have tried. They're dead because of me." Ithrey stood, hoisting the fallen soldier, then tossing him onto the pile. "Duty," she said softly, almost to herself, "is not meant to be light, but don't make it heavier than it has to be." "It's my fault," Perelor repeated. "It always is." Ithrey opened her mouth to reply, then closed it, shaking her head. "You're a strange man, Perelor Crot." She gestured to the corpses. "Are you going to help? I wish we had more time to grieve, but we don't. The disposers will be here soon enough. We don't need to pile them. What we do need is a new plan. The plan will still work fine. It didn't involve these men anyway." Perelor frowned. "So we're just going to pretend like nothing happened, then? Stack their bodies and go on?" "What other choice is there?" Ithrey said softly. "But to go on." She straightened, dusting off her uniform, a useless gesture. It was still torn in a dozen places. "Aris has contacted his cousin. We go tonight. These men would have died regardless. We cannot pause to mourn them." Perelor opened his mouth to protest, then cursed and shut it. Men, you're going to die. How many times had he given that speech? How many times had he chosen not to care, only to hurt anyway when the blood spilled? And this time he'd been so close. Yet Ithrey was right. The plan hadn't involved the Miradorans. Even if it had, what choice was there? So tonight, then. As soon as the fighting has died down and it's dark. She paused, and for a moment her face looked utterly agonized. She studied Perelor, opened her mouth, then shut it, then opened it again. "We've decided you need to stay behind, though." "What? Why?" "It's easier with two people. My distraction will only require one. Besides, you can give a story to cover us, just in case things go wrong." "No story is going to excuse you," Perelor said. "I've snuck around the Talar camp dozens of times. Aris hasn't. You need me." Ithrey raised an eyebrow. "I thought you said you would follow my lead." "To an extent." "Well, follow it to this extent. Hang back. We'll be fine. I've done plenty of stealth work, and I'd rather have as little a handicap as possible. You don't know the Talar camp like I do. I don't know a lot of places. Being able to think on the fly is what makes it stealth." She met his eyes, and there was actual concern in her gaze. "You said you'd follow me to torment itself if it meant finding your sister, Captain. So, follow me. And if I don't trust your judgment, then learn to." Ithrey rose, nodding to the side. "Looks like those disposers you told me about are here, so we can't talk much longer anyway. Aris and I go tonight. End of story." She walked away. Searing insufferable, Perelor thought. Yet there was still that haunted look in her eyes, no matter how hard she tried to hide it. As she marched up to the arriving Talar soldiers and grabbed her disposer, Perelor noticed her hands were shaking. A dozen guards? There's no way she can pull this off. He hesitated, then cursed under his breath. She's not going to like this. He'd do it anyway, for he'd realized something as he knelt there, consumed by the echoes of the fallen. People had died because of his mistakes. That had happened before, of course, but never so directly, save for perhaps that terrible night when Eliel had been torn from him. Even that had only been separation, not death. Screams echoed, as slaves, crushed and mangled, yet alive still, yelled out from the rubble. And the blade called to him. Going forward, he'd realized there could be no mistakes. Ithrey had to admit, she was impressed with the Talar army's ability to set up camp so quickly. Within hours of the battle's start, hundreds of ships carrying both troops and supplies had landed in the field near the slave squadrons, and makeshift tents and barracks had been quickly constructed using metal panels that snapped together with magnets. Small cook fires flickered everywhere. Servants diligently cooking bread expanded from crates of powdered concentrate that had arrived just an hour before. Atop several of the structures, soldiers knelt, snipers in their hands, sweeping their eyes over their surroundings, in case the Groholans attempted to flank the camp. The entire setup, and the speed with which it had been created, astounded Ithrey. Most important to her, though, was the makeshift comms tower technicians had constructed nearby. Stretching into the sky, it was one of the few structures with a blue plasma shield surrounding it, powered by a massive battery a cargo cruiser had dropped off earlier. Its antenna flashed constantly with lights of purple and green, an indication of messages received and transmitted, Ithrey knew. Yet those flashes, on then off, light then dark, still felt foreboding. She was not ready to die, she admitted. But then she never would be. She let out a shaky breath. Night was setting, the red sun almost completely submerged below the horizon. Only small rays of crimson light still glowed through the smoke. Ithrey had to squint to make out Aris's face as he jogged over to her cookfire, kneeling beside her. They were alone, save for the Talar guards. Perelor was off burning the corpses, which he had insisted on doing himself. "You need time to plan," he'd said. Ithrey suspected the real reason was so he could be alone. Well, good. The farther he was from what was about to happen, the better. "We're allowed to walk into camp, yes?" Ithrey asked, eyeing a guard nearby. "Yes," Aris answered. "It's unusual. Perelor really is the only one I know who's actually done it. But it's allowed as long as we don't trigger those chips." Ithrey nodded, eyes still flickering about to the guards surrounding them. Did she look too nervous? There certainly seemed to be an unusual amount of eyes on her tonight. "That's good," she reminded herself. "You're going to be the distraction." Still, those eyes felt like bullets stabbing into her. And there would be bullets soon. "I am sorry, Aris," she thought. "I truly am." At least Perelor would live. The more she'd thought, the more she'd realized his death was unnecessary. He would probably still die here, but this mercy at least she could give. "Camp is dead," Aris noted. "Sounds like the Krahallans are still fighting for that outpost, so everyone's gone." Ithrey nodded, letting out a relieved breath. "We're going to want to get this done now, then, before they return. We'll need to move quickly. I don't want to be there when everyone comes flooding in." Aris nodded. "It'll take time to crack the thing, but I think I can do it." "You think, or you can?" Aris shrugged. "I really can't know for certain until I'm there." Ithrey frowned. "Should I hold off, then?" "This has to succeed. Would it help if I scouted the software beforehand, and we did this another night?" "No," Aris said immediately. "Tonight's our best shot, believe me. There's almost no guards. Even Sirla's gone. She'll be gone other nights." "She'll be gone if we're still alive," Aris countered. He shivered. I've never seen them execute people that fast, Ithrey. If we give that woman more time, she'll have us killed. I'm sure of it." Ithrey paused, considering. Then she sighed. "All right, but we need to be careful. We can't afford to fail." "I know." Aris glanced at the sky. "Trust me, I know." He sat down, his hand twitching slightly. Ithrey noticed for the first time that glowing red mist was rising from that hand. Soul curse. She gritted her teeth. At least it wasn't a bad one. They'd be fine. Well, the message would be. They wouldn't. She trembled for a moment before steeling herself. She waited until night had fallen, then waited a little longer, then signaled for Aris to follow her. Perelor pressed himself against the wall of a nearby barracks, peeking around the corner to watch Aris and Ithrey as they strode through the Talar camp. Ithrey stood out like a bloodstain on a white cloth in that black and orange uniform of hers. So far, the guards hadn't given them much attention, but so far they weren't anywhere near the comms tower. Sear that woman for leaving me behind. His own dark blue and silver uniform blended much more easily into the night than Ithrey's orange-trimmed Miradoran clothes. Distraction or not, she should have been the one to stay behind, not him. Well, he'd followed anyway, whether or not she liked it. Now he just needed to cause a distraction, so they could get to their destination. Preferably without anyone realizing he'd been involved. He glanced around, looking for anything that could cause such a disturbance. He saw nothing, save for a couple of grenades waiting against a crate. He frowned. An explosion would work. He turned back to Ithrey and Aris. They were continuing onward, though they were drawing more attention now. One guard was staring at them, a tall, burly man with a rifle on his back and a hooked nose. Perelor hesitated, then cursed as the man started walking toward the pair. She better thank me for this. He withdrew his laser tip from his back, slid farther behind the wall, then, wincing, he aimed at the grenade, closed his eyes, and fired. Plasma shrieked, and a moment later white light flared, bright enough that it still blazed through Perelor's eyelids. As it faded, he snapped his eyes back open, then scrambled away, sheathing his laser tip and shouting, "Attack! Attack on the camp! To arms!" Soldiers' voices echoed his own, and Perelor waited until the smoke had cleared a little, then dashed back toward where the grenade had exploded. Trying to act frantic, he glanced toward where Aris and Ithrey stood. They had frozen in place, but the soldier was no longer staring at them, instead grumbling as he walked toward the blasted-out ground near Perelor. Ithrey, though, saw him. She met his eyes, shaking her head. Perelor nodded at her, motioning with his hand for her to keep moving. Hopefully, she got the message. He couldn't check. As he waved at her, a soldier fell into line beside him, surveying the blast. "What happened? Did you see anything?" "Just the flash, sir," Perelor replied, saluting with his wrists crossed, the Talar way. "Nothing else." The man, who, Perelor noted, wore officer's knots on his left shoulder pauldron, turned his gaze up to the sky, squinting. Then he sighed. "Back to your posts, all of you. But keep an eye out, you hear me? These voidlings aren't giving up easily, I'll tell you that much." He shook his head as he walked off. "You'd think the searing cunning one would give us a break, to torment with that woman." That last part was whispered under his breath, and Perelor doubted he was supposed to hear it. Slowly, the other soldiers dispersed. Perelor gave them a curt nod and stepped away from the explosion himself. No eyes lingered on him. He glanced to the side. Aris and Ithrey were gone, but the soldier who had almost apprehended them was still in Perelor's sight. It had worked. "Sear you, Ithrey," Perelor thought. "You better thank me when this is done." Sliding his laser tip onto the strap on his back, he continued on into camp, fingering the dagger on his belt. That earned him some stares. It seemed rumors of what he often did with the dagger had spread. That, of course, was exactly why Perelor kept his hand on it. Let them think he was simply trying to find a place to cut himself, and they wouldn't suspect his true intentions. "I'm helping, no matter what you say." He wouldn't let her fail. Whatever she thought of him for it. "That man," Ithrey muttered. "I ask him to do nothing of all things, and he still can't obey." "Please," she thought, "please go back. You'll die if you don't." Aris shrugged. "What he did worked." "Barely," Ithrey scoffed. "Please go back. You don't understand." "But it worked." Aris glanced nervously around them. No one had yet spotted them, crouching between towers of supply crates near the comms tower, but even with most of the army gone, there were so many people milling about the camp that an encounter could happen at any moment. The comms tower was completely unguarded now. The clearing surrounding it was lit by Ethium lamplights, but no one stood there. However unoriginal Perelor's tactic had been, it had worked unnervingly well. "I should probably go to the tower alone," Aris said. "The distraction is done and you're wearing a Miradorn uniform. I'm at least in Talar clothes. They won't arrest you then." "Oh, no, they'll still arrest me if they find out I'm unauthorized. It just might be harder for them to realize that. Still, you can follow if you want." He sighed. "Or not. It's not like you can take on the entire army." Ithrey hesitated. "If we contact Alarn, you'll be fine. How confident are you that you can do that?" 50-ish%. I'll know as soon as I try to log in. And if that fails, I trigger an alarm that gets me executed." Ithrey paled. "We can't take that chance." "I can. And it's only me doing the illegal part." He gave her a wistful smile. "I didn't tell Perelor on purpose. He'd never let me do this. But I have to take this chance. For the galaxy, right?" Ithrey hesitated, then cringed, nodding. She reached into her uniform and handed him the recording disc she'd stolen earlier. He slid it into a slot on his holoscreen. "For the galaxy," she said. She frowned. "You still should have told me, at least." "Yeah, probably should have," Aris admitted. He swallowed again, wringing his hands together. Then he stood. "Wish me luck. Luck is an illusion. But may God above bless you." "I don't know what religion that's referencing, but I'll take it." He sucked in a breath, then slipped out from between the crates, falling behind the wall of a nearby building, then slowly striding out into the open, as if on a leisurely walk. Ithrey made her way through the crates, keeping her head just barely above them to keep her eye on Aris. It seemed to work. If anyone was watching, they thought nothing of a lone man in Talar robes. Ithrey's heart pounded, and she expected something to go wrong at any moment, but the boy went completely unperturbed until he arrived at the comms tower, then set his holoscreen against it. Ithrey swallowed. "Please let this work." Even from a distance, she could still read the worry on the boy's face. A boy, she reminded herself. No 17-year-old should risk himself like this. Yet here they were. So, slipping behind the cover of a barracks, she watched as Aris began his work. His eyes were fixed on the holoscreen for several minutes, but then they darted to Ithrey. "It's working," he mouthed. Oddly, despite their impending death, Ithrey felt pressure drain from her. and she couldn't help but smile. At least it had worked. In moments, the galaxy would know where the endowed was. The Seekers, the Confederacy, the other nations, someone would surely help. Aris would die, she would die, but Alarin would live. She was so caught up in the feeling of triumph, she almost didn't notice the red, glowing eye that lit up in the darkness behind Aris. Perelor slipped around a corner and into the alleyway behind Ithrey, just as her eyes widened. She stepped back, gesturing wildly at Aris. For a moment, Perelor cocked his head, confused. Then his own eyes widened as he saw the voidling. He opened his mouth to shout a warning, but it was too late. A tendril of black mist slammed into Aris's side, throwing him away from the antenna. He yelped as he crashed into a nearby crate. Ithrey stepped back, muttering something Perelor couldn't hear under her breath. Perelor hesitated, the voidling's red eye seeming to bore through his skin, through all of him. Then, growling, he ran forward, unsheathing his laser tip from his back, drawing in purity from his surge. His glow drew eyes. Taller soldiers pointed toward him, and several unsheathed blasters. In the back of his mind, Perelor felt their echoes as they stared at him, waiting for the order. I know some of those guards, a part of Perelor thought idly. They know I wouldn't try to escape. Akron, even knowing that, they are afraid of me. Voidling! He yelled. Voidling in camp! The shout didn't draw their eyes to the creature. Only the glow of its red eye kept it from blending into the night, while Perelor's bright white radiance made him stand out. Still, it confused them enough to keep them from shooting, and that was all Perelor needed. As they stared, he shifted his muscles, then jumped as far as he could with the added strength. It proved to be quite the leap. He soared through the air, a shooting star of alabaster brilliance, before crashing into the black mist of the voidling. The voidling's ethereal body hissed as Perelor struck it, dissipating along with a sizable chunk of Perelor's own energy. The singular red eye of the creature shrunk backward for a moment. But only for a moment. Shrieking, it threw 3 tendrils at Perelor at once. Instinct kicked in, and Perelor slashed through 2 of the tendrils in a wide sweeping motion, but even instinct couldn't block 3 at once. The last blow hit him squarely in the chest. He grunted as he slammed into the ground. Voidling! He yelled again, though it came out as a rasp this time. He rolled and sprang up into a crouch, just in time to avoid a tendril that rammed into the ground where his neck had been just moments before. Voidling! It came out as a proper yell this time. To arms! Voidling in camp! Plasma shrieked as the Talar soldiers, finally, seemed to understand what they were seeing. The voidling screamed as bolts of fiery orange slammed into it, crackling as they burned away its misty form. It wasn't enough to truly damage the creature. The powers were the only proper way to fight a voidling. But its one good eye darted toward Perelor, then back to the soldiers, then back to Perelor. Perelor rose to his feet, drawing in more purity, falling into a battle stance. Retreat, please. He didn't know if he could fight this thing, weakened or not, if it kept going. This will not be our last meeting, a voice said in Perelor's mind. Oblivion has plans for you, son of Rion. Another round of plasma slammed into the creature, and it screamed a final time, its gaseous body shooting off into the sky, the red eye following it. Perelor stood his ground for a moment, watching the crimson pinprick of light, until finally it was distant enough he could no longer spot it. Then, at last, he relaxed, just as Ithrey stumbled to a stop behind him, breathing heavily. I should have expected that, but of course I didn't. Ugh, I should have known. Nothing you could have done, Perelor said softly, though his gaze was still fixed on the patch of sky where the voidling had vanished. Oblivion has plans for you. What was that supposed to mean? Captain, are you all right? Cursing to himself, Perelor shook himself out of his stupor. Talar soldiers were approaching, fully armored, sweeping scopes through the night as they searched for the escaped voidling. He gave them a curt nod. I'm fine. The creature left before it did much damage. He froze, cursing under his breath. Aris! It's fine, a voice said from behind him. Well, mostly fine. Actually, how are we defining fine? Because I might not be fine. Perelor cursed again, turning. In the darkness, it took him a few moments to find Aris, but eventually he saw him, laying face up on top of the contents of a crushed crate full of bread powder. He was gripping his right arm, which was swollen and bruised. Perelor rushed over, hoisting him to his feet and out of the rubble. As he did, Aris muttered something under his breath. Perelor frowned. What? It got my holoscreen, he whispered. Destroyed it before I could send the signal. Thaws. Perelor had to keep himself from saying the curse aloud. If Aris's holoscreen was destroyed, Well, Perelor honestly wasn't sure how he'd acquired the thing to begin with. There was certainly no easy way to replace it. And that voidling's going to let Searla know what we're doing. He was almost certain that was why it had fled. Searla probably couldn't punish them without revealing the creature. Probably. But the plan had backfired. Horribly. Just like you thought it would. Just like it always does, a part of him whispered. Remember what happened the last time you tried to escape? Cringing, he pushed that part of him back, steadying his trembling hands. This had been risky. He'd known it. Besides, he wasn't dead yet. Still, standing in the chill air of night, surrounded by taller guards, he doubted again. Forward, he reminded himself. Forward. Even as he thought that, a purple-clad soldier stepped toward Perelor, nodding to him. He tensed. So soon? Surely news hasn't traveled that quickly. Captain Crott, the soldier said. I came with a message. Shal Searla wishes to see you. Perelor knew he should have felt nervous as he walked into Searla's metal-plated tent. He'd just tried to escape. Sure, the attempt had been promptly foiled, and to an outsider it wouldn't even look like he'd tried anything, but the truth of his intentions remained. If the Talar nobility found out about this, Larsh herself would likely get involved. Yet, he just felt numb. Tired and drenched in sweat, but mostly numb. He'd known this would likely fail. He'd deal with the consequences, the pain. If there was one thing he knew, it was how to suffer. Still, if they kill Aris... Oh, Okran, I'm a fool for doing this. He pushed past guards who watched him with wary eyes, then nodded to Searla as he took a seat across a violet wood table from her. You called for me? He asked. For once, he did not avoid meeting the woman's eyes, even though they glowed crimson. He was too drained to fear that red light. I did, Searla said. I suspect you know why. Perelor said nothing in reply. Searla waited for a moment, lips pursed. Then she snarled, leaning forward. How long do you think I'll play this game, Crott? You blew up 6 supply crates. You snuck into camp to send a message to our enemies. How long do you think I'll go without reporting you? Probably not very long, Perelor thought. He kept his face calm. There had to be some way to twist her words, some way out of this. He at least had to try. Those are bold claims, Shal Terval. What evidence do you have to back them? Searla scoffed. Don't think I didn't notice the login to the database, boy. And who do you think sent the voidling? Yes, I'm willing to admit to that. It won't be long before the creatures are more common. She leaned forward. But most importantly, Crott, I have the cameras. Perelor felt blood drain from his face. Those only run during raids, he said. It took effort to keep his expression neutral, and he suspected he was, at least in part, failing. That's what we tell you, Searla said, but that's not the truth. They've been running the whole time, Perelor, not just when you're fighting. It took a little effort to find you and your friends discussing your plans. How do you think I knew where to put the voidling to begin with? Perelor's heart pounded. A way out. Some loophole exists, you just have to find it. For Aris. Larsh won't let you kill me, he said. Or Ithrey. But she would let me kill your friend with the Ever Surge, Searla said. She leaned back. It doesn't matter, though. You see, you're wrong. Larsh ordered Ithrey's execution just minutes ago. 3 dozen lashings. The guards are after her now. The words took a moment to set in. Then, cursing, Perelor shot to his feet. No, he hissed, you can't. Except they could, and they would. Dread crept up his spine. Searla chuckled. You would think that, after 5 years, you would know our limits better. We can kill her, Perelor. We are killing her. He stood still for a moment, trembling, watching it all burn. Never learn a soldier's name. No. He would not return to that life. He turned for the door, ignoring Searla's growl. You can't stop them, she said. The order has already been given. He pushed out of the tent anyway. The 2 guards at the entrance gave him quizzical looks, but he marched past them. Flames, blood, screams, rubble, and that blade. It was all falling apart again. No, he muttered. Not this time. This time I try. He broke out into a run. Chapter 31. Experimentation. Who am I? That, I think, is the ultimate question of our age. One even I cannot answer. Arth Drawley, circa 2897 post-fallen meridian. Bombers, to cover! Shanolla's heart pounded as she scrambled away from the ledge she'd been standing on when the soldier had cried out. In the distance, a thunderous explosion rumbled, and streaks of purple shot through the red-tinted sky. Shinola twisted toward the nearest door, then cursed as she crashed head-on into a soldier running in the opposite direction. They tumbled to the ground as another shriek split the night, closer this time. "Off me!" Shinola shouted, desperately pushing a limb out of her way, then jumping to her feet. She ran around the corner and into the doorway, then immediately slammed it shut behind her. As she did, she couldn't help but glimpse the city outside, buildings smoking, towers crumbling, and flames everywhere. She shivered. I need out, fast. Later that night, Shinola awoke abruptly, slamming her hand against the holoscreen alarm by the side of her bed. The thing was louder than she'd thought it would be. Hand-trembling, she waited, expecting guards to barge in or the lights to snap on. Something. You must learn to hide, her father's voice whispered. Anyone, and I mean anyone, will kill you if they find out what you are. Trust no one. She twitched her finger, heart pounding. No reaction came, though. She let out a relieved breath. Maybe this would work. She scooted out of her bed, slipping over to the door of her newly assigned quarters, peeking through the crack at the hallway outside. The lights were on, but she saw no flickers of motion. She waited, counting 2 minutes under her breath. Still nothing. Alarin still hasn't found out. Good. She knelt beside her bed. She'd left the surge blade underneath it. She'd been tempted to sleep with the weapon, just in case, but then she'd realized how suspicious that would look. Now that it was dark, she withdrew the weapon, closed her eyes, and reached. There was a moment of pause. Reaching seemed to require more mental exertion than it had before, but a second later she was glowing softly with Ever. Then she reached again. Not for the surge blade this time, but for her own abilities. Nothing came, at least no additional Ever. She felt a straining, as if her mind were pushing against a wall of tightly stretched cloth. She could sense it giving way, could feel the air of the room behind, but couldn't quite get it to snap. Maybe if she pushed a little harder. I can free you. She shivered. No, not yet. She reached into the pockets of her robes, gripping the holodiscs that waited there, along with 2 display holoscreens, in case one of them broke. She'd swiped those from the military library earlier, every one she could find on the mechanics of identity and wards. Now, 3 gods willing, she was going to escape. She'd need to find a purity and avoid surge, if she could. She wanted access to all 3 powers before showing up at Larsh's camp. But for now, the Ever Surge would be enough to get her out. With half of their soldiers at the war front, the watchmen here were scant, and over the last week she'd found dozens of viable escape routes. If all went well, at least one of them would work. Slowly, she cracked the door open, still looking for guards, still finding nothing. Taking a deep breath, she pushed the worry off her face and strode through the hallways. Night was at its peak, and she'd heard soldiers earlier whispering about a skirmish to the south, so hopefully the building would be near empty. If not, she'd just have to act natural and pray that no one recognized her. She wasn't stealthy enough to get out by sneaking around. Rounding a corner, she tensed as she saw a soldier leaning against a wall, but he only nodded to her, then breathed in the cigarette in his hands. As Shinola passed him, his eyes glazed over and he purred softly. Not much discipline around here, Shinola noted. Hardly an eye rested on her as she made her way to an elevator, then stepped inside. Alone, she ascended toward the higher floors, where she knew the landing pads were. She waited as the elevator pushed against her feet, closing her eyes, trying to steady her breathing. Everything was silent, even oblivion. It was unnerving. The elevator clicked open, and she stepped out into a similar hallway to the one she'd just left. There were a few more soldiers here, but no one questioned her as she found a map, then wound her way through the corridors and out onto a landing pad. All but one stall was empty, but that one ship, an old cruiser with the paint job peeling off, would do. Shinola barely knew how to fly anyway, so this might actually be better than a fighter. She released a breath she didn't realize she'd been holding, shot what she hoped was a subtle glance behind her, then made her way through the shadows and up to the ship's cockpit. It popped open easily, and with the boost of a touch of Ever from her surge, she was able to soar up and into the seat with no problem. Glowing with just enough Ever to light the area a few feet around her, she squinted at the control panel. It looked easy enough. A switch to start the engine, an automated takeoff protocol, and a simple set of levers for controlling the vehicle after that. This might actually work. except there was still one problem. She closed her eyes, trembling slightly as she reached into her pocket and retrieved the holoscreen from earlier, the one that she hoped would teach her how to expel oblivion. She shrunk down into the seat of the cockpit, carefully moving the device to ensure that no one could see its glow from afar, then began watching, playing the audio through an earpiece she'd also stolen from the Grahalan archives. The night air felt colder as she surfed through videos on identity theory and split power theory, stealing glances constantly to ensure she was still alone. Finally, after at least an hour of searching, though it felt much longer, she found what she was looking for. Expelling power-based soul control, it was called, and as she watched, it seemed to describe her condition well. According to it, someone, in this case Oblivion, had merged a part of their own soul with Shannala's, but in a parasitic way, allowing them to extend themselves into Shannala and control her intentions. Alaran's ward was the only thing shielding her from that. The ward is only a temporary measure, the holoscreen said, as the person who initiates it must then constantly fight the original perpetrator for control, and the victim is completely subject to the will of the person who warded them, a detriment to both participants. A full expulsion is recommended. It's difficult, especially if one is not a burner. It's also risky, as the process, if done incorrectly, can deepen the problem. Shannala frowned, pausing the holoscreen. Her heart beat even faster in her chest. She'd been right. Alaran could control her. For all his talk of helping her, and all his words about the greater good, he'd still lied. Her hands trembled. He could be influencing me right now. That wasn't likely, though. Steadying her breathing, she continued watching the recording. The ritual seemed fairly simple, though, to be honest, Shannala had no idea if it would seem that way when she attempted it. She had to use the Ever from the Surge and infuse it into her soul, flushing out Oblivion's corruption almost like water washing a dish. The recording recommended using multiple Surge wielders, working in tandem, but Shannala didn't have that luxury. The recording ended, leaving her in darkness save for the soft light of her blue glow. Instinctively she drew in more Ever from the Surge, casting azure light across the cockpit. Breathing in, she peeked over the edge of her seat, checking one last time to ensure she wouldn't be disturbed. There was no one. It was time. She drew in all the Ever she could from the Surge. It was a strong one, and the intensity of the light almost blinded her as she stared at her arms. The guards would certainly see that. She needed to hurry. Closing her eyes, she reached, not for any of the powers, but for the web of her own soul. At first, she felt nothing, but within a few moments, she felt a soft prickling in her chest, something the recording had said she would feel. The prickling started in her forehead, too, and on the back of her neck, then spread from there into her veins. As the recording had also said, the prickling feeling on her chest was different, sharper and more painful. It was there she would have to target with her Ever. She let out the breath she'd sucked in. Then, gritting her teeth, she willed all the Ever she could into that one point. The prickling intensified, and for a moment she felt the strange sensation in her chest match the feelings in her neck and forehead. Her veins throbbed and her skull ached, but she let out a long breath. Then, abruptly, her glow vanished, and agony like she'd never felt before slammed into her. "I have you now." Oblivion's voice was louder than it had been before. Not just in volume, but in the way it resonated within her, her very heartbeat seeming to sync with the rise and fall of his voice. Red light burst alive in her chest, then spread through her veins, lighting up her arms, her legs, her eyes. It cast crimson shadows on the fallen holoscreen beside her. Without her willing it, her leg moved. No! Panic rose in her mind, but only in her mind. Everything else felt numb, like a foot you'd slept on for too long, except across her entire body. No! She tried to push against Oblivion, reaching, slamming the force of her will against his. It was like trying to push a planet with her shoulder. Instead of helping her resist, she found her willpower burned out, and as she fell back in exhaustion, Oblivion took complete control. He forced her to stand, then hop down from the cockpit. She could hear soldiers rallying, though the sound was duller than usual, as if she were underwater. No. Her protests were weak, and they did nothing. Oblivion forced her to move forward, raw fear pounding through her mind. Oblivion fixed her eyes on the Grahalan soldiers. They were grouping into a squadron, and several pointed and yelled as Oblivion closed Shannala's eyes, lighting up with void. The tingling numbness Shinola felt intensified as he threw his hand forward, burning the magical energy. Time seemed to slow. Tendrils shot out from Shinola's hands, twisting toward the soldiers. "No, I will not be a murderer. Not again." Yet Shinola's cries were only a whimper, and again they did nothing. The tendrils slammed into the soldiers' chests, throwing them backward, then reared upward, reaching for their necks. Then blue light washed over Shinola. The tendrils puffed out of existence as a blazing figure slammed feet first into the cement. The fall should have snapped Alarin's legs like they were made of powder, but he hardly seemed to notice the force of it, instead leaping for Shinola. "You," Shinola heard Oblivion hiss. "I will enjoy killing one of you." He lashed out with Shinola's hands, throwing tendrils toward Alarin, pushing far more void into powering them. This time, though, Alarin didn't vaporize the tendrils, but abruptly shifted himself in midair, throwing himself feet first into Shinola. She felt the pain that opened across her chest as his boots crashed into her ribs, and the breathlessness that followed as she rolled across the cement, cuts and bruises opening all across her skin. Fool, Oblivion thought. He didn't seem to even notice Shinola resisting him anymore. He stood, raising Shinola's hands, letting go of void and instead burning purity. Strangely, as it raced through Shinola's veins, it didn't glow white, instead emanating a dark black. "I will make you suffer for that. I will make you all suffer." Oblivious to any of it, Alarin whirled around. Oblivion slammed Shinola's hand against the floor, and the cement flowed into her skin. A poor imitation of titrite, but still more protective than any natural armor could be. It flowed across Shinola's face, just as Alarin unleashed a hail of plasma. The purity-infused cement sizzled as it absorbed the blows. The bright light of the superheated air still blinded Shinola, though, and for a moment Oblivion stood still. One crucial moment. Ever slammed into Shinola's forehead. Not a plasma attack, but raw Ever, still completely in its ethereal form. It strained as it pushed against the titrite helm covering her, hissing and churning like blue mist. "What is he doing?" she thought. Yet, even as she drifted, confused, she felt Oblivion thrashing violently against the Ever, and she understood. "He's trying to ward me again," she realized. Hope surged in her, and, letting out a mental growl, she attacked Oblivion with all the willpower she could muster. It wasn't much, not against the cold, intense power he had acquired over her. But, pushing with all her might, pain screaming at her from the exhaustion of it, she held him back for one crucial moment. The Ever broke through the helm, the titrite dropping back to the ground as cement. Blue light blazed in Shinola's veins. The last thing Shinola saw was Alarin, landing beside her, face tight. Even in blackness, she trembled at the fury on that face. She awoke to find herself again in chains, to find herself once more alone. Dark metal walls greeted her on her sides. She had been chained to the back wall standing up, cuffs holding her limbs up in several places. Her mind was foggy again, so they must have drugged her too. Beyond a pneumatic doorway, there was nothing else in the room. She closed her eyes, almost too tired to do what she knew she had to, almost not wishing to know. But, sucking in a deep breath, she reached. Nothing. The same nothing she'd felt earlier, before trying to reverse Oblivion's taint. Before failing. So he's warded me again. She wasn't sure if that was better or worse. Oblivion wasn't controlling her, but... Stop it, she chided herself. Alarin might have been able to control you, but he didn't. It's... She swallowed. Too proud to admit it, even in her head, then winced. It's better than Oblivion. It's not perfect, but it's better. There was a problem now, though. The chances of Alarin giving her another surge to work with were about the chances of a river running through torment. Her avenue to Talar, and survival, was gone. You really are weak, Oblivion whispered. She tried to think of some other way, some hope, but drugged and exhausted, she didn't even know where to start. Leaning back, she sagged in her chains, closed her eyes again. Sleep came. With it, nightmares. She stood atop a balcony, the same balcony where she'd stood just days ago, watching the sunset. Had it been just days? How long had she waited in that cell, chained and unconscious? She didn't know, and as she gazed at the horizon, the thought slipped away like water down a pipe. Soon, though, the sunset was not what she was staring at. Screams, soft at first, slowly grew louder, and she turned her eyes down to the Grahalan city below. Flames and smoke covered it. All of it. Fighters dashed about, just barely above the buildings, firing indiscriminately into the city complex. The town had not been evacuated, and bodies flew everywhere, many raining down into the streets below. People ran everywhere, yet nowhere was safe. Ash and embers cascaded downward. The ground shook as towers collapsed. Above it all, a giant battleship, with clean purple-painted armoring, waited like a shark in the sky. Shinola had never seen the ship in person, but she recognized it. The Talar flagship. She stepped back reflexively. She had only been 3 when Ethia had been ransacked, but schools always played recordings of that day. It was a warning, they said. A warning against what Shinola saw now. Realizing where she stood, she turned to flee. Yet, even as she thought it, her muscles locked in place. A voice, rich and deep and terribly familiar, echoed all around her. "The final war comes. You cannot stop it." "You," she hissed, "get out of my head. You will die here. Alarin knows this. He has seen his own death in the tower. Yet you do not have to die. I'm not falling for this again. I have a plan. It'll work. It has to." A long pause. Then a chuckle. "We shall see. When Alarin is dead and you watch this very scene unfolding before you, we shall see." Her eyes involuntarily flicked upward, then widened as she saw a taller fighter shrieking toward her. Adrenaline raced through her as its blasters lit up, then fired. Heat, terrible burning heat, washed over her. After that, nothing. After the nothingness, pain. Shinola's eyes shot open, her chest rising and falling rapidly, her breaths so rushed she hardly took in any air. Her vision was speckled with black dots at first, though as she forced her breathing to steady, they gradually faded back into color. As they did, she tensed. Alarin was sitting across from her, lips pursed, leaning forward to inspect her intently. His eyes were filled with anger. "You're awake." Shinola winced. Part of her wanted to close her eyes and avoid this, but she was still in the cuffs from before, so there was no way to run. She swallowed. "I am?" "You almost killed several of my men. That was oblivion. Working through you. Not much difference the way I see it. There is a difference. Maybe, but I still should kill you." He sighed. "You're lucky you're the endowed." "Doesn't feel lucky," Shinola thought. But she fell silent. She did not think it would be best to test Alarin's patience. Alarin rose, clasping his hands behind his back, pacing. "What do you expect me to do, child? I can't kill you, you're too important, but you aren't leaving me another option. You could have started by not mind-controlling me." Shinola regretted her words immediately. Alarin's face tightened, and he whipped around to face her again. "Did you even listen to the recordings you stole? Yes, I can control you at any time I want, but have I ever used it? How would I know? Oh, you would know, girl. If I were in your position... Bah!" He waved a hand. "You're lucky you're the endowed. Well, I wish I weren't." Anger welled inside Shinola, and despite the part of her that screamed for her to avoid Alarin's anger, she kept going. "And if you had been given the scar, you'd wish you weren't either. Do you have any idea what it's like to have him in your mind all the time? Do you have any idea what it's like to know that if anyone at all, found out about you, you'd either be killed on the spot or dragged into a war against a searing god? Do you have any idea?" She was shouting by the end, shouting like she'd never shouted before, and to her surprise, when she was done, Alarin actually stepped back, face falling. He opened his mouth, shut it, then turned away. No, I suppose I don't." He slid back into his chair, paused, then nodded. "And there's only one way to remedy that. What is it like, Shinola?" Shinola snorted. "Do you really expect me to believe you want to know?" "Regardless of what you believe, I do." He sighed. "You're the endowed. I like it as little as you seem to, but regardless of our preferences, we have to work together. A lot more than our well-being depends on it. Why should I care about that?" Shinola knew she should have calmed down by now, but a part of her just kept going. "The world has done nothing but spit on my face and kick me down over and over and over. Why should I care about saving people I hate?" To her surprise, Alarin was silent for a long moment. "I think you do care," he said finally. "You're just scared to admit it." Shinola snorted. "I don't think you know me very well, then." "Maybe," Alarin said. Maybe. He paused, tapping his finger against his leg. Shanolla's own finger twitched violently, though it didn't seem to make any difference. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity of silence, Alarin rose. He closed his eyes, lighting up with Ever, then snapped his fingers. Shanolla's cuffs all released at once, and she had to slam her hands against the wall to keep from sliding downward. She frowned. "What are you doing?" "Releasing you," Alarin said. When her frown deepened, he only shrugged. "I can't keep you here against your will, not forever. I won't be releasing the ward on you. I doubt you'd like that much anyway, but you're free now. I'd kill you, but you're the endowed, so—" He shrugged again, sighing. "There's nothing I can do to help you if you don't want to help yourself." "You're just going to let me go?" "I don't hate you, Shanolla. Hopefully this proves that to you, even if you don't want to embrace your destiny." He smiled sadly. "And, frankly, I don't have enough time left to deal with you if you're not cooperative. This entire planet is under siege, and as a Grahallan leader, I'm not under any illusion that I'll be spared when it falls. I'd rather spend my energy trying to save as many of my people as I can, rather than keeping you prisoner." He rose, stepping through the pneumatic door. Hastily, Shanolla scrambled to her feet. "He's actually letting me free. I can go to Larsh. I can escape the siege." She needed to move fast, she decided, before he changed his mind. Yet strangely, she hesitated as Alarin's figure stepped out into the hallway. Why? She cursed herself for asking. She didn't need to know why, and she certainly didn't want him questioning his decision. Alarin turned back, though, his eyes solemn. "Because it's the right thing," he said. He shook his head. "Maybe you'll understand that one day." He turned the corner and vanished, leaving Shanolla alone. Free, but alone. Alarin rested his head in his hands as he walked away from the cell. That girl was barely clinging to sanity. Perhaps it was Oblivion's taint, perhaps it was trauma, perhaps it was both, but regardless of the cause, he couldn't trust her. Maybe she isn't the endowed, he thought. Things would certainly be easier if she wasn't. Many had been born with a scar, none had yet fulfilled the prophecy. Yet, if she wasn't the prophesied hero, why had he seen her when he'd visited the Tower of Foreseeing? Why could he not shake that image of her, holding a glowing silver sword to the sky? "They will come to you," the True Eye had said. "You will not have long, but you must prepare them. They will face more than you ever could." He sucked in a breath, continuing away from the cell. He had done all he could. Maybe the girl would come back and take her place. Maybe not. But he had done all he could. It would be enough. It had to be. Chapter 32. Air. "I believe, for once. Aurith has a good heart. I have trained him as well as I know how. If there is someone who can defy oblivion, it is him. Yet I worry still. Is my trust false? Do I simply wish to believe in something, anything, after what happened with Varys?" Avin Yonka, circa 2899 post-fall of Meridian. Within moments of re-entering the forum, Ryla could tell something was off. Everyone was looking toward the front of the room, rather than mingling. Almost all of them wore grim expressions, far from the usual pretense of cheeriness that accompanied such a social event. "Now?" Ryla heard Tragus mutter. He was a good head taller than her, and he was standing on his toes, gazing at something Ryla could not see. Of all times, now. He shook his head, then turned back to Ryla. "You're going to want to listen carefully, that's all I'll say." Ryla opened her mouth to ask what in torment he meant by that, but he slipped into the crowd, ignoring her as she tried to grab his arm. She tried to push through after him, then cursed under her breath as she lost sight of him in the torrent of people. "Thaw you, Tragus," she muttered. The bustle continued, several hushed conversations breaking out among the nobles. Nighty. Ryla thought she knew where her table was from here, and Nighty would still be there. Maybe she would know what was going on. She made her way through the crowd to the table. Thankfully, Nighty was still there, and she was sitting on the table of all things, legs crossed. Didn't the girl understand manners? No, Ryla reminded herself. She doesn't. She's Darian, not taller. She tapped Nighty on the shoulder, and her friend turned. "Oh, you're back. Just in time. Larsh says she's making a big announcement. Something about her heir and some other thing?" "So that's what this is about," Ryla muttered. "Great." She blinked. Wait, her heir? Yeah, and something else too, I guess. Something even bigger, she said. Bigger than announcing her heir? A part of Ryla twisted in knots of dread. But the heir, it was finally going to be made official. Are you okay? Nighty asked. You look pale. I'm fine, she said, straightening. The heir, you said? Yeah, what about it? Ryla hesitated. You'll see, she said. Just wait here, and be ready to leave. They'll probably be asking you a lot of questions when this is all done. That just makes me more confused. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. Ryla turned. I need to talk to Larsh about this, before she does something stupid. I'll talk to you later, I promise. Okay, then. Concern crossed Nighty's face, but she didn't protest any further as Ryla walked away, pushing toward the front of the room. It wasn't easy. The forum was far more crowded than it had been when she'd left for the meeting with Tragus, and no one seemed to notice her trying to make her way through the quiet circles of conversation. Probably should be grateful not to be noticed, Ryla thought. Once Larsh announces this, that'll end real fast. Finally, she saw Larsh, conferring quietly with a pack of politicians, heads of large houses mostly. They did not look happy, though Larsh wore a bemused smile on her face. I'm afraid your opinion on the matter is of no consequence, Ryla heard her say as she approached. I am the cunning one, and the endowed. One of the women, the head of House Ruthless, if Ryla remembered correctly, stiffened. Are you threatening us? I am, Larsh said. I am indeed. She stepped back as the nobles stared, aghast, her gaze turning to Ryla. It seems the subject of our disagreement is here. Ryla, come. Ryla tensed as the nobles' eyes turned to her. For a moment she wilted under their sour gazes. Then she steeled herself, turning to Larsh. Now? She hissed. Larsh was only a few inches taller than she, but right now that seemed half a planet of difference. Fortunately, anger overcame her fear, at least for the moment. Tragus told me you were going to make it official, but now? What better time than now? Larsh mused. One can only delay destiny for so long. Her expression hardened. Besides, perhaps this will make you take certain responsibilities more seriously. Void isn't a responsibility, Ryla snapped. It's a curse. You are wrong, Larsh said, but you will realize I am right, I think, in time. She waved a hand to the watching noblemen. You are dismissed. Noting their angry postures, she raised an eyebrow. And I would suggest you leave. I have been far too patient with you already. Ryla folded her arms as the nobles left. Now isn't the time, she repeated. A part of her screamed at herself for protesting. Wasn't this what she wanted? With the power Larsh was about to give her, she could start making a real difference, even before the assassination. And after it. She would be Cunning One, leader of Talar, one of the most powerful women in the civilized galaxy. Perhaps the most powerful. Something she'd always wanted. Why did that disturb her now? You don't decide that, and I will not delay this any further for your opinion. Strangely, her face actually softened for a moment. I am sorry, child. I do this because when this is over, the world will need a leader, and it cannot be me. Her face became steel again, and abruptly she was ablaze with Ever, without even closing her eyes. Larsh was a master at reaching. She shot into the air, hovering near the ceiling so that all could see her, a beacon of blue light above them. Silence! She used Ever to amplify her voice, and Ryla had to clamp her hands over her ears. They still rang as the room went completely still. Conversations ended, the crowd turning to face Larsh. In the back of her mind, Ryla felt the echoes of the nobles, afraid, annoyed, awed, most often all three. But they all watched. If there was one rule in Talar at present, it was that you did not test Larsh's patience. And I'm about to attempt a coup against this woman. Ryla shivered. Silence, Larsh repeated. And though she did not use Ever this time, her voice still rang out clear and loud. I have important announcements to make. More than one, Ryla noted. What was it that could be more important than the succession? First, I am announcing my heir. This sent hushed whispers flowing through the room, though no one dared do more than whisper. Larsh turned to Ryla. Ryla Magala is who I have chosen. Note that this announcement is only a formality. The proper rituals are already completed. Without our consent, Ryla heard the noblewoman from earlier mutter. She glanced at Ryla, and there was venom in her gaze. Ryla could feel her thoughts. She was debating assassinating Ryla. Try it, Ryla thought, giving the woman a glare. I dare you. The noble woman's eyes were not the only pair that fell on her, though. As the room shifted to watch her, Larsh stretched a hand toward Ryla. My apprentice is incredibly competent. She has shown prowess in tactics and courage in combat. Above all, she has proven her tenacity and grit. She will make a fine leader when I am gone. Which hopefully will be soon, Ryla thought bitterly. She was immediately grateful for the small trace of Ever she left burning in her veins. I would like her to rise, Larsh continued, and give her acceptance. No choice, Ryla noted. But then who would refuse an honor such as this? Perhaps in more peaceful times Ryla could have avoided the responsibility. Not now, though. Not while her brother was in danger. She swallowed, then lit up with Ever, and shot up into the air beside Larsh. My name is Ryla Magala, she said. Her voice felt oddly small in this place. She'd never mastered Larsh's trick to magnify her voice. I hope to serve you well when my time comes, in the way we all deem best for Perelor. Nervous excitement began rising in her chest. Most of all, I hope to be a woman worthy of this calling. She swept her eyes over the crowd. This is my chance, she realized, to denounce all this publicly, to make a difference. Yet, Larsh was still hovering right beside her. She hesitated, falling silent for a long time. Too long. Finally, she sucked in a deep breath, then nodded. That is all I have to say. She cringed as she descended back to the ground. It was a poor speech, but she'd tried to sound at least a little like her uncle had. He'd always been good with the public. It was charismatic enough it earned her a few modest claps as she drifted back down to the ground. I don't deserve those. She'd backed down, avoided saying what she really wanted to say. Maybe she was a coward. No, she chided herself. I just have to be prudent right now. If I had upset Larsh, she might suspect I'm about to try something, and the entire plan could have been ruined. It still seemed a flimsy excuse. Larsh pursed her lips, evidently unsatisfied, but turned back to the crowd. That is not all. I have new campaigns to announce, 3 of them. Eyes bulged at that, but Larsh kept talking. Teria, Arthel, and Iranor will all be attacked within the next weeks. As usual, this information is confidential. If it is leaked, there will be executions. Any of you who are not already assigned a campaign will head to the war front, and Tragus will give you your assignments shortly. Questions? Mouths tightened, and Ryla felt a flood of hesitant thoughts from the crowd rush over her, but no one voiced any of the obvious concerns. Yes, the army couldn't sustain 3 more campaigns. Yes, their supply lines were already stretched thin. But when Larsh demanded something, well, it was better to simply deliver that thing, rather than face the wrath of a memory burner. As I cannot preside fully over all our current battlefields, Larsh continued, I have elected to give Shal Magala partial control over the armies on Grohala. If any of you have concerns, go to her before you come to me. Ryla's eyes nearly bulged out of her head. What? She wasn't the only one. Several nobles let out cries of disbelief. This was ludicrous enough that even Larsh's presence couldn't quell them. No one commanded an army so young, let alone an entire campaign. She isn't even 20 years old. The air was bad enough. This is insanity. Why her? Her house has barely a coin to their name. Enough! Larsh's eyes raged with blue light, and her voice rang so loud Ryla had to clamp her hands over her ears. Enough! She lowered her voice, though it still echoed loud enough for all to hear. This is not a matter up for debate. The cunning one has spoken, and she will not speak again. She smiled darkly. At least, I suspect you do not want her to speak again, yes? That would have unfortunate consequences. Silence followed. Larsh's grin widened. Good. Now for why I really called you here. Larsh actually hesitated a moment before continuing. When she spoke, Ryla felt chills run up her spine as she took in the words. I intend to go through the testing. For once there was no reaction from the crowd, at least not an audible one. It seemed the news was too consequential for a mere gasp to suffice. People tensed, eyes bulged, but a deathly quiet hung over the room. I have procrastinated this for too long, Larsh said. I admit, confronting the Confederacy so boldly makes me nervous, but it is time. I cannot fight Oblivion without a unified Deltai behind me. The Confederacy will bow to my authority as the hero of the prophecy, or it will fall." She paused for a moment, then nodded. "I have scheduled my testing for 2 months from now. Until then, the campaigns will continue. The cause will continue. May Akron be with us. The forum is dismissed." She left, descending to the ground and walking away without another word. Ryla did not miss her dismissing the blue glow of Ever, then summoning Void in its place. She claims to be the endowed, then in the same breath uses the very essence of oblivion. Filth. She growled softly, then closed her eyes and refreshed her Ever. That woman. Ryla would crush her for her heresy. She would drive the Desolation Dragger straight into Larsh's arm, then plant her own blade deep in the Cunning One's chest, then twist and watch as the blood squeezed itself from her veins. Red light flashed around her. Ryla cursed, forcing her mind to clear, forcing her rage backward. Not yet. Certainly not if oblivion was influencing her. Could he, now that she'd burned Void? She didn't know, and that worried her. Eyes fell on her as Larsh departed, and she had to wave aside several questioning nobles as she followed the taller leader, including the noble before who had thought about assassinating Ryla. She made sure to meet that woman's eyes, putting as much fury in her gaze as she could. The noblewoman did not wilt, though. She just met Ryla's gaze with equal anger. That one will be trouble, Ryla thought. Oh, I don't have time to deal with this now. She stopped staring at the woman and continued onward, following Larsh through the back door of the forum. Guards posted there prevented the others from following, though thankfully they did not stop Ryla. The door led into a hallway, which in turn led to another door, that Ryla suspected led to a landing pad outside. Larsh was almost at the second door when Ryla called out to her. "Why?" Larsh paused at the door, a mask halfway to her face. She didn't turn, though. "Why?" Ryla repeated. "You don't even believe in the prophecy. Why do you keep lying?" "Do not question me, girl." Larsh's voice was soft, unsure. Ryla hesitated, then continued. "Why?" she repeated. "I keep asking you that. Why all the bloodshed? Why do we have to wage war to unify Deltai when the Confederacy exists? Why is any of it necessary?" She shook her head. "But you never answer, and I'm sick of it, Larsh." A part of her shrunk back, terrified by her own boldness. But most of her meant what she said. She didn't understand Larsh, and Akron, it was hard not to hate her because of that. Larsh was silent for a long moment, before she finally turned. She did not meet Ryla's gaze, and Ryla was surprised to see tears in the taller leader's eyes as she stared down at the mask in her hand. "I told you I wish it weren't necessary," Larsh said softly. "I always tell you. Why isn't that enough? For this kind of slaughter, nothing is enough." A wistful smile crossed Larsh's face. "Have you ever visited Torment, Ryla?" "No. Who searing has?" "I have." Larsh let that statement hang for a long time before she continued. "The legends are true, all of them. There are fields of people there who do nothing more than grip their skulls and scream as they sink into endless tar. There are others who thrust themselves into rivers of lava, desperately hoping that the flames will end the pain. They never do, but they try it anyway." She turned her gaze up, finally meeting Ryla's gaze. The tears were gone now, replaced with cold determination. That and the red glow of Void leaking through her irises. "I will do whatever I must to get rid of that fate. For you, for Hiren, for all of us." Ryla didn't know who Hiren was, though she didn't care enough to ask. And what about the endowed? A myth. The tower says it is real. The tower says many things. Larsh sighed. "Hope itself is a myth, Ryla. I will fail, as all before me have, I think. It does not matter. None of it matters. That is why I must keep fighting, because maybe, when he's defeated, it will." "So that's what this is all about? Your fragile ego?" "Too far," a part of her warned. "You need to wait." She ignored it. If there was one thing she was good at, it was being bold, even when that boldness crossed the line into recklessness. Still, she expected Larsh to lash out, or at least dismiss her, as she always seemed to do. "Have you ever wondered why I need an heir?" Larsh asked. "Not all the cunning ones have selected one. There has been many a succession war because the previous leader was convinced he would become an eternal." When Ryla did not reply, she smiled wistfully. "I will kill myself when this is done. There's a way, I have heard, to permanently rip apart a soul from the inside. That is why I selected you. When I am done, you can have your perfect world, Ryla. Maybe you can even bring them all back from torment and undo all the terrible steps it took to get there. All you have to do is wait. That's all I ask of you. Wait and trust. She finally fastened the mask onto her face, then opened the door, stepping out to the next hallway, where Ryla could not follow, not without her own mask. You didn't answer my question. Why? Larsh looked back for one moment. The tears were back. She closed the door without another word. A few moments later, Ryla heard an engine whine outside. Larsh's cruiser, undoubtedly. She huffed in frustration, but she knew she couldn't follow, not without poisoning herself. I shouldn't follow anyway. I really can't afford to push her, not now. And yet, she could not avoid the rage and the fear building within her. For if Larsh passed the testing, well, Ryla knew Larsh's ambition well. If she took control of the Confederacy, it would not end there. She would wage war on Kozoth. When that was done, she'd wage war on Torment. If that was ever done, she'd find some other reason to keep the conflict going, hoarding power for herself, always giving some excuse why it was necessary. Yes, if Larsh lived, she'd become the greatest tyrant since Mackenzie of old, and Ryla might be the only person able to stop her. That terrified her even more than the thought of her brother dying. Chapter 33. Snapping Point. 14 years ago. The dark season was in full swing now. Shadow covered every wall, blackened every garden, seeped into every room. For once, it felt fitting. Eyes fixed on the cement floor beneath him, Perelor made his way through the city, grateful for the blazing electric lights above him, so that he didn't have to look up. At least with his eyes facing downward, he couldn't see the people staring at him. He could still feel their eyes on his back, but there was nothing to be done about that anymore. It had been 2 weeks since Eliel's declaration, and yet those 2 weeks had felt longer than all the rest of Perelor's young life. He'd spent as much of them as he could holed up in his room, begging his father to let him stay home from school. For 2 weeks, his father had relented. Today, though, he'd finally put his foot down. And so Perelor was outside again, with the people and the staring. It was raining, and the murmur of the water against the cement kept him from hearing the whispers he knew followed him. Shivering, Perelor finally arrived at the door to his school, and he ducked inside. "You all right, kid?" Frowning, Perelor looked up. He was greeted by a face with a grizzled beard. "Dramidius?" The man shrugged. "Your dad said you just left. Said you were nervous, so—" He shrugged again, then laid a hand on Perelor's shoulder. "It'll be all right, kid. Always is." He smiled. "Trust me." Perelor shook the hand off. "Thanks, I guess." He walked away, heading for the nearest elevator. His school was on the highest floor of this building. "Hope conquers fear," Dramidius said behind him. "Remember that, kid." Yes. Now, of all times, I absolutely want to remember a phrase from the Wars of Endowment. That's exactly what I want, Perelor thought bitterly. But he just stepped inside the elevator and let the door shut behind him. He was alone, and he ascended in silence, the mechanics of the lift whirring softly above him. He closed his eyes, letting the rainwater from earlier slowly drip from his hair and down his cheeks, like tears from the heavens given to him to cry. "Why?" he whispered. "If you really exist, Okron, why this?" It was a question he'd asked several times over the past 2 weeks. As usual, he received no answer. The door to the elevator opened. Sighing, Perelor wiped the rainwater and tears off his cheek, then steeled himself and stepped through the halls toward his classroom. If there had been eyes on him outside, now it seemed Ithrey herself had turned her gaze on him. The whispers were everywhere, too, audible in the tight corridors. "Did you hear what happened? Who hasn't? His sister can burn void. Do you think he'll go insane, too?" "It doesn't work like that, I don't think. His father is a madman, though, I hear." "Don't you dare," a part of Perelor thought. "Don't you dare insult him, don't you?" And yet, he'd been questioning his father every step of the way through this. He kept silent and kept his eyes down, praying no one would notice him. That prayer, it seemed, was in vain. He was only halfway to his classroom when a hand shoved him violently into the wall. "You! I've been waiting for you." Perelor looked up, expecting to see Sekhen, but it wasn't. In fact, he didn't recognize the face that greeted him at all, though the other boy clearly recognized him. The fury in his eyes was not something one earned by just standing there. Perelor tried to fall into a defensive stance, but before he could, a hand lashed out, pinning him to the wall. He thrashed, but the other boy was far more muscular than he, and he couldn't get away. So, steeling himself, he met the boy's eyes. "What do you want?" "What I want is to strangle your sister with my bare hands," the boy hissed, "but I'll have to settle for you." He pressed harder against Perelor's chest. Perelor's eyes darted around the hall. Drone cameras stared at him. People stared at him. No one helped. "Why?" Perelor wheezed. "Why? Do you have any idea the uproar you and your searing father have caused? Confederacy soldiers everywhere, everywhere!" He leaned in close. "They dragged my mom off to Rayrock. I can't bring her back, but you can sure as torment Betal." "Enough!" Another voice broke the crowd. Perelor turned, expecting to see a teacher. To his surprise, he saw Sekhen walking toward them, a grim expression on his face. The boy raised an eyebrow, temporarily releasing some of the pressure on Perelor as he turned towards Sekhen. "You want to make this your problem, Vret?" Sekhen responded by walking forward, then decking the boy in the face. Yelping, he stumbled back, releasing Perelor, who sucked in a needed breath. The boy growled, pulling back a fist and swiping at Sekhen, but Sekhen dodged the blow, then lashed out with his leg, tripping the bully and sending him tumbling to the floor. The boy groaned, then yelped again as Sekhen kicked him in the ribs, then turned to Perelor. "Come on." Perelor hesitated. What was this all about? The boy stirred beneath Sekhen. Looking down, Sekhen kicked him again. "I'd lay low if I were you," he whispered. He turned back to Perelor. "Come on, we're late to class, you know. Gelidor won't be happy." Perelor frowned. "You... why?" Sekhen paused, face falling a bit. "We can talk later," he sighed. "For now, let's leave." Hesitantly, Perelor followed Sekhen, who acted like a bodyguard as they walked the rest of the way to their class, glaring at anyone who stared too long at Perelor, and that meant a lot of glares. No one bothered them further than stares, though, and they slipped into the classroom only a few minutes later. Eyes flickered to Perelor again, but Gelidor, prim as always, snapped his fingers, calmly ordering the class to pay attention, and the eyes moved back to the lecture. Perelor didn't miss the frown that crossed Gelidor's face as he walked in, though. There were only 2 seats open, in the back, next to each other, but not anyone Perelor was familiar with. Hesitantly, Perelor sat down, and Sekhen plopped down on the seat next to him. Perelor glanced at Gelidor, ensuring the man was caught up in his teaching, then turned to Sekhen, leaning toward the other boy. "What are you doing? I thought you hated me." Sekhen's face was suddenly torn, though he quickly hid it. "We'll talk later." "'Cause that clears so much up," Perelor thought bitterly. But Sekhen quickly looked away, up to the front of the class, and, sighing internally, Perelor followed. It could have been worse, he supposed. Sekhen could have just helped the other boy beat on him. Class went surprisingly normally. Perelor was startled by how much that bothered him. A part of him, it seemed, wanted nothing more than for everything to return to how it had been. Yet another part of him wanted to tear Gelidor's hair out as he lectured them on thruster designs. Didn't he know how much had changed? Didn't he see the worlds falling apart? But Gelidor was just doing his job, and the occasional glance or whisper from the other students was enough to remind him of the chaos still transpiring. So he kept his eyes firmly on the teacher and the holoprojector behind, trying his best to focus on the rocket theory at hand. Akron, he hated rockets. Finally, after what seemed half an eternity of numbers, symbols, and Sekhen shifting uncomfortably beside him, school ended. Immediately the other students stood, snatching up bags and leaving. Most didn't even look at Perelor as they did. Hours of math had bored them enough to forget the matter. Sekhen was one of those who grabbed his bag, and pointedly looking away from Perelor, he started walking for the door. Before he could get far, though, Perelor stood, grabbing his shoulder and meeting his gaze. "Why?" he hissed. "Does it matter?" the other boy mumbled. He had already looked away from Perelor. "Everything else is falling apart for me," Perelor said. "If you're going to start going crazy too, I'd at least like to know what's going on." Second hesitated, drew in a deep breath, then finally met Perelor's eyes. "I did it because I wanted to. Me. Why, though? Because..." He sucked in another breath. "Because seer my parents. The night it happened, they kept yelling and screaming and yelling, and..." Tears began rolling down the other boy's face. "And seer them!" He broke off his gaze again, striding for the door. Again Perelor caught him. This time he too hesitated, hardly able to meet the boy's eyes. How long had they been enemies? Perelor couldn't remember a time when they hadn't been. And yet those tears. "Hey, we can be friends, you know." I know, I didn't, but..." Sekhen sucked in a shaky breath. "I can't keep doing what they want. I can't." "I understand that." Sekhen snorted. "You don't. Your dad is searing wonderful." His voice softened. "But thank you." Perelor forced a smile. "They didn't even talk to you about kicking that kid." "Should they have?" Sekhen, too, smiled. It looked forced, though Perelor suspected his own grin looked the same. "Nah, unless they wanted to know what it felt like to kick a voidling. Amen to that." Perelor paused, then cleared his throat. "How soon do you usually get home from school?" Sekhen's expression soured. "Whenever I feel like it. They don't searing care." Perelor grinned, far more sincerely this time. "If they don't searing care, what do you say we go to my place for a bit?" Sekhen hesitated, conflict flashing across his face again for a long moment. Then he nodded. "I think I'd like that." Several hours after school, and long after Sekhen had left Perelor's house to return to his own, Perelor stepped out of the washroom, white pajamas on, still damp from the pressure washer. Yawning, he opened the door, then froze. Eliel was waiting there, which wasn't unusual for this time of day. However, her eyes were bloodshot and she was trembling. She looks on the verge of an episode. Perelor tensed, but forced himself to relax. He saw no red light around her. "Hey," Eliel said. Her voice was hoarse. Perelor grunted. "Hey." He walked past her. "I'm sorry," Eliel said behind him. "I didn't mean for this to be so..." Perelor whirled. "So what?" Eliel wilted. "Say it," Perelor snapped. "I want to hear you say just how ludicrous this all is." In the other room, something creaked. Perelor's father, probably, coming to resolve this, but in that moment Perelor didn't care. "I'm sorry," Eliel whispered. "Being sorry doesn't make it better. And your anger will not take the scar off her skin." Perelor winced, turning around to see his father standing in the hallway, arms folded, lips pursed. "I'm sorry," Eliel repeated. Her eyes were on Rion now, but Rion held up a hand to silence her. "This isn't your fault." He sighed. "It's none of our fault, really." "That's not true, and you know it," Perelor growled. Rion raised an eyebrow. "Do you really think getting angry at your sister, or me for that matter, will somehow change everyone's opinion? No, because they're searing right. Are they now?" Perelor's eyes darted between the two of them. His father, leaning against the wall, his eyes so firm. His sister, trembling, slouching. Finally, he leaned in toward Eliel. "You don't honestly think you're... Akron, he couldn't even say it. That you're that?" Eliel winced, shaking even harder for a moment. Then, closing her eyes, she let out a deep breath, then reopened them. "I am what I am." "She burned all 3 powers," Rion noted. "And you've seen the scar now." "That means nothing. The 6 had the scar. The 6 were liars. Do you think I'm a liar, son?" Perelor hesitated. No, I don't. That's what scares me." He should have said it. Should have apologized. Instead, he just growled, then stormed off to his room, diving into his cot, slamming his pillow into his face. His father did not follow. Anger quickly turned to exhaustion, and sleep came. At least, it came for a little while. Perelor awoke to screams. He didn't recognize them at first, instead rolling over, wondering why his nightmares continued. He pressed his face harder into his pillow as the shouts grew louder. Then, groaning, he finally stood, legs trembling from tiredness. And the screams did not stop. In fact, Perelor could hear the words now. "Dad, help! Help!" Tiredness fleeing instantly, Perelor rushed to the door of his room, throwing it open. He dashed across the tile hallway, following the sound until he arrived at Eliel's room. He threw open that door, then froze. Black mist that somehow glowed with an ethereal darkness filled the room, most of it grouped into thin tendrils like snakes of light. 2 of those tendrils pinned Eliel to the floor, who, aglow with white purity, was desperately trying to bat them away, the black mist sizzling wherever she touched it. Within the darkness, 2 red, beady eyes glowed. As Perelor stopped in the entryway, they fixed on him.
"Who are?" "Ah, the boy. Oblivion told me you would come."
The voice echoed in Perelor's mind. In his very soul, fear filled him down to his bones, and he stumbled backward, screaming at both the strange sight and the otherworldly sensation. He could only tremble as a tendril whipped toward him, slamming into his head, sending his skull crashing into the wall. He fell to his knees, scream ceasing, head ringing. The tendril twisted around, slamming into his gut, and he doubled over, sinking to the floor.
"I cannot kill you," the voidling hissed. "Oblivion was very explicit about that. But all the same, I will enjoy making you suffer."
"Begone, fiend!" Perelor's vision swam with black dots, but he recognized his father's voice, and the black dots subsided as blue light washed over the corridor. Groaning and gripping his still aching stomach, Perelor hauled himself up into a sitting position, his vision clearing just enough that he could see his father, holding a blue surge in front of him as he stalked toward the voidling. His skin was already filled with azure ever. Where did he get that? I thought he hated using the powers. The voidling's 2 red eyes fixed on Perelor's father. It waited for a moment, tendrils hovering in the air, foreboding but hesitant. Then it chuckled, a metallic grating sound that echoed in Perelor's skull.
"You think that is enough to stop me?"
"Begone!" Perelor's father shouted again. He raised his surge higher. He was trembling. Ochron, he was trembling. And if he was scared...
"Torment, we're going to die. I'm going to die."
The voidling just chuckled harder. The sound felt like someone was slashing Perelor's ears. Tendrils flew forward towards Perelor's father. He snarled, burning ever, and plasma crackled through the air, incinerating the tendrils, but more continued to race towards him. Growling, Perelor's father drew in more ever from his surge, then lashed out with even more plasma, burning nearly all of his ever at once to send a wave of heat rolling down the corridor. The tendrils puffed away, and the plasma slammed into the voidling's main body. Mist hissed as the powers struggled against one another, and nearly the entire hallway was filled with blackness. For a moment, silence hung in the air. Perelor's father's glow was almost gone now, and sweat beaded on his brow. But he killed it, Perelor thought. We're safe. Coughing, he stumbled to his feet. Then froze as 2 red eyes blazed back to life. Perelor's father cursed, one of the few times Perelor had heard him swear. He burned the last of his ever, sending a bolt of plasma racing towards the 2 red eyes, but a tendril twisted, blocking the blow. A second tendril lashed out into his chest, throwing him backward and against the wall. There was a loud thud as his head slammed into the plaster, and then, groaning softly, he slumped down to the floor.
"Dad!"
Perelor immediately fell to his knees beside his father, reaching out to check his pulse, but before he could, the very tendril that had incapacitated his father latched onto Perelor's torso. Breath fled his lungs as he was yanked backward, dragged against the floor and toward the voidling's red eyes. "No, no, no!" He thrashed violently. The movement was useless. He didn't know how to fight this creature, and the panic rising in his chest kept him from thinking straight enough to form a plan. Pain spiked up his leg as it rammed into the side of Eliel's doorway. He screamed, "Help! Help!" He didn't know who would even come, but it was all he could think to do. In his peripheral, he could see Eliel, encased in makeshift titrite, a hole in the wall behind her. Tendrils slammed into the armor, over and over. It was beginning to crack. Another tendril squeezed around Perelor's neck, and his shouts ceased. He could hardly draw breath now.
"Oblivion doesn't want you dead," the voidling mused. "But your sister..."
Eliel's titrite helm exploded as 5 tendrils at once smashed into it. She yelped, holding up her hands to shield her head. It was no use. The tendrils snatched her arms, prying them away from her skull, and another tendril snaked toward her neck. "No, no, 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 no!" He screamed, It came out as a rasp through the tight pressure on his throat, but he couldn't contain it. He would not let his sister die. Endowed or not, he realized, she's still Eliel. No! And something snapped into place within him. Memories flashed through his mind, visions of the first time he held a sword, of his mother who had died years ago, holding him, of his sister sticking to his side the first time they'd gone to school. His whole life flashed before him, all at once, everything laid bare. He trembled for a moment at the sheer clarity of it. And then, as quickly as they'd come, the memories burned away. For a moment, time held still. Then Perelor exploded with blue light. It raced through his veins, then blazed into his skin. The entire room was suddenly aglow with an azure warmth that made the voidling's red eyes look like barely a candle flame. It screamed. "They said you were not ready yet! They said—" The voidling's shouts turned into muffled screams, as Perelor, acting on instinct he didn't know was there, threw his hand forward, mentally willing the Ever, for, though he wanted to deny it, he knew it could only be Ever, outward. Astonishing heat ignited in front of him. The black mist hissed away, and the voidling's red eyes went dim. Flames washed over Perelor. The last thing he saw before unconsciousness overtook him was Eliel, staring at him, jaw open in unconcealed awe. Chapter 34. Intercession. What I must do disgusts me, but it must be done. Iedra Okron, writing to Liestra Estes, circa 1212 post-imprisonment. If he had listened, maybe we wouldn't be in this situation, Ithrey snapped. Quiet, Aris hissed, glancing worriedly around them. Do you want the guards to hear? They were back in the circle of cots, sitting on a rough-stained mattress, surrounded by soldiers in insectoid helms, who had escorted them back here after the fight with the voidling, waiting for the consequences to come. Ithrey huffed, but forced herself to fall quiet. That man, that infuriating man, marching in as if Ithrey couldn't handle things on her own, nearly exposing them all, nearly dying, as part of Ithrey's foolish self-sacrifice. He probably saved Aris, the rational part of her noted. And you. The plan was already sunk. You're not thinking straight. That part of her was right. She huffed, anyway. We need a new plan, Aris continued, and fast. I don't know exactly what Perelor got called to Sierla for, but it can't be anything good. Ithrey just waited. Silent, numb, angry. She had almost died. She probably still would die. And it was all meaningless. I don't know what to do, she said. It felt like a confession rather than a statement. Do you? Aris frowned. Not really. But we can't try that again, I don't think. He paled. I got far enough into the transmission, they'll know it was me. Ithrey winced. So they can execute you then? Yup. Aris let silence hang for a moment, then chuckled dryly. All this time, and this is how it ends. Ithrey paused, debating if she should try to convince him he wouldn't die, try to find some way to save him. But she realized to do so would be to lie. If the Talar decided to kill him, there was nothing she could do to stop them. I'm sorry, she said. It was worth it. He smiled. All these years in the camp, I told Perelor he was wrong, and that we should try, but deep down I wondered if he was right. I can say now, though, that he wasn't. Even if they take me, even if we never had a chance to begin with, it was worth it. Still, Ithrey thought, his blood on my hands. Her fist tightened, and for a moment she was on the verge of tears. All her planning for what? Another dead friend? He's not dead yet, she reminded herself, though her stomach twisted as she saw guards moving toward them. Thaws, she swore. It was rare she let herself do that, but it seemed appropriate. She rose to her feet, pointing as Aris gave her a quizzical look. He turned, saw the guards, then rose as well, hand drifting toward his surge blade. A faint blue radiance began rising from his skin. Ithrey reached and pulled in Purity as the guards formed into a circle around them. Their helms were on and their rifles were all out, indicators flashing, barrels glowing. All save one, a man with long brown hair who held a long black void surge blade in his hand. On the breastplate of his armor, a painted bladed wheel reflected silver in the crimson light of his surge. He stood for a long moment, his soldiers waiting, Ithrey and Aris standing defensively next to each other. If you're here for me, Aris said finally, then take me. He dismissed his Ever, then dropped his surge blade to the ground. The man with the void surge blade snorted. We're not here for you. He pointed to Ithrey, but the girl has been sentenced to death by whipping. He grinned. 3 dozen lashings, I heard. Your corpse will be torn up good by the end. Aris paled, and immediately his hand snapped back down to his surge blade. As it did, 2 of the guards stepped forward, leveling their rifles directly at his head. 2 more stepped toward Ithrey, doing the same to her. Ithrey's mind spun. Me? Aris snarled. You won't have her. That is not for you to decide, Oral, the guard captain said. Red light began radiating from his skin. Impressive, Ithrey noted idly. He hadn't even closed his eyes while reaching for it. You won't, Aris repeated. He stepped forward. The guard's hands itched toward the trigger. Aris's hand still hovered near the hilt of his blade. He'd do it, Ithrey realized. He'd actually get himself killed for this. Except what good would it do? Stop, she whispered. Stand down. Aris frowned. What? Stand down, she said. She turned, meeting his eyes. Don't get yourself killed here. Shock crossed his face. But the endowed. Ithrey smiled. A wistful smile. We were never going to win anyway. Aris's expression fell, and 3 more of the soldiers rushed Ithrey, slamming the ends of their weapons into her gut. She folded, gasping. Aris shouted, but before he could attack, a purple-armored fist hit him in the head. He toppled and did not get up. Please don't be dead, Ithrey thought. Please. A hand yanked her to her feet. Then a knee urged her forward. A needle slid into the skin of her forearm, and her vision fuzzed. Eroxin, she knew. A drug designed to keep burners from reaching. It didn't work perfectly, but it was usually enough to stop a surge wielder from using their power. They didn't need it, for something broke in Ithrey as she knelt in the ash-covered soil of Grahala. All her plans, all her callous sacrifice and careful manipulation had amounted to nothing. In the end, she deserved her failure. Perelor ran like he had not run in years, feet pounding against the dust, spraying it behind him as he continued forward. Soldiers stared at him, frowned, gawked. For once he didn't care. He was an Ethian slave, given a surge in the camp of his enemy. He had always been a sight to see, always been an outsider here. A tiny island of light among a sea of darkness. That's what he should have been, what he was realizing he needed to become again. He wove his way through the mess of soldiers, jumping atop wooden crates when he had to, twisting through corridors between metal plate tents, and pushing his way around the few soldiers who still stood in his way. They glared at him. He didn't care. They were the enemy. The enemy. He accepted that, rushing through the dust. These men would kill him if they had to, break him if they could. He could not be neutral any longer. Finally, he saw what he'd been looking for, what he'd been dreading. A mess of purple guards, shoving a woman in black and orange robes forward. Her clothes were already ripped, showing bruised skin beneath. The soldiers were laughing. Laughing. Rage boiled inside Perelor. For once he did not suppress it. Enough! He shouted. His voice was loud, clear, stronger than it had been in a very long time. The soldiers stopped, eyes drifting toward him. For a moment their laughter ceased. They stared at Perelor, and though their eyes were covered by insectoid helms, he felt as if he could see the shame in their gazes. Enough! He yelled again. He reached, pulling in Purity. Let her go! A pause. Then the guards snorted, turning back to their work. Enough! Perelor screamed. And this time he attacked. He didn't last long, didn't even engage the first of the soldiers. The ground underneath him surged upward, animated by a soldier with a void surge Perelor could not see. He tumbled to his feet as the earth twisted around his right foot. Dust sprayed into his mouth, ashy, rancid. He grunted, trying to rise, but tendrils of soil lashed around him, pinning him to the ground. One of them twisted around his skull, pressing his nose to the floor. Breath fled him. I wouldn't try anything else if I were you, a voice said. Harsh, metallic, familiar. Larsh's patience with you is thin. The tendrils released, leaving him alone in the dirt. He lay there for a moment, unbreathing. What would it be like to fade here? To just sleep forever? Can't do that anyway, he reminded himself. Torment isn't sleep. We're condemned, all of us. He groaned, rolling onto his back, taking in a much-needed deep breath. His lips trembled as he did. The taste of ash still permeated his mouth. He coughed, then slowly rose to his feet. He hesitated, legs trembling beneath him for too long. His eyes darted about, searching for something, anything. All he found was Aris, laying face down, blood pooling around his head. No! He lunged toward Aris, rolling him over, pushing purity into his friend, for the moment not caring about the consequences. Sirit, no, no! He relaxed. Aris's chest was still rising and falling, and the wound was now sealed. As Perelor pulled his friend into his lap, he mumbled something incoherent, expression twitching. Soft red light was rising from his eyelids. He was having a soul-cursed episode. Give in, he whispered, his voice a soft hiss, coherent now. You are beaten, Krot. He shivered, gently laying Aris back on the ground. His eyes drifted back toward the metal-plated buildings of the Talar camp, then to the makeshift comms tower stretching above them. Then back down to the soldiers dragging Ithrey toward the center of camp. She let them, hanging in her rags, eyes sunken, defeated. Torment, he knew that feeling. It was swelling in him now. The desire to simply fold into himself, to accept the bliss of not caring. He trembled, eyes drifting back to Aris. He was too distant to hear the man's mumbles now, but he knew what Oblivion was saying through his friend. Give up, give in, you have lost. His shoulders sagged, his heart ached, and yet what choice was there but to go forward? I'll be back, Aris, he whispered. Hang in there. He sheathed his laser tip, it would do no good, and followed the Talar guards. Ithrey wasn't sure how long the soldiers drove her onward before they threw her to the ground atop a cement platform. Her head throbbed from a blow across the skull, and time blended together within the pain. People swarmed around the platform, talking, whispering. There was a reason the Talar used whipping for executions. It always created a spectacle. She could only see their silhouettes through her blurry vision, but she knew what they would look like if she could view them clearly. Shoulders slumped, heads down, trying to ignore the fact that, with a wave of a Shalar-High's hand, they could end up where Ithrey now knelt. A hard shove on her back prodded her into place. A knife dug into her skin as they cut her clothes from off her, barely digging into her flesh, but still drawing blood. It dripped down her back, splattering to the ground. I want this to be painful, she heard a voice say. Sirla. I want her to suffer for defying Larsh. Her voice lowered. For defying God. She moaned, softly, trying to force herself to protest. She couldn't manage it. She deserved this. Because of her, it was over. Alarin would die, and there was nothing she could do. She had failed. The galaxy was lost. She closed her eyes as the heat of the whip shrieked into her shoulder. Perelor burst out of the front of the crowd just as the whipmaster struck Ithrey for the first time. Electricity crackled as the metal hit her back, and flesh sizzled and smoked. She slumped forward, falling off of her knees and onto her face. Blood flowed down her back. Sirla stood behind her, a smirk on her lips, watching Perelor with glowing crimson eyes. 36, Perelor thought. Thaws, there's no way anyone can take that many. The whip came down again. Again flesh burned. Ithrey whimpered. Thaws, I can't take that many. The whip came down again. Ithrey didn't whimper this time. She just sagged. Tears dripped from her eyes. Time slowed. You know what you have to do, son. Except he didn't. If he died here, there was no way he could fulfill his oath. He would never see Eliel again. What do I have to do? His father's voice was silent. He trembled. You know what you have to do, that part of him had said. He did, he realized, deep down. He'd always known. The whipmaster cocked the whip backward again, swung it down. Perelor stepped forward, catching it. Agony. There was no other word to describe this but agony, though Ithrey was surprised at how little of that agony came from the whip. No, the real agony was the realization of her hypocrisy. For all she'd claimed to be doing good, she'd thrown away lives as surely as Larsh. For all her talk of loving her friends, she'd nearly condemned two men without even asking if they wanted it. She closed her eyes, tears dripping from them as she prepared herself for the third hit. It didn't come. Instead, she heard a voice, loud and familiar. I invoke the right of atonement. Perelor threw the whip aside, wincing as he healed the burns on his hand with his purity surge. I invoke the right of atonement, he repeated. He met Sirla's gaze as he spoke. I take her lashings. All of them. There was no reply, save for silence. The whipmaster cocked the whip back again, but Perelor lunged forward, slamming a fist into the man's arm. He yelped, stumbling backward and dropping his weapon. I invoke the right of atonement, Perelor shouted. Did you not hear me? I take her lashings. He stepped in front of Sirla, lowering his voice so only she could hear him. All of them. To his surprise, Sirla actually stepped back, cursing softly under her breath. Was that fear in her expression? It quickly fled, but he could have sworn it was there, if only for a moment. She snorted. You would actually try to stop this execution, Crot. You cannot use purity during a whipping. Perelor hesitated, then reached back and yanked the purity surge from his neck. Blood spurted from the gash where it had been, but he used the last of his purity to heal it, then dismissed the rest and tossed the surge aside. One of the Talar soldiers stepped toward it, but Perelor shot the man a glare, and the guard stepped back. I know. Sirla's expression darkened. And you would die for this, woman. He hesitated again, for one treasonous moment. You know what you have to do. Yes. Sirla actually blinked in surprise at this, then muttered something under her breath that Perelor could not hear. She hesitated for a long moment. The Talar guards all stared at her, waiting, breathless. Finally, she spoke. Larsh won't like this, but I'm not sure I care anymore, so let it be done. Perelor Crot will intercede between Vallejo and death, as the endowed shall intercede between oblivion and humankind. She waved a hand. Proceed. There was a single moment, as the guards moved toward Perelor, during which he stood alone, triumphant. Then the butt of a laser tip slammed into his stomach. He doubled over. The whipmaster cocked his whip backward. Pain began. Chapter 35. The Endowed. I wonder often if I am wrong about my role in the galaxy. What if the prophecy is not about me? What if I am simply arrogant? It would not be beyond me. This burden has revealed my weakness to be far more extensive than I had hoped. There is an odd sense of comfort in the idea that I am not the endowed, though. It would be difficult to surrender control of my destiny. But perhaps surrender means that for once, I do not have to do it all myself. Arth Drale, circa 2899 post-fall of Meridian. Shannala hurriedly collected her things, which amounted to nothing more than the holoscreen she'd stolen earlier, along with a single purity surge. Alarin was letting her keep the holoscreens, oddly, and supplying her with the surge, though he had warned her to study them more carefully before attempting to reverse Oblivion's taint again, as if Shannala hadn't already learned that lesson. Stuffing the last of the metal cubes into her pack, she zipped it closed and slung it over her shoulder. Letting out a long breath, she swept her eyes over the room that had been her prison for the last week. I'm free, she told the musty carpet and sweat-stained sheets. Her bedroom on Sheridan hadn't been ornate, but it certainly beat this. Siryu, I'm free. She turned and stepped into the hallway, trying not to think about what she'd have to face next. The siege was still in full swing, and as Alarin had given her more details about the Talar defenses, per Shannala's request, she'd realized why the Confederacy had been so scared of the warrior nation. Larsh's army was massive, her navy was engineered to perfection, and her troops, despite their numbers, were all incredibly well trained. All I have to do is surrender, though. Ironic. After all this, I end up going where I should have gone years ago. Perhaps that was where she would meet her destiny as the Endowed. No. Larsh thinks she's the Endowed, remember? And Torment, maybe she's right. It's not like I've lived up to the title. Either way, I don't want to challenge her. Her steps slowed, and she glanced back involuntarily. Was fleeing to Larsh really any better than where she was now? Certainly Larsh would use her just as easily. Probably more so. Alarin had at least tried to be kind. I don't have a choice, she reminded herself. They're going to kill Alarin, whether or not I'm here. She continued onward. The air grew warmer as she stepped outside, and the haze of smoke greeted her eyes, the stench of it seeping into her nose. The Talar were getting closer to Oral City. Their campaign from the south had passed the equator just this afternoon, according to Alarin. Though the Talar seemed intent on conquering, rather than slaughtering, the population, the war had still lit hundreds of cornfields ablaze, sending the smoke Shannala now breathed all across the planet. There were few soldiers out here. Alarin was gathering most of his men in the undercity below the capital, hoping to flank the Talar forces when they inevitably laid siege to the city. I wonder if giving Larsh that knowledge would increase my chances, Shannala thought idly. She felt shame wash over her. Many would die if she did that. But then, didn't I swear I would survive, no matter what? She twitched her finger, forcing herself to focus on continuing forward, step after agonizing step, her chest constricting in fear as she did. Foz, why was this so hard? Because you're betraying Alarin, a part of her whispered. He trusted you, and you're betraying him. Just like your father betrayed you. A streak of blue shot through the smoky sky, 2 more following behind, though they glowed less brightly than the first. They soared toward Shannala, and she tensed, hand tightening on the purity surge. She relaxed as she saw the figure was Alarin, then tensed again as she realized he was caked in fresh blood, along with his companions. His uniform was torn in several places, and cuts and bruises dotted his skin, but the odd placement of some splotches made Shannala think that not all of it was his. He was at the war front, she reminded herself. That's normal. Still, she stopped in her tracks, just a few feet away from the outer gate of the military complex, as Alarin gradually descended to land in front of her. He frowned, but nodded to her. So, you're leaving? Yes. I see. Well, may Okron be with you, then. He hesitated a moment, then gave her another nod, and marched forward. The other 2 surge-wielders landed behind him, then followed, shooting Shannala nervous glances as they did. Is that the girl with the scar? One of them whispered. I think so, said the other. Looks kind of small for being the endowed, though. He glanced backward, frowning, and his voice trailed off into incoherence as he continued onward. Shannala hesitated. The girl with the scar? Alarin hadn't revealed her, had he? Her heart pounded even faster, as simultaneously her chest constricted even more. She paused, trembling, then cursed and turned back around, striding as fast as she could toward Alarin. Hey! Alarin looked back, his expression relaxing a little, stopping and turning with his arms folded behind his back. Shannala scowled, but, glancing toward the surge-wielders, forced herself to stay silent until she arrived directly in front of the memory burner. Did you tell them? She kept her hissing voice low, enough the guards wouldn't hear. Alarin frowned. What? He looked toward the soldiers, who were staring at Shannala, and realization dawned on his face. Ah, that. He nodded. Varen, Tirith, I think it would be best if you went inside for a moment. Understood, Governor. They continued on. Shannala blinked. You didn't tell me you were governor. I didn't tell you many things, Alarin said. Not because I want to hide them from you, but because you seem intent on leaving me no other choice. Now what is this about? You told them, didn't you? About the scar. I told them nothing. But you were here for several days, Shannala, some of which you spent unconscious in a cell. Guards talk, and rumors spread. You didn't stop them, Shannala pressed. No, I did not, and I don't think I should have. Whether or not you accept your destiny, my men have the right to know the truth, even if it must come to them through rumor. I'm not the endowed. Alarin shrugged. Maybe not. It would certainly make both of our lives simpler. He sighed. If you still plan on leaving, I do not have time to discuss this further. My men's lives are a higher priority than trying to convince you to stay. They'll die no matter what I do, Shannala said softly. Alarin smiled sadly. You almost sound like you doubt that. Ah well. Our correspondence is over, young Erdor. I have a nation to attend to. He turned and walked away, jogging to meet up with the surge-wielders. Shannala cursed under her breath, debating if she should follow. He wants you to save him because he cannot save himself, Oblivion whispered. Do not trust him. She frowned, but turned away. Oblivion was right about at least one thing. Alarin couldn't save her. She strode back to the gate, and out of it this time, making her way down cement steps and into the streets of Aral City. It was a dismal place. Shannala supposed that made sense, considering what was about to happen to it. Shops sat abandoned, stickers and signs indicating their closure. Others looked open, but she could see that there was no one inside through the building windows. Only a few brave souls ventured out onto the cement walkways. Even they seemed to sense the heaviness surrounding them. They kept glancing upward at the heavens, at the smoke that covered the sky. Shannala forced herself not to look up with them. There was only one way forward for her now, and this planet's predicament was not hers to solve. Unless you're the endowed, a part of her whispered, then it's your duty. She ignored it. Duty had died when her father had betrayed her. Yet it proved harder to ignore than she thought it would. Though most of the population was inside, there were still dozens of beggars lining the streets, each bearing a sign with their predicament. Some were starving. Between Larsh's pillaging and the needs of the army, the entire city was on razor-thin rations. Some had lost their fathers, or mothers, or siblings, and needed money for some semblance of a funeral. Still others stood numb, without a sign at all, dirty and ragged. "Are you really going to join the very force causing this?" the traitorous part of her whispered. "Can you really justify that?" "It's what Father would do," she said. "He at least knew how to survive." Eyes drifted toward her as she said the words. She didn't care. Or at least, she pretended she didn't. "Do you really want to become like your father?" the eyes asked in reply. The question made her stop in her tracks. A passing Miradoran bumped into her, cursing, and she stumbled, but couldn't bring herself to apologize as she stepped out of the way. "Do you really want to become like your father?" Did she have a choice? Had she ever had a choice? "I have a choice now," she muttered, "to leave, and I'm making that choice, thaw you." And still she couldn't bring herself to move. Her eyes drifted upward, to the smoky sky and a red sun behind it, casting crimson shadows across the blackness, a sign of the approaching death that would swallow this city. Pain, then death, then torment. That was the way of the galaxy. Her father had lived by that belief. "Do you really want to become like him?" "I don't have a choice," she whispered. "I don't." She forced her eyes back to the ground and took a few more steps forward. Then she stopped. A mother yelled out into the street. She held a boy in her arms, caked in blood. The child was deathly pale, and Shannala could see bandages covering a gash in his side. "Please," the mother yelled. "He'll die, please." Shannala hesitated. Then she sighed and reached into her pocket, retrieving the purity surge, then reached for its power. It trickled into her veins, enough to make her glow visibly in the red light of evening, though it still felt like scraps to her after years of true atom burning. Yet it would be enough. It took a moment for the mother to see Shannala approach, but when she did, her eyes widened in shock. "You," she whispered. "You, how?" Shannala just nodded to her, then placed her hands on the boy. He shivered at her touch, but relaxed as she pushed purity into his skin. Shannala kept her eyes fixed firmly on the wound as she healed it, envisioning the child's skin mending, shifting back into its natural state. Within moments, it looked just as she envisioned it. Letting out a breath, she let her hand slide away from the boy's skin. "My healing won't be perfect," she said. "I don't know exactly what the skin was like before, so I can't reform it completely. But he will live long enough for the body to mend itself." She stepped away, not meeting the mother's eyes. Nearly everyone around her had stopped in their tracks, and they stared at her with a collective gaze she could not meet. "Endowed," she heard someone whisper. "That's the girl they say is the endowed." "That's foolishness," someone else said. "She just has a surge." Yet they didn't sound so sure. "I shouldn't have done this," Shannala thought. "The rumors will spread even farther. If Larsh finds out I have the scar..." "Thank you." It was the mother. Shannala turned, hesitantly studying the woman's face. Tears streaked her cheeks, and the boy still looked stunned and pale. Yet she was smiling. "Thank you," she repeated. "I don't know what to say besides that. You've saved him." Shannala paused. Then she nodded. "I had a surge. Wasn't a big deal." The mother shook her head. "It was to me. Thank you." Shannala gave her a hesitant smile of her own, though it quickly faded as she turned away. She stepped forward a few blocks more, whispers following her, then stopped again. "Do you really want to become like your father?" never doing anything for anyone but yourself. That woman's face, streaked with tears yet still smiling, and the boy, alive when he should have died. No, she admitted. She turned, slowly, moved her gaze upward to the military complex stretching into the sky. Alarin could heal her from Oblivion's taint. It would take time, but he was perhaps the only one who could, apart from Larsh. She hated it, and she'd been desperately trying to avoid dependence on him, but it was the truth. She sucked in a shaky breath, remembering what he wanted from her. What everyone in Deltai wanted from her. I don't have the strength to do this, she thought. I can't become what the prophecy needs me to be. I can't. But then, did it matter? It was a prophecy. It would happen whether she liked it or not. She took a step forward, then another, then a third. The people continued to stare at her, to whisper 1,000 rumors, most of which she could not make out. You are weak, Oblivion hissed. The first time he'd spoken in a long while. You will fail. His voice was accompanied by a flood of emotion, so strong she stumbled and nearly fell. But she kept her footing and kept jogging forward. I will kill you. Enslave you. Have you not heard the legends? I have destroyed 6 others before you. You are weak. You always have been. No, she hissed. I am not weak. I am. She couldn't force the admission out of her mouth. Not yet, not with her father's last insult still pounding in her mind. But she kept moving, rushing up the steps to the military complex. A pair of soldiers waited for her at the gate, barring her entry now that she was moving into the base and not out. She waved a hand at them. Alarin will want to see me. Let me through. The soldiers shook their heads. That is for Governor Vallejo to decide, one of them said. You will wait here until he has been informed of your return. Shanala opened her mouth to protest, then shut it. Fair enough. The soldier who had spoken turned and shouted an order to someone behind the gates. Shanala briefly saw another soldier's silhouette as they dashed across the courtyard and into the main building of the complex. I at least want to meet with him in private. That will be for him to decide, the soldier repeated. Shanala studied the man's face, then sighed. She probably wasn't going to get anything else out of the man. She sat down on the ground, closing her eyes. He will betray you, Oblivion whispered. Okron, his touch was so delicate, perfectly balanced to set her on edge. How much of her distrust of Alarin had simply been because of the Dark God's interference? And yet, Oblivion had been right about her father. We'll see, she muttered. We'll see. She began twitching her finger, pouring her focus into that movement, shutting out all else. Young miss, are you all right? That was another of the soldiers. Shanala nodded, not bothering to open her eyes. I'm fine. He will betray you, Oblivion hissed. She twitched her finger once, twice. He seeks to control you. Thrice, 4 times. He will destroy you. 5 times, 6. You will not serve him. I will not let you. Power swelled within her chest, and she leaned forward, gasping, eyes flashing open. Emotions rushed over her in a wave, and her fingers ceased twitching, her left hand clenching into a fist. Red light began softly glowing around her heart. No, she hissed. No! She threw her will against Oblivion's, and for once came out on top. He screamed at her as he faded, but with Alarin's ward assisting her, it was easy to best him. The red light dissipated, and her chest returned to normal. Still, she trembled. That's never happened before. The taint couldn't be getting worse, could it? She suspected she didn't want to know the answer. Are you sure you're all right? The soldier repeated. He'd stepped toward her with one hand extended to help her up, though Shanala noted that his other hand gripped his laser tip tightly. She gave him a curt nod. I'm fine, she repeated. She rose to her feet, then swallowed as she saw a line of blue light shrieking downward toward the ground. Alarin. Shanala straightened as the memory burner struck the ground, then walked toward her, waving for the soldiers to leave. They did so silently, leaving her alone at the gate with Alarin. The man did not look happy. You, he said. What now? Didn't I tell you I don't have any more time to waste? Shanala hesitated, mouth open, yet no words came out. Alarin's face, the man was genuinely angry. You are weak. You always have been. It all came crashing down in that moment. The stress of Oblivion's taint constantly in the back of her mind. The weight of years spent in hiding. The pressure of knowing she was the prophesied hero who would save humanity. Above all, the terrible wound of her father's betrayal, still fresh, despite her best efforts to go on despite it. She fell to her knees, sobbing. She knew she was in public, and she knew such a display of weakness was never a good idea, but she could not hold the tears in. They leaked from her eyes, liquid pain sliding down her cheeks. "You are weak. What did I do wrong?" The words came out in a gasp. "Why did he leave me?" For a moment, she was alone in her agony. Then arms wrapped around her. She looked up in surprise, tears gone for a moment, to see Lauren kneeling beside her, pulling her tight. The anger was gone from his face. "He's wrong," the memory burner whispered. The tears returned. "No, he's not," Shanola said through sniffles. "Look at me, crying. I'm weak, just like he said." A wistful smile crossed Alarin's face. "I think your father doesn't know what strength is, Shanola. We think of strength and weakness as opposites. But how can strength exist without weakness? Who is stronger than someone who acknowledges their weakness and goes on despite it? No, tears are not weakness, Shanola. Not all strength comes from steel or soldiers. Sometimes the greatest strength is found in someone who kneels and cries and doesn't give up." The tears continued, but to her surprise, Shanola found that the words helped. The words, and the arms around her, and even the tears, they all helped. They didn't make it go away, but they seemed to siphon away bits of the pain. "I will kill you," Oblivion hissed. "I will be quiet," she muttered. Alarin raised an eyebrow. "I'm sorry, I just... Not you," she said. "Oblivion. She closed her eyes. "Can you really get rid of him?" Alarin hesitated. "I don't know," he said. "I don't know much more than what's contained in those holoscreens I gave you. But if you trust me, I will try. I promise you that." She met his eyes. To her surprise, she saw tears in them, too. "You're not the same, are you?" "What do you mean?" "You're not like my father, or the politicians, or anyone I've known." She sucked in a breath, then stepped out of Alarin's arms, rising. "I'm staying." Alarin paused, for a moment looking completely shocked. Then he grinned, rising as well. "I'm glad to hear that. Your quarters should still be empty, though I'm staying," Shanola repeated. She met Alarin's eyes. "But it won't be the same as last time. I want to spend every waking hour I can finding a way to get rid of Oblivion. I understand you can't be there all the time, but I still want you to find ways for me to train on my own." Alarin hesitated, then nodded. "I can do that. I should be available for a lesson later tonight." "Good." Shanola paused again, a part of her still dreading the next words she would say. "You will fail," Oblivion whispered. "You are too weak for this." He was wrong. She straightened. "Another thing. I know you didn't start the rumors that have taken the city about the prophecy." Alarin nodded. "I can stop them, though. You are right, I shouldn't have allowed them to." "No. I want you to help them spread, Alarin. They're the truth. I have the scar, I can wield all three powers. The prophecy refers to me. So tell them. Tell them the endowed lives. Tell them their savior has come. Tell them it is I." There was a long pause as Alarin took in the words she had said. Honestly, she was shocked by them too. How many times had she denounced this responsibility? How many times had she hid, rather than accept the truth? And yet, it was the truth. And as the words left her mouth, she felt an odd sense of satisfaction for saying them. They might be true regardless, but accepting them, that was her choice. Her freedom. "This will enslave you to them," Oblivion whispered. "They will use you until there is nothing left of you to use." The woman, holding her healed son. "Good," she thought, directing her thoughts toward the dark god. "I am not my father. You may have power over me now, but one day I will break free. And when I'm standing at your gates, with an army behind, on that day, you will fear me." Chapter 36. Lashings and Light. "I have failed. Oh, torment, I have failed." Arth Drawley, circa 2900 post-Fallen Meridian. Ryla emerged back into the forum to chaos and questions. The normal chatting had turned into shouting in many parts of the room, and even the calmest of the nobles wore grim expressions. Ryla couldn't blame them. This announcement, well, it would affect far more than just Talar, but it would certainly change the lives of those in this room the most. Larsh always taxed those with the highest income first, and already Ryla could hear people asking if yet another increase was coming. It would come, along with more responsibility for all of them. It took an extraordinary amount of work to field so many campaigns. Factories would shut down. There would be even fewer people for food production. More drafts would be enacted. "Do you think your father would survive if he were drafted?" Her mother's voice whispered in her mind. "Honestly, no," she answered it, "so I won't let it happen." Some of the nobles noticed her. Ryla mentally cursed as they approached, their faces taut with anger. She noted the woman who had thought about assassinating Ryla among them, and made certain to focus on her echoes especially as the group started spouting off questions. "Do you know anything about these other campaigns?" one man said, nervously messing with the buttons on the collar of his nylon uniform. He was plump, and another, far more muscular man trailed behind him. His champion, likely, he couldn't have maintained a high enough office to be here without one. "My, what a fuss this has caused. Surely Larsh told you something, my dear girl." He smirked slightly as he regarded Ryla. "They're trying to humiliate me," she realized, reading the man's echoes. "They think if they can get me to mess up, they can delegitimize my claim." Well, she was inclined to show them otherwise. She paused for a moment, considering, then decided boldness was her best option. She stepped forward, briefly closing her eyes and lighting a blaze with Ever. She focused on the nobles' thoughts in particular as she did, ensuring she knew their schemes. They were flimsy things, really. Their plan depended far too much on the subtext of the court. Subtext Ryla had no interest in learning. "I'd advise you not to cross me, Shal Isanal," she said, using the man's first name, which he'd never told her. "Particularly not without enough power in your skin to hide your thoughts. Do you understand?" The man paled, and his champion stepped closer, hand drifting to a sword on his belt. Ryla eyed the champion, assessed the sword, which wasn't a surge blade, then snorted, walking away. "You didn't answer my question," Isanal called out behind her. "I don't need to," she replied. She pushed her way through the crowd, noting 90 now swarmed with questioners. They had ignored her before, but now it seemed everyone wanted to know the heir's best friend. Ryla met her eyes, gave her a nod and a mouthed sorry, then made her way through the rest of the mob and out the door. Though many tried to ask her questions, she brushed them aside. With her glow as bright as it was, no one would risk pushing her further. Probably wise. She let out a long breath as she strode out into the hallways of the Capitol building, where none but servants waited, oblivious to what had happened inside. She'd been brash confronting Larsh like that, and foolish to further ostracize a pack of nobles who hated her. Ochron, how did people manage being a politician? She'd hardly spent 2 hours in the forum, and she already felt overwhelmed. It's not just that, though. She fingered the knife at her belt as she walked, though she was careful not to touch the tiny surge in its hilt. Desolation. Did Larsh know such a thing existed? How had Sirla gotten it? "Doesn't matter," she muttered to herself, turning a corner to move even farther away from the forum. "It's a tool." Yet couldn't the same be said about Void? Larsh's entire philosophy revolved around doing what she thought was necessary, no matter the cost. But she was so brutally, horribly wrong. Ryla had to be very careful she did not go down the same path. Her holoscreen buzzed. She frowned, then retrieved it from the pocket of her robes. To her surprise, it was her mother who had messaged her. "Kyrus has been deployed to Grahala. Front lines." Ryla's frown deepened. So soon? That was unusual, though she supposed it made sense with the extra campaigns. He'd probably be fine anyway. Grahala was folding quickly. Except horror filled her as realization dawned. Sirla was going to betray the Talar army on Grahala, as part of their plan to overthrow Larsh. In doing so, she would cause a slaughter within their ranks. A slaughter that may very well kill Kyrus. The whip hit. Hard. It struck Perelor with such force that his face slammed into the cement below. Blood rushed down his nostrils, and cuts opened across his cheek. Before he could recover, the whip hit again. He couldn't feel the burns. The metal was hot enough to cauterize the wounds instantly, but he still felt his muscles tense as jolts of electricity ran through them. 32 left. There was no way he could survive that many. This was the end. That thought strangely brought panic. Just a week ago he'd barely cared if he lived or died, but now he nearly gave in and stepped back from this path. Another blow. He had to resist the urge to gasp in pain. He would at least die with dignity. 3 down, how many to go? 31? That sounded right, but his head was already beginning to ache, his vision swimming. The whip came down again. It hit farther to the left this time, knocking the air out of his left lung. He felt his ribs creak. It was possible he'd already sustained a fracture. He'd taken far worse of a beating than this during battles, but the damage somehow felt more real without purity. Because it is, he reminded himself. I can't heal until this is done, and when it's done, I'll be dead. 30, the whipmaster called. He paused for a moment. Perelor wheezed. I'm sorry, Eliel, he whispered. I would have found you if I could. He was rambling, and probably would have continued, but the whip came down again before he could. Flesh sizzled. The whip came down again. Flesh sizzled again, and again, and again, and again. He felt himself fading. Within the tiredness of blood loss, fear gripped at his chest. Give up, it whispered. Rise while you still can. Let her die. She deserves it. Save yourself. Time slowed. Memories flashed through his mind. Memories of her, playing as kids as it rained. Her telling him a story as he stared out at the gloomy black sky of a dark season. Walking to school together through busy streets. She was holding his hand, guiding him. Then more painful memories. Her hand on his shoulder as he cradled his father's burned body. Him taking her beating when she'd almost been executed. Plotting their escape together with Krelang. Rubble flew in a tempest, raging toward Larsh 100 pieces of rock. Yet she only smiled and batted it aside with a burst of Ever. Death has always waited for me. He wasn't sure if he just thought the words or actually spoke them. It didn't matter. What's one more fight? The fear retreated at that. Another blow slammed into him. 20. Black spots swam all across his vision, blocking it almost completely now. He didn't even know how much blood he'd lost. Enough he could feel it pooling underneath his elbows, sticky, warm. He closed his eyes. Hopefully Ithrey could take the remaining lashes without dying. If not, well, it didn't matter. It was nearly over. Red lines of light writhed around him. An omen. His soul was about to leave his body. Except, as the whipmaster continued, he still felt the strokes. They were lighter now, strangely, and the jolts of electricity didn't affect him as much. Why was that? Doesn't matter. Bang. Just hold firm. I have to take as many as I can for. Bang. For Ithrey. Bang. For Eliel. Bang. For father. Bang. The cuts were accumulating. Perelor wasn't sure if any of the skin on his back remained. He doubted it. His arms trembled, though they hadn't been holding him up for some time now. 15, the whipmaster called. Had it really only been 5 more strokes? It had felt like far more. Bang. Eliel, he whispered. Help, please. He wasn't sure why he called out to her. The delusions of a mind dissipating, a part of him knew, but it seemed to him in that moment that perhaps her powers as the endowed could help him. And there were those red lines of light, still dancing around him, growing brighter every moment. Bang. He coughed as the smoke from his own burning flesh seeped into his lungs. Please. Bang. His vision cut out completely, the blackness of his eyelids dissolving into pure nothing. Nothing save for the red lines of light. And then she was there. It began as a green pinprick, then expanded into a flowing dress, long white hair, and an oh-so-familiar face. She frowned, glancing at the lines of red light, then turned to him, eyes widening. Akron, she whispered. Perelor, where are you? Bang. Help, he wheezed. She frowned. Perelor, there's nothing I can do. You know what happened, She froze. Ah, she said. You don't know. Tears began streaking down her face. I'm sorry, she whispered. I really am. Bang. 10, the whipmaster yelled. His voice sounded distant, as if Perelor were deep underwater.
he gasped. "Please." "I'm sorry," she repeated. She faded. The red lines of light writhed inward, whispering to Perelor. "Save yourself. Rise. Fulfill your oath." He trembled, on the edge of death. He could feel mist rising from his mouth. This was the end. Unless... He could rise, he realized, and heal with his purity surge. Ithrey would still have to take all his lashings. His intercession would only count for something if he died doing it or took it all. If he backed down, she'd take all 36 as if nothing had happened. But he could survive. He could see Eliel again, could fulfill his oath, as that hallucinating part of him had said. "You know what you have to do, son." "Some things are more important than oaths," he breathed. Bang! His face fell to the ground, his entire body overtaken by numbness. "Fine, as you wish," the red lines whispered. They writhed inward, exploding with light, fiery orange light, a glowing hue distinct from any Perelor had seen. For a moment that fire filled his vision, radiant, blazing light. After it came blackness. Ithrey watched, bruised, broken, and naked, save for a thin cloth robe a Talar guard had begrudgingly handed her, as they beat Perelor Crot into a hunk of bloodied flesh. For her. They were killing a man who deserved to live, to save a hypocrite and a failure. A part of her wanted to go back to the whip, to what she deserved. But the rest of her, well, the rest of her was still a hypocrite. So she just stood, quiet and cold and shocked. "It is done," the whipmaster finally said. He stepped back, a puzzled expression on his face. Why? Crot was dead. Wait. "Torment," she whispered. Somehow Perelor's chest was still rising and falling. Barely, but she could see it. His eyes were closed, blood pooled around him, and he was pale as his own hair, but he was alive. There was a long silence. Then, finally, Sirla cleared her throat. "He lives. The punishment has been dealt, and the endowed has judged him." She glanced at Ithrey, fury in her gaze. "According to the law, Vallejo is free." Another long silence hung over the crowd of watching Talar soldiers and slaves. Then, one by one, they turned and left. The whipmaster, the guards, even Sirla, though she glared at Ithrey as she did. "I survived," Ithrey thought. "Ochron, I survived." She immediately chided herself. 2 curses in as many minutes. Perelor was rubbing off on her. And, she realized, he was currently lying in a pool of his own blood. She ran to him, snatching the purity surge from where he tossed it aside earlier. She pressed it to his chest, then pushed purity into him, imagining his body as it had been, using the alabaster energy to try to shift it back to its natural state, the way one usually healed another with the second power. It should have worked. Instead, the purity dissipated uselessly into the air. She tried again. Same result. "No," she whispered. "No, no, no, not you too." Except, despite it all, his chest was still rising and falling. And was that a glow rising from his eyelids? No, it couldn't be. He didn't have any surges. She was hallucinating. This had been too much, and her mind was breaking. "Focus. He needs a medic, and that medic has to be you." Gingerly, she slid her arms underneath the man, and, grunting, hoisted him into her arms. At least, she tried to. She had lost blood too, and she gasped as she nearly dropped him, then begrudgingly lowered him back to the cement. "Torment," a voice said behind her. "Oh, Torment, no!" Aris knelt beside her a moment later, also pale, though the cut on his forehead was gone. "I tried to stop the whip with my Ever Surge, slow it down so it didn't hit his heart. It didn't work." His shoulder slumped, and tears ran down his face. "He's dead. I didn't think it was possible, but—" "He's not dead," Ithrey snapped. "Look closer, he's still breathing. But the surge isn't working, and he won't be alive for long if we don't do something." Aris paused, then his eyes widened. "You're right," he whispered. "How?" He shook his head. "It doesn't matter. Help me lift him." Together they hoisted his unconscious body, then began hauling it back toward camp. Ithrey kept glancing at his mouth, expecting him to fall still at any moment. Yet somehow he just kept breathing, in and out, as steady as if he were merely sleeping. "You better live, Crot," she said. "You better." Her voice softened, and the tears returned. "Please, I can't do this alone." Chapter 37. A Man, a Choice. O gods of the powers, bring us an end. Anonymous Soldier, circa 2901 post-fall of Meridian. Perelor drifted in a nightmare of red, like the ones he'd had as a kid years before. In it, he was back on Ethia. It was burning to the ground. He could hardly see through the smoke covering the walkways and shrouding the hover lanes above. Metal rained from the sky, from what Perelor did not know. A woman tripped as she slammed into him, running desperately. He cursed, rose to his feet, and turned to see if the woman needed help, but she was already gone, a silhouette dashing away through the gray haze. Gray, yet shadowed with red. As Perelor looked up, he saw lightning flashing in the night sky above. Though there were no clouds, the stabbing swords of glowing crimson seemed to come from above the sky itself. They were bright, too. He had to shield his eyes as they flashed, and he wished he could close his ears as the resultant thunder rolled down the walkway. Windows shattered, glass and metal sprang out onto the granite. Shards dug into Perelor's skin, and he winced as blood ran down his back. All around him, people wailed, whimpered, screamed, panicked. The ground rumbled as buildings in the distance collapsed. The air reeked of burning flesh. Through it all, Perelor just stood, shocked, trembling, bleeding from the cuts inflicted by the shattering glass. An elderly man fell to the ground in front of him as lightning slammed into him. An oddly deliberate strike, and the wave of thunder that accompanied it forced Perelor to scramble backward to keep his footing. But after that, he just stood, falling still as everything crumbled around him. It was a familiar feeling. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward. It took far more effort than it should have, but he did it, then did it again, then broke out into a run. The world turned on him as he did. More swords of light struck the ground in front of him, thunder clapping, walls of force throwing him backward again. He rose to his feet just as an explosion rocked a nearby building, raining debris and ash down on the walkway. He had to duck to his right to avoid an enormous chunk of jagged metal, which stabbed into the ground right where he had just stood. As he stumbled, coughing, he heard a shout, a woman's shout. He waved his hand around his mouth, trying to push the smoke away. It did no good, there was too much of it, so he instead made his way forward even as he wheezed, walking toward the woman's screams. They were hard to make out over the sounds of chaos, but he picked out a human silhouette on the floor, pinned down by a massive chunk of cement. Instinctively, he reached for the back of his neck, then cursed. The purity surge was gone. Doesn't matter, he reminded himself. This is just a nightmare. Yet, irrationally, the entire thing felt strangely vivid. The heat of the ash against his skin, the pungent stench of the smoke, these weren't things his mind could dream up, not on its own. So he knelt beside the woman, still pushing against some invisible force that urged him to stop and stand still. He heaved some smaller pieces of rubble off her. She whimpered. Her legs were crushed. "Help," she whispered. "That's why I'm here," Perelor said quietly. "Help," she repeated. Her voice was more high-pitched this time. "I will," he assured her. She reached her one free arm over to his face, grabbing it tight. "Help!" she hissed. He turned, meeting her eyes. Then his own eyes widened. "Eliel?" he wheezed. "Help," she croaked. "Please, please, help." Yes, it was Eliel. Gray eyes, white hair, that little scar on her cheek from when she'd cut herself during an episode. Her mouth was tight in panic. Fear rose in Perelor's own chest. She was shaking, and her skin was almost paler than her hair. Yet for a long moment he just stood there frozen, until abruptly a voice spoke behind him. "You could not save her the first time. What makes you think you can now?" Perelor tensed, heart pounding. "You," he whispered. He rose to his feet, turning. Larsh just smiled bemusedly. She wore bright red robes, which billowed and snapped, though Perelor felt no wind. Despite the smoke, her makeup remained perfect. Despite the bodies, her clothes had no blood upon them. Perelor's hands tightened into fists, and he stepped forward, only for the cement to twist upward, glowing red lashing around his legs. He growled, and then more tendrils of animated ground twirled around his arms and mouth. Behind him, Eliel whimpered again. "We've been here before," Larsh whispered. She extended her hand, opening her palm, and a laser tip formed from the air, dropping into it. Not a soul dagger, strangely, but a weapon made of pure metal. This is a dream, Perelor reminded himself. There are no rules here, but there are also no consequences. So why was he still afraid? Larsh stepped past him, toward Eliel. Perelor's eyes widened. He tried to cry out. The blade rammed through Eliel's eye. And there was so much blood leaking from that crushed socket. Everything around him faded to red. Mist swirled about him, an endless field of crimson gas. A voice rumbled, echoing in Perelor's ears, reverberating through his chest. It was deep, rich. Not Larsh's voice, but the voice of something far more sinister, something far more powerful. You should not have saved her. I swore an oath, Perelor whispered. You swore to protect your sister, not her. Those were the words, Perelor replied, but they were not the oath. A long pause. If you take this path, you will suffer. I've suffered before. It will be worse this time. You cannot avoid the truth forever. That blade, calling to him, promising peace. The mist in front of him swirled together, forming into the shape of a dagger, stained with blood, his own blood. Almost instinctively he reached for it. His hand nearly touched the handle. He stopped, hesitated, then closed his eyes. This is just a dream. For now. He shook, then gritted his teeth. Hope conquers fear, he whispered. An old Rift mantra, one his father had often quoted. Another pause, then a chuckle. I hope so, Crot. For fear you should. The red mist rushed inward, racing down his throat, blazing through his veins. Pain and blackness exploded in Perelor. And then he was somewhere else, standing atop a skyscraper, in the calm epicenter of a storm of swirling red lightning, and churning terrible winds that ripped the city below to pieces. A ship, oh so familiar, waited across from him. Between him and the ship, a man waited. He had slick black hair and a long, pale face. He wore long, flowing robes of pure black, which descended past his feet and draped over the cement below him. His hand caressed a simply designed blade, driven point first into the ground in front of him. Perelor did not recognize the man, though he recognized the blade. Fear Killer. His father's blade. The man stared at Perelor hungrily. He swallowed. The storm swirled. Who are you? The man smiled, and Perelor knew. Condemn him to the tomb, but he knew. This dream, it wasn't real, not fully, but it was certainly far more than just a nightmare. Oblivion, he whispered. Indeed, Oblivion said. Indeed. His voice was rich and strangely comforting. He stepped away from the blade, gesturing toward the weapon. Take it, my boy. You've earned it. Perelor stepped back farther. Get away from me. Oblivion's smile only widened. If only I could, boy. If only I could. But you and me, we're linked. He waved again to the sword. I want nothing to do with you, Perelor snapped. And yet you have chosen me before. Oblivion sighed. Let me show you. And the sword began whispering, in the voice of Perelor's father. Once again, Ithrey tried to heal Perelor, and once again she failed. The purity dissipated uselessly into the air, hissing as it did, as if it despised the idea of even touching the man. It faded as it drifted to the pointed top of the metal-plated tent they waited in. The second power had only behaved like this once before, when she tried to heal her father, right after watching Alarin run the man through the chest. Yet, that time, it had been because Torvik was aglow with corrupt impurity. It had been explainable. Why? He's not infused with anything, so why? Over the 2 days since the whipping, she tested a dozen different theories, but none of them could explain the second power's strange behavior. She also couldn't fathom how Perelor was still alive. Ithrey was no doctor, but her childhood dreams had driven her to acquire enough medical knowledge she was certain Perelor should be long dead. I shouldn't complain, she muttered. I need you, and here you are. Alive, at least. Yet everything else had gone wrong. Everything. She had betrayed 2 men who had trusted her for nothing. She almost wished Perelor hadn't taken her punishment. The pain of torment couldn't be worse than the sinking tar pit growing ever deeper in her chest. Perelor twitched, muttering something unintelligible. He often did that.
The worst was when he rolled over, reopening cuts that had finally grown scabs. Thankfully, she stopped him from doing that this time, reaching over a hand to gently pin him back down to the cot he lay on. Her hand shook, and it wasn't because of the wounds she had sustained during the beginning of the whipping. Though they hadn't given her purity surge back, those had begun to heal over the last 2 days. No, it mostly trembled because she swore she could see flames twisting around her. The fires of torment, come to claim her at last. She remembered having similar thoughts, and similar hallucinations, on a day long ago when her father had tried to kill her. The same day she'd tried to heal him, after Alarn had intervened. She couldn't ever seem to get the memories out of her mind. It was hard to see any man without also seeing that terrible figure, glowing red, towering over her. Yet Perelor had saved her. She should feel grateful for that, but mostly she just felt tired and so very alone. Was that why she stayed at Perelor's bedside? Even Aris had long since gone to distract himself with other things, but she stayed. Why? She didn't know, but she stayed anyway, waiting. Until suddenly she stumbled back, gasping in shock, her trembling violent now. For Perelor's prone body was now glowing with intense ruby light, with void. His limbs did not stir, but his eyes opened, and his mouth contorted in a cruel smile. "It is almost done," he muttered. The voice, deep and rich and cruel, was not Perelor's own. "You failed. You broke your oath." Perelor trembled. Shame burned in his gut, tearing open a hole down which he felt himself sinking. "I tried," he wheezed. "It doesn't matter," his father replied. "You failed anyway. You failed not just her, but me." Perelor closed his eyes. "It's just a nightmare," he hissed. "You can't affect me here. You can't." "And yet," Oblivion muttered. A memory stabbed into Perelor's mind. 100 memories, yet they were all one. In each of them he was standing with his dagger, slashing himself, trying desperately to forget. "Do you know why we are linked, Crot?" Oblivion said, voice soft. "Why I chose you?" "We're not," Perelor shrieked. "We're not!" "You are more his son than mine," his father rumbled. "We are linked," Oblivion continued, "because we both want to die. People call me evil, deranged, a tyrant. I am none of those things. My goal is not domination, Perelor. My goal is an end to my pain, to your pain." "To all things," Perelor growled. "Because that is what it takes," Oblivion agreed. "But tell me there's a part of you worth saving, Perelor. Tell me honestly that you do not wish to die." Perelor opened his mouth. Flames eating away at corpses, blood caked and dried, screams quickly silenced, rubble, his life was rubble, and the blade could finally end it. He swallowed his words and turned away. "You won't have me." "And yet I have all you want. Your friends, your father, even Eliel. I took them all from you." Grief. So much grief. It was impossibly strong here, standing before the dark god. Enough all he wanted to do was double over and retch and sob and rake his hands like daggers against his skin. "It's just a dream," Perelor reminded himself. "Just a dream." And yet he knew it wasn't. Knew he was standing on the edge of torment itself, teetering, about to fall. "You have wavered for a long time," Oblivion whispered. "You have served 100 masters and loved none of them. But you must make your choice now. Serve me and you never have to feel the pain again." The whip came down, burning his flesh. "Serve me and you never have to see them die again." His father fell. Eyes and veins burned to a crisp, green mist pouring from his mouth. "Serve me and you can be with them again." Eliel formed in front of Oblivion, frozen in place but with a face perfectly calm. She was wearing a long, flowing green dress. She was smiling at him. His father formed beside her, straight, tall, proud. He, too, smiled at him. More formed behind them. Dramidius, Yonka, Kreeling, slaves he'd known, slaves he hadn't known. All calm, all smiling. Longing filled him. His very bones ached with it. "Do it," the sword whispered. He stepped toward it, trembling. His hand reached for it. His fingers curled, just about to touch it. "You know what you have to do, son." The voice was so quiet, yet so familiar. So similar, yet so different to the voice that whispered when he gripped that cursed dagger and slashed. But though it was quiet, it was not weak. He stopped, trembled. "I can't." He did not know whether the words were to Oblivion or his father. "You can," Oblivion said. "You will. I have known you all your life, Perelor. Do what you must. Let your pain fade to nothing." The blade hummed in front of him, comforting, numbing, quieting. "Honor doesn't get to choose its battles," his father said softly. His hand shook. His soul shook. He closed his eyes, letting his vision fade for a moment, letting all be blackness and silence as the sword wished. "Keep your sister safe, son," his father had said. But he had said something else, too. "Believe I love you." He opened his eyes and turned to Oblivion, snarling, and the dream shifted. The figures behind Oblivion puffed into mist, then blew away in a ring of green light. Other images formed in their stead. His sister, hand raised and glowing, declaring herself the endowed. She was terrified, but she did it still. Auris, standing in front of their cruiser, eyes grim but alive with hope, too. Ithrey, knocked down by Perelor's own boot, but firm in her convictions as she stared down death. His father, ragged and bloodied and outmatched, but fighting anyway. And finally, one last image. Of Perelor himself, standing with a blade raised high, both eyes whole, smiling as he faced the darkness. "You will not have me," he wheezed. Oblivion chuckled, but stepped back. The storm swirled around them, seeming to fold inward toward them, the winds billowing toward the building on which they stood. "You failed," the false voice hissed again. "You broke your oath." "No," Perelor whispered. He could not do more than whisper, but whisper he did. "I did not. My father told me to believe, and I do." He met Oblivion's eyes. "Hope conquers fear. I choose hope." Oblivion snarled. The winds slammed into Perelor, and lightning and metal tore into him. And yet it did not matter. In a burst of power he did not understand, he pushed them away in a wave. They screamed as they dissipated, the ranting cries of 1,000 condemned souls accusing him. For once, their condemnations held no weight. All fell still, and Perelor found himself standing before Oblivion once more, completely unharmed. "Intriguing," Oblivion muttered. "Intriguing indeed." His eyes were hungry, and was that fear in them too? Perelor frowned, then noticed something. He looked down and realized he was glowing. Not with Ever, not with purity, nor even with void, but with a strange, unfamiliar orange light. Fiery, it pulsed in and out of him, as if it were trying to rip its way out of his skin, but kept being pulled back by some unseen force. Oblivion frowned. "You have made your decision, Krot, and I do not have the strength to extend this further." He grabbed the blade, ripping it from the ground. "So be the consequences, until we meet again." He waved the sword in an arc, and as the dream ripped itself apart, everything faded to unfathomable pain. Perelor's eyes opened. Light flooded him, and relief. Though he could feel the cuts and bruises all across his body, that pain was nothing compared to the agony contained in that last moment of torment within the dream. Groaning, he hoisted himself up to a sitting position, then gasped and fell back down as his vision swam and his muscles failed. Something cold slid into his hand. He shied away from it at first, but it pressed back against his skin, and as it did, the familiar buzz of purity poured into him. He relaxed as it raced through his veins and into his skin, sealing cuts and mending the burns on his back. In moments, he was just as he had been before the whipping. Healed, save for his right eye. "You're alive," he heard a voice whisper beside him. Ithrey's voice. "How?" Dazed, he sat up, and this time he had enough strength to manage it, though he still felt weaker than before. He rubbed his face with his hands, taking in his surroundings. As usual, they weren't much to gawk at. He lay on an elevated white cot, now stained red with his blood. Hexagonal metal plates made up the walls of the tent, and the floor was the same rich brown soil, flaked with bits of ash. As useful as terraformed planets were, they weren't much for variety. No red, though. He was truly awake, unless this was simply a more convincing version of the nightmare. No, this is reality. I won't be paranoid. How? Ithrey repeated. He grimaced. His vision was still blurry, but it was quickly healing. It was an odd experience. How what? How are you alive? They beat you to a pulp. I've never seen someone with that much flesh exposed, at least. She broke off, leaving an implication. At least, no one who survived. He paused, memory slowly snapping back into focus. 36 lashes. Ithrey had taken 2 of them at the beginning, but that was still 34 for him. Most people died around 10. He was still more fit than the usual slave, but 34. Okron, how had he survived? I don't know, he admitted. Ithrey frowned, and Perelor could see enough detail now he could see the confusion in her eyes. Confusion and something else. Her lips were trembling, and her eyes were growing watery. We failed, she said. Perelor winced. I know. There was a long moment of silence between them, during which Perelor saw tears streak down Ithrey's face. He turned away, pretending he didn't notice, but he did. I lied, Ithrey said finally. I told you this could succeed, and I... Perelor raised a hand. I knew the risks. Aris knew the risks. Besides, we're still alive for now. It's not that. Ithrey was speaking fast, her words blending hysterically together. I lied, Perelor. The plan was never to escape. The message, it was to the other Seekers, not Alarn, and I thought maybe... She sobbed. I thought maybe they could help him. I knew I couldn't, so I lied. Perelor frowned. You planted a fake message? I did. She sobbed again, turning away. I thought it had a better chance of succeeding. Ars and I would die when they caught us, but hopefully my brother would get help. She winced. And then... She trailed off. And then it failed anyway, Perelor finished, voice soft. Yes, Ithrey said. She was still on her knees beside him, but her head was in her hands now. You were right. We're all going to die. This place is torment. Perelor paused, then gritted his teeth. It's not torment, he muttered. We're not dead yet. But yes, we probably will end up there. His words rang true. Things were more dire than he'd realized before they'd attempted their heist. Now that they'd been caught, well, the news would trickle up to Larsh. She'd forgiven 1 escape attempt already, but 2? He wasn't sure the woman's patience with him extended that far. Ithrey would fall even before him. Looking at the back of her neck, he could see that she had no surge now. They had lost. And yet... Aris almost died, Perelor whispered. Because of you. Yes, Ithrey said, voice hoarse. It was necessary. Or at least I thought it was. I see. He paused, unsure what else to say, unsure how he felt. On the one hand, she had nearly gotten his best friend killed. His only friend after what had happened. He sucked in a deep breath. After what had happened that terrible night, he had been torn from Eliel. He'd lost Creeling that night too, though he couldn't remember the specifics of what had happened to the man. Yet, it wasn't like he could blame anyone else for taking drastic measures to save the endowed. Ithrey, at least, had tried something, rather than waiting for years, doing nothing, all the while excusing his own cowardice, pretending the perfect moment would come eventually. It hadn't, and it wouldn't. I don't appreciate that, he said slowly. She winced. I'm sorry. Have you told Aris this? A pause. No. You should. It's the least you can do. Maybe the only thing you can really do. He paused, weighing his next words carefully. No perfect moment. I can't wait this time like I did with Creeling. We need a new plan. Ithrey scoffed. There's nothing else we can do. That's not true. I scouted the camps, Krot. Before we tried our last plan, I had my men report every detail they could find to me behind your back. Her voice grew quieter. We'll end up dead, just like they did. That speech you gave on the first raid, you were right. There's no way out. No, Perelor whispered. I was wrong. I see that now. He shook his head. Odd how nearly dying gives you that clarity. There's at least one thing we haven't tried. He rose to his feet. The sickness from healing had worn off enough he could do that now. I swore an oath to my father a long time ago. I told him I would protect my sister. We failed, Ithrey said. Those tears were streaming down her cheeks still. There was a hollowness to her eyes, a feeling Perelor knew well. He'd lived with it for 5 long years. He would entertain it no longer. "We did fail," he said. "I failed. Eliel is still trapped, but despite it all, I'm still alive." He straightened, then hobbled out the door, slowly regaining his footing as he walked outside. The slaves waited there, surrounded by double the usual guard. Soldiers who wore their helms, something they almost never did except while in battle. Each bore a plasma rifle in their hands. 3 had surge blades waiting at their belts. A force impossible to overcome on his own. Likely impossible even if he could arm the slaves, but a force that would still fall to the power of a memory burner. He wasn't sure what had blocked off the first power. Perhaps it had been oblivion, using whatever had allowed the Dark God to also connect to Perelor's dreams. Perhaps it was something else entirely. Either way, it didn't matter. He had faced the enemy of mankind himself, and he had made his choice. It was time to learn to use his powers again. The end of Part 2. Epilogue. Lightning at Toroth Vend. I have found her, I think. I hope I am right, more than I have ever hoped before. Things are coming together. The worlds are like a pot of water on a stove just about to boil. The Destroyer is coming. Iedra Okron, circa 1245 post-imprisonment. 2 days after the forum when she'd been declared heir, Ryla stood on a bridge on Shilia, staring out into an endless sea of green mist. She was still tense, even after 2 days of planning and replanning and vacillating and fearing. Kairos would be on the front line when the army was flanked. Her brother might die because of her foolish plan. Somehow she had to stop that. There was only one way to do that, she'd realized. And so she'd called Sirla to this remote corner of the Talar capital, far away from the bustling streets of Miradith. Larsh was on Grohala right now, addressing some rumor about a false endown spreading through the army. They would be alone. She stood there for a long time, contemplating, numb, before a shadow broke through the mist, then coalesced into the now all-too-familiar form of Sirla Tarval. Her lips were pursed, and her arms sat folded pensively behind her back. "Magala, good to see you." She swept her eyes about, before curling her lips into a snarl. "What is this about?" Ryla opened her mouth, then cringed. "I have to back down." There was a pause as Sirla stared at Ryla, disbelieving. Then a tendril void slammed into Ryla's head. She rolled onto the cement, yelping. Before she could think, more tendrils, cold and hard, wrapped around her limbs. Desperately she reached for Ever, but 2 more tendrils gripped her skull, squeezing and screaming into her ear with moans only the animated dead could produce. It was enough to keep her from focusing sufficiently to reach. Ryla opened her mouth to let out her own scream, but a final tendril jammed its way into her mouth. Panic finally took hold as Sirla stepped toward her, brandishing a violet glowing dagger. It hummed to Ryla's memory sense. Hissed. Another desolation dagger. "Now," Sirla said, "do I need to use this?" She twirled the dagger idly in her hand. "Or can we talk?" Ryla's heart pounded. Void. She was encircled by chains of it. They were touching her, whispering to her. More red lines of light danced across her vision, far more than she'd ever seen before today. So many. Hastily, she nodded. The gag came undone. "We can talk," Ryla wheezed. "Good. Now let me make one thing clear, if it is not already." Sirla stopped twirling the blade, leveling it at Ryla's chest. "There is no backing down. My brother, I am aware of his situation. Tragus told me. We are pulling strings. He will be safe. But he will be safe." Sirla raised an eyebrow. "The real question is whether you will be safe, yes?" Ryla felt her face pale. The chains pinning her to the cement did not retreat, and neither did the tendril blocking her from reaching. "If you can promise me he really is protected, then we're fine. But you have to promise me." "I don't have to promise anything. You swore an oath, Ryla. We will not take it lightly if you break it." The chains squeezed tighter for a moment, then slackened. "But I suspected you would have misgivings. Fortunately, there is an opportunity to prove your loyalties again." Ryla opened her mouth to reply angrily, then closed it, wincing. "What do you need done now?"
An assassination, Cyrilla said, of Tanala Vithless.
Ryla blanched. The head of House Vithless? Her mind raced. Tanala was the woman who had attempted to oppose Ryla's crowning as heir at the Forum. Ryla didn't know her personally, but House Vithless was the most powerful house save for House Larsh itself. The uproar it would cause. The consequences are irrelevant, Cyrilla said. House Vithless, for all its criticisms, supports Larsh. Her conquests have made Tanala quite rich, you could say. She met Ryla's eyes. And she, in her haste to get in Larsh's good graces, may have plans. Plans that would ruin our plans. Ryla tensed. I see. She swallowed, unsure of what to say. Could she actually agree to assassinating the woman, just because she'd caught them? Seeing her conflicted expression, Cyrilla snorted, and Ryla suspected there was a cruel smile hiding behind the toxin-filtering mask on her face. She waved her hand, and the chains finally dissipated. Ryla sucked in a relieved breath. You do not need to worry about the ethics. Tanala is corrupt to the bone, more so than even Larsh. Besides, she's a nephew who is next in line. The house will continue on. A nephew. Ryla felt her blood grow cold. She knew the nephew, Ivanis Vithless. He was younger than Ryla had been when her uncle had been killed. I can't, she muttered. And yet you will, Cyrilla said calmly. She reached to her belt, then tossed a holoscreen at Ryla's feet. Assassination by proxy will be best. That will let you contact one of my most recommended. I've employed him before, he's quite good. It is all taken care of, you see. Her eyes twinkled. You simply have to make the choice. Ryla pursed her lips, realizing something. You leaked the information, so I'd have to do this, she hissed. Cyrilla shrugged. Maybe, maybe not. It is of no relevance to you. Something soft brushed against Ryla's mask, and her eyes flicked down to see a red tendril of light flicking lazily against it. Unless you wish to make me resort to more violent means of ensuring cooperation. You've been plenty violent already, Ryla thought bitterly. She cringed. Fine, I'll do it. At least Kairos would be safe if she played along. Even if she backed down successfully, she now suspected Cyrilla wouldn't retract this plan regardless. Cyrilla nodded. Good. You may leave. Ryla didn't need any further encouragement. She sprang to her feet, quickly pacing away. As she did, though, Cyrilla called out, Wait, one last favor. Ryla turned. What now? Cyrilla stared into the mists for a moment, tense, before replying. There is a false endowed on Grohala, named Shanala Erdor. A powerful one. Very powerful. She turned, studying Ryla, lips pursed. When this is done, and you have your throne, I want you to help me kill her. Iedra was afraid. She found it strange that she still had fear. She'd lived so long, yet no matter how familiar it became, the tension in her muscles, the pit in her stomach, the racing in her heart, they gripped her all the same. No matter how long you lived, she'd realized, trauma never went away. If anything, it just got deeper, gouging its way into your soul like a river carving through rock. Slow, but steady. Lightning flashed in the distance. Not the lightning of a storm. No rain pattered against Iedra's face as she stared off the roof and out into the city streets of Torothved, carefully fingering the glowing, jeweled pendant strung around her neck. No, those bright flashes, so precise, could only come from a memory burner. He's powerful, a voice whispered beside her. Alaya, Iedra's attendant. She was young, 15 if Iedra remembered correctly. Too young to be involved in this. And yet, even at 4 eons old, Iedra felt too young sometimes. So perhaps it was merely a matter of perspective. Perspective and necessity. Do you think you can beat him? I am not here to beat him, Iedra said softly. Only to watch. Alaya frowned. Surely you don't think he's the endowed? You said Tenedon wasn't. He is not, Iedra said. And he is not Tenedon reborn either, I can assure you that. She folded her arms behind her back. But he is not my concern. Not yet. Alaya's frown deepened, but she followed Iedra as she turned away, fixing her eyes on the Tower of Foreseeing, rather than the fight between memory burners. There was still smoke and flames in that direction. Iedra suspected the riots here would last for days yet. but the obstruction was thin enough she could still see the tower, rising into the sky, looming over the city, looming over the galaxy itself. White shimmered behind Iadra. Finally. "You may leave," she said. "My lady, it's hardly safe out here." "You may leave," Iadra repeated. She softened her voice. "I will be fine, Alaya. Get some sleep if you can." Alaya hesitated, then nodded, slipping back down the trapdoor into the apartment from which they'd entered the roof to begin with. Iadra waited until she was gone, then turned. As expected, a woman in glowing titrite awaited her, fully armored save for the helmet. The woman had long, flowing blue hair, and skin that was tinged just slightly green, with thin, discerning blue eyes. A Tukari. The last of the Tukari. The entire race had been slaughtered during the 3rd century of the Wars of Endowment. So long ago now. Iadra remembered holding a dying Tukari child in her arms. Remembered promising the young boy that he would be all right. He was in torment now, like so many others. And, like so many of her promises, her words had been a lie. It was not all right. Nor would it ever be, unless she succeeded in this coming storm. "You are late," she said. "I came when I could," Ithrey said simply. "The timing of Exelus's weak points is not always something I can control since the breaking of the seal." Iadra nodded. "We will have to guard the others with more care." Ithrey shrugged. "I do not know if guarding them will be much good if Darth Gur stirs as you have claimed, but that is not what we are here for, is it?" Iadra felt her heart speed up. "The girl, is she all right?" "She is alive. Whether she is all right or not is a matter of debate, but she is alive." Iadra let out a relieved breath. "Thank fate." Ithrey frowned. "I am afraid I do not bring any other good news, and plenty of the other sort." "I see, but Ithrey's alive." "Krat has made contact with Vallejo," Ithrey said. "That is the worst news, I think." "It was bound to happen eventually. The tower saw it." "We are running out of time," Ithrey agreed. Iadra snorted. "I spent 1,000 years preparing for this. Time is hardly a factor anymore, old friend. There's only what we can do and what we cannot." "A bleak outlook," Ithrey observed. "We live in a bleak galaxy." Iadra sighed, then shook her head. "What else do you know?" "Chaos reigns, as it always does. Larsh has announced herself as the Endowed, launched more campaigns. There are whispers she intends to conquer every nation in the Confederacy." Ithrey frowned. "I fear she will not stop there." "She won't. But I knew that, too. News from Kozoth? They wait, as they always do, for the coming of their Erlar Kazai. They will not have to wait much longer, I fear." "No, they will not. There is other unrest. The Sarai Senat wishes to reopen trade routes with Talar, and it has caused quite the stir. Their rivalry usually does." Iadra frowned. "The boy you're eyeing did this." Ithrey's expression soured. "Yes. I do not approve of it, and I have told him so, but even so he refuses to recognize my touch." "He is stubborn," Iadra noted. "Yes, it will need to be addressed, by one not as limited as I. I ask for your assistance." Iadra raised an eyebrow. "You understand how much I'm already managing?" "I do, but he will respond better, I think, to an actual burner rather than visions." "I will not be kind to him." "I don't expect you to be." Iadra hesitated, then nodded. "So be it. I will deal with him before I meet up with Vallejo." Ithrey relaxed visibly. "Thank you. He's a good man. He just needs the proper direction." Iadra's eyes flicked involuntarily toward the riots still roaring in the distance. "I hope you are right. Is there anything else you wish to discuss?" "Nothing of political importance, no." Ithrey hesitated. "But Iadra, are you holding up?" Iadra frowned. "I have been very careful with the God-Killer. I do not think Oblivion's taint is a concern, but if you see something I do not—" "I'm not talking about that." Her voice softened. "You're anxious about the boy, and you're cracking." Iadra snorted. "Who wouldn't crack?" "It will work, Iadra. Don't let worry blind you." Iadra bristled. "I am not letting fear conquer me, Ithrey. The plan is the same as it always has been." Ithrey paused, frowning, then nodded. "Good enough, I suppose." Her head darted to the side, and she cursed. "Exelus is attacking. I must leave." She sucked in a breath, then gave Iadra a salute. "Hope conquers fear, sister." "Hope conquers fear," Iadra said softly. "As long as this works, it does." Ithrey's glowing form dissipated, and she found herself alone again. Alone, save for the echoes of the riots in the distance. Thaws, but I wish I could live one day without those echoes. Just one day. But she couldn't. She closed her eyes, breathed in, breathed out. Then she reached for Ever. Her ship was not far from here, and she had no time to spare. She'd free Avin, as promised, then head to Artentia and deal with this boy of Ithrey's. And then, after that, the real work begins. She burned Ever, shooting through the smoke-filled night, trying to ignore the stench of corpses smoldering on the streets, still haunting her 1,000 years later. People often ask me how it began. It is a fair question in my estimation, but one with a very simple answer. It began as all things do, with a person and a choice. Excerpt from Perelor Kazai, a history of the events leading to the end of ages. The end of Book 1 of the Ever Saga.